Immortal Beast-Taming clan. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 751 The Killing Intent Rekindles. In the human cultivation world, every major power that has survived for thousands of years plans meticulously, considering how to deal with powerful enemies when their strength declines. Powerful forces like the Moonwheel Sect have left behind the world-destroying Moonwheel as their trump card. As long as a nascent soul cultivator remains, the sect is safe. Weaker forces like the Flame Sun Sect, unable to obtain powerful treasures like the heaven-reaching treasure, turn to other methods. For example, the Flame Sun Sect's founder, with foresight, opened up underground fire veins and commissioned the construction of a protective array connecting to them. Normally, the array draws earth fire to power the sect's disciples for refining weapons and pills, and cultivating secret techniques. When powerful enemies attack, the array draws power from the underground fire veins to defend the mountain and repel the enemy. If the enemy is too powerful and the protective mountain formation cannot hold, then the core of the formation can be self-destructed, unleashing the accumulated earth fire and poisonous energy from 10,000 years underground, perishing together with the enemy. Now, the demon army has surrounded the mountain gate is indefensible, and Venerable Yuan Yang, a nascent soul stage cultivator, has personally given the order. Even though true person Ziyang and true person Bai Yang were extremely unwilling, they had no choice but to make this painful decision. At that time, taking advantage of the fact that the Demon King from Fen Kingdom had joined the attack, Nangguang Wuking led the way, along with a late-stage nascent soul cultivator who came to provide support, and led everyone to break through the encirclement. True person Ziyang, who had already decided to die for his sect, led some other Yang sect disciples who also intended to die for their sect to continue guarding the formation, luring the demon army to attack. When several demon kings, together with their demon beast army, finally broke through the protective mountain formation and prepared to surround and kill true person Jiang, true person Jiang suddenly detonated the core of the formation. He then rushed to the side of a fifth-tier black dragon and self-destructed his physical body and nascent soul. Boom! A deafening explosion rose from the Yang sect's mountain gate, the dazzling flames visible even from 1,000 miles away. The entire Yang sect's mountain gate was reduced to ruins in the explosion, and above the ruins lingered fiery red earth fire poisonous energy. Within a radius of 200 to 300 miles, all life had vanished. The number of demon beasts who perished was no less than 100,000. Even 2 fifth-tier demon kings perished, and 3 were severely injured, including the 5th-tier low-grade black dragon king that true person Jiang had dragged along with his self-destructed nascent soul. Such a victory was undeniably fruitful. Excellent. Fellow Taoist Jiang is truly a hero of our human race. If all human cultivators possessed such a spirit of sacrifice, what fear is there of not being able to annihilate the alien races? Inside the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate, Venerable Yuan Yang, who was overseeing the battle, smiled and repeatedly praised the victory. After learning of the outcome of the battle against the Flame Sun Sect, he was lavish in his praise of true person Jiang's self-sacrifice. However, the other nascent soul cultivators in the hall all lowered their heads and remained silent after hearing his words. No matter how eloquent Venerable Yuan Yang's words were, they could not change the fact that true person Jiang had already perished. These people had finally succeeded in forming their nascent souls, and naturally, none of them wanted to suffer the same fate as true person Jiang. Even some of the nascent soul cultivators with limited lifespans would absolutely not want to self-destruct their nascent souls and fight to the death against the demon kings for anyone. Perhaps it was to reward true person Jiang's achievements, or perhaps it was to compensate the Flame Sun Sect for abandoning its mountain gate. After Master Bai Yang led some disciples to the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate, Venerable Yuan Yang not only personally cured Bai Yang's chronic illness caused by the backlash from cultivating a secret technique, but also promised to reward the Yang sect with a nascent soul pill after the battle. This finally eased the heart of Master Bai Yang, who was deeply grieving over the fall of Master Jiang. It also lessened the sense of shared fate among the other nascent soul cultivators. If their own demise could be exchanged for a nascent soul pill, some nascent soul cultivators with limited lifespans might be willing to risk their lives to continue their sect's legacy. On the other side, Zhou Chun sighed deeply after learning about the Yin-Yang sect's battle situation. In a sense, the fall of Master Jiang and the destruction of the Yin-Yang sect's mountain gate also represented the complete end of an era in the Jing kingdom. First, Master King Xiao and the Qinglian temple perished, then Master Yinyu died, the Moonwheel sect closed its mountain, and now the Yin-Yang sect's mountain gate was destroyed, and Master Jiang died. The three major powers of the former Jing kingdom had all suffered devastating calamities. All the active powerhouses of the previous era had perished. Thinking of this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but sigh softly. Master Jiang is quite a man. It seems I made the right decision to let him go earlier. With his wisdom, he naturally understood the immense benefits that Zhou family would receive from the destruction of the Yin-Yang sect's mountain gate. Now, the only defensible places in the entire Jing kingdom were the Qinglian mountains and the Yulun sect's mountain gate. Therefore, to avoid becoming an isolated city completely surrounded by the demon army, Venerable Yuanyang would definitely provide substantial assistance to the Zhou family. In this way, the Zhou family might truly have a chance to hold their mountain gate in this war. The next step would depend on the demon's next move. Meanwhile, on the demon side, the Golden Profound Saint grandson, stationed in the Central Army, received news of the battle situation from the western battlefield, and his expression darkened, his mood instantly souring. A mere early-stage nascent soul cultivator has taken the lives of 2 demon kings, along with the deaths of over 100,000 beast soldiers. How could Aunt Yaoi be even more reckless and underestimate her enemy than Uncle Fire Dragon? He roared in a low voice, his face displeased, his eyes flashing with ferocity. Clearly, he was extremely dissatisfied with this outcome. Even though he was dissatisfied with the outcome, considering he only had a few capable men left, he could only sigh and say, fine. Since things have come to this, I can only have Aunt Yaoi retreat and reunite with me. He then looked at one of the demon kings responsible for liaison and asked, what's the situation with Uncle Fire Dragon? Is he really not planning to ask for help? Hearing this, the demon king cautiously replied, reporting to the holy grandson, Lord Fire Dragon is still depleting the power of the human cultivator's protective array every day. How? Depleting the power of the protective array? How long does he intend to keep doing that? Golden Profound Holy Grandson said with a cold smile, then waved his hand and said, have someone go and convey my message to him. If he doesn't know how to be dignified, I'll have to help him be dignified. Hearing this, the demon king's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly lowered his head and replied, yes, your majesty, I will immediately convey your message to Lord Fire Dragon. When the Fire Dragon King received the message from Golden Profound Saint grandson, his face turned pale and then red, and he remained silent for a long time. After a long silence, he finally waved his hand listlessly and said, fine, fine. Even for the sake of Lord Dragon Saint, I'll give him a hard time. He then personally wrote a letter requesting aid and sent it back to Golden Profound Saint grandson via a 4th-tier demonic bird responsible for delivering messages. HMPH, at least he knows what's good for him. After reading the Fire Dragon King's letter, Golden Profound Saint grandson was finally satisfied and immediately arranged for 2 mid-grade 5th-tier demonic kings and 3 low-grade 5th-tier demonic kings to go to the Azure Lotus Mountains to provide support, along with an army of nearly 100,000 demonic beasts. As soon as the demonic army made its move, Venerable Yuanyang, who had been observing the situation, quickly arranged for reinforcements to the Zhou family. Immediately, led by Nangguang Wuking, along with 4 other early-stage nascent soul cultivators, a group of 5 people went to the Zhou family to provide reinforcements. Fellow Taoist Nangguang, you've finally arrived. I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival day and night. On Qinglian Peak, Zhou Chun, after personally welcoming Nangguang Wuking and the others back to their positions, expressed his heartfelt welcome with a look of deep emotion. He wasn't exaggerating at all. From the very first day of the battle, he had longed for reinforcements every day, and now his wish had finally come true. Faced with Zhou Chun's enthusiastic welcome, Nangguang Wuking chuckled, hey, I'm very happy to be able to fight alongside fellow Taoist Zhou again. He and Zhou Chun had fought side by side against the alien races of Xianmen Plain in Han Kingdom, and he genuinely admired Zhou Chun's abilities. This time, he had volunteered to come and reinforce them. In any case, It made no difference to him whether he was in the Moonwheel Sect or the Kinglian Mountains. Of course, he was more willing to do Zhou Chun a favor. Zhou Chun understood perfectly and immediately sent a private message to express his gratitude. Less than half an hour after Nangguang Wuking and his group entered Kinglian Peak, the demon kings who had come to reinforce them from the demon race arrived. However, the Fire Dragon King had learned its lesson this time and did not rush to attack, but patiently waited for the rest of the demon beast army to arrive. 3 more days passed. And after the reinforcements had arrived and rested, the Fire Dragon King launched another fierce attack. In the sky and on the ground, one after another, 5th-tier demon kings revealed their massive true forms, spewing out various colored beams and orbs of light that bombarded the protective shield formed by the Heavenly Azure Dragon formation. Inside the formation, Zhou Chun and the other nascent soul cultivators activated their magic treasures or divine abilities to intercept and block the attacks one by one. Occasionally, some attacks that could not be intercepted in time landed on the formation's protective shield, immediately exerting great pressure on it. However, they did not just take the hits without retaliating, they would also suddenly attack a demon king's true form while intercepting the opponent's attacks, or even concentrate their fire on a particular demon king. Therefore, apart from a few demon kings like the Fire Dragon King who were confident in their defenses, most demon kings dared not go all out when attacking, lest they be caught off guard and unable to reinforce their defenses. As a result, although the number of demon kings outside was large, it was impossible for them to easily break through the Great Formation. However, because the other demon beast armies had increased by nearly 100,000, the pressure on the Great Formation was still immense. If this continued, it was estimated that the Great Formation would not be able to hold out. Fellow Taoist Nangong, we must find a way to go out and kill 1 or 2 demon kings, or annihilate tens of thousands of demon beasts, otherwise we won't be able to hold out for more than a few days. Zhou Chun observed the situation of the Great Formation and, realizing that the situation was not good, solemnly transmitted his thoughts to Nangguang Wuking. Without being able to strengthen their own defenses, weakening the opponent's attack power was undoubtedly the only option. He had always done so before. Fellow Taoist Zhou is right, but you've already done this several times before. The Fire Dragon King outside is definitely on guard. Replicating your previous success won't be so easy. Nangguang Wuking nodded, agreeing with Zhou Chun's idea, then solemnly expressed his concerns. A few days ago, Zhou Chun had told them about the previous battle, so Nangguang Wuking knew that Zhou Chun had already exhausted most of his methods, and some were no longer effective. Therefore, his expression was somewhat reserved. Upon hearing his reply, Zhou Chun glanced at his left arm, then said firmly, "Fellow Taoist Nangong, rest assured. As long as you can hold off the Fire Dragon King for a while, I will find a way to achieve victory." These confident words surprised Nangguang Wuking slightly. He understood Zhou Chun's personality somewhat. He knew Zhou Chun wasn't one to boast, but rather a humble and cautious person. Therefore, Zhou Chun's confident and firm words quickly led him to make a choice. He immediately replied, "All right then, I'll handle the Fire Dragon King. Fellow Taoist Zhou, please feel free to act. Thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoist Nangguang." As Zhou Chun spoke, he began to contact and communicate with the other nascent soul cultivators. After some communication, Zhou Chun finally finalized a specific plan. According to the plan, not only would the nascent soul cultivators participate in the battle, but some golden core cultivators would also escort Wu Yazhu to deal with the demon beast army. The timing of their deployment was chosen when the low and mid-level demon beasts were taking a break due to excessive mana consumption. At that moment, Nangguang Wuking, Zhou Chun, and the other 9 nascent soul cultivators suddenly attacked together, each finding their pre-selected opponents. Zhou Chun also released several demon king spirit pets, allowing them to choose their opponents one-on-one. He himself faced his old rival, the mid-grade 5th-tier Bloodflame Dragon. This Bloodflame Flood Dragon King had fought him alone before and was very familiar with his methods, as was the other man. Because of this familiarity, the other man was relatively less wary, making it easier for him to find an opportunity to strike unexpectedly. In the sky, Zhou Chun transformed into a lunar toad, his natal magic weapon, the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron, transforming into a golden shield that danced around him. He immediately unleashed his full power. The Bloodflame Flood Dragon King was also familiar with his methods and remained calm in response. Crimson flames rose from his body, swirling around him like fire clouds. Whenever a white, icy light pierced the air, it would automatically coalesce into a fiery shield to block it. After blocking the white giant toad's most threatening attack, he would swiftly retaliate, unleashing a sharp blood flame blade from his dragon horns towards the white giant toad. Simultaneously, he had also refined a dragon bone spear, reaching the level of a top-grade magic weapon, each attack capable of deflecting the golden shield formed by Zhou Chun's natal magic weapon. The toad and the dragon fought fiercely in the air, neither able to gain the upper hand. Chapter 752 Great Gains from Slaying the Bloodflame Flood Dragon King. In the Azure Lotus Mountains, the Bloodflame Flood Dragon King, while fiercely battling Zhou Chun, who had transformed into a moon toad, was also searching for an opportunity. He and the Fire Flood Dragon King hadn't been idle these past few days either, reviewing their previous battles with Zhou Chun and analyzing the various techniques he had displayed. Naturally, they had also devised some countermeasures. However, at their level of cultivation, their on-the-spot reaction abilities were exceptional, rarely making mistakes or giving their opponents openings. Therefore, even though they had prepared some methods to deal with Zhou Chun, the Bloodflame Flood Dragon King dared not use them lightly until a suitable opportunity arose, lest Zhou Chun be on guard next time. After dozens of intense exchanges, the Bloodflame Flood Dragon King finally saw a good chance. Suddenly, he used his spear to knock away the golden shield protecting Zhou Chun, and at the same time, a beam of fire spewed from his mouth, arriving beside Zhou Chun in the blink of an eye. Seemingly sensing the threat, a ring of white ice light suddenly erupted from Zhou Chun's body, resisting the approaching fire. Unexpectedly, the flames were incredibly agile and swift, tearing a path through the icy light in a flash and wrapping around the white moon toad. It turned out to be a fiery red rope-like magical artifact, seemingly a top-grade treasure forged from the tendons of a dragon. This artifact, of course, could break through the white moon toad's protective immortal armor, but it could temporarily restrict its movement, making it difficult to relocate quickly. And this was exactly what the Bloodflame Dragon King needed. With a swift movement, he pounced towards the white moon toad. The bound white moon toad, seeing this, naturally wouldn't sit idly by. First, it unleashed a burst of icy light, attempting to break free of the fiery rope binding it, then it opened its mouth and spat out a beam of white icy light towards the approaching Bloodflame Dragon King. The Bloodflame Dragon King was equally unyielding, directly activating the power of its demon core, spewing out a pillar of blood-red flames to meet the icy light. After the clash and collision of ice and fire, they ultimately split, both dissipating completely. The Bloodflame Flood Dragon King, bathed in crimson flames, burst forth from the aftershocks and quickly reached the white moon toad. At this moment, the white moon toad, Zhou Chun in disguise, seemed to finally sense the danger. It hastily transformed back into its human form, unleashing a sharp, golden divine light that slashed at the fiery red rope, while desperately trying to activate its golden shield for defense. However, the rope was incredibly resilient and elastic. Even the seemingly indestructible, formless Zhengjun divine light, only managed a slight cut before being deflected. Roar, die! The Bloodflame Flood Dragon King roared with excitement, forcefully swatting away the golden shield with its claw, and then fiercely spewing out its demon core. For demon beasts, the demon core is also a very powerful weapon, a powerful means of attack. However, since the demon core is related to their lives, they only use it when desperate. Another situation is when they are certain that their opponent has no means to threaten their demon core. The Bloodflame Flood Dragon King was undoubtedly in the latter situation. At such close range, no matter what tricks Zhou Chun had up his sleeve, they wouldn't pose any threat to his demon core, especially since he had swung his claws at Zhou Chun after spitting out the demon core, delivering a finishing blow. Now, suddenly, a cold glint flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes. He pressed his right hand against his left arm and activated the sword energy sealed by the Taijang Divine Venerable. A golden sword energy suddenly burst forth from his arm, injuring himself before injuring his opponent, nearly ripping his entire left arm off. Then, the sword energy pierced the air, grazing past a Bloodflame Flood Dragon King's demon core, and plunged straight into the Bloodflame Flood Dragon King's brow as it lunged forward with its claws out. Instantly, blood splattered, and a bloody hole about a foot long appeared between the Bloodflame Flood Dragon King's eyebrows. Compared to the enormous dragon's head, this bloody hole was extremely insignificant. However, the demonic soul and primordial spirit of the Bloodflame Flood Dragon King, a mid-grade 5th-tier Flood Dragon King, were annihilated the instant the sword energy entered its brain by the sword intent attached to it. The sword severs the body, the intent severs the spirit. This is the most terrifying technique used by high-level human sword cultivators, striking fear into the hearts of ordinary cultivators. Although Taijeng Divine Venerable wasn't a pure sword cultivator, he had still immersed himself in the sword path for thousands of years, and truly deserved the title of #1 sword cultivator of the human race. Although the Bloodflame Flood Dragon King had perished, its demonic core still carried its remaining will as it hurtled towards Zhou Chun. To ensure a fatal blow and to avoid damaging this greatest prize, Zhou Chun hadn't dared to directly strike the demonic core with his sword energy. Therefore, he now had to face the bombardment of this mid-grade 5th-tier demonic core alone. Fortunately, he always kept a backup plan, and this time was no exception. Prior to this, he had already used the Heaven and Earth Spirit Transfer technique, a damage transfer secret art. Now, he activated the Moon-Toad Pearl, spiritual treasure to collide with the demon core. The white pearl in the demon core, surrounded by crimson flames, clashed fiercely in midair, producing no sound, but a shockwave of white ice light and crimson flames spread outwards. Although the spiritual treasure was powerful, the Moon-Toad Pearl wasn't known for its direct attacks, and it had already consumed too much power. It was quickly blasted away by the demon core, which contained the Bloodflame Flood Dragon King's full power, and was sent flying along with Zhou Chun. Just then, a silver mirror light pierced the air, striking the Bloodflame Flood Dragon King demon core, which was still moving forward. Affected by this attack, the demon core's trajectory immediately shifted, flying several feet away from Zhou Chun. It was his second nascent soul avatar that had intervened from within the Great Formation, activating the Myriad Law's Mystic Light Mirror, from hundreds of miles away to provide support. Zhou Chun then forcefully suppressed the surging ki and mana within his body, easily breaking free from the fire rope magic weapon that had lost its master's control. He then used the unstable golden light pearl to immobilize the Bloodflame Flood Dragon King's demon core, forcibly seizing it into his own hand. From the moment Zhou Chun suddenly unleashed his ruthless attack, slaying the Bloodflame Flood Dragon King with his sword ki, to the moment the demon core fell into his hands, only a mere dozen or so breaths had passed. In that short time, the other nascent soul cultivators and 5th-tier demon kings who were engaged in combat had only just sensed the Bloodflame Flood Dragon King's aura rapidly weakening and dissipating, concluding that it had perished. Even the 5th-tier demon kings were still too shocked by the news of the demon king's demise to recover, and several were taken advantage of by their opponents, suffering heavy injuries as a result. It wasn't until Zhou Chun began collecting the massive corpse of the Bloodflame Flood Dragon King that the Fire Flood Dragon King finally came to his senses. Enraged, he roared, "Damn human! Put down Brother Bloodflame's corpse." He then risked taking a spear from Nangguang Wuking, his blood splattering across the sky, to rush towards Zhou Chun's location, attempting to reclaim the Bloodflame Flood Dragon King's body. But how could Zhou Chun give him the chance? He had convinced the other early-stage nascent soul cultivators to agree to his risky plan, to exert considerable effort to hold off the other demon kings, promising to kill the Bloodflame Flood Dragon King and share half of the spoils from the dragon's corpse with him. If the Fire Flood Dragon King were to reclaim the Bloodflame Flood Dragon King's body now, Zhou Chun would have to compensate the others out of his own pocket. Therefore, without hesitation, he immediately used magic to store the Bloodflame Flood Dragon King's corpse in his storage bag, then swiftly used the golden escape technique to flee towards the mountain protecting array. After slaying the Bloodflame Flood Dragon King, their mission was considered complete. Now, the most important thing was to preserve their gains. By now, Zhou Chun's golden escape technique was already extremely proficient. In the blink of an eye, with Luo Qingni's support, he directly escaped into the mountain protecting formation, causing the Fire Flood Dragon King's hateful attack to land only on the formation's protective shield, creating a significant gap. However, the gap quickly closed thanks to the formation's repairing power, and Nangguang Wuking had already caught up. "Die? All of you, die!" The enraged Fire Flood Dragon King unleashed his fury on Nangguang Wuking. His entire body surged with magical power, and suddenly he opened his mouth, unleashing a dense, almost tangible pillar of fire that shot towards Nangguang Wuking. Under the bombardment of this unprecedentedly powerful pillar of fire, the golden umbrella spirit treasure that Nangguang Wuking used for protection immediately wailed and flew away. Fortunately, even facing a powerful figure like the Fire Dragon King, he remained vigilant and didn't dare entrust his life entirely to this treasure. When the protective magic treasure could no longer withstand the strain and was blasted away, a purple pillar of energy suddenly rose from his body, transforming into a purple celestial dragon that charged headlong towards the still powerful pillar of fire. Boom! With a deafening explosion, Nangguang Wuking emerged somewhat disheveled from the flames, hastily waving his hand to recall the golden umbrella to protect himself again. He then retreated towards the mountain protecting formation while still fighting. He only possessed the combat strength of a grand cultivator, not a true grand cultivator. If a grand cultivator truly disregarded everything and even began to fight to the death, he certainly wouldn't be able to withstand it. After all, his upper limit was only at the level of a grand cultivator's standard combat strength, while the upper limit of a grand cultivator was far greater. Meanwhile, the demon kings facing the other nascent soul cultivators also went berserk and entered a state of explosive power, posing a great threat and pressure to them. Fortunately, Zhou Chun was now a fresh force, free to act and not worried about his own safety, so he could always provide timely support to those in danger. With one support after another, everyone finally retreated back into the great formation without serious injury. The demon kings outside, including the Fire Flood Dragon King, were naturally unwilling to give up, and they unleashed their fury on the mountain protecting formation, making their attacks more ferocious than ever before. At this moment, without Zhou Chun's reminders or encouragement, the retreating nascent soul cultivators dared not slacken in the slightest, and all did their best to intercept and resist the demon king's attacks. They all knew very well that if they could not withstand this wave of attacks and the great formation was broken, they would truly face a life or death crisis. Therefore, even at the cost of sacrificing their vital energy, they had to do their best to withstand this wave of attacks. Poof! Luo Qingni coughed up a mouthful of blood, nearly falling from the top of the 10,000-year-old evergreen tree. The fifth-tier spirit tree beneath her, serving as the foundation of the heavenly azure dragon formation, shook violently, its bark cracking and branches breaking and falling incessantly. Clearly, under the frenzied attacks of the demon kings, who even charged in with their own bodies to unleash their fury, the heavenly azure dragon formation had reached its limit. The resulting backlash was even too much for Luo Qingni, a nascent soul cultivator, and the fifth-tier spirit tree itself. If Luo Qingni was in such a state, the cultivators assisting in controlling the formation were undoubtedly in even worse shape. The elderly Zhou Mingde and Zhou Daowei even coughed up blood and fainted on the spot, prompting Zhou Zinayan, a waiting cultivator, to rush forward and take over, preventing the formation from completely collapsing. Zhou Chun, upon discovering this situation, also became somewhat anxious. His mind raced, and he immediately ordered Fushin Jun to risk an attack, crashing headlong into Dragon Turtle Demon King that relied on its powerful physical defenses and close-range attack array. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the golden giant turtle and the black dragon turtle with dragon horns collided head-on, creating a powerful sonic boom like two mountains colliding. In this collision, Fushin Jun ultimately prevailed, smashing the black dragon turtle's shell apart and sending it flying, spitting blood. However, Fushin Jun's attack also brought him risks. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Fire Dragon King turned its attention to him. A massive fireball slammed into Fushin Jun's back, instantly shattering his shell and causing blood to spill from his mouth. Several more demon kings then unleashed attacks on Fushin Jun, inflicting wounds no less severe than those inflicted by the black dragon turtle. Fortunately, he quickly lowered his body and landed on the ground, using a superb earth. Earth is a type of magical technique, to escape the encirclement and return to the Great Formation. As soon as Lord Fushin returned, Mu Sang immediately went to treat him and help him recover faster. In contrast, the dragon turtle could only lick its wounds, no longer displaying its previous arrogance. Meanwhile, because of the dragon turtle's miserable state, the other demon kings either restrained their madness, no longer daring to easily advance in their true forms, or minimized their attacks, retreating after a single strike. This met Zhou Chun's expectations, allowing him and the others to breathe a sigh of relief. However, the Fire Dragon King was dissatisfied. He had guessed something from Zhou Chun's risky action of sending Lord Fushin into battle and had no intention of giving Zhou Chun and the others a chance to catch their breath. Immediately, while sternly rebuking the Demon Kings to continue their offensive, he also led the charge towards the protective formation. Little did he know that this was the opportunity Nangguang Wuking had been waiting for. At that moment, Nangguang Wuking suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a stream of incredibly pure purple energy, which landed on the crimson gold spear. This was a pure yang purple energy condensed from his cultivation technique, the purple key heavenly dragon technique, which could greatly amplify the power of any magical weapon, whether used to unleash supernatural abilities or to enhance its power. After receiving this energy, the crimson gold spear instantly unleashed a terrifyingly sharp aura. Go! With a shout from Nangguang Wuking, the spear flashed through the air, instantly piercing the charging Fire Dragon King. Before the spear's sharpness, the Fire Dragon King's protective fiery aura and dragon scales were like illusions, instantly pierced through one after another. The nearly 2 zang long crimson gold spear, like an arrow fired from a dragon-slaying crossbow, struck the Fire Dragon King's body squarely, almost completely piercing it through. A blood-curdling scream erupted from the Fire Dragon King's mouth as he unleashed a torrent of fiery dragon breath that slammed into the protective array before hastily turning to retreat. Midway, the crimson gold spear, remotely activated by Nangguang Wuking, pierced the Fire Dragon King's body with a second burst of power, flying back into the array, its shaft smeared with dragon blood. This strike shattered the Fire Dragon King's arrogance, forcing him to temporarily halt his attack and focus on refining and eliminating the destructive power left within him by the crimson gold spear. Seeing the Fire Dragon King suffer such a fate, the other demon kings naturally dared not be so arrogant anymore. Although they didn't immediately cease their attacks, they began to slack off. This scene, witnessed by Zhou Chun, brought him a great sense of relief, finally putting his mind at ease. Then, while tending to his injured left arm and the internal injuries sustained from his battle with the Bloodflame Flood Dragon King's demon core, he also sent his second nascent soul avatar to check on Luo Qingni and the others. Facing Zhou Chun's concerned inquiries, Luo Qingni responded calmly. "Fellow Taoist Zhou, don't worry, Qingni's injuries are not serious. After taking the pills and resting, I'll be fine. However, this evergreen tree's vital energy is quite damaged. I'm afraid it will need Mu Seng to come and help it recover." "No problem, I'll have Mu Seng come and help it recover its vital energy right away." Zhou Chun immediately nodded in agreement and contacted Mu Seng to come and help. He then said to Luo Qingni, "Qingni, don't push yourself too hard. If it really comes to that, my second nascent soul avatar can take over and preside over the formation. Don't force yourself and damage your foundation, affecting your future cultivation." Hearing this, Luo Qingni felt a warmth in her heart and immediately smiled, saying, "Thank you for your concern, fellow Taoist Zhou. Qingni knows what she's doing and won't stubbornly insist on doing things her way out." After comforting Luo Qingni, Zhou Chun went to visit the two elders, Zhou Mingde and Zhou Daoai, who had previously fainted. Their fainting had frightened some of the younger members of the Zhou family who were looking after them. It was only after it was confirmed that they had fainted due to the backlash that they breathed a sigh of relief and quickly gave them medicine to wake them up. When Zhou Chun arrived, the two were meditating and recuperating. "I can't deny getting old anymore. Even though my cultivation is much stronger than when I was younger, this kind of backlash could have been withstood 200 years ago if I had gritted my teeth and not made a fool of myself on the spot, almost causing a disaster." When he saw Zhou Chun send his second nascent soul avatar to visit him and his companion, Zhou Ming sighed with a bitter and dejected expression, facing his closest juniors. He had always refused to admit he was old and didn't think he was inferior to the younger generation. So when Zhou Chun wanted to replace Zhou Zinayan and other golden core cultivators from outside the family to assist in controlling the formation, he refused and insisted on doing it himself. But after fainting on duty this time, he truly realized that he really couldn't deny getting old. Although cultivators value their magical power and realm, their physical health is equally important. An aging cultivator is indeed no match for a strong and healthy young cultivator of the same realm in terms of withstanding the backlash of the formation. Fortunately, there were others to cover for them at any time. Otherwise, if they had fainted on the spot, Luo Qingni's side might have been left alone and completely collapsed. The consequences were unimaginable. Therefore, even Zhou Mingde, who was usually so strong-willed, was genuinely frightened at this moment and had to admit he was getting old. Perhaps this was a good thing. Zhou Chun thought to himself, but said aloud, "Don't scare yourself, sir. We've got you covered. You should focus on recovering and take care of logistics. The family is a mixed bag with many people, and we need someone as respected and experienced as you to coordinate and handle various matters." "That's right, I'd better take care of logistics. Let the younger generation handle the fighting." Zhou Ming smiled and agreed with Zhou Chun, seemingly having truly let go of the past. Seeing this, Zhou Chun was completely relieved and turned to Zhou Daowei beside him, saying, "And you, granduncle, are the same. I can't manage the family right now, so I'll have to rely on you to shoulder this responsibility." Zhou Daowei replied solemnly, "I understand. Zhangjin, you can focus on dealing with the external enemies. You don't need to worry about these things, we'll handle it, granduncle. I'm naturally at ease." Zhou Chun smiled slightly and left satisfied. Looking at the battlefield outside, perhaps the damage from Nangguang Wuking's spear was indeed quite severe. Even with a Fire Dragon King's cultivation level, it would be difficult for him to fully recover in a short time, and he dared not continue to advance with his injury. Therefore, after treating his injuries and calming down, the Fire Dragon King halted his attack, preventing the Demon Kings from wasting their efforts and giving Zhou Chun and the others more opportunities after they became exhausted. However, after stopping the Demon Kings, the Fire Dragon King glared fiercely at the Zhou family's mountain gate and roared, "Zhou Zhangjin, if you hand over Brother Blood Flame's demon core and corpse, I might agree to leave your Zhou family with a bloodline. Otherwise, not only will I slaughter your entire Zhou family after the formation breaks, but your Zhou family members outside will also be perpetually hunted down by my dragon clan." Within the dragon clan, there are varying degrees of closeness among the different dragons. For example, black dragons and ink dragons often have good relationships and are prone to becoming mates, and crimson fire dragons and blood flame dragons are also very close. Therefore, the Blood Flame Dragon King can be considered an old friend of the Fire Dragon King and his strongest supporter. Now that the Blood Flame Flood Dragon King had followed him, the Fire Flood Dragon King, to the human race and perished at their hands, it had already dealt a severe blow to his prestige and personal interests. If he couldn't even bring back the Blood Flame Flood Dragon King's demon core and corpse, it would be even easier for the Blood Flame Flood Dragon clan to question and distrust him, making it impossible for him to explain to those who trusted him. Under these circumstances, even knowing the chances were slim, he had to try. At least having an attitude was better than having no attitude at all. But clearly, such a threat on the battlefield couldn't frighten Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun didn't even bother to reply, completely ignoring him. After some time, seeing that Zhou Chun hadn't responded at all, the Fire Flood Dragon King naturally understood his attitude. He could only continue to utter some harsh words before returning to rest. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun, after meditating and regulating his breathing for a while, and stabilizing his injuries, also kept his word and immediately took out the Blood Flame Flood Dragon King's corpse to distribute the spoils of war. Compared to the nearly destroyed corpse of the two-headed black dragon, this Blood Flame Dragon's corpse was remarkably well preserved, with only a single, penetrating wound between its brows. This meant that all its dragon scales, hide, horns, bones, flesh, claws, teeth, and tendons were of perfect quality. A fifth-tier mid-range dragon corpse preserved so completely was incredibly rare. Even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator wouldn't have been able to achieve this. After all, the Blood Flame Dragon King certainly wouldn't be as careless as it had been when facing a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Therefore, when Zhou Chun publicly displayed the Blood Flame Dragon's corpse, indicating his intention to fulfill his promise and distribute the spoils, the nascent soul cultivators who had been meditating all rushed over to examine it closely. Zhou Chun wasn't in a hurry to dissect the Blood Flame Flood Dragon's corpse. Instead, he looked solemnly at Nangguang Wuking and said, "Fellow Taoist Nangguang, you've contributed the most this time. You can choose the materials from this Blood Flame Flood Dragon's corpse first." This action surprised Nangguang Wuking slightly, and the other nascent soul cultivators were also astonished and looked on with surprise. Indeed, Nangguang Wuking's injury to the Fire Flood Dragon King, forcing it to withdraw from the battle to recuperate, was a great achievement. However, since Zhou Chun was the one who killed the Blood Flame Flood Dragon King, if Zhou Chun chose first and took the most valuable materials for himself, no one else would have any reason to object. But he was willing to give up such a great benefit. Whether it was out of genuine gratitude to Nangguang Wuking or a case of spending a fortune to buy a horse's bones, his magnanimity was truly admirable, greatly increasing the goodwill of the other nascent soul cultivators. Nangguang Wuking glanced at Zhou Chun with some surprise, and seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, he quickly came up with a plan and laughed. "Ha ha ha, since fellow Taoist Zhou is so generous, I won't stand on ceremony." After laughing, he said in a deep voice, "The Blood Flame Flood Dragon is also of the fire element. Its dragon essence blood, after being refined into medicine using our sect's secret method, is of great help to the cultivation of our sect's inherited technique, The purple key heavenly dragon technique. Since fellow Taoist Zhou is willing to give me this opportunity, I will choose its dragon essence blood. Hearing his choice, Zhou Chun was also slightly surprised, because although dragon essence blood was precious, it obviously couldn't compare to dragon scales and dragon skin. You should know that the scales of a mid-grade 5th rank blood flame flood dragon are more than enough to refine a top-grade defensive magic weapon, and the dragon skin is an excellent material, even the best material, whether for refining inner armor, making 5th rank talismans, or for other weapon refining. However, considering Nangguang Wuking's own situation, Zhou Chun understood somewhat. However, this conflicted with his own thoughts. After all, he also wanted the dragon's essence blood. But now that he had already spoken, he couldn't take it back. After a moment's thought, he nodded to Nangguang Wuking and said, "Alright, since that's the case, 70% of the dragon's essence blood on this blood flame flood dragon belongs to fellow Taoist Nangguang." He then bowed apologetically to Nangguang Wuking, saying, "I apologize. Originally, since fellow Taoist Nangguang needed this item, I should have given it all to you. However, my family has also cultivated some demonic snakes with a bloodline of the blood flame flood dragon, so I thought I'd keep some of the dragon's essence blood to see if I could cultivate a true blood flame flood dragon in the future." He had only agreed to share half of the blood flame flood dragon's corpse, so the half he kept should rightfully include the dragon's essence blood. Therefore, Nangguang Wuking didn't find anything wrong with his words, and simply nodded slightly, saying, "That's enough. I'm already very satisfied with obtaining 70% of the dragon's essence blood. I should be thanking fellow Taoist Zhou for being willing to part with it. I'm glad fellow Taoist Nangguang is satisfied." Zhou Chun felt relieved and replied with a smile. He then had Nangguang Wuking personally extract the dragon's essence blood from the blood flame flood dragon's corpse, and the two split the proceeds 70-70. After this was done, Zhou Chun began to dismember the entire dragon's corpse and share the other materials with the other nascent soul cultivators. After some friendly negotiation, Zhou Chun obtained approximately 80% of the blood flame flood dragon's meat and internal organs, 20% of the dragon scales, 1 dragon horn, half a dragon skin, a pair of dragon claws, 40% of the dragon bones, and 50% of the dragon's spiritual blood. The remaining dragon teeth, tendons, scales, etc., were divided among the other nascent soul cultivators. For items like dragon tendons, which are difficult to disassemble, some nascent soul cultivators offered various other benefits to obtain the complete material, satisfying the other cultivators. In short, the final distribution was generally satisfactory to everyone. After this incident, those nascent soul cultivators who received benefits would likely be even more diligent in their defense efforts. After distributing everything, Zhou Chun unsurprisingly received numerous telepathic messages from nascent soul cultivators wanting to buy his dragon scales, horns, hides, and even the 5th grade mid-level blood flame flood dragon demon core. Zhou Chun didn't immediately refuse, only saying he would consider holding an exchange meeting to sell these items after the war. For him, everything except the demon core was indeed worth selling, but not now. Having temporarily dealt with the others, Zhou Chun then checked his other gains. Besides the demon core and corpse, the blood flame flood dragon king had left him 2 top-grade magic treasures and a storage artifact. These items were not included in his promised distribution and were naturally for his exclusive use. While the dragon bone spear was a top-grade magic weapon, it was actually rather crude. Its superior material and years of refinement by the blood flame flood dragon king made it suitable only for temporary use. Zhou Chun assigned it to Feng Yuanjin for further refinement. The fire rope magic weapon, however, made from dragon tendons, was quite exquisite, seemingly crafted by a master craftsman. Zhou Chun had personally experienced its power and decided to refine it himself. He then spent some time opening the blood flame flood dragon king's storage bag. What he saw astonished him. Whether due to the dragon's inherent nature or exceptional confidence in its own strength, the blood flame flood dragon king carried all its treasures with it. The sheer number of treasures inside far exceeded Zhou Chun's expectations, including many rare spiritual items unique to Dragon Abyss. Today is the first day, and things are proceeding according to yesterday's plan. I've already asked the group members to supervise me, just watch my performance. Chapter 753 The two venerables of Taiyuan Cold Iron discuss the mysteries. The Blood Flame Flood Dragon King was the second 5th tier flood dragon Zhou Chun had truly killed. However, unlike the two-headed Black Flood Dragon, which was a penniless fugitive, the Blood Flame Flood Dragon King, As the Dragon King of the Dragon Abyss Flood Dragon clan, and the strongest member of the clan, naturally possessed far more resources at his disposal than the two-headed Black Flood Dragon, and even more than ordinary human nascent soul stage cultivators. It should be noted that the Dragon Abyss Flood Dragon's water area was several times larger than the entire heavenly spirit realm, and its development level was far inferior to that of the various nations of the human cultivation world, which had been developed for many years. Therefore, many naturally precious spiritual objects were not difficult to find within the Dragon Abyss Flood Dragon. The Bloodflame Flood Dragon King himself had lived for thousands of years and was the king of his clan. The treasures he had personally collected, as well as those offered as tribute by his subordinates and vassals, were countless. Those he carried with him were among the most precious. Within its storage artifacts were pearls larger than an adult's head, containing spiritual power no less than, and perhaps even stronger than, those low-grade 4th-tier demon cores. There were also beautiful, 7-colored conch shells, the molted remains of rare water demons. Infused with a little magic, they emitted melodious sounds, drawing people into dreams. There were also 10,000-year-old fire corals brimming with pure fire attribute spiritual power, a rare treasure almost extinct in the human cultivation world, an excellent elixir for refining certain rare spiritual pills. There was also the incredibly cold and rare spiritual metal, the Taiwan Cold Iron, a fist-sized piece weighing as much as a mountain. This treasure had a high success rate in refining spiritual treasures. In addition, there were the shells of 5th-tier turtle demon kings, and the hard teeth and bones left behind by an unknown 5th-tier demon king. Of course, as a dragon king, the Bloodflame Dragon King naturally possessed many particularly precious dragon blood spiritual items. For example, there's the Dragon Blood Jade, as large as a millstone. Within its white jade surface, a lifelike crimson dragon can be seen swimming, already possessing considerable spirituality. With a little refinement, it could become a top-grade magic weapon. Then there are several pieces of black spirit gold ore, each the size of a water vat, with rings of crimson dragon patterns on their surface, radiating a strong dragon blood aura, clearly a type of dragon blood ore. There are also crystal clear, blood-red dragon blood diamonds, formed from the condensed essence of a dead dragon's corpse after its natural decomposition. And then there's the dragon bone blood fungus, only seen in ancient texts, also growing from the bones of a naturally deceased dragon, containing the essence of its bones and blood, but also a certain potent poison, forbidden to be consumed by anyone other than the dragon race. Zhou Chun also discovered a semi-solid white jelly inside, both unfamiliar and somewhat familiar. After identification, he found it to be soul-cleansing spiritual water, produced by the soul-cleansing water demon, a specialty of Longyuan's. However, compared to the soul-cleansing spiritual water obtained by the Zhou family through the scaled frog alien race, this white jelly was of much higher quality. Zhou Chun suspected it was soul-cleansing spiritual water produced by a 4th-tier soul-cleansing water demon, and its effects might go beyond simply cleansing the soul and purifying turbid energy. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been collected by a powerful figure like the Bloodflame Flood Dragon King. Besides this soul-cleansing spiritual water, the Bloodflame Flood Dragon King's storage artifact contained many other strange items, the origins of which even Zhou Chun couldn't discern. For example, there was a purplish-black mud paste emitting a strange fragrance, specially stored in a jade box, its purpose unknown. There was also a golden-yellow jelly-like substance resembling a jellyfish, devoid of any life force, yet containing a rich spiritual energy. Its exact nature remained a mystery. For example, there were black, round pills the size of eggs, resembling elixirs, but without any medicinal fragrance. Instead, they had an inexplicable foul odor. These strange objects, of unknown purpose and origin, were numerous. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun also discovered some texts written in demon script within the Bloodflame Flood Dragon King's storage artifact. After being read and examined by the Silver Dragon Lord, they were identified as cultivation methods and secret techniques of the demon race, as well as some general knowledge texts. Furthermore, there were many texts written by human cultivators, including those on weapon crafting, alchemy, talisman making, and formation techniques. These seemed to be quite sophisticated, comparable to the skills passed down by some Golden Core families. After examining the Bloodflame Flood Dragon King's collection, Zhou Chun quickly noticed something strange. Apart from a very few items that could be considered spiritual herbs, such as dragon bone blood mushroom, he found no other spiritual herbs or plants. No rare spiritual herbs? Could it be that he ate all the harvested ones? He muttered to himself, feeling that this might indeed be the case. Alchemy demands immense talent, and refining pills suitable for nascent soul cultivators or fifth-tier demon kings requires extremely advanced alchemy skills. Even in the human cultivation world, those possessing such skills are incredibly rare. Therefore, a powerful demon king like the Bloodflame Flood Dragon King, even knowing that refining spiritual herbs into pills would be more cost-effective, would likely have no choice but to consume them directly. This is a natural talent of the demon race. They can absorb and refine the medicinal power of most spiritual herbs by consuming them directly, unlike human cultivators, for whom consuming many spiritual herbs directly can be harmful. However, even without spiritual herbs, the items within the Bloodflame Flood Dragon King's storage artifact are of immeasurable value. Zhou Chun doesn't have time to carefully consider how to dispose of those items. He can only seal them away for now and deal with them after the war. Finally, he took out a mid-grade 5th-tier demon core to examine it. Compared to the double-headed black dragon demon core he had previously obtained, this Bloodflame Dragon demon core was undoubtedly more precious. Its profound spiritual power surpassed even Zhou Chun's own nascent soul cultivation. Moreover, the core was in excellent condition, undamaged by the impact. After carefully examining the core, Zhou Chun frowned slightly and muttered to himself, "I wonder if the great core Nangguang Wuking mentioned has any attribute requirements. This demon core is ultimately fire attribute, which clashes with mine. If it's unsuitable, I'll probably have to exchange it." Although he thought this, he didn't rush to ask Nangguang Wuking about it. If there were indeed attribute requirements, and Nangguang Wuking took the opportunity to offer to exchange it, it would be difficult for him to refuse or not. In any case, even if he could use the core, he couldn't use it now due to the war, so there was no rush. After Zhou Chun finished tallying his gains, the statistics on casualties from the previous battle were also released. It's important to understand that their previous attack wasn't just led by nascent soul cultivators. Wu Yazhu and over 30 golden core cultivators also participated. This attack inflicted considerable casualties on the surrounding demonic beast army, but the fall of the Bloodflame Flood Dragon King was so shocking that the demon kings were too preoccupied to pay attention to them. Now, statistics show that their attack resulted in the deaths and injuries of another 30,000 to 40,000 demonic beasts, including several 4th-tier beasts. However, they themselves also suffered losses. 4 died, 5 were seriously injured, and over 10 were slightly wounded in the pursuit of those 4th-tier beasts. After reading the battle report, Zhou Chun immediately instructed Mu Seng to heal the injured cultivators and also distributed some Bloodflame Flood Dragon meat to all the attacking cultivators, ensuring everyone received some. Sometimes, this seemingly insignificant act of care from a superior can have unexpected benefits in certain situations. As a competent clan leader, Zhou Chun often paid particular attention to this aspect. Just as the battlefield situation on the Azure Lotus Mountains was changing, the main force of the demon army led by Golden Profound Saint Grandson had advanced to the gates of the Moonwheel Sect thanks to the reinforcements from the Western Army and the Fen Kingdom's detachment. His main force had actually increased in size. It now possessed not only 160,000 to 170,000 Dragon Court warriors, but also over 300,000 various beast troops. Furthermore, large and small beast herds continued to arrive from the wilderness behind, replenishing the beast army. Therefore, upon arriving outside the Moonwheel Sect's gates, Golden Profound Saint Grandson decisively ordered his demon army to completely surround the sect's gates. However, he knew the Moonwheel Sect possessed the world-destroying Moonwheel as a trump card, so he didn't rush to attack. Just before he was about to begin his assault, news of the Bloodflame Flood Dragon King's fall at Zhou Chun's hands reached him. A single sword aura instantly killed the Bloodflame Flood Dragon King. What kind of divine power is this? Is this something a nascent soul cultivator could possess? Looking at the Flood Dragon King's description of the situation, Golden Profound Saint Grandson's expression changed slightly, his face filled with astonishment and doubt. After a moment of contemplation, he seemed to have made a decision and immediately used a special communication method to contact his ancestor, Golden Horned Dragon Saint. After this exchange, he breathed a sigh of relief and felt at ease. No wonder. It was a sword aura sealed within him by the human race's Taijang Divine Venerable. No wonder it possessed such power. The Bloodflame Flood Dragon King's death at the hands of a human race nascent soul stage expert wasn't unjust. However, the Taijang Divine Venerable's avatar also came here. If it weren't for my ancestor's warning, I would have almost suffered a great loss. Thinking of his ancestor's admonition, Golden Profound Saint Grandson's expression became somewhat uncertain. Although he and the Fire Dragon King and other Demon Kings had initially claimed they didn't believe they could win the war, it was impossible for him to be completely without ambition. In his mind, this was a rare opportunity, perhaps the only one the Dragon Abyss Marsh demon race would have in the next 1,000 or even millennia. He naturally wanted to seize this chance to make a name for himself and reap substantial rewards. While the demon army was currently achieving victories, occupying considerable territory, and killing many human cultivators, the gains were far from commensurate with the scale of the war. Therefore, he found it difficult to accept that the war would end here. However, if he didn't want it to end here, the threat posed by the Taijang Divine Venerable's avatar within the Moonwheel Sect's Mountain Gate, and the world-destroying Moonwheel, were problems he had to confront and resolve. According to the ancestor, if I go all out, I might not lose to the avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable. However, that heaven-reaching spiritual treasure is quite a threat. Someone needs to step forward and withstand its attack, he muttered to himself, lost in thought. At the same time, Venerable Yuan Yang, who was stationed inside the Moonwheel Sect's Mountain Gate, also received a battle report from Zhou Chun. After reading Zhou Chun's message, he raised an eyebrow and said with some surprise, "Oh, fellow Taoist Taijang, you left a sword ore within that junior? It seems you really think highly of this junior." With that, he handed Zhou Chun's message to the avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable. His place was the most tranquil, even those late-stage nascent soul cultivators dared not come here without being summoned. But the avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable was different. Upon arriving in Jing Kingdom, he came directly here to discuss the world situation and the current battlefield conditions. Upon hearing his words and reading Zhou Chun's message, the avatar of Taijang God Venerable shook his head slightly and said, "This boy is still too young. My sword energy was said to be able to endure a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, but in reality, even a typical late-stage nascent soul cultivator or a fifth-order high-grade demon king would find it difficult to withstand the power of this sword if they were not prepared and did not have equivalent means of self-defense. It was originally meant to save his life." Hearing this, Venerable Yuan Yang was also slightly surprised, and then chuckled and said, "Hey, fellow Taoist Taijang, you have been underestimated by that junior. I don't care about that. Anyway, since I have given him such a technique, it is his freedom to use it however he wants," the avatar of Taijang God Venerable said calmly, not taking it to heart. Seeing his reaction, Venerable Yuan Yang naturally wouldn't continue his charade. He skipped the topic and instead said, "That old mudfish, Golden Horn, is clearly powerful, yet he hasn't even shown his face this time, only remotely controlling things from the shadows. He's obviously just going through the motions, and I wonder what he's really up to." Golden Horn Dragon Saint, after advancing to the 6th rank, had fought Venerable Yuan Yang before, and Venerable Yuan Yang knew very well how strong his opponent was. If it really came down to a fight, despite Venerable Yuan Yang's many years of earlier attainment, he might not actually be a match for Golden Horn Dragon Saint. After all, the Dragon God Pearl, a mid-grade heaven-reaching spiritual treasure, was of such a high grade that it greatly boosted Golden Horn Dragon Saint's combat power. Under these circumstances, it was truly strange that his opponent hadn't taken the initiative to show himself and challenged him. Upon hearing his words, the avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable calmly said, "The Golden Horn Dragon Saint knew how to suppress his cultivation back then, and was reluctant to break through to the 6th rank. He was clearly a scheming person. The Dragon Abyss Flood Dragon clan has been passed down from ancient times to the present without any interruption. He must know something, or rather, he took precautions. Does fellow Taoist Taijang mean that he knows we have activated that treasure?" Venerable Yuan Yang's expression hardened, and he exclaimed in a low voice with some doubt. Upon hearing him mention that treasure, the avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable's eyes also showed a hint of solemnity. He then said in a deep voice, "They may not necessarily know, but that treasure was famous in ancient times, causing the deaths of many demon saints of their demon race. Although it disappeared later, it's hard to guarantee that they weren't on guard." "That's true. If it weren't for the alliance of the alien races this time, even you and I wouldn't know that that treasure has been circulating among the human race all this time, kept by special people. It can only be said that the sages of the past were truly painstaking." Venerable Yuan Yang nodded, his tone full of emotion. Although neither of them said what that treasure was, a treasure that could make two nascent soul stage venerables so wary was clearly no ordinary item. and it couldn't possibly be an ordinary heaven-reaching spiritual treasure. From this, it's not hard to see that the human race is far from being at its end. However, these secrets are obviously only known to nascent soul stage venerables like themselves. Others, even late-stage nascent soul cultivators, are completely unaware of them. The reason why so many nascent soul cultivators of the human race are resisting so fiercely is not only because they have deity transformation venerables overseeing the battle, but also because they know that if the human race is truly defeated, even if they manage to survive, they will have no chance to advance further in their cultivation and will become stray dogs hunted by demon kings and alien races. It's better to fight bravely, even if it means sacrificing themselves on the battlefield, to earn a good reputation and secure a substantial compensation for their sects and families. These people, capable of forming their core in nascent soul stages, are not lacking in the courage to fight to the death. Furthermore, after discussing the golden horned dragon saint behind the demon army, Venerable Yuanyang and the avatar of divine Venerable Taijing returned the topic to the demon army outside. But then Venerable Yuanyang slowly spoke, after being refined by the essence blood of his fellow demon saint. That descendant of Jinjiao's magic power and physical strength far surpasses that of an ordinary 5th-tier high-grade dragon. Jinjiao also seems to have bestowed upon him a Flotongshan spiritual treasure for protection. Fellow Taoist Taijin, if you face him, you'd better not be careless. Fellow Taoist Yuanyang, rest assured. Although I didn't bring a Tongshan spiritual treasure, the Taijing Shiangxin sword that I personally refined is no less powerful than some broken Tongshan spiritual treasures. Dealing with that little mudfish is no problem. A glint flashed in the eyes of the Taijing divine venerable avatar, and he immediately patted the long sword hanging at his waist, replying nonchalantly. With fellow Taoist Taijing's words, I am relieved. Venerable Yuanyang nodded slightly, not doubting that he was boasting. After all, he was an avatar of the nascent soul stage venerable. Even if he was limited by his cultivation and could not use nascent soul stage methods, he still had no problem traversing the 5th tier. Leaving aside the thoughts of the commanders of the human and demon races on the main battlefield, after learning about the situation in the Eastern Theater, Zhou Chun, shortly after reporting his victory to Venerable Yuanyang, also encountered a piece of good news. It turned out that the golden-winged tiger had finally digested the benefits it had previously gained and successfully awakened. Unsurprisingly, the awakened golden-winged tiger already possessed the cultivation to trigger the heavenly tribulation. However, a problem arose. With the two races currently at war and the fire dragon king lurking outside, Zhou Chun dared not accompany it to find a place to undergo tribulation, and directly undergoing tribulation in the Azure Lotus Mountains was even more impossible. Even if no demon dared to attack the golden-winged tiger during the tribulation, once it successfully passed, the emperor's dew falling from the sky would surely be intercepted, and the golden-winged tiger might even face an ambush after its tribulation. But if it didn't undergo tribulation now, it would undoubtedly be a waste of combat power. The golden-winged tiger, having passed the heavenly tribulation, would become a 5th-tier demon king, essentially adding a 5th-tier demon king to the Zhou family's forces. Furthermore, given its special attributes, the golden-winged tiger, after surviving the heavenly tribulation, would likely possess immense strength, proving remarkably effective against powerful opponents. Moreover, after successfully transcending its tribulation, the golden-winged tiger could replace Mu Sang or Fen Yuanjin as one of the 4 symbols of the heavenly annihilation, 4 symbols formation. With the integration of special divine abilities, the formation's power would undoubtedly become even more unpredictable. Therefore, after his initial joy, Zhou Chun faced a dilemma. Master, why don't we have Boss Stone send me to a place far from the battlefield, and I'll find a place to transcend the tribulation myself? Just as Zhou Chun was struggling with this, the golden-winged tiger, knowing his predicament, proactively spoke in human language, expressing its own thoughts. Undoubtedly, it wanted to transcend the tribulation as quickly as possible. After all, Zhou Chun's other spirit pets had already become demon kings for some time and had helped him achieve victory and advantage in many important battles. This made it feel like it was gradually becoming a marginal character, much like the thunderworm beast, which had barely shown its face since being subdued by Zhou Chun. This was something he couldn't accept. And now was undoubtedly his best chance to prove himself. Surviving the heavenly tribulation and becoming a 5th-tier demon king would not only fulfill his long-held wish, but also allow him to immediately display his prowess in war, regaining his master's trust and favor, a win-win situation. Therefore, He genuinely didn't want to delay any longer. "You're going out to undergo the tribulation alone?" Zhou Chun was slightly taken aback, then frowned and pondered. It had to be said, this was indeed a possible solution. After pondering for a while, Zhou Chun finally spoke. "All right, you should first refine the magic weapons I've given you. Once you're familiar with them, I'll arrange for someone to accompany you to the rear to undergo your tribulation." Hearing this, the golden-winged tiger was overjoyed and quickly nodded, replying, "Thank you for bestowing these treasures, Master. I will certainly not disappoint you." Immediately, Zhou Chun gave the golden-winged tiger the dragon horn magic weapon he had obtained from the twin-headed black flood dragon, the crescent-shaped blade magic weapon from the silver moon immortal, and the broken flying sword magic weapon he had previously acquired in Heng Kingdom, all of which were then given to him to refine. Furthermore, the silver dragon lord also lent him the heavenly gang thunder-slaying sword for his tribulation. With these magic weapons by his side, unless the golden-winged tiger encountered a terrifying tribulation like the one involving the wood demon and wood mulberry, overcoming the heavenly tribulation should be a sure thing. However, refining the magic weapons wouldn't be something the golden-winged tiger could complete overnight. Meanwhile, the fire dragon king outside, after several days of rest, had temporarily stabilized his injuries and led his demon kings in a new offensive. This time, they were not as ferocious as before, but they seemed determined to attack relentlessly in shifts. For 2 consecutive days, their attacks did not cease. This continuous attrition, seemingly painless, was actually just as worrying. The previous fierce offensive had already caused considerable damage to the foundation and core of the heavenly azure dragon formation. Now, with this continuous attrition attack, even the maintenance of the formation was becoming difficult. If this continued, it would only increase the burden on the formation, eventually leading to its collapse. Alice. In the end, our foundation is still insufficient. On Azure Lotus Peak, Zhou Chun glanced at the 10,000-year-old evergreen tree whose leaves were almost all gone and let out a long sigh. The Zhou family's foundation was indeed somewhat shallow. Even though he had made up for it through various means after successfully forming his nascent soul, it was clearly impossible to make up for the gap of thousands of years in just 100 or 200 years. The heavenly azure dragon formation is a very good formation, but it wasn't set up independently by the Zhou family. And currently there's no formation master present to oversee its repair and maintenance. If a formation master, or even a highly skilled one, were present, they could greatly assist in maintaining the formation. Alternatively, if a second 5th-tier spirit wood could replace the 10,000-year-old evergreen wood to suppress the formation's core, it would alleviate the pressure on the formation. Unfortunately, the Zhou family currently lacks both of these. Zhou Chun had considered inviting True Person Thousandwood, who originally set up the formation, to come and oversee it, but as a formation master, he wouldn't be on the front lines at this time. Now, Zhou Chun could only send a message to Venerable Yuan Yang explaining the difficulties and hoping for 1 or 2 more nascent soul cultivators to provide support. With just 1 or 2 more nascent soul cultivators, Zhou Chun's side would dare to go out and fight the Fire Flood Dragon King, instead of having to defend the formation to the death as they are now. However, Venerable Yuan Yang had no time to attend to Zhou Chun's request, as the war at the Moonwheel Sect's Mountain Gate had also broken out. Golden Profound Saint Grandson was unwilling to prolong the conflict and quickly ordered his army to launch an offensive. The Moonwheel Sect's Mountain Gate formation was too powerful, the Demon Beast army alone couldn't break it. But with the addition of dozens of 5th-tier Demon Kings, things were different. Yes, dozens of 5th-tier Demon Kings. To achieve victory in one fell swoop, Golden Profound Saint Grandson not only gathered all the Demon Kings from the Western Army and most of the Demon Kings from the Fen Kingdom's detachment, but also transferred 7 or 8 more Demon Kings from the rear. This resulted in a total of 33 5th-tier Demon Kings outside the Moonwheel Sect's Mountain Gate. Among them, there were as many as 4 high-grade 5th-tier Demon Kings. Leaving aside the ordinary Demon Kings, among the 4 high-grade 5th-tier Demon Kings, besides Golden Profound Saint Grandson and the Black Dragon Girl, there was also a Mo Yuan Giant Python and an Ice-Fire Demon Ape. The Ink Abyss Python possesses the legendary Heaven-Devouring Python bloodline, stretching 1,000 feet in length. Its mouth can swallow mountains and rivers, and its body forms a self-contained domain. Even nascent soul stage cultivators swallowed within it rarely escape. The Ice-Fire Demon Ape is also a naturally occurring anomaly, simultaneously wielding the extreme opposites of ice and fire. Even dragons of the same rank dare not easily provoke it. These two fifth-tier superior demon kings only accompanied Golden Profound Saint Grandson to the battle out of respect for the Golden Horned Dragon Saint, otherwise, they wouldn't have bothered leaving their lair. After all, they are naturally anomalies, without even their own clan, so even if the dragon clan is strong, it has no power over them. Facing these four powerful fifth-tier superior demon kings, the human race's late-stage nascent soul-stage cultivators dared not be negligent. The Taijang Divine Venerables Avidar undoubtedly face off against Golden Profound Saint Grandson, the two rising tacitly into the heavens to avoid the aftershocks of their battle harming their own people. Subsequently, the other three fifth-tier high-grade demon kings and three late-stage nascent soul cultivators also chose their opponents and engaged in fierce battles in the azure heaven. At their level, it was difficult for others to interfere, and a coordinated attack would be pointless. Apart from these four humans and four demons, the remaining human nascent soul cultivators, outnumbered, did not leave the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate, but instead used the protective array to block the attacks of the demon kings outside. Above the azure heaven, the Taijang Divine Venerables Avidar flashed a sword light from his sleeve, and a white gold flying sword shot out, swimming around him like a nimble fish, displaying extraordinary spirituality. Seeing this, the Golden Profound Saint Grandson opposite him also had a solemn look in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Taijang Divine Venerable, today I will let this king see whether your reputation as a nascent soul cultivator of the human race is just empty talk." Hearing this, the Avidar of Taijang Divine Venerable not only snorted coldly, but also said, "HMPH, little mudfish, your skills are mediocre, but your tone is quite arrogant." Then, his eyes flashed with cold light as he looked at the 100-Zang Golden Dragon and said, "If your ancestor had said this, I would have some respect for him, but you are far from qualified." Before he finished speaking, the white gold flying sword that had been swimming beside him suddenly appeared in his hand, and he swung the flying sword at the golden dragon, unleashing a white gold sword ore that tore through the sky. The sword ore cut through the air, leaving a line-shaped white streak in the azure sky, as if space itself had been torn apart. The extremely fast sword ore gave the golden dragon no chance to dodge, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of him. He seemed to have no intention of dodging, his entire body's dragon scales taut, radiating a rich, thick golden spiritual light. The sword energy struck that golden light like a knife slicing through wood. Though there was considerable resistance, it couldn't withstand the blade's sharpness. Finally, with a low roar, several dragon scales on the golden dragon's body burst open, and golden dragon blood spurted out, instantly creating a not so wide but remarkably conspicuous wound. Seeing this, the Avidar of the Taijang God Venerable smiled indifferently at the golden dragon, saying, "How is it? Is my sword sharp? A mere minor injury, nothing to boast about." The golden dragon gritted its teeth and replied, then opened its mouth and spat out a golden stream of light that shot towards the Avidar of the Taijang God Venerable. "You too, take this one." Before its roar had even finished, the golden stream of light was already in front of the Avidar of the Taijang God Venerable. But the flying sword in the Avidar of the Taijang God Venerable's hand spontaneously flew out, transforming into a sword rainbow to meet the golden stream of light. Immediately, the white gold sword light and the golden spiritual light clashed, with the sword light ultimately defeating the golden stream of light with an absolute advantage. The Avidar of the Taijang Divine Lord did not press his advantage, but merely looked at the golden dragon with a mocking expression, saying, "Little mudfish, is this all you've got? If so, I might have to behead you and have Golden Horn come and collect your corpse." This dismissive attitude, coupled with the pain from his wounds, finally enraged Golden Profound Saint Grandson, who immediately roared, "Roar! I'll show you the price of underestimating me." With a roar, a golden dragon-headed spear was unleashed, transforming into golden dragon shadow that pounced towards the Avidar of the Taijang Divine Lord. "Oh, a damaged heaven-reaching spiritual treasure that's been repaired? I wonder how much of its full power it can still unleash." The Avidar of the Taijang Divine Lord's eyes flickered, instantly recognizing the origin of the golden dragon-headed spear. At the same time, he activated his sword technique, and his platinum gold flying sword shone brightly, like a platinum gold star, heading towards the golden dragon shadow. "It's a little late today, but I still finished 8,000 words. Day 2 of my challenge. Chapter 754 Self-Improvement. Has it finally begun?" On Azure Lotus Peak, Zhou Chun's expression turned complicated as he looked at the message from his intelligence personnel. The lack of response to their plea for help was disappointing, but the fact that the war had broken out at the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate wasn't entirely a bad thing for them. Regardless of the outcome, at least the main force of the demon race wouldn't send reinforcements. This meant they wouldn't have to worry about their formation being broken for the time being. However, without reinforcements, their current predicament remained unresolved. Without external assistance, they, the people trapped in this predicament, had to find a way out themselves. Zhou Chun had exhausted all his options. Besides the golden-winged tiger's tribulation, he had no other trump cards left. Therefore, his hopes were either that the golden-winged tiger could successfully complete its tribulation before the formation broke and awaken a trump card sufficient to break the deadlock, or that one of the nascent soul cultivators might be able to pull out a trump card sufficient to break the deadlock. Leaving the former aside for now, Zhou Chun felt he might need to do some persuasion regarding the latter. As the saying goes, cultivators who have reached the nascent soul stage and remained at that level for hundreds or even thousands of years will inevitably possess a few trump cards. While most of the nascent soul cultivators in the Azure Lotus Mountains are at the early nascent soul stage, many are patriarchs of their own sects, and may possess some trump cards left behind by their sect's founders. However, they are unwilling to reveal these trump cards unless facing a life or death situation. If they could be persuaded to voluntarily reveal their trump cards to help break the deadlock, it would undoubtedly solve this immediate crisis. Thinking of this, Zhou Chun immediately began to examine his various treasures, considering which ones he could use to compensate those willing to voluntarily reveal their trump cards. There is no gain without sacrifice, it's a simple principle. If he wanted others to voluntarily reveal their life-saving trump cards to help his Zhou family guard their mountain gate, he would definitely have to offer sufficiently enticing benefits. Without any benefit, they wouldn't care about the consequences of King Lian Peak's fall. They might even be hoping for a quick end to the siege so they could retreat to the much stronger Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate. Undoubtedly, Zhou Chun's personal collection was far richer than that of some late-stage nascent soul cultivators, perhaps even surpassing them. Whether it was a spiritual pill like the nascent soul pill, materials like 5th-tier dragon demon cores and horns, spirit pearls from the 5th-tier Earth Spirit clan, or readily available top-grade magic treasures, he had them all readily available. However, he would only offer his most precious treasures as compensation as a last resort, unless someone could guarantee to kill a mid-tier 5th-tier demon king for him. Therefore, after eliminating the most valuable treasures, Zhou Chun made a list of the remaining items he could exchange and then privately communicated with each of the nascent soul cultivators via telepathy. This one-on-one private communication, while time-consuming and laborious, was undoubtedly beneficial to both sides. After a long day of one-on-one communication, Zhou Chun hadn't come away empty-handed. He had successfully persuaded two early-stage nascent soul cultivators. One possessed a gourd-shaped treasure containing a stream of malevolent energy he had spent hundreds of years gathering and refining from the poisonous energy of the Earth's lungs. This energy was particularly adept at tainting and destroying the physical body. Even a 5th-tier demon king would suffer severe damage and essentially lose its fighting ability if it came into contact with it. The other possessed a fire talisman passed down from his ancestor, sealing within it a Qianyang true fire that his ancestor had mastered. This fire also possessed the power to threaten the life of a low-grade 5th-tier demon king. Zhou Chun used the dragon horn left behind by the two-headed black dragon and 30 drops of Phoenix Yuanjin's life essence blood to persuade these two to use their trump cards. However, this was merely an offer. The two couldn't guarantee that they would be able to kill or even severely injure a 5th-tier demon king. After all, they didn't know if the demon king they had chosen also possessed some powerful trump card. In fact, they were certainly not the only ones with such powerful trump cards. However, the others either had grand ambitions and were dissatisfied with what Zhou Chun had offered, or they were completely unmoved by external things, only wanting to keep their trump cards to save their lives. Zhou Chun couldn't force them to comply. Just then, news arrived from the Moonwheel Sect's first clash. The avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable continued to display his might, maintaining a clear advantage in the battle against Golden Profound Saint Grandson, finally curbing the opponent's arrogance. However, the performance of the three late-stage nascent soul cultivators, including Zhuanzhen's Henren, was less than optimistic. Apart from Zhuanzhen's Henren maintaining a stalemate against the incubus giant python, the black dragon girl and the ice fire demon ape both gained the upper hand. The cultivator fighting the ice-fire demon ape was even injured. After this fierce battle, both sides' 5th-tier high-level experts returned to recover and rest, but the offensive and defensive battle showed no signs of abating, continuing unabated. Considering the powerful defensive capabilities of the Moonwheel Sect's Mountain Gate formation, if either side couldn't achieve a breakthrough victory in top-tier combat power, this offensive and defensive battle would likely continue for a long time. I didn't expect that Senior Taijang Divine Venerable would also send an Avatar to assist in the battle. This should be a good thing for me. Zhou Chun's face showed a slight joy after reading the battle report. Although it seemed to be just his preconceived notion, Venerable Yuan Yang's attitude towards him was indeed not very good. Logically speaking, given his outstanding achievements under Taijang Divine Venerable, he should have received more attention and care, even if it was just to set an example for other nascent soul cultivators. But he clearly hadn't enjoyed that. So the arrival of Taijang Divine Venerable's avatar was undoubtedly a source of great joy for him. This way, if something really happened, he could still seek help from Taijang Divine Venerable's avatar. Of course, it's better to rely on oneself than others. And seeking help with impressive achievements is obviously more convincing than seeking help with nothing. Therefore, after his initial joy, Zhou Chun quickly began to plan a counterattack. He wanted to launch another attack, striving to kill another Demon King, or severely injure one or two Demon Kings, temporarily rendering them unable to fight. No one objected to his plan. The situation was clear, relying on the mountain protecting formation to drag things out was impossible. Currently, the gap in high-level strength between the two sides wasn't particularly significant. With Nangguang Wuking and Zhou Chun willing to restrain the strongest Fire Flood Dragon King and the mid-grade 5th-tier Demon King, their refusal to fight lacked a convincing reason. Therefore, Zhou Chun easily persuaded them all to launch another counterattack. This time, without the Bloodflame Flood Dragon King, Zhou Chun faced another mid-grade 5th-tier Black Flood Dragon King, while Fu Shenjun faced the remaining mid-grade 5th-tier Demon King, whose true form was a giant crocodile, hundreds of feet long. Perhaps still haunted by Zhou Chun's previous slaying of the Bloodflame Flood Dragon King, the mid-grade 5th-tier Black Flood Dragon King seemed somewhat hesitant in its attack, focusing more on self-defense. This discovery stirred Zhou Chun's heart, and he became even bolder and more unrestrained in his offensive, seemingly truly fearless. As a result, the Black Flood Dragon King on the opposite side became noticeably more nervous. Zhou Chun could even sense that the Demon Kings in the nearby battlefields were intentionally keeping their distance from him, seemingly afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Unfortunately, this was just a show. In his current state, it was impossible for him to defeat the Black Flood Dragon King in a one-on-one fight. The real killing move was still the two early-stage nascent soul cultivators who had promised him. In order to ensure a fatal blow, the two had chosen Demon Kings whose opponents were suitable for their trump cards. And because they were outnumbered, Silver Dragon Lord and Mu Sang even managed to hold off two Demon Kings each. Yes, Mu Sang also held off two Demon Kings. His direct combat strength was indeed somewhat lacking, but his methods were not weak. The myriad manifestations of the forest, divine power he had awakened after advancing to the 5th-tier Demon King could even trap human nascent soul cultivators for a while, making it even more difficult for those Demon Kings with weaker spiritual cultivation to break free of the illusion. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun's second nascent soul avatar was also providing support from afar, helping to restrain the opponents. There was still one 5th-tier Demon King left without an opponent, but the other cultivators were wary of his attacks, so he couldn't do much in the short term, at most just causing trouble. After taking a moment to observe the various battlefields, Zhou Chun breathed a slight sigh of relief. Despite the urgency, he didn't urge the two nascent soul cultivators who had agreed to his request, but instead completely trusted them, letting them find their own opportunities. Time slowly passed, and soon 2/4 of an hour had gone by. Although this period seemed short, compared to the nascent soul cultivators who clashed frequently, it was enough time for dozens of exchanges. Due to their numerical disadvantage, several battlefields on the human side were clearly starting to become dangerous, and Mu Sang could no longer hold off the two opponents. Under these circumstances, Zhou Chun received urging from several nascent soul cultivators to use their moves quickly. Although he readily agreed, out of trust, he still didn't urge the two, instead having his second nascent soul avatar take a moment to harass their opponents, creating opportunities for them. This unwavering trust finally paid off half an hour later. The cultivator possessing the secret guard made the first move, suddenly shaking it and unleashing a torrent of dark brown, earth-poisonous energy that transformed into an earth-poisonous serpent that coiled around the Demon King's true form. This Demon King's true form was a water attribute sword dragonfish, whose physical body was actually quite strong. However, once entangled by the earth-poisonous serpent, the energy immediately corroded its scales and entered its body through its mouth and nose, causing it to scream in agony as it plummeted towards a river. But earth-poisonous energy was not so easily washed away. The river, barely 100 feet wide, became murky and black after he fell in, poisoning all the fish and shrimp within. The nascent soul cultivator who released this energy, of course, wouldn't miss such a golden opportunity. Immediately, he unleashed another top-grade magic weapon, a giant ruler, at the demon. Because it had to resist the corrosive energy of the earth's lungs, the sword dragonfish was powerless to dodge the ruler and its head was instantly split into several pieces, nearly killing it. A low-grade 5th-tier crimson fire dragon nearby, seeing this, roared and spat out a fiery red beam of light towards the nascent soul cultivator, attempting to save the sword dragonfish. However, the nascent soul cultivator desired the sword dragonfish's demon core even more. He immediately activated his earth-yellow protective cauldron magic weapon to meet the fiery red beam of light, while simultaneously unleashing the giant ruler magic weapon again to strike the sword dragonfish demon king. In this life-or-death moment, the sword dragonfish demon king seemed to understand that it had to make a choice. Its demon soul and primordial spirit merged into its demon core, spitting out its own demon core to meet the giant ruler magic weapon. With a deafening roar, the giant ruler magic weapon ultimately could not withstand the power of a 5th-tier demon core and was blasted away head-on. However, the 5th-tier demon core instantly developed numerous cracks in this head-on collision, then immediately sank into the already polluted river water and disappeared without a trace. What a pity! Seeing this scene, not only was the nascent soul cultivator who had failed at the last moment extremely unwilling and heartbroken, but Zhou Chun and the other nascent soul cultivators also secretly sighed with regret. In the current battlefield environment, the nascent soul cultivator obviously had no time or opportunity to pursue the escaped demon core. Indeed, a 5th-tier demon king who had previously been unchallenged quickly stepped forward and blocked the nascent soul cultivator. But while the attention of the demon kings was focused on this, another nascent soul cultivator who possessed the Qianyang true fire talisman immediately summoned this fire talisman left by their sect's founder. A ball of golden flame rose in the sky, radiating boundless light and heat like a golden sun. Then, with a cry, the golden flames transformed into a 3-legged fire crow, carrying a torrent of heat as it lunged at the azure giant catfish demon king. Facing the overwhelming force of the 3-legged fire crow, the giant catfish demon king hastily spat out a jet of deep blue water to meet it. However, he clearly underestimated the power of this Qianyang true fire, cultivated from a mid-nascent soul cultivator to its peak. The seemingly inexhaustible jet of deep blue water was vaporized and shattered by the intense heat emanating from the 3-legged fire crow before it even touched its body. By the time the giant catfish demon king realized the danger, it was too late to create distance and dodge. Fortunately, he was decisive. Realizing he couldn't avoid the attack, he immediately spat out his demon core. Compared to clashing with the physical forms of magical artifacts like flying swords, demon cores were actually more advantageous against such supernatural attacks, as they were less likely to shatter. But this seemed to be a trap. Rumble. A deafening explosion erupted from the sky, engulfing the surrounding area in a blazing inferno that reached temperatures far exceeding those of the underground magma sea. Before the flames had even subsided, the battered catfish demon king emerged from the blast, fleeing without looking back towards a nearby battlefield. A streak of fire shot from behind him, striking his back and igniting a large patch of crimson flames. This dignified 5th-tier demon king seemed to lack even the strength to extinguish the flames on his back, screaming in agony as he continued his escape to another demon king nearby, pleading for help. That demon king, of course, wouldn't stand idly by and immediately protected him as he retreated. Then, another demon king, engaged in battle with the Silver Dragon Lord, quickly arrived to his aid, ultimately managing to rescue the catfish demon with a narrow escape. However, after severely injuring 2 5th-tier demon kings in succession, the demon race's numerical advantage almost vanished. Zhou Chun's second nascent soul Avidar led Wu Yazhu and other golden core cultivators in a charge, attempting to recreate the previous scene of annihilating the demon race. Unexpectedly, Just after Wu Yazhu emerged, a brightly colored fourth-tier dragon suddenly rushed out from behind the demon army, directly targeting and attacking Wu Yazhu. This was an extremely rare venomous dragon. Moreover, it was a venomous dragon with a cultivation of a fourth-tier high-grade cultivator. Clearly, after suffering heavy losses previously, the Fire Dragon King had learned its lesson and deliberately sought out a fourth-tier venomous dragon from the dragon clan in the rear, specifically to restrain or even hunt down Wu Yazhu. Venomous dragons are born with a fondness for various poisonous creatures and are naturally immune to various toxins. Very few poisons can harm them. Although Wu Yazhu's poison was potent, it certainly couldn't harm a venomous dragon whose cultivation was 2 minor realms higher than hers. On the contrary, she herself was a great tonic in the venomous dragon's eyes. Therefore, upon seeing the poisonous dragon appear, the golden core cultivator protecting her immediately ordered her to retreat back into the great formation to avoid being harmed by the dragon. Zhou Chun's second nascent soul avatar, seeing this, immediately turned to kill the poisonous dragon. However, a fifth-tier demon king attacked him, preventing him from disengaging and forcing him to order the golden core cultivators to temporarily retreat back into the great formation. The poisonous dragon and some fourth-tier demon beasts, however, were unwilling to give up easily and pursue them relentlessly. Fortunately, Luo King Ni was still stationed at the mountain gate and intervened in time, killing 2 overzealous fourth-tier high-grade demon beasts, covering everyone's successful retreat back into the great formation. With the golden core cultivator's attack failing, only the fifth-tier beings in the sky above continued their fierce battle. Having been severely injured by 2 fifth-tier demon kings, the demon race was clearly no longer able to gain a significant advantage against the humans, and the direct confrontation was a stalemate. After a fierce battle lasting over an hour, Nanguang Wuking's forces were finally unable to withstand the Fire Dragon King's onslaught, and Zhou Chun and the others retreated back into the great formation. This result, however, did not dampen the spirits of them or any of the cultivators within the Zhou family's mountain gate. They were as happy as if they had won a major victory. In fact, they had indeed won a brilliant victory. And without a doubt, after this battle, as long as no new reinforcements from the demon race arrived, there was no longer any danger of the Kinglian mountain ranges formation collapsing and lives being lost. With their high-level forces unable to completely suppress the human side, and the demon army suffering heavy casualties, the demon army outside had no chance of breaking through the mountain's protective formation. Zhou Chun's self-rescue plan had been a perfect success. Despite his joy, the ever-cautious Zhou Chun, after the initial celebration, immediately sent a telepathic message to the nascent soul cultivator who had injured the catfish demon king, asking, "Fellow Taoisting, in your opinion, can the catfish demon king recover its fighting strength in the short term?" Hearing this, the nascent soul cultivator surnamed Ding immediately replied confidently, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you can rest assured. Not only is that beast's demon core severely damaged, but its physical body has also been severely burned and damaged by true fire. Even if a powerful expert helps him remove and purify the fire poison within its body, and even if there are any miraculous elixirs to restore its injuries, it certainly won't be able to recover its physical injuries in less than a year or two." Good. With fellow Taoisting's words, "I am relieved," Zhou Chun nodded in satisfaction, finally completely at ease. Without hesitation, he immediately presented the 2-headed black dragon's horns to the nascent soul cultivator who had severely injured the sword dragonfish demon king. As for the promise of Fen Yuanjin's life essence blood to the nascent soul cultivator surnamed Ding, it would only be fulfilled after the war ended and it was confirmed that there was no danger. Fortunately, the other party understood his difficulties and had no objections. Naturally, the results of the battle at the Azure Lotus Mountains quickly reached the hands of the 2 commanders on the Moon Wheel Sect's side. Incompetent. Useless. Upon receiving the latest battle report, Golden Profound Saint Grandson erupted in fury, his target clearly obvious. Faced with their enraged commander, the other demon kings on either side remained silent, either pretending not to hear or too afraid to utter a sound. Only the black dragon girl attempted to speak, saying, "Saint Grandson, how about I go help the fire dragon? We can take the Azure Lotus Mountains first, then we can attack the Moon Wheel Sect." Unexpectedly, this statement triggered a barrage of questions from Golden Profound Saint Grandson, as if he had found a scapegoat. "Do you think humans are fools? Do you think they'll let you go help? Or do you think you're so capable that you can deceive the eyes and ears of human nascent soul stage cultivators? This barrage of questions left the Black Dragon girl stunned, and she fell silent. It was obvious that the Golden Profound Saint grandson had been polite to these 5th-tier high-level experts before because he still had many things to rely on. But now that both armies were facing setbacks, and it seemed that the northern expedition was about to end, the Golden Profound Saint grandson could no longer restrain his nature. After questioning and dismissing the Black Dragon girl, he quickly turned his fierce gaze to the Demon King in charge of communication and shouted, "Send the order to Fire Dragon. I don't expect him to achieve any more results, but he must keep an eye on the human cultivators on the Azure Lotus mountain range. He must not allow those human cultivators to have the opportunity to come here to provide support, or I will hold him accountable. Yes, your subordinate will convey the Saint Grandson's order to Fire Dragon as quickly as possible." The Demon King in charge of communication immediately snapped to attention, hurriedly responded loudly, and retreated. Meanwhile, Golden Profound Saint Grandson continued to gaze at the other Demon Kings and said in a deep voice, "We will continue the battle tomorrow. I do not believe that the Moon Wheel Sect's protective array can continue to operate at such a high intensity indefinitely. Even if it exhausts the spiritual energy of its spiritual veins, we will break it." The other Demon Kings naturally dared not object to his decision. Looking back at the Moon Wheel Sect's mountain gate, just a short distance away, Venerable Yuan Yang and the Avatar of Divine Venerable Tai Zheng were slightly surprised after receiving the battle report from Zhou Chun. This Zhou Chun does have some skill, he always manages to come up with something new. The Avatar of Divine Venerable Tai Zheng, after a slight surprise, smiled and spoke first. Upon hearing this, Venerable Yuan Yang could only nod slightly and say, "This junior does indeed possess some skill and intelligence. No wonder fellow Taoist Taizheng thinks so highly of him." Upon hearing this, the Avatar of Venerable Taizheng seemed to have a feeling and couldn't help but chime in. "Speaking of which, the outbreak of wars in various regions has indeed tested our human race's younger generation. While many of them are merely empty names with high cultivation levels, some have shown extraordinary potential and strength. Perhaps one of them will one day join our ranks." Hearing this, Venerable Yuan Yang, he nodded and said, "That's not surprising. In the past, there were rules set by our ancestors that bound us. After reaching the nascent soul stage, those younger generations rarely engaged in life or death battles anymore, and they dared not provoke other races in their territories. Naturally, there was a mixed bag of people, and it was difficult to see the true dragon." He then shook his head slightly and said, "However, becoming one of us is easier said than done. I'm afraid that no one may succeed within 1,000 years. It's hard to say within 1,000 years, but after 1,000 years, when the turbid evil energy dissipates, our human race will definitely have a new nascent soul cultivator." When the Avatar of the Tai Zheng Venerable said this, his tone was extremely confident. Venerable Yuan Yang seemed to have no doubt about this, but he said with some emotion, "Yes, the dissipation of the turbid evil energy is indeed a great opportunity. These younger generations are born in a good era and have just caught this opportunity." After saying that, he sighed with a desolate tone, "It's a pity that I'm too old and I'm afraid I won't live to see this best era come." Upon hearing this, the Avatar of Venerable Taizheng looked at him with slight surprise and said, "Didn't fellow Taoist Yuan Yang learn his longevity secret from fellow Taoist Zhou Chun? With your alchemy skills and the help of the longevity secret, you should be able to survive 1,000 years, right? How could fellow Taoist Zhou Chun's longevity secret be so easy to learn? I am not like him, possessing a special spiritual body, having been fortunate enough to consume immortal spiritual objects, and having acquired spiritual roots to assist me." Venerable Yuan Yang sighed slightly with a bitter expression, his tone full of helplessness. Then, with a hint of envy, he sighed, "If we're talking about who truly has a chance to ascend after the turbid evil energy dissipates, besides that reclusive senior in slumber, fellow Taoist Zhou Chun should be the most promising." As he spoke, he cast an envious glance at the Avatar of the Tai Zheng Divine Venerable, saying, "Of course, fellow Taoist Tai Zheng, you all still have a chance. If the turbid evil energy dissipates and the tide of spiritual energy in this world truly descends, there will be 1,000 years of good times. If you seize the opportunity to cultivate to the late stage of the nascent soul realm during that period, ascending to the upper realm won't be a pipe dream. The tide of spiritual energy is, after all, just an ancient legend. We shouldn't have too high expectations. Just treat it with a calm mind." The Avatar of the Tai Zheng Divine Venerable seemed unconcerned, his tone quite indifferent. This made Venerable Yuan Yang even more envious. Because he knew very well that the Taizheng Divine Venerable wasn't indifferent, but rather that his lifespan still had at least 1 or 2,000 years left, which he could easily afford to wait. The lifespan of a nascent soul cultivator in the human race is not as fixed as before the nascent soul stage. The range of fluctuation is quite vast. Under normal circumstances, lifespan might only be 5 or 6,000 years, and some might even exceed 8,000 years. This is because at this level, there are countless ways to extend lifespan and slow its decline, and the very path one walks can influence it. For example, Venerable Yuan Yang himself has already lived for over 6,000 years, while Venerable Zhou Chun is said to have lived for over 8,000. Venerable Taizheng's lifespan is still several hundred years short of 5,000, so he can certainly sit back and relax. Next, Venerable Yuan Yang seemed to lose interest in conversation. After consulting with Venerable Taizheng's avatar, he only sent a message of commendation to Zhou Chun, and that was it. Meanwhile, the Fire Dragon King, having received the order from Golden Profound Saint Grandson, knew that his performance had thoroughly disappointed his commander-in-chief, and there would be no more reinforcements. He became somewhat resigned. Although he would still lead other demon kings to attack the Zhou family's protective formation, his fighting spirit was gone, and he was merely going through the motions. Over time, a certain tacit understanding even formed. The two sides clashed every 3 days, but there was no longer a fight to the death. It was just a war of attrition before the human side retreated to rest and recover. Zhou Chun was naturally very satisfied with this outcome. His goal was simply to defend the Zhou family's mountain gate, and achieving that goal was enough. As for defeating the demon army outside and supporting the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate, even if he could do it, he might not be willing to. In contrast to the calm on the eastern battlefield, the main battlefield where the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate was located was fierce every day. Golden Profound Saint Grandson was not one to give up easily, and had not fully accepted the outcome of stopping here. Therefore, he not only frequently led his team to fight against powerful figures such as the incarnation of Taizheng God Venerable, but also kept his demon army under his command in a high-pressure attack frequency. Although he was no match for the incarnation of Taizheng God Venerable, he relied on his thick skin and strong recovery ability, as well as abundant healing spiritual items and a personal healer, and was not afraid of frequently clashing with the incarnation of Taizheng God Venerable. Although he couldn't defeat Taizheng Divine Venerable, the Ice-Fire Demon Ape always managed to gain a slight advantage against any late-stage nascent soul cultivator. After each exchange, it would leave its opponent with some injuries, preventing them from getting proper rest. Meanwhile, the intense attacks from other demon kings and the demon beast army were continuously wearing down the Moonwheel Sect's protective mountain formation, seemingly determined to break it. This little mudskipper is quite persistent. Despite being tormented by my sword energy to the point of howling like a ghost, it still dares to keep coming to challenge me. Perhaps I can take this little mudskipper as my mount when the turbid evil energy dissipates and we sweep away the dragon abyss. One day, after Taizheng Divine Venerable returned from defeating Golden Profound Saint Grandson once again, he spoke of his thoughts with great interest. But Venerable Yuan Yang looked at him with a serious expression and said, "The situation has changed unexpectedly. Fellow Taoist Xianai is injured, and the old monster of the multi-winged clan is acting strangely." 8,000 words completed, third day of check-in. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 755 Flying Tiger's Tribulation. Situation suddenly changes. The Heavenly One Divine Venerable was actually injured. This outcome was truly unexpected by Venerable Yuan Yang and Divine Venerable Taizheng. After all, they were well aware of the strength of those sixth-tier beings from the alien races. Just as Venerable Yuan Yang had gone to test the Golden Horned Dragon Saint shortly after his advancement to the sixth tier, those sixth-tier beings from the alien races had inevitably been tested multiple times by the human race's nascent soul venerables. Therefore, since they had arranged for the Heavenly One Divine Venerable to be stationed in the Great Zhou Kingdom to face the attacks of the winged race, it meant that they believed the Heavenly One Divine Venerable could easily defeat that sixth-tier expert from the winged race. Just like how the main body of Divine Venerable Taizheng had previously defeated a barbarian saint of the Earth barbarian race. But now, The Heavenly One Divine Venerable was injured in battle against the 6th tier expert from the winged race, and it didn't seem to be a trivial injury, which was shocking. After hearing Venerable Yuan Yang's words, the avatar of Divine Venerable Taijang quickly contacted the main body. After a moment, he took a deep breath and said, "So that's how it is. It wasn't that fellow Taoist Xian'ai was careless, but that old monster from the multi-winged clan actually mastered their clan's divine power of unifying all laws. Yes, I don't know how that old monster did it. It seems that even in their ancient times, very few people could master this divine power of unifying all laws." Venerable Yuan Yang nodded slightly and sighed with some emotion. At this point, it's pointless to investigate how he mastered this divine power. The most urgent task is to stop him, the avatar of Taijang God Venerable said in a heavy tone. Fellow Taoist Xian'ai can hold him off for now, but if we don't come up with a solution soon, he definitely won't be able to stop him. Upon hearing this, Venerable Yuan Yang sighed deeply, but the problem is that fellow Taoist Xian'ai is skilled in defense and recovery. Even he couldn't withstand the onslaught of the myriad laws returned to one divine power. It will be even more difficult for you and me to resist. Only Xuanwu might be worth a try. However, Xuanwu is currently guarding the far west and can't leave. He has never liked leaving that region, so he might not be willing to replace fellow Taoist Xian'ai. Hearing this, the avatar of Taijang God Venerable frowned deeply. After a moment, Fang Jianqi slowly said, "Why don't I give it a try? I have the Heavenly Crystal Spirit Slaying Sword in hand, so I might be able to try breaking through our laws with one sword." Fellow Taoist Taijang, I naturally have no doubt about your strength, but that old monster of the multi-winged clan is inherently versatile in his supernatural abilities, and the inherited sacred artifact in his hand somewhat restrains your supernatural abilities. If you go, I'm afraid you won't gain any advantage. If you get injured, it will be even more troublesome. Venerable Yuan Yang shook his head as he spoke, clearly not optimistic about the outcome of Venerable Taijang's actions. Even the avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable knew that the main body wasn't entirely confident. When Venerable Yuan Yang spoke up, he didn't insist further and immediately said, "Then let fellow Taoist Ling Feng emerge from seclusion. He is, after all, one of the nascent soul cultivators of our human race. He should do his part for us at this time." Venerable Yuan Yang shook his head again, equally disapproving of the suggestion. "Fellow Taoist Taijang, you know Ling Feng's temperament. He became a Taoist the latest, and because of that incident, he had a falling out with us. Now, with the opportunity of 1,000 years from now, he'll probably be eager to remain in seclusion for 1,000 years. Unless absolutely necessary, he definitely won't be willing to act." This made Taijang Divine Venerable's avatar uncomfortable, and he immediately looked at him and asked, "Then what should we do? We can't persuade Ling Feng, and Guanghan's lifespan is limited, so he has already frozen himself. Do you want fellow Taoist Zhou Chun to come out of the mountain now? I'm afraid it's not the right time yet." Faced with his blunt words, Venerable Yuan Yang frowned, and then slowly replied, "Fellow Taoist Zhou Chun's main body probably can't be persuaded, but his avatar also has the strength of a 6th-order cultivator. If we can persuade him to send out that avatar to help fellow Taoist Xian'ai, then, with everyone working together, we can definitely suppress that old monster from the multi-winged clan." Upon hearing this reply, the avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable couldn't help but give him a deep look and said, "Then fellow Taoist Yuan Yang, go and explain this matter to fellow Taoist Chang Chun. I was able to achieve Dao back then thanks to fellow Taoist Chang Chun's help. I would rather go in my true form to replace fellow Taoist Yanya than trouble fellow Taoist Chang Chun. If fellow Taoist Taijang is willing to think this way, then of course I have no objection." Venerable Yuan Yang replied indifferently, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with the statement of the avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable. Because of this matter, the two parted somewhat unhappily and quickly went their separate ways. Naturally, these exchanges between the highest levels would not be known to the cultivators below, and even the news of the injury to the Dianya Divine Venerable would not be spread at all. The war situation on the Jing Kingdom side was not affected by the changes on other battlefields and remained in a stalemate. Ultimately, it seemed that Venerable Zhou Chun lent out a powerful, heaven-reaching spiritual treasure, allowing Venerable Xian'ai to barely maintain an undefeated position against the 6th-tier expert of the multi-winged clan, thus resolving the crisis. Time passed slowly, and soon another 6 months had gone by. During this long period, the eastern battlefield remained relatively calm, with a battle every 3 days, without fail. After dozens of battles, both sides had thoroughly understood each other's methods, and each battle became a matter of mutual exhaustion of magical energy, ending with the human side retreating back to their formation. In contrast, the situation on the main battlefield of the Moonwheel Sect was much more intense. The siege of the Moonwheel Sect for over 6 months had begun to strain their protective formation, and the arrival of 5 fifth-tier demon kings and over 200,000 demon beasts from the rear added immense pressure. Fortunately, the human side also dispatched 4 nascent soul stage cultivators from various regions to provide support, preventing the gap in the number of high-level combatants from widening further. However, another problem is that the 3 late-stage nascent soul cultivators have been injured in turn, making them increasingly weak in battle, and it's hard to say how long they can hold out. Meanwhile, Golden Profound Saint Grandson has received support from his ancestor, possessing a spiritual treasure shield forged from his ancestor's dragon scales. Facing the avatar of Taijang Divine Venerable, he is even more composed than before. Under these circumstances, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the human race will be the first to falter. But now, the other battlefields have entered their most intense phase, and Jing Kingdom is finding it difficult to obtain further reinforcements. Therefore, even Venerable Yuan Yang has lost his initial composure, repeatedly instructing Zhuangzhen Zhenren and others on how to find the weaknesses of those 5th-tier high-grade demon kings, even bestowing pills to help them heal, and even beginning to consider a backup plan. At the same time, after more than half a year of preparation, the Golden Winged Tiger has finally completed the refinement of the magic treasures given to him by Zhou Chun. Seeing this, Zhou Chun earnestly instructed him before his departure, "I'll have Zhiqian accompany you and protect you. Your tribulation will take place in Yang Kingdom. Just wait for my news after you successfully complete the tribulation. Also, when you undergo the tribulation, prioritize your own life. Use your magic weapons when necessary, but don't injure yourself to the point of near death, lest you arouse malicious intent." Then, he said to Zhou Zhiqian, who is already prepared, "When Fihu undergoes his tribulation, the commotion will be considerable. If a nascent soul cultivator comes, Zhiqian, you must immediately display my banner. If the other party insists on coveting the Emperor's elixir, don't confront him or say anything harsh. Just remember his appearance and identity. This junior will certainly remember the clan leader's teachings." Zhou Zhiqian nodded solemnly, firmly remembering his instructions. "Then let Lord Fushan send you off now." Zhou Chun waved his hand, and then Lord Fushan, who is already prepared, led the man and the tiger underground, quietly leaving the Kinglian Mountains. Having just fought a battle the day before, and with Lord Fushan already familiar with the abilities of the Clawed Earth Wolf Demon King, and having refrained from solo attacks for the past 6 months, this operation proceeded very smoothly. Only a few hours later, Lord Fushan returned safely to Azure Lotus Peak. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Lord Fushan within the territory of Shen Kingdom, Golden Winged Tiger and Zhou Zhiqian traveled non-stop to Yang Kingdom. In less than 3 days, the man and tiger arrived within Yang Kingdom. They then went directly to the Zhou family's enclave in Yang Kingdom, preparing to undergo their tribulation there. This enclave, given to the Zhou family, was only slightly better than Tuyun Ridge. Theoretically, it was insufficient to support cultivators forming their nascent soul stage, nor could it meet the needs of Golden Winged Tiger's tribulation. Fortunately, Zhou Chun had prepared for this, having Zhou Zhiqian bring numerous pills to restore mana, as well as several 4th-tier demon cores. After resting for half a month at the tribulation site and adjusting their condition, Golden Winged Tiger directly triggered its own heavenly tribulation. Boom! As the first bolt of heavenly lightning struck, the Golden Winged Tiger's heavenly tribulation officially began. Judging from the scale of the thunderclouds and the intensity of the lightning, the power of his heavenly tribulation was on par with the Silver Dragon Lord and Phoenix Lord, but even inferior to the Mountain Lord. This shows that although he possessed an extremely rare special attribute, it didn't significantly enhance the power of his tribulation. Of course, this might also be related to the fact that his special attribute abilities couldn't aid in the tribulation. Relying on his powerful accumulated foundation, he easily passed the first round of 9 bolts of heavenly lightning without using any magical treasures. However, this consumed a considerable amount of mana, so after passing the first round, he hurriedly consumed a 4th-tier demon core and pills to restore mana and heal his injuries. When the second round of tribulation began, the Golden Winged Tiger found it too difficult to pass the tribulation on his own. He obediently endured 3 bolts of tribulation lightning, but seeing that continuing would likely result in serious injury, He immediately began using magical treasures. He initially used high-grade magic treasures, one of which can withstand about 2 tribulation lightning strikes. 3 high-grade magic treasures allowed him to survive the second round of tribulation lightning. However, just as he repeated his previous actions, consuming demon cores and spirit pills to recover, the enormous commotion caused by the heavenly tribulation lightning attracted many outsiders. There were golden core cultivators nearby, as well as nascent soul cultivators left behind by the Yang Kingdom who rushed over upon hearing the news. Upon noticing this, Zhou hurriedly took advantage of the fact that the third round of tribulation lightning had not yet struck, exhaling and shouting, "Seniors, fellow Daoists, the demon undergoing tribulation here is the beloved pet of pure Jun's Henren Zhou Chun, the patriarch of the Zhou family of Jin Kingdom. I am a junior of the Zhou family and have been ordered to protect Senior Feihu here. Please, seniors and fellow Daoists, do not get too close while watching the ceremony." Hearing his words, the golden core cultivators who had come to watch the spectacle immediately retreated a considerable distance to show that they had no ill intentions. As the Jingguo War continued, the exploits of pure Jun's Henren Zhou Chun, competing against a 5th-tier high-grade Fire Flood Dragon King and slaying a 5th-tier mid-grade Blood Flame Flood Dragon King, had already spread throughout the nations of the Heavenly Spirit Alliance, becoming common knowledge. Therefore, upon hearing that it was Zhou Chun's spirit pet undergoing tribulation, these golden core cultivators immediately suppressed their inappropriate thoughts to avoid misunderstandings and serious trouble. The 2 nascent soul cultivators who had been drawn in also showed surprise and apprehension, and after a moment's hesitation, retreated dozens of miles. Then a clear, cold female voice rang out from high above, "Fellow Taoist Shunjun is bravely resisting the invasion of the demon army on the front lines of Jin Kingdom, truly a role model for us all. Although I am in Yang Kingdom, I have long admired his great name, which is as resounding as thunder in my ears. Since his spirit pet is undergoing tribulation here, I should establish a good relationship and protect him." Upon hearing this, Zhou, who had done his homework before coming, quickly bowed to a female cultivator standing among the white clouds in the sky, whose figure was ethereal and otherworldly, and said, "Senior Yunbing is so righteous, I am deeply grateful. I will definitely report this matter to the clan leader when I return." He had already recognized the female cultivator who spoke as Yunbing's Henren, the supreme elder of Zupo Palace, the largest power in Yang Kingdom. Seeing that Yunbing's Henren had publicly shown goodwill and was willing to protect the golden-winged tiger, the other nascent soul cultivator who had come here could no longer remain silent. He quickly chimed in, "Fairy Yunbing is absolutely right. I, who have long admired fellow Taoist Shunjun, but unfortunately, I am burdened with heavy responsibilities and dare not leave my homeland lightly. I wish I could fight alongside fellow Taoist Shunjun and join forces to slay demons. Since fellow Taoist Shunjun's beloved pet is undergoing tribulation here today, it is only right and proper that I, who help protect it, to express my respect for a fellow Taoist Shunjun." Upon hearing this, Zhou naturally bowed and thanked him again, "Senior who is so understanding and righteous. The clan leader will surely be very pleased to know this." The junior, thanks Senior who on behalf of the clan leader, with the public support of 2 nascent soul cultivators, Zhou felt relieved. The golden-winged tiger also breathed a sigh of relief and focused on facing the third round of tribulation lightning. This third round of tribulation lightning was extremely powerful, and the golden-winged tiger could only use the top-grade magic weapon given to him by Zhou Chun to undergo the tribulation. First was the dragon horn magic weapon he obtained from the 2-headed black dragon. This treasure was well preserved, without any damage, and helped the golden-winged tiger withstand 3 lightning strikes in one go before he reluctantly put it away, distressed by its damage. Afterwards, he switched to his somewhat damaged top-grade magic weapon Flying Sword. This sword wasn't very effective. The second lightning strike shattered it, almost seriously injuring the golden-winged tiger. So he quickly summoned the crescent-shaped blade magic weapon he obtained from True Person Silver Moon, using it to slash at the falling lightning. The crescent-shaped blade magic weapon, worthy of being True Person Silver Moon's natal magic weapon nurtured and refined for over 1,000 years, was indeed of extraordinary quality. After blocking 3 lightning strikes, only a tiny, barely visible crack appeared on the blade, enough to block another. However, this was the final lightning strike, far more powerful than the previous ones. To be on the safe side and to avoid destroying the magic weapon, the golden-winged tiger immediately switched to the Heavenly Gang Lightning Slaying Sword. A silver sword light shot into the sky, colliding with the descending tribulation lightning. The heavens and earth blazed with dazzling light, illuminating the firmament. Then, a joyful tiger's roar echoed from within the endless lightning. Roar, like the roar of an ancient thunder beast, the roar dissipated the lightning, quickly restoring clarity. A silver full moon had appeared in the sky, casting its silvery rays. Under the moonlight, the winged golden tiger, its body stained with blood yet exuding majesty, opened its blood-red maw, gulping down the descending moonlight nectar. This scene became an unforgettable sight for many of the onlookers. However, the expressions of the two nascent soul stage cultivators in the sky subtly changed upon seeing the descending moonlight nectar. Such a rare treasure as Emperor's nectar was not something one could encounter every day. Nascent soul stage cultivators have long lifespans and most of them keep one or two spirit pets, either as mounts or as companions. But even a dog can develop attachments over time. Therefore, if they could obtain a rare treasure like Emperor's essence for their spirit pet to help it break through its bloodline shackles, many nascent soul stage cultivators would be willing to pay a price for it. Therefore, it was quickly reported that true person Yunbing spoke first, saying, "Fellow Taoist Fihu, would you be willing to part with some of this Emperor's elixir in exchange for me? I am willing to exchange it with other spiritual items, and I guarantee you won't suffer any loss." With her speaking first, the nascent soul cultivator surnamed Hu also chimed in, Yes, I also raise a spirit crane, but I've been struggling to advance to the 4th rank. If fellow Taoist Fihu is willing to part with some of the Emperor's elixir for me, I will be eternally grateful." Hearing these two words, Zhou Chun, who had been overjoyed by the golden-winged tiger's successful tribulation, immediately changed his expression and became tense. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately restrained himself and didn't actually speak. He knew in his heart that his cultivation was too low, and interrupting at this time would only make things worse. After hearing their words, the golden-winged tiger didn't even look at them and replied in a low voice, "I understand what you two mean, but after my tribulation, I must immediately return to the battlefield to help my master repel the enemy. The more Emperor's elixir I absorb now, the stronger I will become. I must apologize to you two." Rejected with such a reason, both true person Yunbing and the nascent soul cultivator surnamed Hu were momentarily speechless. After all, this reason was simply too righteous, so righteous that they couldn't find a single fault with it. As a 5th-tier demon king, the golden-winged tiger, upon advancing to demon king, was already thinking of returning to help the human race fight the demon race. What kind of spirit was that? What reason did they, the nascent soul cultivators left behind, have to find fault with this? Weren't they afraid that the other nascent soul cultivators would find out and criticize them to death later? However, seeing the quantity of Emperor's elixir decreasing, true person Yunbing became anxious first. She couldn't help but say, "Fellow Taoist Fihu is so understanding and righteous, I admire him greatly. However, the Emperor's due is indeed of great use to me. If fellow Taoist Fihu is willing to part with it, I am willing to give him a 4th-grade high-quality demon core as compensation." She felt that this sincerity was already quite generous, but golden-winged tiger didn't care about a mere 4th-grade high-quality demon core at all, and refused on the spot without hesitation. "Fellow Taoist, there's no need to say more. My mind is made up. And there's no room for discussion, fellow Taoist Fihu." You, true person Yunbing frowned, a hint of anger in her eyes, as if she was somewhat annoyed. However, seeing the golden-winged tiger's imposing figure, though covered in blood, she could only silently suppress her anger by channeling her magic power. She wasn't afraid of a golden-winged tiger that had just successfully transcended its tribulation, but she had to consider its master. The Emperor's elixir was desirable, but offending a powerful cultivator with the strength of a grandmaster for it would be extremely unwise. In the end, the two nascent soul cultivators could only watch helplessly as the golden-winged tiger devoured all the Emperor's elixir before flashing back to the Zhou family's encampment not far away. Meanwhile, after the golden-winged tiger successfully transcended its tribulation, Zhou Chun, far away in the Azure Lotus Mountains, immediately noticed a change in the mental connection between himself and his beloved pet, becoming noticeably stronger. He had experienced this several times before, so he was quickly overjoyed and murmured with delight, "Flying Tiger finally succeeded." His previously tense heart finally relaxed completely. For him, the golden-winged tiger's successful tribulation not only meant gaining another 5th-tier demon king spirit pet, but also that the siege of the Zhou family could be lifted at any moment. Now, The initiative was completely in his hands, it was just a matter of when he would act. However, since the golden-winged tiger had just successfully transcended its tribulation, it definitely needed time to consolidate and adapt to its surge in power, so Zhou Chun wasn't in a hurry to act or bring it back. He hadn't announced this news, it was kept secret for the time being. During wartime, non-war-related intelligence from the rear wouldn't easily reach the front lines, so Zhou Chun wasn't worried about leaks. Time passed day by day, and soon more than 4 months had gone by. On this day, outside the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate, a violent explosion rang out. The late-stage nascent soul cultivator who had been fighting the ice-fire demon ape was directly blasted apart by this unparalleled beast's ultimate technique, leaving only his nascent soul to flee back to the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate formation in a panic. This scene greatly shocked all the human cultivators within the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate. Even Venerable Yuanyang abruptly stood up, his face grim as he stared at the peerless demonic ape. Clearly, he had misjudged it. He hadn't expected the ice-fire demonic ape to harbor such a deadly move, one that it hadn't unleashed until today. The late-stage nascent soul cultivator who faced it made a slight mistake, allowing the ape to seize the opportunity and unleash this earth-shattering attack, directly obliterating its physical body. Moreover, Venerable Yuanyang clearly saw that the attack not only obliterated the late-stage nascent soul cultivator's physical body but also caused significant damage to its nascent soul. Given the late-stage nascent soul cultivator's dwindling lifespan, it was highly likely that he would soon perish from this severe injury. The consequences were undeniably serious. Affected by this, the other 3 late-stage nascent soul experts, including the avatar of Venerable Taijin, had no choice but to immediately retreat back to the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate. I misjudged him. I never expected the beast to have mastered the power of ice and fire to such an extent, hiding such a deadly move. Facing the displeased avatar of the Taijin Divine Venerable Yuanyang did not shirk responsibility and immediately admitted his misjudgment. The Taijin Divine Venerable avatar did not reprimand him, but said in a low voice, "Now is not the time to talk about this. Now that this has happened, the morale of the army is shaken, and the fact that the ice-fire demon ape is unchecked is a major problem that could easily lead to chaos. If he turns around and attacks the Azure Lotus Mountain range now, how should we deal with it?" Hearing this, Venerable Yuanyang frowned, finding it difficult to answer. Unexpectedly, just as they were discussing this, the ice-fire demon ape outside indeed turned around and left the battlefield, flying towards the Azure Lotus Mountain range. Seeing this, Venerable Yuanyang's expression changed. His eyes hardened, and he immediately looked at the avatar of the Taijin Divine Venerable and said, "Then I'll trouble fellow Taoist Taijin to go to the Azure Lotus Mountains and deal with that beast first. Here, I'll have Kang Yu prepare to activate the world-destroying moon wheel, and we'll definitely not let those demons outside continue to run rampant. I'll do my best." The avatar of the Taijin Divine Venerable frowned, but didn't make any promises. He then quickly transformed into golden sword light and fled from the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate, chasing after the ice-fire demon ape. Seeing this, the golden profound saint grandson outside immediately showed a look of joy on his face and shouted loudly, "Give us a full force attack. Breaking the formation is today." After saying that, he took the lead and launched a fierce attack on the mountain protecting formation. With the departure of Taijin Divine Venerable's avatar, the late-stage nascent soul cultivator, now only at the nascent soul level, was unable to intervene. Faced with the fierce attacks of 3 5th-tier high-grade demon kings outside, Zhuanzhen's Henren and the other late-stage nascent soul cultivator dared not engage in battle, relying solely on the array's defenses to intercept some of the attacks. This further strained the already severely worn mountain protecting array, which was under immense pressure from the long war. Especially with a golden profound saint grandson wielding the pseudo-heavenly treasure, each attack tore a gap in the array's protective barrier. If it weren't for the presence of Yuanyang Venerable inside, and the knowledge that the world-destroying moon wheel might pose a threat, he might have charged in through that gap alone. However, even without risking a charge, through this constant probing, he would soon find the array's weak point, delivering a truly fatal blow to the mountain protecting array. Yuanyang Venerable was well aware of this. Therefore, after Taijin Divine Venerable's avatar left, he immediately summoned Kangayu's Henren. "After you take this elixir, your cultivation will temporarily surge to the late nascent soul stage, barely qualifying you to wield the world-destroying moon wheel. However, the price is that for every breath you maintain this state, you will lose 10 years of your lifespan. As long as you can sustain this for more than 30 breaths and slay more than 5 demon kings, my promise will not change. I will guarantee that your moon wheel sect will produce another nascent soul cultivator and ensure 500 years of peace for your sect." In the hall, where only the two of them stood, Venerable Yuanyang looked at true person Kangayu before him and spoke his plans in a low voice. Upon hearing this, true person Kangayu's face paled considerably. However, having come somewhat prepared and having already made a promise and paid the price, he had no room for retreat. After a brief silence, he took the pill from Venerable Yuanyang's hand and replied in a deep voice, "This junior understands. This junior will certainly not disappoint Senior Yuanyang." Venerable Yuanyang gave him a deep look and said, "Cherish this opportunity. Only if you make enough contributions can I secure benefits for you when rewarding merits later, and only then can I openly and legitimately protect the peace of your moon wheel sect." He then waved his hand, indicating that true person Kangayu could leave. He only made promises. Whether true person Kangayu could keep them or when to act was none of his business. On the other side, after Venerable Taijeng's avatar chased after the ice-fire demon ape, he caught up with the peerless demon ape halfway and a fierce battle ensued. Zhou Chun also quickly received a warning from Venerable Yuanyang. Upon learning of the sudden change in the battle situation on the moon wheel sect's side, Zhou Chun's expression changed drastically, realizing the urgency of the situation. So, while hurriedly urging Golden Winged Tiger to return to the family, he also summoned Nangguang Wuking. The two of them, accompanied by Fush and Jun using earth magic, left the mountain gate to meet the avatar of Taijeng Divine Venerable outside. Sure enough, they had only gone halfway when the Fire Flood Dragon King, having received the news, arrived with his men. Seeing this, they quickly appeared to help intercept the Fire Flood Dragon King and his group, preventing these demon kings from interfering in the battle between Taijeng Divine Venerable's avatar and the Ice-Fire Demon Ape. After this fierce battle, as more and more demon kings arrived to reinforce them, Taijeng Divine Venerable's avatar, who had gained the upper hand, took the initiative to call Zhou Chun and the others to retreat to the Zhou family's mountain gate. The task that Golden Profound Saint Grandson had given to the Ice-Fire Demon Ape was to hold off Taijeng Divine Venerable's avatar, so he was in no hurry to pursue or leave, but simply return to the demon camp with the Fire Flood Dragon King. It is a great honor for this junior and the Zhou family to have Senior Taijeng grace us with his presence. Our home is humble, and we ask for your forgiveness if we have not been hospitable enough. On Kinglian Peak, after returning to the mountain gate with the avatar of the Divine Venerable Taijeng, Zhou Chun immediately offered his cave dwelling for the other party to rest. The avatar of Taijeng, however, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, there's no need for such formalities. I don't stand on ceremony here." He then looked at Zhou Chun with a serious expression and said, "Fellow Taoist Yuanyang has already informed fellow Taoist Zhou about the sudden situation at the Moon Wheel Sect, hasn't he? The battle situation is critical now. Fellow Taoist Zhou, you should prepare for evacuation and relocation as soon as possible. I cannot stay here for too long." Hearing this, Zhou Chun's expression changed, and he blurted out, "Does Senior Taijeng mean that Senior Yuanyang is already planning to abandon Jinggo?" Although Yuanyang didn't say that, under the current circumstances, it's probably unrealistic to expect to defend the Moon Wheel Sect's mountain gate and your Zhou family's mountain gate. The avatar of Taijeng frowned slightly, but still answered Zhou Chun's question. Zhou Chun was truly anxious at this point, disregarding politeness, and immediately asked, "Is the situation really that dire? What if the Azure Lotus Mountains can win? Doesn't the Moonwheel Sect still have a heaven-reaching spiritual treasure that hasn't been used yet?" "What do you mean by that, fellow Taoist Zhou? Are you hiding your strength at the Azure Lotus Mountains?" The avatar of the Taijeng Divine Venerable's eyes flashed with surprise as he looked at Zhou Chun, pressing for details. At this point, Zhou Chun naturally wouldn't hide anything anymore, quickly explaining that the Golden Winged Tiger had successfully transcended its tribulation and that he was confident in reconstructing the Heavenly Annihilation, 4 symbols formation to defeat the Fire Flood Dragon King and other demon kings. Hearing this, the avatar of the Taijeng Divine Venerable was also surprised. Then, thoughtfully, he said, "According to what fellow Taoist Zhou said, if we can defeat the demon army outside in time and severely injure that Fire Flood Dragon King, this war does indeed have a chance." Another 8,000 words completed, 4th day of check-in, aiming to reach 8,000 words for the remaining days of this month. Chapter 756 Lord Yishin's Moon Wheel, A world-shaking event. At Azure Lotus Peak, upon learning of Zhou Chun's trump card, the avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable immediately expressed his support for his plan and personally informed Venerable Yuan Yang, urging them to delay the inevitable for as long as possible. With the Taijang Divine Venerable's avatar personally vouching for him, Venerable Yuan Yang naturally wouldn't underestimate the situation and immediately appeared to boost morale. Although he and Golden Horn Dragon Saint had a tacit understanding not to directly attack the Demon Kings, his presence to inspire morale was still valuable. Seeing this nascent soul venerable appear, regardless of their true intentions, at least none of the nascent soul cultivators dared to slack off or not put in any effort. Meanwhile, on the Azure Lotus Mountain Range, after discussing the counterattack plan with Zhou Chun, the Taijang Divine Venerable's avatar quickly borrowed Zhou Chun's cave to meditate and recover his magical power. Less than a day later, Golden Winged Tiger and Zhou Higan had returned to the border of Jing Kingdom. Lord Fushan was immediately ordered to go and meet them. Soon after, the Golden Winged Tiger returned to Azure Lotus Peak with Lord Fushan. Flying Tiger greets Master. Upon dismounting from Lord Fushan's back, the tiger-headed, human-bodied Golden Winged Tiger immediately bowed to Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun looked closely and saw that the Golden Winged Tiger in human form was truly majestic and imposing, with an extraordinary appearance. Its body was over 10 feet tall, its muscles bulging. Although human, it wore a tiger skin and had a pair of wings on its back. Above its neck was a huge tiger head, and the gleaming silver king character on its forehead was extremely conspicuous. What a magnificent human-shaped tiger! Zhou Chun was very satisfied with the Golden Winged Tiger's appearance. This powerful and beautiful form was aesthetically pleasing even to human eyes. At this moment, he smiled broadly and exclaimed, "Good, very good. Fihu, you have indeed not disappointed me." Then he said, "Since Fihu has also successfully transcended the tribulation, from now on you shall be honored as Lord Yishan." Hearing this, Lord Yishan's face lit up with joy, and he quickly and respectfully replied, "Fihu obeys. Thank you for bestowing the title, Master." "Master, what about me? I don't have an honorific title yet." With a flash of green light, the figure of Muma Imu-sen quickly appeared beside Zhou Chun, not wanting to be left behind, and made his own request. Seeing this, Zhou Chun pondered for a moment, then looked at him and smiled. "Then from now on you shall be honored as Lord Luohan." "Good, this title is good. From now on I will be Lord Luohan." Musang muttered a few words to himself, then left with a happy expression. Zhou Chun then looked at Lord Yishan and asked, "Fihu, after you advanced to Demon King, what supernatural powers did you awaken?" Hearing this question, Lord Yishan immediately spoke of his changes with pride and satisfaction. Unsurprisingly, after advancing to the 5th tier Demon King, he made significant progress in spatial manipulation. First, he awakened a natal divine ability called Void Walking. This ability, similar to teleportation, allows Yishan Jun to directly enter the void and quickly appear at a distant spatial node. Compared to the short-range blinking of flash of space, Void Walking can even travel 1,000 miles in a single leap. However, maintaining Void Walking consumes a great deal of mana and places a heavy burden on the physical body, so it's best not to maintain this ability for more than 3 breaths at a time. Yishan Jun's own testing showed that 3 breaths were enough to travel hundreds of miles. In combat, 1 breath is sufficient, allowing him to instantly appear anywhere within 100 miles, such as a few feet behind a nascent soul cultivator. With this ability, Yishan Jun is arguably the most terrifying close combat assassin. If his opponent is careless or lacks sufficient defenses, a sudden close-range strike could end the life of a nascent soul cultivator. Besides the Void Walking divine ability, Yishan Jun has also awakened another special innate divine ability called Void Barrier, a rare special defensive divine ability. This ability can distort space out of thin air, forming a superimposed special barrier to block all tangible and intangible attacks. Since he lacks a suitable opponent to test it on, Yishan Jun doesn't yet know how strong this defensive ability is, but he imagines it must be quite formidable. After all, using this move would directly drain 30% of his mana. In addition to the 2 newly awakened special innate divine abilities, the special divine abilities Yishan Jun already possessed have also greatly increased in power, especially the Spatial Blade divine ability. Not only does it no longer require deliberate charging, but it also has no limit on the number of uses. As long as his mana is sufficient, he can use it infinitely. However, besides spatial attributes, Lord Yishan also possesses metal and wind attributes, which were even his primary attributes before. Therefore, after ascending to the Demon King level, he naturally awakened related innate divine abilities. There are 3 innate divine abilities related to these 2 attributes: Tiger Soul Golden Fiend, Mysterious Spirit Gale, and Wind Spirit Illusion Escape. The Tiger Soul Golden Fiend divine ability is a highly condensed metal attribute fiend energy, similar to the true fire divine ability. It can be attached to other divine abilities or magical treasures for use, serving both offensively and defensively, with a wide range of applications. The Mysterious Spirit Gale divine ability is also a gale divine ability similar to the true fire divine ability. It can be used to activate other wind attribute divine abilities, greatly increasing their power and making it widely applicable. The Wind Spirit Illusion Escape divine ability is a life-saving divine ability that can instantly generate numerous indistinguishable illusions that can escape in all directions, while the main body escapes with a wind, disappearing into the void. These 3 divine abilities are not particularly outstanding, similar to many Demon King divine abilities that Zhou Chun has seen in the past 2 years. But this is actually the normal situation. The Golden Winged Tiger's bloodline wasn't particularly powerful to begin with, unlike noble-born Demon Kings like Lord Fushin and Lord Silver Dragon. He reached his current position entirely through mutation and by breaking through the shackles of his bloodline with Emperor's Elixir. If he hadn't mutated to possess special attributes, even as a 5th-tier Demon King, his strength would be no match for Lord Fushin and the others. Therefore, Zhou Chun wasn't particularly surprised or concerned that his other supernatural abilities weren't strong. So what if his innate supernatural power was weaker? 5th-tier Demon Kings already possess powerful learning abilities and can fully utilize the power of magical treasures like cultivators. In the future, as long as Lord Fushin acquires a few more powerful magical treasures, he can also become a top Demon King of his tier by leveraging his special supernatural abilities. Or rather, he is already a top Demon King of his tier. After learning the details from him, Zhou Chun was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Excellent! Fei Hu, your newly mastered special magic is quite impressive. I can now entrust you with this important task with peace of mind." Hearing this, Yi Shanjun confidently replied, "Master, please give me your orders. Fei Hu will not disappoint you. No rush, no rush. You should rest first and familiarize yourself with setting up the Heavenly Annihilation 4 symbols formation with Yin Longjun and the others. We'll discuss the specifics tomorrow." Zhou Chun waved his hand and quickly explained his arrangements. Although Yi Shanjun's condition seemed more suited to solo combat and roaming, given Fen Yuanjun's current poor state, Zhou Chun still hoped he could shoulder the responsibility and act as the setter of the Heavenly Annihilation 4 symbols formation. After understanding Yi Shanjun's situation, Zhou Chun went to see the avatar of Taijang Divine Venerable and confirmed the time for the operation. On the eve of Zhou Chun and his group's attack, the Moonwheel Sect's protective array, under the relentless assault of the demon army led by Golden Profound Saint Grandson, was on the verge of collapse, the entire sect shaking violently. Under these circumstances, without needing Yuan Yang Venerable's urging, Kang Yu Zhenren, who had been sitting quietly outside the sect's stronghold for some time, immediately swallowed the elixir he had been given. Instantly, a violent aura rose from Kang Yu Zhenren's body. His eyes widened in pain, his long hair whipping wildly without wind, making him look incredibly ferocious. A scream filled with agony suddenly rang out from the heart of the Moonwheel Sect's stronghold, and a dazzling full moon rose from the back mountain, illuminating the night sky alongside the bright moon. Oh no! Outside the mountain gate formation, Golden Profound Saint Grandson seemed to sense something and immediately shouted, "You all retreat quickly! Get out of here!" Despite his shout, he didn't retreat a single step, instead focusing all his energy on charging up his golden dragon-headed spear. However, the attack from within was clearly more ferocious and swift than he had anticipated. A silver light flew out from within the formation, appearing beside a 5th-tier low-grade blue dragon in the blink of an eye. This blue dragon reacted quickly, its body surging with blue water light, immediately forming layers of water curtain shields to protect its head and other vital parts. But these defenses were like paper before the silver light, easily pierced through, and then a huge dragon head separated from its body, its eyes wide open as it fell to the ground. The silver light that had beheaded this 5th-tier low-grade blue dragon continued its attack without pause, slashing towards another nearby 5th-tier mid-grade demon king. That was a Swanee Fire true beast with extraordinary bloodline and immense strength. It sensed the power of the silver light but didn't try to fight it head-on. Instead, it unleashed a life-saving technique similar to the fire spirit Dharma body, transforming into golden red fire cloud. This technique, which could transform reality into illusion, should have been immune to most physical attacks. Unexpectedly, the silver light pierced through the golden red fire cloud, splitting it in two. The fire cloud instantly dissipated, turning into two halves that fell to the ground. Clearly, against the attack of a heaven-reaching spiritual treasure, ordinary life-saving techniques were utterly useless. A hit would still result in death. However, after slaying two fifth-tier demon kings, the silver light seemed to have consumed a significant amount of power, its speed noticeably slowing down, as if it were recovering. This finally gave the already enraged golden profound saint grandson an opportunity, and he immediately thrust his golden dragon-headed spear fiercely into the silver light. Golden and silver light intertwined, then dispersed into a silver wishing wheel in a golden dragon-headed spear. Just as the golden profound saint grandson was overjoyed, thinking he could interrupt the silver wishing wheel's attack, a brilliant silver glow suddenly erupted from it, and a silver moonlight pillar crashed down from the sky, absorbing everything. The treasure then vanished instantly, reappearing beside another low-grade fifth-tier demon king. The predictable scene unfolded again. In a flash of silver light, the low-grade fifth-tier demon king was instantly decapitated, becoming a corpse. The powerful physical body of a fifth-tier demon king was utterly a joke before a heaven-reaching spiritual treasure. Even more terrifying was that any demon king slain by the world-destroying moon wheel had their demon soul and primordial spirit also annihilated, without even a chance to possess another body. This scene filled the golden profound saint grandson with immense shock and rage. "Roar, you cowardly rat, come at me if you dare," he roared, fully urging his golden dragon-headed spear to chase after the silver light. However, how could true person Kangayu, whose lifespan was now being consumed by 10 years of his lifespan with every breath, possibly waste his precious lifespan on this? Taking advantage of the speed of the world-destroying moon wheel, true person Kangayu devoted himself entirely to the hunt. Any fifth-tier demon king he targeted, whether they were of low-grade or mid-grade fifth-tier cultivation, were instantly killed with a single strike. In less than 20 breaths, 6 fifth-tier demon kings had died from the attack of the world-destroying moon wheel. After slaying 6 demon kings, the other demon kings used their own methods to escape from the vicinity of the moon wheel Sect's mountain gate, with only the golden profound saint grandson, the black dragon girl, and the incubus giant python remaining in the vicinity. "You all hold off that golden dragon, can you? Unleash your full power to attack that incubus python?" At this moment, Zhuanzhong's Henren, another late-stage nascent soul cultivator, and several mid-stage nascent soul cultivators, all equally shocked by the power of the world-destroying moon wheel, received a telepathic message from Yuanyang Venerable. Upon hearing this, they hurriedly unleashed their magical treasures and divine abilities, striking at golden profound saint grandson. These attacks, of course, couldn't truly harm golden profound saint grandson, but they did interfere with and restrict his abilities, preventing him from fully supporting the incubus python. Meanwhile, Kanyu's Henren seized the opportunity to activate the world-destroying moon wheel, and attack the incubus python. A sharp hiss resounded throughout the heavens and earth, and the sky above the 1,000-foot-long incubus python instantly became a black domain, pitch black and impenetrable. The black domain was filled with a malevolent black mist, greatly affecting even the divine sense of late-stage nascent soul cultivators, making it impossible to discern its true nature. But soon, a silver light pierced through the darkness, tearing through the void. Through the passage created by the silver light, one could clearly see the colossal python bleeding profusely. Clearly, even a powerful fifth-tier superior-grade demon king like the incubus python had been injured by the attack of the heaven-reaching treasure. However, compared to those demon kings who were killed instantly, it was merely wounded but not dead, demonstrating a significantly stronger performance. The silver wish wheel spun in the air, then drew upon a pillar of moonlight from the heavens to replenish its power, before unleashing another burst of intense light and slashing towards the darkness. At that moment, the dark domain surged and transformed, suddenly becoming a gigantic maw that swallowed the onrushing silver wish wheel whole. In that instant, the azure moon true person within the moon wheel Sect's mountain gate felt his connection to the world-destroying moon wheel become extremely weak, making it difficult to freely control this treasure. This terrified him. He hurriedly formed hand seals and cast a spell, using a Sect secret technique to strengthen his connection with the world-destroying moon wheel, and conveyed a command to its spirit. After several breaths, a painful scream echoed from the sky. The silver wish wheel pierced through the darkness once more, reappearing in the heavens like a full moon hanging high in the sky. The gigantic maw that had swallowed the heavens had vanished, revealing the true form of the Mo Yuan giant python, its mouth gushing blood. The Mo Yuan giant python seemed to have tasted the power of the attack, immediately flicking its tail and fleeing. Kang Yu Zhenren, naturally unwilling to let his efforts be in vain, hurriedly urged the silver wish wheel to give chase. In a flash of silver light, several hideous wounds were quickly left on the Mo Yuan giant python's body. However, this demon possessed profound magical power and formidable supernatural abilities. Although the world-destroying moon wheel could easily injure it, killing it would not be so easy. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon Girl also broke free from the attacks of the other nascent soul cultivators and helped the Incubus Python deplete the power of the Silver Wish Wheel. Once the two fifth-tier high-grade demon kings joined forces, even a heaven-reaching spiritual treasure could no longer create an overwhelming situation. After all, true person Kangai was not a true late-stage nascent soul cultivator, and even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator could not unleash the true power of a heaven-reaching spiritual treasure. Moreover, the world-destroying moon wheel was not a truly undamaged heaven-reaching spiritual treasure. Therefore, seeing that it was no longer possible to gain any advantage, true person Kangai immediately withdrew the sect-protecting spiritual treasure and forced out the residual medicinal power within his body. As the medicinal power was forced out, true person Kangai's aura plummeted, and he quickly could not even maintain the mid-stage nascent soul realm, regressing to the early-stage nascent soul realm. This was one of the side effects of the pill, causing his cultivation to regress to a certain extent. And since his mid-stage nascent soul cultivation was originally forcibly increased, it was not surprising that he had regressed to the early-stage nascent soul realm. Fortunately, his cultivation level was already a solid mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. With several decades of arduous cultivation, he could still return to the mid-stage nascent soul realm. However, compared to the decline in cultivation, the loss of lifespan was obviously a more significant blow. True person Kangai carefully calculated the time he had maintained his state for a full 35 breaths, which meant that 350 years of his lifespan were gone. Even for a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, losing 350 years of lifespan at once was enough to make one's vision go black. Originally, he should have had more than 800 years of lifespan remaining, but now he had lost nearly half of it, which was equivalent to losing half of his life. One can imagine what kind of mood he was in at this moment. Fellow Taoist Kangai did a good job. That giant python of the Incubus was injured by you, and it will be difficult for it to return to the battlefield without several months of recuperation. Today, you have single-handedly turned the tide of the battle and saved tens of thousands of your sect's members. As if knowing that true person Kangai was in a bad mood, Venerable Yuan Yang also unusually sent a voice transmission to comfort this junior. Faced with his praise, true person Kangai forced a smile that looked more like a grimace, replying, "This is all thanks to Senior Yuan Yang's skillful command and the miraculous elixirs and methods he bestowed upon me. I dare not take credit for it, fellow Taoist Kangai. There's no need for such modesty. Your efforts have been seen by me and the other fellow Taoists, and we will certainly not forget your contributions." Venerable Yuan Yang, of course, knew what true person Kangai was thinking and immediately reassured him again. This finally brought true person Kangai some comfort, making him feel a little better. And the situation was just as Venerable Yuan Yang had predicted. After losing 6 fifth-tier demon kings and even severely injuring the Mo Yuan giant python, the demon army's offensive immediately slowed down, and their morale suffered a great blow. Even though Golden Profound Saint Grandson learned through his communication with the Golden Horned Dragon Saint that it was unlikely that true person Kangai would activate the world-destroying moon wheel again, it was difficult to get the demon kings to unite and attack the formation as before. After all, the scene of those demon kings being easily slaughtered like vegetables was too shocking to bear, truly frightening many of them. Under these circumstances, even if Golden Profound Saint Grandson was unwilling, he could only suspend the offensive, collect the bodies of the dead demon kings, and comfort and console the wounded hearts of the other demon kings. Soon after, the results of the battle at the Moon Wheel Sect's Mountain Gate reached Zhou Chun, who was also surprised after reading the intelligence. Just then, the avatar of Taijiang Divine Venerable was in his cave, and after thinking for a moment, Zhou Chun took the opportunity to step forward and ask the question that had been on his mind for a long time. Senior Tai Zheng, since the Moonwheel Sect's world-destroying Moonwheel possesses such power, why haven't we seen them use it before? Inside the cave, Zhou Chun carefully considered his words before subtly probing for answers. Hearing his question, the avatar of the Tai Zheng Divine Venerable, who wasn't entirely clear on the feud between the Moonwheel Sect and the Zhou family, didn't suspect anything and quickly shook his head, saying, "This matter isn't as simple as you think. That world-destroying Moonwheel itself has some problems. Not only can it not be activated frequently, but the cost of each activation is unbearable for ordinary cultivators." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun's eyes flashed, and he nodded repeatedly, replying, "I have heard of that. When the demon race launched the Beast Tide, a nascent soul stage cultivator from the Moonwheel Sect activated this treasure, slaying several fifth-tier demon kings, shocking countless people, but the news came that he had passed away." At this point, he changed the subject again, saying, "However, the information sent by Senior Unyielding didn't seem to mention fellow Taoist Kangyu. The situation must be different this time, right?" Hearing this, the avatar of Tai Zheng Divine Venerable immediately nodded and said, "Kangyu shouldn't die. Unyielding previously taught him a profound method that can temporarily isolate him from the damage of the world-destroying Moonwheel. However, activating such a treasure consumes a lot of resources, and I'm afraid the price he pays won't be small." This answer made Zhou Chun's heart sink, and he felt something was wrong. Then, unable to resist asking again, he said, "I have another question. As far as I know, although our human race has few heaven-reaching treasures, I have heard that some top-tier forces with 10,000 years of history possess such treasures to suppress their strength. Now that the alien races are rampaging, why don't we see them carrying such treasures to the front lines to kill them?" Judging from the power displayed by the world-destroying Moonwheel, if a late-stage nascent soul cultivator had such a treasure in hand, defeating an alien race of the same level should be easy, and even killing them wouldn't be impossible. "You really have many questions," Tai Zheng exclaimed. The divine avatar frowned, glanced at Zhou Chun, and then said calmly, "What do you think heaven-reaching treasures are? Even late-stage nascent soul cultivators rarely manage to truly gain their willing allegiance. If a sect faces annihilation, out of consideration for their previous masters, they might temporarily accept the command of a nascent soul cultivator. However, if a nascent soul cultivator tries to take them away from the sect, they will immediately object." He then added seriously, "Moreover, our human race has already lost and damaged enough treasures. There are too many. Bringing treasures of this level to the battlefield, without sufficient strength to reliably protect them, what if they are ambushed and stolen by a sixth-tier alien being?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun quickly bowed his head and apologized, "Senior Tai Zheng, please forgive me. I was just too curious about these things. It's rare to meet a kind-hearted senior like Senior Tai Zheng in the cultivation world, so I couldn't help but speak out. I had absolutely no intention of offending you." Seeing this, the avatar of the Tai Zheng Divine Venerable shook his head slightly and reprimanded him, "A strong curiosity is not a bad thing, but you'll naturally have the opportunity to learn about these things once your cultivation reaches a certain level. What good will knowing now do? It'll only add to your troubles." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun quickly and respectfully replied, "Senior Tai Zheng is right. I will certainly remember your teachings." "Alright, now that the Moonwheel Sect has stabilized the situation, we should also launch our attack as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the demon race recovers, the situation will be just as dire." Tai Zheng's avatar stopped there, offering a brief warning before moving on to the counterattack. Seeing this, Zhou Chun breathed a sigh of relief and quickly replied solemnly, "Senior Tai Zheng is absolutely right. I will inform all fellow Daoists to prepare immediately." Several hours later, apart from Zhou Chun's second nascent soul avatar remaining behind, all 12 nascent soul cultivators on Azure Lotus Peak, including the nascent soul cultivator surnamed Chen who had previously lost both arms in Luo Qingni, surged out and attacked the demon race camp where the Fire Flood Dragon King and other demon kings were located. Because of the fall of the Bloodflame Flood Dragon King, the Sword Dragonfish Demon King and the Catfish Demon King were severely injured and forced to withdraw from the battlefield. Even including the Ice and Fire Demon Ape that came to reinforce, there were only 13 Demon Kings outside. 12 nascent soul cultivators against 13 fifth-tier Demon Kings. It seemed that the human side was one person short, but in reality, the human side had 4 more. When Zhou Chun released his 5 Demon King spirit pets halfway through the battle, not only were the Fire Flood Dragon King and other Demon Kings on the other side shocked, but even many nascent soul cultivators on his own side were incredibly astonished. A nascent soul cultivator possessing 5 5th-tier low-grade Demon King spirit pets, such a situation had probably never occurred in the entire history of the human race. In this respect, Zhou Chun could be considered the first person in history. Fire Flood Dragon King, today is the day you, this mudfish, will be beheaded. Zhou Chun, riding on a silver flood dragon, pointed at the Fire Flood Dragon King with a triumphant and provocative gesture. The hot-tempered Fire Dragon King didn't respond for a moment, only staring at him and the group of Demon Kings and spirit pets around him with a grim expression, his eyes filled with shock. But the war didn't stop with the Fire Dragon King's silence. As Taijang Divine Venerable transformed and took the initiative to slay the demon ape with his sword, drawing away the ice fire demon ape, Nanguang Wuking thrust his spear straight at the Fire Dragon King, and the war quickly broke out. Zhou Chun sent Fen Yuanjin to help the nascent soul cultivator surnamed Chen, who hadn't recovered yet, and had Lu Yuanjin follow Luo Qingni, who wasn't good at fighting, while he and Silver Dragon Lord directly confronted their old rival, the 5th-tier mid-grade Black Dragon King. Meanwhile, Yishan Lord moved freely throughout the battlefield, looking for opportunities to assassinate at close range, clearly arranging all the Demon Kings. My neck and shoulders hurt again today, so I went for a massage, which is why I had less time to write. A few hundred words less, but it's not a big deal. I wrote a few hundred more yesterday. I'd also like to recommend 2 new books by my fellow authors. One is Yin Shanhu's new Xianxia fantasy novel, I Cultivate Demonic Arts, but Achieve Sainthood Through Merit. You can tell what kind of genre it is from the title. The other is Master of Sweeping Mind's new fantasy novel, starting from collecting cultivation points, building an ultimate clan, a genre known as the Ultimate Path novel. New books are hard to come by these days. Without following the early chapters, it's difficult to even test the waters. I'm recommending these to my friends so that when I write my own new book, I can ask them for chapter recommendations. Chapter 757 Great Victory. Peerless Demonic Ape. Phoenix cries, dragon roars, tiger howls, and snake hisses echoed continuously. Above the Azure Lotus Mountains, dozens of 5th-tier human and demon warriors clashed fiercely, their frenzied battle disrupting the winds and clouds for miles around. Various spiritual lights painted the sky a dazzling array of colors. In the sky, Zhou Chun, enveloped in white moonlight, occasionally unleashed golden divine light or white icy light at the Black Flood Dragon King. Both the formless Zhang Metal Divine Light and the Tai in Extinction Divine Light were divine abilities the Black Flood Dragon King could not underestimate. Each time, he had to face them with utmost seriousness to neutralize their power. However, the problem was that besides Zhou Chun, there was now the Silver Dragon Lord. The Silver Dragon Lord's attacks were only slightly less sharp than Zhou Chun's, and he was even faster. If facing only Zhou Chun, the Black Flood Dragon King could maintain his defense while simultaneously using offense as a form of defense, preventing Zhou Chun from focusing on attacking. But now, with the Silver Dragon King attacking from both sides, the Black Flood Dragon King, fighting 2 against 1, had virtually no chance to retaliate. He could only desperately defend against the onslaught of his master and servant. But as the saying goes, prolonged defense inevitably leads to defeat. Even when he was fighting 2 against 1 and focused solely on defense, there were times when he couldn't defend against everything. And each time he slipped through, he was left with painful wounds. In less than a quarter of an hour, the Black Flood Dragon King had more than a dozen hideous wounds on his body, dragon blood splattering across the sky, a truly pitiful sight. But he wasn't the only one suffering. Some of the other Demon Kings under attack were in even worse shape. The Winged Mountain Lord, who had been wandering around in the sky, seemingly unremarkable, using various supernatural powers to smash people indiscriminately, suddenly flashed with silver light, his figure swiftly merging into the void and disappearing from his spot. In less than 2 breaths, his figure suddenly appeared 10 feet above the head of a giant lizard Demon King. With a slap of his claws, he tore through the protective aura surrounding the Demon King, then opened his blood-red maw and bit down on the Demon King's neck. With this bite, Yishanjun's canines sank deep into the Demon King's flesh, reaching the spine, almost severing it as well. But even if it didn't sever it, it didn't matter, because at the same moment he bit his target, Yishanjun had already activated his divine power, injecting his condensed, Tiger Soul Golden Fiend, into the Demon King's body through his canines. This extremely destructive Golden Fiend energy was injected directly into the flesh and bones, instantly tearing and disrupting the Demon King's internal magic power, severing his tendons, bones, and blood vessels, making it difficult for him to gather magic power and strength to counterattack Yishin Jun on his back. It was like prey being bitten on the back of the neck by a tiger, rarely having the chance to throw the tiger off its back. The giant lizard Demon King's opponents were none other than Luo Qingni and Lu Yuanjun. Seeing Yishanjun seize its prey, the more experienced Lu Yuanjun immediately unleashed the myriad manifestations of the forest, divine power upon the giant lizard Demon King. First influencing and controlling its consciousness to prevent it from self-destructing its demon core in despair. Luo Qingni, belatedly realizing this, fully activated her 100 Rivers Gathering Wind Banner, spiritual treasure, condensing a cyan wind blade that slashed towards the giant lizard Demon King's head. With its body restrained and its consciousness trapped in an illusion, the giant lizard Demon King was completely unprepared. The cyan wind blade struck its head, easily slicing through its skull, nearly splitting its head in two. Seeing this, Winged Mountain Lord, perched on his back, immediately released his grip, then flipped over to the giant lizard Demon King's body. With a swift and precise strike, he located the Demon King's core, extracting a core that shimmered with blue and green light. After this cooperative slaying of the giant lizard Demon King, Winged Mountain Lord left the core and corpse to Luo Qingni to handle. He then flapped his wings and soared into the sky, patrolling the area, searching for his next opportunity. Luo Qingni, after quickly collecting the corpse and core, immediately turned with dear Yuanjun to help Fushin Lord. This scene filled the other Demon Kings with an indescribable fear, as if they could foresee their own fate. They couldn't help but glance at the Ice-Fire Demon Ape and the Fire Dragon King, only to see that the Ice-Fire Demon Ape was gaining no advantage under the sword of the Taijang Divine Venerable's avatar. Instead, it was constantly being torn apart by the sword energy, leaving bleeding wounds on its body. Although the Fire Dragon King was dominating Nangguang Wuking, judging from their past encounters, he clearly couldn't gain a significant advantage before exhausting Nangguang Wuking's power. As a result, neither of their two strongest Demon Kings could secure a victory, and their already outnumbered side had lost a Demon King. The other Demon Kings couldn't help but feel pessimistic. This pessimism manifested immediately in their actions. Some Demon Kings began to widen the battlefield, leading their opponents to deserted areas. Their intentions weren't hard to guess. Zhou Chun and the others observed all of this, which gave him some ideas. He slightly slowed his attacks on the Black Dragon King, diverting his attention to observe the situation on the battlefield. After a short while, he made a decision. At that moment, the Silver Dragon King, who was attacking the Black Dragon King alongside Zhou Chun, suddenly flashed with lightning and broke away from the battlefield, rushing towards the Purple Gold Giant Crab Demon King. At the same time, Lord Yishin moved swiftly, appearing near the Giant Crab Demon King. This sudden change caught the Giant Crab Demon King off guard. By the time it realized the danger, it had already been struck by a shattering heavenly lightning. Intense electric current surged through its body, numbing it and slowing its movements considerably. Just as it managed to swing its claws and clamp down on a crescent-shaped blade that slashed down, a silver blade suddenly attacked from behind, slashing down on its carapace. Its hard carapace had once been the Giant Crab Demon King's pride. Its shell's defense was not much weaker than that of some 5th-tier turtle demons. Therefore, it had never paid much attention to attacks from behind. But now, its prized hard carapace was easily sliced through like paper by that silver blade. Then burst through its front carapace, leaving an unhealable, gaping hole in its body. The flesh and internal organs that had been in the hollowed-out area seemed to have been devoured by some monster, no longer remaining in his body. What kind of method was this? The Crab Demon King was momentarily stunned, unable to understand what was happening. But as a fiery meteor struck and exploded on his body, he finally regained his senses, and under the threat of death, a strong will to survive erupted. A burst of purple gold spiritual light erupted from his body, and he suddenly performed a golden cicada shedding its shell, leaving his crab shell behind and transforming into a smaller giant crab thousands of feet away, attempting to escape the battlefield. However, a silver lightning bolt struck down from above, hitting his body squarely and shattering his not-so-strong inner shell. Then, a huge tiger head suddenly shot out from the void beside him, its blood-red maw opening wide and biting off half of his body. Crack! Crack! With the tiger's mouth closing, a crisp sound rang out, and with a powerful shake, the Crab Demon King's body was torn in two. Then, a familiar scene unfolded. A tiger's claw reached into the other half of the giant Crab Demon King's body, seizing the golden demon core within. Immediately, a surge of golden malevolent energy erupted from the claw, scattering most of the giant Crab Demon King's soul and spirit within the core, rendering it unable to control its self-destruction. Then, Yishin Jun, with half of the giant Crab Demon King's corpse in its jaws and the demon core in its other claw, flapped its wings and flew towards Luo Qingni. Meanwhile, Yinlong Jun had already used his lightning escape technique to return to the original battlefield. Seeing this, the early-stage nascent soul cultivator who had fought the giant Crab Demon King opened his mouth, but ultimately could only smile bitterly and collect the remaining half of the giant Crab Demon King's corpse. He was, of course, envious of the demon core that Yishin Jun had taken, but he knew perfectly well that with his limited contribution, there was no way he could gain ownership of the demon core. Asking for the demon core now would only offend Yishin Jun and Zhou Chun, offering no benefit whatsoever. The fall of the Cancer Demon King undoubtedly became the fuse for the demon race's defeat. The death of the previous giant Lizard Demon King had already sown discord among the demons. Now, with the Cancer Demon King also perishing in their jaws, how could the Demon Kings dare to harbor any illusions? Now that the giant Lizard Demon King and the Cancer Demon King were dead, who knew who would be next? Immediately, some Demon Kings began to openly flee, instead of the previous attempts to conceal their intentions and create distance. Once someone takes the lead, it's difficult to reverse the situation. Soon, a second and a third followed suit, leading to even more followers. The Fire Dragon King, seeing this, didn't even show any anger, seemingly having already anticipated this outcome. He quickly addressed the Ice Fire Demon Ape, who was still fighting the avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable, saying loudly, "Brother Ape, the situation is beyond saving. Let's retreat." Without waiting for the Ice Fire Demon Ape's reaction, he transformed into a streak of fire and flew towards another 5th-tier low-grade Crimson Fire Flood Dragon King, intending to take this fellow Demon King with him. Seeing even the Fire Flood Dragon King give up, the Black Flood Dragon King, who was fighting Zhou Chun and his servant, dared not continue to resist. He hurriedly activated the power of his demon core's origin, and during Zhou Chun's attack with a formless Jang Metal Divine Light, and forcibly broke through the encirclement. Zhou Chun could have joined forces with the Silver Dragon Lord to pursue him, but he didn't. Even killing the Black Flood Dragon King wouldn't significantly impact the later stages of the battle. However, if he could severely injure the Fire Flood Dragon King, a 5th-tier high-grade Demon King, the battle would continue. Therefore, as soon as the first fleeing Demon King appeared, the three Demon Kings, Yishin Jun, Fushin Jun, and Luoyang Jun, began to converge on the Fire Flood Dragon King. At this moment, with the Black Flood Dragon King's escape, Yinlong Jun immediately used his lightning escape technique to rush to the new battlefield. The Fire Flood Dragon King wasn't stupid either. Seeing Zhou Chun's Demon King spirit pet approaching him, he immediately understood Zhou Chun's intentions. Having personally experienced the difficulty of the Heavenly Annihilation Force symbol's formation, he certainly didn't want to be trapped in this predicament again. Therefore, before Yinlong Jun arrived, he unhesitatingly activated his 9-section Bone Whip Spirit Treasure, striking Luoyang Jun. Unexpectedly, Luoyang Jun neither dodged nor evaded. Instead, before being struck by the 9-section Bone Whip, he also condensed a dark green mystic light and struck him. Under the attack of the 9-section Bone Whip, Luoyang Jun's body was instantly blasted apart, turning into a broken piece of substitute spirit wood, and his true form reappeared hundreds of feet away. The Fire Dragon King, enveloped in dark green light, suddenly felt his body weaken, inexplicably losing a significant amount of life energy. Even a wound that had clearly healed began to throb with pain. This caused his speed to decrease, and he was then struck by a grayish-white petrifying light. While the 5th-order lower-grade Mountain Lord couldn't petrify the Fire Dragon King with a petrifying light, it didn't mean the Fire Dragon King was completely immune to petrification. His dragon body inevitably showed slight signs of petrification under the influence of the petrifying power, further reducing his speed. Although he quickly unleashed his magic to dispel the petrifying power, this delay allowed the Silver Dragon Lord to appear nearby. Seeing this, the Fire Dragon King grew anxious. He suddenly unleashed a long, drawn-out dragon roar, flames erupting from his body, his speed increasing dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he overtook Luoyang Jun ahead, and a burst of fire shot from his body, knocking away the crimson gold spear spirit weapon wielded by Nangguang Wuking. It seemed he was about to break free completely. Unexpectedly, a white gold sword aura tearing through the sky arrived from afar, landing squarely on the fire dragon. Under the sharpness of this white gold sword aura, the protective flames on the fire dragon's body were completely useless, instantly cleaved away, and a deep sword wound appeared on its body, reaching all the way to its spine. Affected by this, the fire dragon's flight speed plummeted, and a mournful dragon roar echoed through the sky. Under the influence of the sword aura and residual sword intent, which clung to its bones like leeches, the fire dragon king's speed slowed considerably. If he wanted to unleash the same speed as before, he first needed to refine and eliminate the sword intent and sword aura within his body. Otherwise, under the interference of this power, he simply couldn't maintain his burst of speed. He was a decisive man. He immediately ordered the kinsman he was carrying to leave first, then unleashed a life-saving divine ability similar to the undying thunder body, transforming himself into a true fire dragon composed of flames. Moreover, this fire dragon didn't just last a moment, but for over 10 breaths. In this state, the sword energy within his body was quickly forced out. When he reformed his physical body, even his wounds had healed. However, what the fire dragon king hadn't expected was that even after forcing out the sword energy and healing his wounds, he hadn't completely refined the remaining sword intent. This left him constrained by the sword intent, still unable to unleash his full power. Just then, the crimson gold spear he had previously knocked away shot towards him again, forcing him to activate his 9-section bone whip to meet it, deflecting the weapon. As he prepared to continue his escape, a flash of silver light appeared dozens of miles ahead, revealing the figure of Lord Yishin. Then a silver blade of light hurtled towards him. Unlike the giant crab demon king who died in a daze, the fire dragon king naturally recognized the power of the silver blade of light and dared not rely on his physical defense to withstand such a special divine power attack. He hurriedly activated his divine power again, and flames surged from his dragon horns, bursting out a fiery red beam of light that slammed into the silver blade of light. In the end, his cultivation level had an absolute advantage, and this attack easily dispersed the silver blade of light. But then a silver lightning sword came flying through the air and slashed hard at his dragon body, leaving a shallow, bloody sword mark. It turned out that the silver dragon lord had also caught up. "You are courting death?" The fire dragon king was furious when he saw the situation of being attacked from both sides. He roared, and flames surged and erupted from his body, instantly condensing into 2 fire dragons that pounced on the winged mountain lord and the silver dragon lord. Both Lord Yishin and Lord Yinlong were masters of dodging, their figures flashing as they evaded the flame dragon's attack. Although the flame dragon quickly changed direction and charged at them again, this undoubtedly distracted the fire dragon king. Just as the fire dragon king was trying to use some other method to restrict their evasion, a white gold sword light appeared 100 miles away. Upon discovering this, the fire dragon king was terrified and hastily activated his power, transforming into a streak of fire and fleeing at breakneck speed. He already knew that even the golden profound saint grandson, who had received a treasure bestowed by the golden horned dragon saint, had been used as a testing ground by the Taijang divine venerable's avatar, suffering numerous wounds and nearly dying. He himself had personally experienced the taste of that sword energy. Therefore, he was very clear that he was no match for the Taijang divine venerable's avatar. If he were caught by the Taijang divine venerable's avatar and then trapped by the combined attack formation set up by Zhou Chun's spirit pets, he might truly die here today. So when he saw the avatar of the Taijang divine lord abandon the fleeing ice fire demon ape and chase after him, he was utterly terrified. However, by then it was already too late for him to escape. The avatar of the Taijang divine lord possessed the legendary sword escape divine ability. With his body and sword as one, he could fly as a beam of sword light, and his speed was second only to the void walking divine ability, which was almost like teleportation. The key was that both void walking and teleportation were divine abilities that were difficult to sustain for long and consumed a great deal of energy. His sword escape divine ability, on the other hand, was pure flight speed. Although it also consumed a lot of energy, it was obviously much more durable. Therefore, even though the Fire Flood Dragon King had unleashed his full power, he was caught up with less than 1,000 miles away. Then, under the attack of that incomparably sharp white gold sword energy, he had no chance of escape. Just as the Fire Flood Dragon King was being brutally beaten by the avatar of the Taijang Divine Lord, the Ice Fire Demon Ape that had previously fled suddenly turned around and headed straight for Zhou Chun and the others. This demon's actions greatly surprised Zhou Chun and the others, adding to their panic. Just as the Fire Dragon King trembled with fear upon seeing the incarnation of the Taijang Divine Venerable, they had long heard of the Ice Fire Demon Ape's ferocity. That was a peerless demon ape whose body had even been blasted apart by a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Fellow Taoist Nangong, we must hold off this demon ape, otherwise our other fellow Taoists will surely suffer heavy casualties. After his initial shock, Zhou Chun hurriedly shared his thoughts with Nangguang Wuking, who had caught up. At this moment, they were chasing the fleeing demon kings and had already strayed hundreds of miles from the protective array, making a timely retreat difficult. If they only wanted to escape, Zhou Chun and Nangguang Wuking might be able to get back, but several other early-stage nascent soul cultivators would likely die. In that case, their achievements today would be wasted, something Zhou Chun was unwilling to accept. Fortunately, Nangguang Wuking was not a cowardly person and knew how to consider the overall situation. Upon hearing this, he immediately replied, "All right, then let's join forces to fight this demon." As he spoke, he unleashed his aura, his divine sense locking onto the Ice Fire Demon Ape from afar. Clearly, this provocative act quickly enraged the peerless demon ape, provoking its attack. To the Ice Fire Demon Ape, Zhou Chun and the other human cultivators, who hadn't even reached the late nascent soul stage, were no different from anyone else. Since someone dared to provoke him, he naturally wanted to show them the severe consequences of provocation. He unleashed a punch from afar, a burst of blue-white frost power transforming into a frost light bullet that hurtled towards Nangguang Wuking. Nangguang Wuking, not to be outdone, blazed with fire on his crimson gold spear, which resembled a fire dragon as it met the frost light bullet head-on. Boom! The collision of ice and fire instantly caused a violent explosion. And this casual punch alone was enough to blast Nangguang Wuking's fully powered spear away. Before Nangguang Wuking could even catch his breath, another fiery red bullet flew from the Ice Fire Demon Ape's other fist, heading straight for its main body. He hurriedly activated his golden umbrella again, raising it in front of him. Golden spiritual light gathered and surged on the umbrella, condensing into a spherical light shield protecting its master. Boom! Another violent explosion rang out, and the golden umbrella was instantly blasted away by the powerful force, crashing heavily into Nangguang Wuking, sending him flying dozens of feet away. Nangguang Wuking then clutched his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood, having suffered internal injuries from the attack. But the Ice Fire Demon Ape's offensive did not stop. It opened its mouth, and another red-blue beam of light, composed of the fusion of ice and fire, locked onto Nangguang Wuking and blasted towards him. Seeing this, Nangguang Wuking's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the golden umbrella, forcibly activating its original power, causing it to once again radiate brilliant spiritual light in front of him. Immediately afterward, he let out another low shout, and a fiery red armor suddenly appeared on his body, blazing with flames and forming a protective shield around his entire body. But even this seemed insufficient, so he quickly conjured a shimmering 5th-tier magic talisman in his hand, instantly activating it to transform into a golden, iron-like barrier in front of him. With these 3 layers of protection, his wildly beating heart finally calmed considerably, and the alarm bells lessened. What followed proved that his actions were not an exaggeration at all. The red and blue beam of light struck the outermost golden umbrella, instantly causing a violent explosion. The terrifying explosive force easily shattered the protective aura emanating from the golden umbrella, blasting the magical treasure far away, even cracking the umbrella's surface. The surging explosive force then dispersed the golden, iron-like barrier, engulfing Nangguang Wuking behind it. Caught in the shockwave of the explosion, Nangguang Wuking was like a small boat on a stormy sea, his armor instantly cracking. The powerful impact even penetrated the armor and affected his body, causing his internal organs to churn and making him feel nauseous. Fortunately, he had always focused on physical training and had practiced secret techniques to strengthen his body, which allowed him to barely withstand the impact and react quickly and correctly. He mustered his strength, his body flashing with purplish-red spiritual light, and charged forward against the force of the impact. After charging for thousands of feet, he finally broke out of the core of the explosion's shockwave. At this moment, the armor's protective shield seemed to have fulfilled its purpose, exploding with a bang. Before the survivor could even breathe a sigh of relief, the massive figure of the Ice Fire Demon Ape appeared dozens of miles away. Fellow Taoist Zhou, Nangguang Wuking's eyes twitched, and he couldn't help but call out Zhou Chun's name. Although he wasn't quite at his wit's end, He had truly given it his all. He definitely wouldn't allow himself to continue fighting the Ice-Fire Demon Ape one-on-one. Adding a 5th-tier magic talisman had already exceeded his initial estimates. And he certainly didn't want to use up his remaining trump cards so easily. Fortunately, Zhou Chun didn't disappoint him. Mount Fu, Silver Dragon, Deer Yuan, and Winged Mountain were already in position, forming the Heavenly Annihilation Force symbols formation around him and the Ice-Fire Demon Ape. The Ice-Fire Demon Ape was indeed arrogant. With its strength, it clearly had a chance to leave before the formation was complete, but it didn't. Instead, it casually unleashed 2 light projectiles with 2 punches towards Mount Wing and Silver Dragon. However, these attacks, which even late-stage nascent soul cultivators dared not underestimate, ultimately lacked the power of the already formed Heavenly Annihilation Force symbols formation. After shattering a patch of spiritual light within the formation, they were silenced. Meanwhile, the suppression of the array's power seemed to displease the Ice-Fire Demon Ape. Immediately, its body crackled with red and blue spiritual light, unleashing a deafening roar. Amidst the deafening roar, the Ice-Fire Demon Ape, with its overwhelming power, forcibly created an independent microcosm within the array, using its powerful ice and fire domain to isolate itself from the array's suppression. This alone far surpassed the power of the Earth Barbarian King and the Fire Flood Dragon King, who had previously been trapped within the array. Now free from the array's oppression, the Ice-Fire Demon Ape could unleash its immense power. Red fire and blue ice light surged and intertwined on its arms, and then it clasped its fists together in front of its chest. Instantly, like Thor wielding his thunderbolt, the surging ice and fire power collided and exploded before the Ice-Fire Demon Ape, transforming into a terrifying red and blue destructive wave that surged forward. Faced with this terrifying wave of destruction, the Heavenly Annihilation Force symbols formation's array domain crumbled and collapsed inch by inch, utterly unable to withstand such terrifying power. This was something Zhou Chun had never expected. It could only be said that he was still young and had never witnessed the power of a true peak 5th-tier expert, or rather, lacked sufficient understanding of such power. In terms of sheer attack power, the Ice-Fire Demon Ape was in no way inferior to the avatar of the Taijang Divine Lord. It was just that its attacks were not as agile as the Taijang Divine Lord's avatar, and it was itself less agile, which was why it was at a disadvantage in the battle. In a head-on confrontation, it was not afraid of any 5th-tier expert, even if the opponent was an avatar of a 6th-tier expert. Fortunately, Zhou Chun made a correct decision this time, to let Yishin Jun participate in setting up the Heavenly Annihilation Force symbols formation. At that moment, seeing that the wave of destruction was about to completely shatter the array domain, Yishin Jun immediately flashed to the front of the wave, and relying on the profound magical power gathered on his body by his 3 companions, he directly unleashed a large-scale, spatial barrier, divine power. The void within the array domain, filled with multicolored spiritual light, suddenly distorted, and an invisible barrier, isolating divine sense, appeared in the divine perception. The destructive wave formed from the power of ice and fire, after impacting that invisible barrier, was like waves crashing against a breakwater, quickly receding. This scene slightly surprised the Ice-Fire Demon Ape, its fierce eyes showing astonishment. It hadn't expected its powerful attack to be blocked by a mere 5th-tier low-grade Demon King. Well done. Truly worthy of spatial divine power, Zhou Chun, watching the receding red and blue destructive wave, couldn't help but clench his fist and cheer loudly. Spatial attribute divine powers are always known for their overwhelming strength. Just like the spatial blade, which cuts through everything, even the powerful physique of a 5th-tier Demon King couldn't withstand its sharpness. This spatial barrier seemed equally unreasonable in its strength. Only a force strong enough to tear space itself could break through its defense. In this way, if Zhou Chun were to encounter such a powerful and irresistible attack again in the future, he wouldn't necessarily have to place all his hopes on Lord Fushin. Lord Yishin would also be a good choice. Just as Zhou Chun was thinking this, the Ice-Fire Demon Ape finally recovered from his daze. He pressed down with both hands, dispersing the surging red and blue waves of destruction, then changed direction and threw a punch directly at the location of Lord Yinlong, his figure rushing out along with a flying fiery red light bullet. It seemed that he had realized that his opponent was not a minor character that could be easily crushed, and wanted to escape from this array first. However, how could Zhou Chun and Angguang Wuking, who had finally managed to trap him in the array, sit idly by and watch him leave so easily? Lightning flashed on Lord Yinlong's body, and a thick silver lightning beam suddenly condensed, slamming into the fiery red light bullet. At the same time, Nangguang Wuking's crimson gold spear also shot out from the side, aiming straight for the back of the ice-fire demon ape's head. Zhou Chun unleashed his strongest form of the formless Zhengjin divine light, with all his might. However, these attacks seemed to have no effect on the ice-fire demon ape, barely scratching the surface. As if it had eyes in the back of its head, it turned and punched, easily blasting the crimson gold spear away. Immediately afterward, ice and fire spiritual light surged around its body, like an ice-fire spiritual armor, neutralizing and deflecting the incoming golden light blades. Even its charging pace wasn't slowed down much. Seeing this, Zhou Chun and his companion felt a strong sense of powerlessness. Both of them were considered powerful cultivators by outsiders, and they had indeed been able to hold their own against those fifth-tier high-grade alien races, fighting to a standstill. This had always filled them with pride and confidence. But before the ice-fire demon ape, all the proud methods seemed like a joke, a huge blow to their confidence. However, unlike their master's lack of confidence, Zhou Chun's Demon King spirit pets did not give up and continued to try to complete the task assigned by their master. Suddenly, the formation shifted, and Lord Fushin immediately replaced Lord Yinlong, his entire body radiating primal magnetic divine light, as he charged head-on at the ice-fire demon ape. Previously, neither the fifth-tier superior grade barbarian king nor the fire flood dragon king had any effective way to deal with this move, and their attempts to break through had been interrupted. However, with a swing of its fists, the ice-fire demon ape withstood the powerful magnetic gravity of the primal magnetic divine light, and blasted Lord Fushin away, leaving several huge craters in its shell. Such overwhelming power truly made Zhou Chun and his spirit pets feel what despair meant. Retreat, fellow Taoist Zhou. This fiend is beyond our ability to defeat. If we drag this out any longer, our lives will be in danger. Even the mighty Nangguang Wuking, filled with despair, urged Zhou Chun to retreat immediately, having completely lost the will to resist. 8,600 words, making up for yesterday's missing word count. Day 6 check-in complete. Chapter 758, A Glorious Victory. The powerful ice-fire demonic ape was ferocious and overwhelming. In just a few moves, it pushed Zhou Chun and Nangguang Wuking, these two so-called great cultivators, to their limits. Faced with such a ferocious ice-fire demonic ape, even the arrogant mid-nascent soul cultivator Nangguang Wuking felt a sense of despair at being unable to defeat it, and dared not continue fighting. Zhou Chun felt the same way. But he was more mindful of the overall situation and didn't want the victory he had already secured to be overturned. Therefore, after hearing Nangguang Wuking's words, he first glanced at the other nascent soul cultivators who were still fleeing back, and then said in a deep voice, "Delay a little longer, the other fellow Daoists will be retreating soon. We'll retreat after they were safe." Hearing this, Nangguang Wuking couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you really have a compassionate heart. I just don't know if those fellow Daoists will appreciate your kindness." He then shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, I don't want to fight this demon anymore. Fellow Taoist Zhou, take care of yourself." Then, without paying attention to Zhou Chun's reaction, he directly withdrew from the battlefield. Clearly, although he and Zhou Chun had a good relationship, he wasn't the kind of person who would risk his life for Zhou Chun. He could understand Zhou Chun's desire to consider the overall situation, but Zhou Chun's overall situation was not his. He didn't need to put himself in danger for it. Nangguang Wuking's decisive withdrawal made Zhou Chun's face darken, and his mood became even heavier. Despite his somewhat poor performance earlier, Nangguang Wuking had indeed managed to block several attacks from the ice-fire demon ape. With his help, the ice-fire demon ape would have had a significant amount of its power tied up. Now that Nangguang Wuking was gone, the pressure would fall entirely on Zhou Chun and his spirit pets. Flying Tiger, it's all up to you. Despite his heavy heart, Zhou Chun quickly assigned tasks to his Demon King spirit pets in his mind. Yishin Jun immediately attacked again, disregarding the depletion of his magic power and unleashing the spatial barrier defensive technique to block the ice-fire demon ape's path. Then, Lu Yuanjun attacked, striking the ice-fire demon ape with a life and death profound light, shaving off a portion of its life force and slowing its movements. Zhou Chun, meanwhile, fully activated his top-grade magic treasure, the unstable golden light pearl, casting a golden light that immobilized the ice-fire demon ape, hoping to slightly delay its movements. Meanwhile, Silver Dragon Lord and Mountain Lord Fu each unleashed their signature divine abilities, hoping to delay their opponent slightly. Under this series of attacks from master and servant, the Ice Fire Demon Ape's movements did indeed falter for a moment, affected by those divine abilities. But soon, it let out an angry roar, pounded its chest with both fists, and unleashed its full power of ice and fire, charging upwards to eliminate the negative effects and break through. Once the Heavenly Four Symbols formation is set up, it can actually form one corner of the four symbols in all directions, meaning there are no blind spots. However, the Ice Fire Demon Ape's previous head-on confrontation with and defeat of Mountain Lord Fu had already made Zhou Chun and his Demon King spirit pets realize that a direct confrontation with this demon was futile and would easily result in severe injury. Therefore, Mountain Lord Yi had to act again, directly setting up a spatial barrier above the Ice Fire Demon Ape's head, forcibly pushing it back. After this, however, Yishinjun's magical power was completely depleted, leaving him with less than 20%, barely enough to maintain the array's existence. Fortunately, Zhou Chun was prepared and immediately used the Beast Spirit Fusion technique to merge with him. With the magical power Zhou Chun provided, he was able to maintain the array and continue fighting. Repeatedly restrained by that invisible barrier, the Ice Fire Demon Ape grew even more enraged. He glared fiercely at the human-faced flying tiger, then suddenly spread his hands, and a ball of crimson flame and a ball of blue frost appeared in his palms. He then forcefully combined these two completely opposite forces, like kneading mud, into a ball of interwoven red and blue flame. With a casual toss, the red and blue flame ball was launched forward like a stone. After flying several thousand feet, the flame ball exploded on its own. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the sky. The array, which had been shimmering with multicolored spiritual light, was suddenly engulfed by a surge of red and blue light, covering a small portion of it. Taking advantage of the array's power being shattered and the area not yet ready to be repaired, the Ice Fire Demon Ape charged through the red and blue area, braving the force of the explosion, and escaped the array's range. Judging from the singed fur on his chest, this reckless act had clearly resulted in minor injuries. However, escaping the confinement of the Heavenly Four Symbols array at the cost of minor injuries was undoubtedly worthwhile. After emerging, he immediately grinned maliciously and rubbed his hands together, creating another ball of fire infused with ice and fire power, which he then hurled into the array. Retreat. Zhou Chun, now transformed into a human-faced flying tiger, immediately gave the order to retreat, using the void walking ability to vanish from his spot. Silver Dragon Lord, Deer Lord, and Mountain Lord also scattered and fled in different directions. The Ice Fire Demon Ape, of course, would not let this go unpunished. With a roar, he swung his fists, sending a red fireball and a blue ice ball hurtling towards Liu Wanjin and Fishanjin respectively. Simultaneously, his body surged with red and blue ice and fire spiritual light, charging directly towards Fishanjin. Boom! Boom! As the two ice and fire projectiles struck their targets, violent explosions erupted. Liu Wanjin sacrificed another piece of substitute spirit wood, using the wood spirit substitute divine power to neutralize the power of the attack and accelerate his escape towards the ground. Fishanjin, however, could only brace himself for the attack, his entire body frozen by the frost, turning into a massive ice block as he plummeted towards the earth. Then, a surge of gray, primordial magnetic divine light, washed away the frost, restoring him to his original stone tortoise form. But the Ice Fire Demon Ape was already rapidly approaching. If he couldn't stop it, Fishanjin wouldn't be able to reach the ground in time to unleash his earth-escaping, divine power. Fortunately, Silver Dragon Lord was quite loyal. He immediately unleashed the Dragon Source 10,000 miles, divine power, appearing in the nearby sky at double speed. He then unleashed Heavenly Thunder Annihilation Slash, and activated Heavenly Gang Thunder Slash Sword, to strike at the Ice Fire Demon Ape. However, the Ice Fire Demon Ape seemed to have anticipated Silver Dragon Lord's intentions. It didn't dodge or evade at all, as if it hadn't noticed the lightning blades and flying swords coming from behind, and continued to pounce on Mountain Lord without slowing down. Red and blue spiritual light flashed on his back, helping him block most of the force of the two attacks, leaving only two shallow wounds on his shoulders and back. Seeing this, Mountain Lord knew things were going badly. He immediately gritted his teeth and directly slammed the stone mountain on his back into the Ice Fire Demon Ape. Boom! As the Ice Fire Demon Ape swung its fists at the flying stone mountain, the stone mountain spontaneously combusted. The powerful explosion engulfed its figure, inevitably slowing it down. Meanwhile, Lord Fushin, who had self-destructed the stone mountain, endured the pain and continued his descent towards the ground. Finally, when the ice-fire demon ape emerged from the explosion's epicenter, it could only watch helplessly as Lord Fushin's massive body vanished from the ground, disappearing without a trace. This sight enraged the ice-fire demon ape, who let out a furious roar and locked its gaze on Lord Yinlong, who was still nearby. However, Lord Yinlong's speed was no slower, and it was far more agile. With a flick of its tail and aided by the dragon soar's 10,000 miles, divine power, it instantly transformed into a streak of silver lightning, shooting towards Azure Lotus Peak, covering dozens of miles in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, the ice-fire demon ape became even more enraged and immediately unleashed its speed to give chase. Meanwhile, thanks to Zhou Chun and his Demon King spirit pets buying time, the nascent soul cultivators who had pursued them gradually returned to the Great Formation. Zhou Chun, transformed into a human-faced flying tiger, appeared directly outside the Mountain Gate Formation. He immediately dispelled his secret technique, separated from Yishin Jun, and returned to the formation together. Fellow Daoists, pay attention. Once the demonic ape arrives, focus your attacks on him. Do not let him have the chance to break through the formation. As soon as he returned to the formation, he immediately gave the order to the retreating nascent soul cultivators to focus their fire. He knew that the Heavenly Azure Dragon formation, in its current state, might not be able to withstand the explosive bombardment of the ice-fire demonic ape. Not long after, Silver Dragon Jun led the ice-fire demonic ape over. Once Silver Dragon Jun landed in the formation, Zhou Chun gave the order, and more than 10 nascent soul cultivators simultaneously unleashed their most powerful divine abilities to bombard the ice-fire demonic ape behind them. Faced with such a fierce attack, the ice-fire demonic ape immediately stopped its pursuit and quickly transformed into a red and blue phantom, leaving the spot. Clearly, even a powerful ice-fire demon ape like itself could only temporarily retreat in the face of the combined attack of more than 10 fifth-tier experts. However, the ice-fire demon ape was obviously unwilling to give up easily, and soon launched a long-range bombardment at the Zhou family's mountain gate from a distance of 100 miles. With each swing of its fists, red fireballs and blue ice balls hurtled towards the Zhou family's mountain gate. But Zhou Chun was prepared for this, having already informed the nascent soul cultivators how to deal with it. The fireballs and ice balls were detonated from a distance by the divine abilities activated by the nascent soul cultivators before they even reached their destination. Although the force of the explosions could still be transmitted to the Great Formation, it was no longer enough to pose any threat to it. And if the ice-fire demon ape dared to approach the Great Formation, the more than 10 nascent soul cultivators would focus their fire on it. After exchanging blows for a while, seeing that it was not gaining any advantage, the ice-fire demon ape also decided to retreat. Just then, a piercing explosion echoed from the far distance, and a white gold sword light rapidly approached the Zhou family's mountain gate. Upon realizing this, the ice-fire demon ape didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately turned to leave. He could bully Zhou Chun and the others, but fighting the avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable would be pure self-inflicted torture. Let Golden Profound Saint Grandson deal with this opponent. However, the avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable didn't seem to intend to let him escape easily. It immediately turned its sword light and gave chase. At the same time, a communication flame flew towards Zhou Chun on Azure Lotus Peak. On Azure Lotus Peak, Zhou Chun caught the torchlight of the message. After reading its contents, he exclaimed with delight, "Excellent! Senior Taijang has severely injured the Fire Dragon King, concluding that it will be unable to fight for the next 3 to 5 years. We can now launch an attack to annihilate that army of demonic beasts." He immediately ordered the activation of the Grand Formation, unleashing all the low to mid-level cultivators who had been idle for some time within the mountain gate to hunt down the already disintegrating demonic beast army. Simultaneously, he and his several demonic king spirit pets, along with the nascent soul cultivators, swiftly left the mountain gate to hunt down the 4th-tier demonic beasts. For them, this was the hunt. Each 4th-tier demonic beast killed would yield a 4th-tier demonic core and a demonic beast corpse. Such opportunities were rare, and they couldn't afford to miss them, no matter how tired they were. Nascent soul cultivators hunted 4th-tier demonic beasts, golden core cultivators hunted 3rd-tier demonic beasts, and purple mansion cultivators harvested 2nd-tier demonic beasts. All the surviving cultivators had the opportunity to participate in this grand event. Compared to other nascent soul cultivators, Zhou Chun's advantage was undoubtedly very obvious. He alone possessed 5 Demon King spirit pets, which was unmatched by anyone else. His efficiency was equivalent to that of 6 people. Therefore, in just a few hours, the number of 4th-tier demon beasts killed by him and his spirit pets reached 21. This was even with his restraint, as he hadn't pursued too far. When he and his spirit pets returned to Azure Lotus Peak to rest, half of the other nascent soul cultivators had not yet returned. As for those golden core and purple mansion cultivators who had gone out to chase after them, as well as those mid to low level cultivators, they were even less likely to return so quickly. They would definitely wait until they exhausted their mana before returning, taking advantage of this rare opportunity. Go back and rest well to recover. Soon, an even more difficult battle may await us, on Azure Lotus Peak. After collecting the demon cores and demon beast corpses handed over by the spirit pets, Zhou Chun solemnly instructed them not to slack off. Then, he specifically addressed Lord Fushin, saying, "Stone, you suffered the most severe injuries this time. Now, you should rest and recuperate within the mountain gate." Lord Fushin simply nodded silently, indicating he understood. In truth, since the start of the battle, apart from Lord Yishan and Lord Luohan, who were still relatively healthy, Lord Yinlong and the others were all not at their peak. In the past, Zhou Chun would have already allowed them to rest and recover their strength. However, in this wartime, as long as they could still fight, neither Zhou Chun himself nor the others had proper rest. After arranging for the Demon Kings and their spirit pets to rest, Zhou Chun began sending battle reports to Venerable Yuanyang, reporting the general results. In this battle, they killed 2 low-grade 5th-ranked Demon Kings on the spot, severely injured 1 high-grade 5th-ranked Demon King and 1 mid-grade 5th-ranked Demon King, and 3 other low-grade 5th-ranked Demon Kings were also seriously injured. The remaining Demon Kings also suffered some internal and external injuries. It was truly a great victory. Meanwhile, the fall and escape of the Demon Kings also disrupted the demon army that had gathered outside Kinglian Peak. Although detailed spoils have not yet been tallied, it is estimated that more than 54th-tier demon beasts perished in this battle, and the remaining demon army suffered at least 100,000 casualties, essentially wiping out the enemy forces on the eastern battlefield. After reporting the general battle situation to Venerable Yuanyang, Zhou Chun returned to his cave and began meditating to recover his magical power. On the other side, when Venerable Yuanyang received the detailed battle report from Zhou Chun, he showed a clear smile. In fact, when the avatar of Taijeng God Venerable returned, he had given a general account of the results of the previous counterattack. However, the avatar of Taijeng God Venerable only mentioned that Zhou Chun had killed 2 5th-tier low-grade demon kings and severely injured the Fire Flood Dragon King. He was not clear about the rest. Now, after receiving the detailed battle report and learning the specifics, Venerable Yuanyang finally had a thorough understanding of this counterattack war. He quickly turned to the Taijeng Divine Venerable Avatar who was meditating and recovering his energy, and laughed. Ha ha ha, it really took fellow Taoist Taijeng's personal intervention. After this battle, the situation will change again. Now it's that little mudfish outside's turn to worry about how to deal with it. Hearing his words, the Taijeng Divine Venerable Avatar immediately opened his eyes, glanced at him, and said, "This is all thanks to fellow Taoist Zhou and fellow Taoist Nangong, especially fellow Taoist Zhou. If he hadn't sacrificed himself to hold back that ice fire demonate but the last moment, creating an opportunity for others to escape, it's not impossible that 2 or 3 nascent soul stage cultivators would have perished." Hey, fellow Taoist Taijeng is right. These 2 juniors are indeed outstanding in strength, and they are also bold and meticulous. They deserve praise. Venerable Yuanyang chuckled and nodded with a smile, following the words of the Taijeng Divine Venerable Avatar and praising Zhou Chun and Angguang Wuking. Then, changing the subject, he said, "However, since the demon army on the Azure Lotus Mountain range has already been defeated and scattered, perhaps we can recall both of them to help. If they can help hold back the Black Dragon and the Giant Python, the situation will be much more favorable to us." Upon hearing this, the avatar of the Taijeng Divine Venerable replied calmly, "That's true, but as for how to proceed, let's see what that little mudskipper outside does next." "Absolutely, absolutely. Let's see what that little mudskipper plans to do." Venerable Yuanyang nodded and immediately dropped the matter. Just as they said, the current golden profound saint grandson was both shocked and furious, filled with both shock and anger. and also with resentment and helplessness. After the heavily injured Fire Dragon King fled the battlefield, perhaps fearing a terrible fate if he encountered the enraged Venerable, he fled directly back to Yunzhou. It was a Demon King who had also fled from the Azure Lotus Mountain range who reported the situation to him. The returning Ice Fire Demon Ape provided further details, giving him a clear understanding of the reasons and outcome of the defeat. Undoubtedly, this was a completely unexpected defeat. Just as the human side hadn't anticipated that the Ice Fire Demon Ape possessed a trump card capable of severely injuring a Grand Cultivator, the demon side hadn't expected that Zhou Chun, whose strength they had already thoroughly analyzed, would suddenly acquire another Demon King pet, which, with its help, slew 2 5th-tier low-grade Demon Kings, completely shattering the balance of the battlefield. The Fire Flood Dragon King's severe injuries further exacerbated the situation. Now, the problem facing Golden Profound Saint Grandson was both simple and difficult. Should he continue to divide his forces to attack the Azure Lotus Mountains? If he did, the resulting army would undoubtedly be stronger than the one previously led by the Fire Flood Dragon King. But if he did that, his remaining forces would be insufficient to threaten the Moon Wheel Sect's mountain gate, and he even had to worry about the human experts within launching a counterattack. If they don't divide their forces, the human powerhouses of the Azure Lotus Mountains can come to their aid at any time, or cut off their supply lines to Yunzhou, preventing Yunzhou's reinforcements from reaching them. Furthermore, due to the Fire Dragon King's severe injury, they may no longer be able to gain an advantage in terms of top-tier powerhouses, nor will they be able to pose a sufficient threat to the Moon Wheel Sect's protective mountain formation as before. Does that human cultivator surnamed Zhou really have some secret? How can he, with only the early nascent soul stage cultivation, cultivate 5 powerful Demon King spirit pets? Frustrated, Golden Profound Saint Grandson suddenly remembered the culprit who had brought him this great trouble, and his eyes turned icy. He had known for a long time that Zhou Chun had enslaved a Thunder Flood Dragon. Although he was somewhat angry at someone daring to be so bold, he hadn't paid much attention, not to the point of going out of his way to kill this person. However, in this war, Zhou Chun first slew the Blood Flame Flood Dragon King, and now he had killed 2 5th-tier low-grade Demon Kings, single-handedly planning and leading the counterattack against the demon race's eastern army. This was truly making him an enemy, genuinely trying to undermine him and create trouble. Therefore, his killing intent towards Zhou Chun suddenly intensified. Of course, he was also very curious about what kind of ability Zhou Chun possessed that, within 200 or 300 years of his own successful nascent soul stage cultivation, he could help 5 spirit pets successfully transcend tribulations and advance to the Demon King realm. Even with his burning desire to kill, he knew that unless Zhou Chun willingly delivered himself to him, he had no chance of personally killing him. He and the Ice Fire Demon Ape were already locked onto by the avatar of the Taizheng Divine Lord. Anyone who left would be followed by the avatar. However, he felt that if Zhou Chun truly possessed some secret related to the cultivation of demons, perhaps his ancestor would also be interested. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, he used the method left by his ancestor to contact the Golden Horned Dragon Saint. After some time, Golden Profound Saint Grandson ended the communication with the Golden Horned Dragon Saint with a grim expression. Clearly, the result of this communication was extremely unfavorable to him. The Golden Horned Dragon Saint had no intention of intervening further in his plea for help, simply letting him decide his next move. As for the issue of Zhou Chun, the Golden Horned Dragon Saint felt he was making a mountain out of a molehill, even somewhat shirking responsibility. Because Zhou Chun's Demon King spirit pets, apart from the recently appeared Winged Mountain Lord, were all of clearly noble and powerful bloodlines. Their advancement to Demon King was a highly probable event. Perhaps the only puzzling thing is how Liu Yuanjun, this Demon King, survived such a terrifying tribulation. However, it's common knowledge that tribulation's success depends entirely on the Demon King himself. Even the most powerful outsiders cannot interfere. Therefore, the Golden Horned Dragon King sees Golden Profound Saint Grandson's speculation as an excuse for failure. In some ways, that's indeed true. Zhou Chun's spirit pets became Demon Kings primarily because of their own hard work and good fortune, establishing their Demon King potential early on. He also generously provided them with tribulation-crossing magic weapons. Each pet refined a set of magic weapons and cultivated a tribulation-transforming secret technique during their tribulation. In total, over a dozen high-grade magic weapons were destroyed during the tribulations. Several other top-grade magic treasures were also destroyed in the heavenly tribulation. This is a configuration that many nascent soul cultivators simply cannot produce. If Zhou Chun had used all these resources to invest in others, he might have even managed to cultivate 1 or 2 nascent soul stage cultivators. Without further support from his ancestor, Golden Profound Saint Grandson was deeply conflicted and hesitant about his next move. Oh no. Junior messed me up. Tonight, Junior's new car was all over social media, and all sorts of gossip distracted me for 2 hours, leaving me with only 6,000 words today. Chapter 759 Breaking the Bottom Line, Bold Ideas. Lanzhou, Jiufang Ridge. Since the massive invasion of the demon race, the Zhou family abandoned their ancestral home, relocating everything to the Qinglian Mountains. After the demon army's defeat at Qinglian Mountains, many of the fleeing beasts, initially scattering in all directions, eventually retreated back to Yunzhou and even the wilderness once things became somewhat safer. Upon reaching a blessed land like Jiufang Ridge, some beasts inevitably decided to stay and establish themselves as kings. This reflects the limited intelligence of beasts below the demon king level. They are easily adaptable, and once the surrounding area is safe and free from the control of higher-level beasts, they seek a suitable place to build their nests and settle down. Jiufang Ridge was previously the Zhou family's herding ground for beasts, so its environment had been extensively modified, making it ideal for various beasts to inhabit, and food was abundant. When the Zhou family evacuated this area, they only took some valuable demonic beasts with them, and even released some low-level demonic beasts on the spot. The surrounding area already had a large number of cattle and sheep herded by mortals. With readily available nests and abundant food resources, it was impossible not to attract some demonic beasts that had fled here to stay. After all, the distance from the Azure Lotus Mountains to Nine Peaks Ridge was 1 or 2,000 miles, and even third-tier demonic beasts would feel somewhat tired after fleeing such a long distance. Perhaps because they were used to everyone crowding into a small place, there were actually 4 third-tier demonic beasts and more than 20 second-tier demonic beasts crammed onto the small Nine Peaks Ridge. This situation was quickly discovered by the Zhou family cultivators, who had chased them all the way from Azure Lotus Peak and reported it to the core members of the family active nearby. Soon after, several Zhou family Purple Mansion stage cultivators arrived near Nine Peaks Ridge with their men, preparing to hunt down and exterminate these demonic beasts that dared to occupy their ancestral land. Yuangxin, you've always been resourceful. Now that we've roughly scouted the situation of those demonic beasts on the mountain, do you have any good suggestions? In a mountain forest, more than 20 Zhou family cultivators gathered. After some reconnaissance, they began to discuss their demon extermination plan. Hearing the question from his fellow clansman, Zhou Yuangxin frowned slightly and then looked at another female cultivator, asking, Sister Wang, what do you think is the best way for us to act? If it were me, I'd first create a disturbance to scare away those demonic beasts, causing them to scatter and flee. Then we'd chase after them and defeat them one by one, minimizing our casualties. Wang Shengnan glanced at Zhou Yuangxin and calmly stated her thoughts. After speaking, she thought for a moment and added, of course, considering the special significance of Nine Peaks Ridge to the family, we can also call on the family elders for support. That way, we can easily push through. Upon hearing this, the Zhou family cultivator who had previously asked Zhou Yuangxin for his opinion immediately spoke up. Calling on the family elders is unnecessary. The elders are currently busy hunting down those 4th-tier demonic beasts. How can we trouble them with such a trivial matter? Would that make us juniors look incompetent? Hearing this, Zhou Yuangxin glanced at the man a few more times but didn't say anything. He knew his uncle's thoughts. Not to mention the demonic cores and other benefits they would gain after slaying the demonic beasts on Nine Peaks Ridge. Even reclaiming the family ancestral land occupied by the demonic beasts would be a meritorious achievement. Therefore, it was best for them to handle it themselves, without involving the family elders. Since this was beneficial to them, Zhou Yuangxin naturally wouldn't object. After thinking for a moment, he said, Uncle 14, what you said makes sense. It's really making a mountain out of a molehill to alarm the clan elders over just a few beasts. Let's resolve this ourselves first, and then report to the clan. He then looked at Wang Shengnan and said, Sister Wang's suggestion was excellent. Let's create some noise from a distance and see if we can scare away some of the demonic beasts. If we can divide and conquer them, that would be ideal. Upon hearing this, his elder clansmen immediately nodded in agreement, and Wang Shengnan naturally had no objections. So, The three of them retreated a little distance and deliberately created a huge explosion 100 miles away, creating various colorful spiritual phenomena in the sky, making it seem as if high-level cultivators were engaged in a battle nearby. This commotion quickly alerted the demonic beasts that ruled the Nine Peaks Ridge. And just as Wang Shengnan had said, these demonic beasts, who had fled all the way from the Azure Lotus Mountains, were indeed frightened and easily startled. 4 of the third-tier demonic beasts quickly started arguing, and 2 of them immediately turned and left Nine Peaks Ridge. The remaining 2, though barely managing to stay, were also prepared to flee at any moment, flying into the air to observe the situation from a distance. Most of the second-tier demonic beasts fled. Having learned of the situation ahead through their sentries, Zhou Chun and the others patiently waited for about half an hour until the other demonic beasts were far away before heading straight for Nine Peaks Ridge. The 2 third-tier demonic beasts remaining on Nine Peaks Ridge were a white demonic bird and a blue demonic sheep. The demonic bird was a mid-grade third-tier demonic beast, and the demonic sheep was a low-grade third-tier demonic beast. After Zhou Chun and his companions arrived, Wang Shengnan faced a blue demonic sheep alone, while he and his uncle worked together to deal with the white demonic bird. He then took off his spirit beast pouch and flicked it, from which a magnificent 5-colored pheasant and a blue giant lizard demonic beast emerged. Both of whose spirit pets had been trained into high-grade second-tier demonic beasts, possessing exceptional strength. During the war with the demon race, the Zhou family obtained a large number of demon cores and demonic beast corpses. After the war, Zhou Chun planned to exchange suitable demon cores and evolutionary items for his beloved pets to help them break through to the third-tier realm. He released these 2 spirit pets not to help fight the white demonic bird, but to eliminate the remaining second-tier demonic beasts. After giving the spirit pets this command, Zhou Chun summoned a mid-grade third-tier shield magic weapon to protect himself and, together with his uncle, began attacking the white demonic bird. After fighting fiercely for about half an hour, Zhou Chun and his uncle successfully ambushed the white demonic bird with a poisoned hidden arrow, killing the mid-grade third-tier demonic beast. The 2 then went to help Wang Shengnan fight the demonic sheep, easily killing it in a 3-on-1 situation. After clearing the demonic beasts from Nine Peaks Ridge, the 3 of them followed the tracks left by the 2 escaped third-tier demonic beasts. Similar situations to those on Nine Peaks Ridge were occurring repeatedly in many places in Lianzhou and Luzhou. These escaped demonic beasts had become highly sought-after prey for the Zhou family cultivators and other Heavenly Spirit Legion cultivators, all eager to take a bite and feast. That's how war is. As long as one side loses, the victor will feast on the corpses of the defeated. Everyone was waiting to see how this war between the demon race and the human race would unfold. Golden Profound Saint Grandson himself was very clear that his decision would drastically change the course of the war. Therefore, this decision was extremely difficult for him to make. Before he made his decision, the human race had been patiently waiting. Undoubtedly, time was on the human race's side. Even if it dragged on like this, it was something the human race was willing to accept. Several days passed, and the demonic army outside the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate made no move, even completely ceasing its offensive. This relieved Zhou Chun, who had been closely monitoring the situation. Let it drag on. It's best if it just drags on like this, he muttered to himself before leaving his cave to patrol. Several more days passed, and the previously inactive demon army finally made its move again. After much deliberation, Golden Profound Saint Grandson made a somewhat unexpected decision. He divided the demon army besieging the Moonwheel Sect into more than 10 groups, each led by a 4th-tier demon beast, bypassing the Moonwheel Sect's gates and attacking the surrounding countries. Simultaneously, he led the Demon Kings in a fierce attack on the Moonwheel Sect's gate formation. However, it's worth noting that the Black Dragon Girl and several mid-tier 5th-tier Demon Kings suddenly disappeared from the demon army, their whereabouts unknown. This little mudskipper really hasn't given up on his desire to destroy our human race. Even in this situation, he'd rather suffer 3,000 casualties himself than let our human race suffer any more losses. Upon seeing the latest movements of the demon army, Venerable Yuan Yang's eyes narrowed, immediately discerning Golden Profound Saint Grandson's intentions, and his tone turned hostile. He knew that Golden Profound Saint Grandson knew he couldn't possibly break through the Moonwheel Sect's stronghold, yet didn't want to drag things out or slink back in disgrace, hence his attempt to achieve a mutually destructive outcome. It was obvious that few of the demon beast armies that went to invade the rear countries would return alive. However, Once these demon beasts entered the rear countries, they would undoubtedly cause immense damage to the cultivation world of those nations. It's important to understand that the rear countries didn't implement a scorched earth policy like Jing Kingdom. In fact, cultivators and mortals who had evacuated from Jing Kingdom were still active within the territory of several rear countries. At this moment, the demon army's incursion into the rear kingdoms would undoubtedly inflict immense damage on the smaller forces within the cultivation world of those kingdoms, tantamount to subjecting them to a massive beast tide. Due to time constraints, even if they now understood the demon army's intentions and informed the rear kingdoms, they certainly wouldn't have time to implement a scorched earth policy like the Jing Kingdom. Therefore, in fact, when Golden Profound Saint Grandson made this decision and put it into action, the rear kingdoms were already calculating their losses. War inevitably results in death. Since this little mudfish isn't afraid to squander its resources, what do we humans have to fear? The avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable naturally understood the meaning of Yuan Yang Venerable's words and, upon hearing them, clearly expressed his own stance. Hearing his words, Venerable Yuan Yang's gaze sharpened, and he said slowly in a low voice, "Yes, how can war be without death? For the sake of the human race, some sacrifices are necessary." He then solemnly said to the avatar of Venerable Taijang, "Fellow Taoist Taijang, you should deal with that little mudskipper outside. I will immediately send a message to fellow Taoist Zhou and fellow Taoist Nanguang, asking them to come and provide support." Unexpectedly, Venerable Taijang's avatar replied in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist Nanguang, coming to provide support is fine. It's more convenient for fellow Taoist Zhou to lead people to intercept and kill those flanking demon armies. That black dragon can't do anything to him." However, Venerable Yuan Yang did not immediately agree to his decision. Instead, he frowned and said, "Isn't this inappropriate? Although fellow Taoist Nanguang is quite strong, he probably can't deal with that giant black python alone. This demon's supernatural powers are very effective against cultivation levels. His cultivation level is lower than his opponent's." However, the avatar of Taijang Divine Venerable also had his own considerations and immediately followed up, "If fellow Taoist Nanguang is not up to the task, then fellow Taoist Zhou will be even less capable. Fellow Taoist Zhou and his Demon King spirit pets are only at the 5th order low-grade cultivation level, and all their methods have been discovered by the demon race. How can they not be wary of him? Instead of that, it would be better to have fellow Taoist Zhuanzhen and fellow Taoist Nanguang work together to hold off that ice-fire demon ape, freeing fellow Taoist Zhou to create greater achievements." These words seemed to persuade Venerable Yuan Yang. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, "All right, then let's do as fellow Taoist Taijang says. I hope fellow Taoist Zhou can live up to fellow Taoist Taijang's high regard and not disappoint your expectations." After agreeing on the situation, the avatar of Taijang Divine Venerable immediately led true person Zhuanzhen and another great cultivator out to meet the enemy. Not long after, Venerable Yuan Yang's message also reached Zhou Chun and Nanguang Wuking. After reading the message, Zhou Chun immediately said to Nanguang Wuking, "Since it's senior Yuan Yang's arrangement, fellow Taoist Nanguang, you should take fellow Taoist Ying and the others to support the Moonwheel Sect." He had previously discussed with Nanguang Wuking who would be sent to support the Moonwheel Sect if fighting broke out again, or whether the two of them should go together. Now the result was in. This result undoubtedly relieved Zhou Chun, and he was quite satisfied with it. Although Nanguang Wuking also didn't want to go to such a dangerous battlefield, he dared not disobey Venerable Yuan Yang's order, so he could only nod and say, "Then I'll take my leave first. Fellow Taoist Zhou, please take care." With that, he led the other 3 nascent soul stage cultivators named in the order to support the Moonwheel Sect. After watching Nanguang Wuking and the others leave, Zhou Chun also gathered his men to discuss his own mission. His mission was to intercept and eliminate the demonic beast army that was flanking the various nations and causing chaos. During this process, he was likely to encounter an ambush from the 5th-tier high-grade Black Dragon Maiden and several other 5th-tier mid-grade Demon Kings. However, those Demon Kings might also attack the Azure Lotus Mountain range. Therefore, he had to make arrangements for the 7 early-stage nascent soul cultivators besides himself to ensure their homes wouldn't be raided while he was away. Time was of the essence, and Zhou Chun didn't have much time to consider. After a brief discussion with everyone, he, having the authority to make decisions, made what he considered the best arrangement. He would take 3 early-stage nascent soul cultivators with him to carry out the mission, leaving 4 early-stage nascent soul cultivators, his second nascent soul avatar, and Lord Fushan to guard the Azure Lotus mountain range. With these arrangements in place, Zhou Chun quickly led his men away from the Azure Lotus mountain range. Nascent soul cultivators are incredibly fast. Even though Zhou Chun had set off from the Azure Lotus mountain several hours behind the departing demon beast army of the Moonwheel sect, he still managed to catch up with one of the demon beast armies before they completely left Jing Kingdom's territory. However, contrary to the intelligence reports, this demon beast army didn't exceed 10,000 beasts. It seemed they had split up halfway through. Leading these beasts were only 2 low-grade 4th-tier demon beasts, naturally posing no threat to Zhou Chun and his group. Several nascent soul cultivators and several 5th-tier demon kings worked together and easily slaughtered the entire demon beast army. But just as Zhou Chun finished slaughtering this army and was preparing to search for other demon beast armies, an urgent message from Venerable Yuan Yang suddenly arrived in his hands. After reading the message, his expression changed. It turns out that the vanished 5th-tier superior grade Black Dragon King didn't go to attack the Azure Lotus Mountains, nor did he hide among any demon beast army to ambush him. Instead, he directly stormed into the Cheng Kingdom and is now fiercely attacking the mountain gate of the Mingjing sect, a major cultivation sect in Cheng. Furthermore, dozens of 4th-tier demon beasts have already scattered and rushed into the territories of Xin and Cheng, invading and slaughtering various small and medium-sized cultivation families. Because a large number of high-level cultivators from Cheng and Shen had been transferred to Jing Kingdom for defense, they simply don't have enough manpower to rescue and eliminate the demon beasts in the short term. Therefore, Venerable Yuan Yan can only order Zhou Chun to immediately go to the Mingjing sect's mountain gate to provide support, while also mobilizing golden core cultivators from the Azure Lotus Mountains and high-level cultivators from other countries further back to support Xin and Cheng. Zhou Chun knows that this event signifies that the war has completely entered a new phase. It's something neither the human nor the demon race wanted to happen before, high-level beings from both sides entering each other's territories and wantonly destroying and slaughtering. This also meant that all rules and tacit understandings could now be disregarded. Even a nascent soul cultivator attacking a 5th-tier demon king would be no problem. Similarly, if Zhou Chun dared, he could directly wreak havoc in the Dragon Abyss. This is truly insane, he muttered to himself, and immediately led his men to Cheng Kingdom. Regardless, since the demon race had made this choice, the human race had no choice but to fight back. Zhou Chun also believed that Venerable Yuan Yang and Venerable Tai Zheng would definitely not give up so easily and would surely retaliate in kind. However, although Zhou Chun did not dare to delay for even a moment on the road, by the time he arrived at the Mingjing sect's mountain gate, the sect's protective formation had already been breached by the Black Dragon Girl, and towering flames engulfed the mountain gate, with the corpses of fallen cultivators scattered everywhere. The aura is still very strong, they must have just left. Follow me and chase after them. We absolutely cannot let this happen again. Zhou Chun's gaze lingered only briefly on the ruins of the Mingjing sect's mountain gate and the corpses before he led his men away with a grave expression. Among the Demon King's spirit pets, Yishan and Luang were both excellent trackers, and because the Black Dragon Girl was a dragon, the Silver Dragon Jun was also very sensitive to the aura she left behind. Therefore, relying on the aura left behind, Zhou Chun and his men easily caught up with the Black Dragon Girl and other Demon Kings who were attacking the mountain gate of another major sect in Cheng Kingdom. There were 4 Demon Kings in total. Besides the Black Dragon Girl, the other 3 were also mid-grade 5th-rank Demon Kings, including the mid-grade 5th-rank Black Dragon that Zhou Chun had fought before. Now, seeing Zhou Chun and his group catching up, these Demon Kings didn't even fight them, they simply scattered and fled. This situation surprised Zhou Chun slightly. But he quickly recovered and said in a deep voice, Zhou, we'll go after that 5th-tier high-grade Black Dragon. Fellow Taoist Zhao, fellow Taoist Xiao, the 3 of you will go after that 5th-tier mid-grade Black Dragon. Be careful to protect yourselves. Before the 3 could reply, he had already ridden the Silver Dragon Lord and given chase. Seeing this, the other 3 nascent soul cultivators exchanged glances and could only grit their teeth and do as he said. What Zhou Chun hadn't expected was that the Black Dragon Girl, upon discovering he was pursuing her alone, showed no intention of staying to fight him and immediately accelerated her escape. Seeing this, the Silver Dragon Lord quickly activated his Dragon Source 10,000 miles, divine power, accelerating his pursuit. In this chase, they soon left Cheng Kingdom and re-entered Jing Kingdom's territory. Judging from the Black Dragon Girl's escape direction, it was clearly heading towards the location of the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate. So, he was going to circle back again? Zhou Chun's expression changed slightly, seemingly understanding the demon race's plan. This was a deliberate feint, a diversionary tactic, using the Black Dragon Girl and several other demon kings to hold him back, preventing him from having the time and opportunity to intercept and slaughter the demon beast armies heading to various countries, and incidentally causing some chaos in the rear of the human race. But was it worth it? To deliberately break all rules and tacit understandings just for this? Zhou Chun couldn't understand what that golden profound saint grandson was thinking. How could he make such a foolish decision? But he knew one thing, he couldn't let his enemy achieve his goals. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and summoned Lord Yishan, instructing him to use the Void Walk ability to intercept the Black Dragon Girl. In terms of flight speed and endurance, Lord Yishan was naturally inferior to a 5th-tier superior grade Flood Dragon King. However, in terms of burst speed, no one within the 5th tier could match Lord Yishan. Originally, the Silver Dragon Lord, empowered by the Dragon Source 10,000 miles ability, was only less than 500 miles away from the Black Dragon Girl. Lord Yishan, obeying Zhou Chun's orders, disregarded the cost of minor physical injury and instantly traversed over 600 miles using the Void Walk ability, appearing dozens of miles directly in front of the Black Dragon Girl. This scene somewhat surprised the Black Dragon Girl, but a fierce glint flashed in her eyes, and she immediately spat out more a bolt of black lightning towards Lord Yishan, simultaneously charging towards him at the same time. The lightning tore through the air, arriving in an instant. However, Lord Yishan still managed to dodge the thunderous attack with lightning speed using his flash of space technique. He then retaliated, unleashing a spatial blade at the charging 100-foot-long Black Dragon. The Black Dragon spat out another jet of black water, instantly shattering the spatial blade, and continuing its charge without hesitation, completely disregarding Lord Yishan as a roadblock. This enraged Lord Yishan. The other party was far too dismissive. Two beams of spiritual light, one silver and one black, shot out from his body like two cannons towards the charging Black Dragon. He then calculated the distance and conjured a spatial barrier, several dozen feet in front of the Black Dragon. Since discovering the power of this move during his battle against the Ice-Fire Demon Ape, it had become more than just a defensive technique, it had also become the best way to block opponents. The power of space is hidden and difficult to perceive. Even human nascent soul cultivators can only easily sense and detect its existence when their nascent soul has separated from their body. As for demons, unless they inherently possess special attributes like Lord Yishan, even a 5th-tier high-grade demon king might not be as perceptive in this regard as an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. The Black Dragon only slightly sensed it when it was about to collide with the invisible spatial barrier. But by then, due to its powerful inertia, it had no time to dodge. It could only slightly turn its head before crashing solidly into the invisible barrier. This impact not only caused its physical body to suffer a tremendous shock, but its protective aura also endured immense pressure during the collision, being pierced by the two top-grade magic treasures activated by Lord Yishan, leaving 2 wounds on its body. The physical damage itself was negligible, but it made the Black Dragon feel insulted. It was merely a tiger demon that had just advanced to the Demon King realm, yet it dared to obstruct it repeatedly and even injure it. How could it not be furious? For a moment, she temporarily forgot about Golden Profound Saint Grandson's words. Slightly regaining her senses after the impact, she unleashed a burst of black light, instantly transforming the surrounding area dozens of miles into a black water domain. Domain techniques aren't very useful against opponents of the same level, but against weaker opponents, they can have a tremendous suppressive effect. Although Yishan Jun was also a 5th-tier demon king, his cultivation was 2 minor realms lower than the Black Flood Dragons. Once caught in the domain, he was immediately subjected to immense suppression, as if he had fallen into a quagmire. Unfortunately, he didn't have a similar domain technique to resist the suppression. Fortunately, he quickly discovered that his void walking technique was unaffected and could still be used. Ignoring the consumption of mana, he immediately used this technique to escape the domain's range. The Black Flood Dragon, naturally unwilling to give up, immediately activated its domain to move towards Yishan Jun, who had reappeared outside. Fortunately, thanks to Yishan Jun's delay, Yinlong Jun also used his lightning escape technique to bring Zhou Chun to the battlefield. Zhou Chun's arrival meant that Li Yuanjun and Fen Yuanjun had also arrived, He and the three Demon King spirit pets attacked together, unleashing their own domain techniques, instantly shrinking the Black Dragon's domain by more than half. This brought the Black Dragon back to her senses from her rage, realizing she couldn't continue fighting Zhou Chun and his servant. Although she hadn't experienced the power of the Heavenly Annihilation Four Symbols formation, since even the Ice Fire Demon Ape had said it was extraordinary, she naturally didn't want to be trapped within it. So, before the four Demon Kings could set up the formation, the Black Dragon spat out more Black Dragon Horn Battleblade Spirit Treasure, wielding it to break through the encirclement. But Zhou Chun, having finally caught up with her, wasn't about to let her escape so easily. Lu Yuanjin struck first, unleashing a life and death mystic light that struck the breaking through Black Dragon, instantly stripping away a portion of her life force and slowing her speed. Feng Yuanjin then used her burning heart flame, divine power, striking her with a mental fire. This method didn't inflict significant damage, but it undeniably weakened her, making it far more difficult to deal with than ordinary physical wounds. Zhou Chun also activated its Moon-Toad Pearl, unleashing a Tai in Extinction Divine Light at her. Yin Longjin and Yishanjin also unleashed their strongest attacks. These methods didn't inflict much damage on the Black Dragon, but they significantly reduced her speed, preventing her from shaking off the pursuing Zhou Chun and his servant. If left unchecked, the accumulated damage would eventually inflict serious injury. Therefore, after several unsuccessful attempts to escape Zhou Chun and his servant, the Black Dragon, furious, stopped fleeing and engaged them in direct combat. In the midst of the fierce battle, whenever Silver Dragon Lord and his companions showed signs of setting up a combined attack formation, Black Flood Dragon would immediately break out of the area, preventing them from successfully setting up the formation. And whenever Black Flood Dragon attempted to retreat, it would be met with concentrated attacks from Zhou Chun and his servant, preventing it from truly leaving. Both sides had their concerns, resulting in a stalemate. However, Zhou Chun knew that this stalemate was actually very disadvantageous for him, because Black Flood Dragon's magical power far surpassed that of him and his servant. Even if it dragged on, it could eventually wear them down. It could only be said that although he possessed the strength to contend with a 5th-tier high-grade Demon King thanks to the Heavenly Annihilation Four Symbols formation set up by his spirit pet, compared to true great cultivators, or even great cultivators like Nangguang Wuking who had enhanced their power through treasures, he was still significantly limited. He could rely on the Heavenly Annihilation Four Symbols formation to withstand attacks from a 5th-tier high-grade Demon King, but he lacked the power to actively do anything against a defensive 5th-tier high-grade Demon King. Therefore, after a brief exchange, seeing that it was truly impossible to trap the Black Dragon, Zhou Chun could only abandon the pursuit and watch it depart. Perhaps it's time to petition Senior Yuan Yang to utilize that underground waterway. In the sky, Zhou Chun watched the Black Dragon's departing figure, his eyes suddenly becoming profound. 1,000 days of guarding against thieves is never enough. Once the demon race crosses the line, given the human race's current situation of being attacked on all sides, it's impossible to effectively encircle and annihilate the demon kings who have penetrated deep into human countries. Since that's the case, it's best to retaliate in kind, strike at the heart of the matter, and force the demon race to redeploy their troops to defend themselves using the same method. Zhou Chun refused to believe that once the Dragon Court of the Dragon Race in Dragon Abyss Marsh, or the Dragon King's lairs in various locations, were attacked and looted, these demon kings would remain indifferent and continue to cause destruction on human territory. It should be understood that once the human race's powerful warriors hold their mountain strongholds, the demon king's abordage is purely destructive, yielding little benefit whatsoever. However, their lair must contain treasures they've collected over the years, and their descendants still live there. With these treasures held by the Demon Kings as a lure, and given that the Demon King's lair certainly doesn't have any forbidden formations protecting it, Zhou Chun believes many nascent soul cultivators, upon learning of this, will eagerly sign up, willing to risk everything. Continued in 8,000 words. Chapter 760 Raiding Behind Enemy Lines. The Moonwheel Sect Venerable Yuan Yang, who was busy mobilizing troops to fight the fires, quickly received a message from Zhou Chun. After reading the message, his expression changed slightly, and he fell into deep thought. In fact, he had considered this idea after the demon race crossed the line. However, because the human race was currently besieged on all sides, and the true depth of the dragon race's power was unclear to them, they were unsure. After all, compared to the complex human cultivation world, The demon race's social structure was far too simple, so simple that it was difficult for other races to infiltrate and gather intelligence. Furthermore, the dragon abyss was a vast and deep body of water, making it impossible to ascertain how many demon kings were hidden there. One thing was certain, even the golden horned dragon Saint, a 6th-tier demon Saint, probably didn't know how many 5th-tier demon kings were in the vast dragon abyss, nor could he command all of them. Therefore, Venerable Yuan Yang dared not easily decide to send people deep into the dragon abyss to cause sabotage. These human deities had already reached a consensus. Before the turbid evil energy dissipated, they should prioritize defense and avoid reckless warfare. Once the turbid evil energy dissipated and humanity ushered in a true golden age, it wouldn't be too late to launch a campaign to sweep away the surrounding alien races. However, Zhou Chun's current proposal, at first glance, did indeed seem very feasible. Furthermore, the demon race had indeed crossed the line first. If the human race didn't retaliate in kind, wouldn't they be looked down upon by the surrounding alien races and become even more aggressive? This is a matter of great importance. I should ask fellow Taoist Tai Zheng's opinion, he muttered to himself, glancing at the Tai Zheng divine venerable avatar still fighting golden profound saint grandson outside, and immediately transmitted his voice to the other, briefly explaining Zhou Chun's suggestion. However, on such matters, Tai Zheng divine venerable was far more decisive and even more extreme than him. This suggestion is excellent. We could even reactivate the demon-slaying order, encouraging our human cultivators to freely invade demon territories to slay demons and search for treasures, providing them with certain conveniences and assistance. The avatar of the Tai Zheng divine venerable responded in a solemn and murderous tone. This response startled Venerable Yuan Yang, who quickly shook his head, saying, "There's no need to rush to reactivate the demon-slaying order now. Otherwise, if a large number of cultivators escape our control, and the alien races make any further moves, we'll find it difficult to recruit manpower." The demon-slaying order they spoke of was a law implemented by the human race during its territorial expansion in ancient times. Whenever the human race decided to attack a certain alien territory, it would issue a demon-slaying order or similar law to encourage human cultivators to venture into alien territories to search for treasures and kill aliens, thereby depleting the alien race's manpower. However, the human race suffered several significant losses because of this demon-slaying order, and therefore, after the ancient era, the human race rarely issued such laws. Now that the avatar of the Tai Zheng divine venerable has proposed issuing a demon-slaying order, Venerable Yuan Yang dares not agree. That would only force the demon race to fight the human race to the death. He quickly said to the avatar of the Tai Zheng divine venerable, "How about this? I'll agree to fellow Taoist Zhou's suggestion first. Let him go there and test the waters. If the situation isn't too bad, then we can send some nascent soul cultivators who want to take a gamble to try." "Alright, fellow Taoist Yuan Yang, you can decide for yourself," the avatar of the Tai Zheng divine venerable said, then severed the connection and focused on fighting. Venerable Yuan Yang, after a moment's thought, immediately sent a message to Zhou Chun expressing his opinion. On the other side, Zhou Chun frowned deeply after receiving Venerable Yuan Yang's reply. Since he had made this suggestion, he certainly didn't rule out going to Dragon Abyss for revenge. But he absolutely didn't want to go alone. After all, if he went alone, the demon race could easily target him individually, and he might also suffer special retaliation afterward. Although the Zhou family had indeed forged a deep enmity with the Flood Dragon clan, they couldn't keep stabbing them in the back until the dragons were driven to the brink of destruction. Therefore, after some thought, Zhou Chun sent another message to the avatar of the Tai Zheng Divine Lord, expressing his concerns. This time, the wait for a reply was rather long, more than 2 hours. "Don't worry about the demon race's post-war retaliation. All those who have contributed to resisting the alien invasion will be protected by us human nascent soul cultivators, ensuring they are not threatened or harmed by the alien races." This brief reply conveyed the Tai Zheng Divine Lord's meaning. In other words, with nascent soul stage experts protecting them, those below could focus on fighting the enemy. A single word from a nascent soul cultivator was worth more than 1,000 promises. Receiving this reply from the Tai Zheng Divine Lord's avatar, Zhou Chun was relieved. He then immediately turned and headed towards the entrance to the underground waterway in Lanzhou. At this time, the demon race still hadn't realized the gravity of the situation. The demon beasts and demon kings that had flooded into the territories of Cheng and Shen were still slaughtering human cultivators and mortals, causing widespread destruction. Zhou Chun, After arriving at Longyearbyen Marsh via the underground waterway, didn't immediately head deep into the marsh. He didn't know the situation there and certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to rush in headlong. If you were surrounded, escape would be difficult. On the other hand, the Zhou family hadn't been without achievements over the centuries. They had discovered several spiritual mountains and blessed lands that might house demon kings. Even if all else failed, the former branch altars and headquarters of the Dragon Transformation Sect were confirmed to be inhabited by demon kings. These demon kings had all been conscripted to Jing Kingdom, so Zhou Chun wouldn't encounter any effective resistance there. Therefore, he took out a map and assigned locations to Lu Yuanjin, Yishanjin, and Feng Yuanjin, and they went their separate ways. Zhou Chun himself went directly to the headquarters of the Dragon Transformation Sect as expected, even in this blessed land of spiritual mountains and mountains, where the Dragon Transformation Sect's headquarters was located. Only 2 4th-tier demonic beasts remained. One of them seemed to be a descendant of a demon king, its true form a majestic and imposing dragon-horned azure lion. Seeing this, Zhou Chun simply took the extra effort to capture and seal it alive, intending to trade it to any nascent soul cultivator who might be interested. Besides this pure-blooded dragon-horned azure lion, there were actually quite a few other lion and tiger-like demonic beasts here, all at the 2nd or 3rd tier of cultivation, clearly possessing the dragon-horned azure lion's bloodline. It was unclear whether they were other offspring of the demon king or descendants of this dragon-horned azure lion. Zhou Chun showed no mercy to these beasts, killing those with demon cores and taking them on the spot. He then ransacked the demon king's cave. After the Dragon Transformation Sect's headquarters was breached, all the spiritual resources here had been plundered. However, with the new demon king taking over, he had naturally acquired many more valuable items. Zhou Chun discovered a hidden treasure room within the cave, containing several rare magical artifacts and spiritual materials, as well as some hard materials from demonic beasts. He readily accepted everything without hesitation. Without lingering, Zhou Chun headed to another demon king's cave. This demon king's cave was located in a treacherous place deep within the wilderness. To enter, one must first pass through the territory of a swarm of poisonous bees. This swarm of bees was enormous, capable of threatening even golden core cultivators. This place was originally discovered by Zhou Yuanlian, who, while collecting poisonous insects and medicines, unexpectedly discovered a powerful demon king's aura lurking within. As Zhou Chun entered, hundreds of thousands of poisonous bees immediately took flight, swarming towards him and blotting out the sky. However, he had no interest in fighting these demonic insects. He immediately unleashed the speed of a nascent soul cultivator, shaking off the swarm and forcefully entering the demon king's cave from the side. It was a secluded paradise, filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers, where various spiritual fruit trees and exotic herbs grew, its spiritual energy as rich as that of Azure Lotus Peak. The demon king who occupied this place was likely a bear-type demon king. Zhou Chun discovered many bear-type demon beasts here, including 3 4th-tier bear demons. These bear demons also knew how to raise spirit bees to produce spirit honey. Zhou Chun scanned the area with his divine sense and discovered as many as 5 different kinds of spirit bees, one of which was the rare spirit bee recorded in the ancient texts, the Flower King bee. According to the ancient texts, the spirit honey produced by the Flower King bee was a condensation of the essence and spiritual power of 100 flowers, which could be directly refined to improve cultivation. It was also the best auxiliary spiritual medicine for refining some cultivation-enhancing pills. If the spirit honey produced by the Flower King bee was added during the refining of the same pill, the efficacy could generally be increased by 20% to 30%. The queen bees in this valley have reached the 3rd rank, and their honey enhances the efficacy of pills like the Jade Dew Golden Glow pill. The other 4 types of spirit bees are no less powerful than the Zhou family's jade spirit bees, with their queens reaching the 2nd and 3rd ranks. Upon discovering this, Zhou Chun swiftly and decisively killed all the bear demons, but left the spirit bees alone, temporarily trapping them to prevent them from escaping. He then searched the entire demon king's cave. As before, deep within the cave, he discovered a hidden treasure chamber containing not only numerous magical treasures and spiritual materials, but also a considerable amount of queen bee honey sealed in jade barrels. Outside the cave, there were 13 4th-rank spirit trees, including 5 spirit fruit trees, one of which was the extremely rare golden powder jade cloud tea tree. This golden powder azure cloud tea tree is a tea fruit tree. Its tea fruits possess the power to neutralize all poisons and enhance spiritual awareness. The leaves are also detoxifying spiritual substances. Holding them in one's mouth can neutralize all poisons. Besides these fourth-tier spiritual trees, there are hundreds more third-tier and second-tier spiritual trees near the Bear Demon's Cave. In addition, there are over 100 kinds of spiritual herbs and plants, including a purple jade fragrant orchid, over 5,000 years old, dozens of purple jade fragrant orchids, over 1,000 years old, and a large number of yellow flower kudzu vine, over 1,000 years old. These spiritual herbs and plants are cultivated to supply the spiritual bees with the nectar they need for honey production. Bear demons, after all, cannot compare to the skillful human cultivators. Even if they know how to grow flowers and make honey, they cannot care for some of the more delicate rare flowers and plants that require meticulous care. Therefore, they can only obtain nectar by planting easier to grow spiritual trees and yellow flower kudzu vine, etc. These spiritual plants not only do not require meticulous care but can also provide a stable supply of pollen over a long period. Seeing this, Zhou Chun unceremoniously picked all the flowering spiritual herbs and dug up all the kudzu vines. Soon after, Lu Yuanjun arrived with his harvest, and Zhou Chun instructed him to tame and subdue the queen bee and spirit bees, and to transplant the golden powder azure cloud tea tree to a secluded location for later transplantation back to the Azure Lotus mountain range. As for the other fourth-tier spiritual woods, Zhou Chun didn't waste them, having Lu Yuanjun use the heavenly wood Dao soldier technique to forge them into Dao soldiers. While they were processing their harvest from the Demon King's cave, Yishanjun and Feng Yuanjun also arrived to join them. The Demon King's cave they visited was similar to the Dragon Transformation Sect's headquarters Zhou Chun had previously visited, although they had some magical treasures and spiritual materials, and had killed a few fourth-tier demon beasts. The overall harvest was insignificant. Only the Demon Bear's cave was a real windfall for Zhou Chun. What Zhou Chun didn't expect was that while digging up the kudzu vines, he unexpectedly discovered a mineral vein. Beneath this cave dwelling lay a rich vein of earthly essence jade, initially confirmed to be at least a large one. This discovery surprised Zhou Chun, but also filled him with immense regret. Earthly essence jade was a relatively rare type of spirit jade, and the profits from a large vein would be enough to tempt even some nascent soul cultivators. However, mining this vein was undoubtedly unrealistic, at least in the short term. After all, this place was far from the human kingdom, and the Demon King was still alive. Zhou Chun could only keep this matter in mind for now, and then, with his spoils, he and the Demon King's spirit pets headed to the next location. Just as Zhou Chun ventured deeper into the wilderness, beginning to raid the Demon King's ancestral homes, some Demon Kings, due to the fall of their direct descendants, triggered their bloodline cesses. Naturally, these Demon Kings were furious and went to Golden Profound Saint Grandson to complain. At first, when only one or two Demon Kings were causing trouble, Golden Profound Saint Grandson could still suppress them, telling them not to rush. However, after several Demon Kings encountered the same situation, even the slow-witted Golden Profound Saint Grandson knew that this was no accident. How dare they? Daring to run wild in my demon territory, they really don't want to live. His face darkened, and he immediately tried to appease the agitated Demon Kings while sending a message back to the Flood Dragon clan, ordering the Flood Dragon King, who was stationed in the Dragon Court, to send people to investigate and kill the cultivator who dared to enter the demon territory and cause trouble. But he had clearly underestimated Zhou Chun's ability to cause trouble. After making great gains in the Bear Demon Cave, Zhou Chun ventured even bolder into the depths of the wilderness. And with Lu Yuanjun's special talent, finding the locations of those Demon King caves was not difficult for him. After all, the location of a Demon King's cave must first be rich in spiritual energy, and then it would definitely be known to the surrounding high-level demon beasts. Although most of the high-level demonic beasts in the surrounding area had been conscripted due to the large-scale recruitment by the Jiaolong clan, some lone demonic beasts remained for various reasons. The whereabouts of these beasts could not escape the notice of Lu Yuanjun, who could communicate directly with plants. Through Lu Yuanjun's reconnaissance, Zhou Chun quickly found another Demon King's cave. This Demon King's cave was located atop a precipitous peak, over 3,000 feet high, soaring into the clouds, the highest peak in the mountain range. Many bird nests were present on the mountain, some nested on cliffs, some on treetops, and some inside caves. Many demonic birds still guarded the cave. From this, it was clear that the Demon King here was an avian Demon King. A quick scan with Zhou Chun's divine sense revealed that demonic birds still inhabited the Demon King's cave, a fourth-tier superior grade demonic bird, the golden-crowned black roc, and two third-tier rocs. The female golden-crowned black roc was incredibly perceptive. A quick scan with Zhou Chun's divine sense revealed its instincts. It immediately let out a startled cry and fled from its cave, heading deeper into the wilderness, abandoning its young. But prey targeted by Zhou Chun had no chance of escape. A beam of golden light shot from his hand, instantly piercing the golden-crowned black roc's head, killing it instantly. He then flicked his fingers, sending out two more beams of golden light, killing the other two fourth-tier demonic birds remaining on the mountain. Having done this, he ignored the other demonic birds scattering like frightened birds, quickly subduing the two third-tier golden-crowned black rocs inside. These golden-crowned black rocs possessed the bloodline of the heavenly roc, making them a unique avian species. Their Demon King father had fully activated his heavenly roc bloodline, transforming into heavenly roc body. If Zhou Chun remembered correctly, among the Demon Kings attacking the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate was a mid-grade fifth-tier heavenly roc Demon King, whose true form was a giant, dark blue-green roc. With such a Demon King father, these two rocs possessed boundless potential, no less than a dragon. Zhou Chun, eager for a chance, naturally wanted to try taking them back and taming them, to see if he could subdue them or breed them with other demonic birds. If all else failed, he could sell them to other nascent soul cultivators, just like he had previously imprisoned the dragon-horned azure lion. Furthermore, unlike the previous Demon King caves, this Demon King cave's income, aside from other sources, was a significant bounty just from the bird eggs in the various demonic bird nests. Previously, there were many demonic beast cubs near those Demon King caves, but even these cubs, though recently hatched, were difficult to carry away one by one. Bird eggs, however, were much easier to transport. Zhou Chun entrusted the task of selecting bird eggs to Phoenix Lord and Winged Mountain Lord, and then entered the Demon King cave to search for treasure. The Demon King's cave was built inside a mountain nearly 3,000 feet high. It was remarkably clean and odorless. Zhou Chun easily found the heavenly roc Demon King's treasure room, and his delight was palpable. Inside the heavenly roc Demon King's treasure room was a sizable spirit ice stone. It was a mystery why the heavenly roc Demon King hadn't carried such a treasure with him, instead hiding it in his cave. This undoubtedly greatly benefited Zhou Chun. After examining the spirit ice stone, which was over 10 feet long, he carefully put it away. Besides the spirit ice stone, the treasure room also contained various demon beast materials and magical artifacts, far exceeding the collections found in the previous Demon King's caves. Furthermore, in some spiritually rich areas on the mountainside, there grew as many as 12 fourth-tier spirit trees, along with various thousand-year-old spiritual herbs and rare flowers and plants. Zhou Chun followed the same method, having Lu Yuanjun refine all the fourth-tier spirit wood into heavenly wood Dao soldiers. Subsequently, Feng Yuanjun and Yishan Jun also handed over the collected bird eggs to him, totaling 153. Including 12 third-tier demon bird eggs and the rest being second-tier demon bird eggs. This harvest might not seem like much to other nascent soul cultivators, but for Zhou Chun, it was a very good haul, greatly increasing the Zhou family's resources in demon birds. With each harvest becoming larger than the last, Zhou Chun's enthusiasm grew even stronger. He soon led his Demon King spirit pets south again to search for the next Demon King's cave. Just as Zhou Chun slew the golden-crowned black roc, the heavenly roc Demon King, fighting on the front lines, sensed the death of his maid and the capture of his young son. Unlike the other Demon Kings who were easy to talk to, he immediately greeted Golden Profound Saint grandson and quickly left the battlefield, rushing back. This scene was naturally witnessed by Venerable Yuan Yang. And his mood, which had been soured by the various unfavorable news from the two countries behind him, couldn't help but reveal a relieved smile. He secretly hoped that Zhou Chun could create even bigger commotion. Zhou Chun, deep in the wilderness, was naturally unaware of all this. The deeper he went into the wilderness, the more ambitious he became about this vast region. Unlike humans, demons couldn't effectively develop various resources, they could only utilize some naturally growing spiritual herbs. Even those Demon Kings, who had collected so many magical treasures and spiritual materials, didn't have the means to refine them into magical treasures useful to themselves. The underground mineral veins are largely unusable for most demonic beasts, except for a very few that feed on ore. Therefore, this region is a completely undeveloped and fertile land for humanity. Whoever can occupy a piece of land here will inevitably prosper. Judging from the area Zhou Chun has already traversed, establishing 4 or 5 cultivation kingdoms here shouldn't be a problem. If, as Taijang Divine Venerable said, 1,000 years later will be a golden age for humanity, then they will surely expand their territory again. At that time, this rich and fertile land will likely become the target of human development. As a human kingdom adjacent to this region, the Jing Kingdom's cultivation world will undoubtedly be the biggest beneficiary, fully enjoying the benefits of development. Thinking of this, Zhou Chun was incredibly excited. 1,000 years later, if everything goes smoothly, he should have a chance to become a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. At that time, he might really be able to suggest to Taijang Divine Venerable that they develop this wilderness and establish a new human kingdom. Half a day after leaving the Heavenly Rock Demon King's cave, Lu Yuanjin discovered another Demon King's cave and found a 5th-tier spirit tree there. This discovery immediately excited both Lu Yuanjin and Zhou Chun. Lu Yuanjin's Heavenly Wood Dao weapon ability could now refine 5th-tier spirit trees into 5th-tier Dao weapons. However, 5th-tier spirit trees were extremely rare and precious. Although the Zhou family's mountain gate possessed a 10,000-year-old evergreen tree, and Zuanfang Island had 2 more 5th-tier spirit trees, Zhou Chun couldn't possibly refine these 3 into Dao weapons for him. Therefore, he could only use 4th-tier Dao weapons, and before entering the wilderness, he only had a handful. Now, having discovered a 5th-tier spirit tree deep in the wilderness, regardless of its species or rarity, Zhou Chun obviously couldn't transplant it back to the family. It could only be used by Lu Yuanjin to refine into a Heavenly Wood Dao weapon. Therefore, Lu Yuanjin was even more excited than Zhou Chun at this moment. Led by Lu Yuanjin, Zhou Chun quickly arrived at the depths of a lush ancient forest and immediately spotted a towering 5th-tier spirit tree, hundreds of feet tall. This 5th-tier spirit tree was a type of fragrant nanmu, its trunk already 50 or 60 feet thick, enough to build a palace if felled. Clearly, such a spirit tree, growing in a place rich in spiritual energy, was not unclaimed. Within the tree's canopy dwelled numerous demonic pythons, the strongest being a high-grade 4th-tier, golden crown jade python. This golden crown jade python was incredibly beautiful. Its scales as translucent and emerald green as the finest jade, embodying both beauty and elegance. However, this beautiful creature was quickly pierced through the head by a golden light, instantly taking its life. Zhou Chun had no time to waste. With swift and decisive action, he killed the golden crown jade python, and another 4th-tier demonic python. The other demonic pythons on the trees scattered and fled the area. After collecting the corpses of the 2 4th-tier demonic pythons, Zhou Chun, guided by Lu Yuanjin, quickly found the Demon King's treasure chamber located within the tree trunk. The contents of this treasure chamber were quite interesting. While there were no spirit gold ores, there were a considerable number of gemstones and jade, all of the bright, sparkling variety, suggesting the Demon King had a particular fondness for them. Unfortunately, these items weren't particularly valuable to Zhou Chun, and he wasn't interested. However, although the treasure chamber itself wasn't very lucrative, other aspects yielded significant gains. Like the Heavenly Rock Demon King's cave, many tree holes and snake nests contained snake eggs left by demonic pythons, including several from 3rd-tier demonic pythons. Furthermore, many lingzi mushrooms grew on the tree, including a considerable number of jade marrow lingzi, a key ingredient for refining foundation establishment pills. The most precious lingzi was a nearly 5,000-year-old jade crane lingzi, shaped like a jade green crane, clearly no ordinary specimen. The reason this precious spiritual herb was left untouched was probably because the Snake Demon King intended to consume it after it reached 5,000 years of age to enhance its cultivation. Now, it had benefited Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun didn't hesitate and immediately had Lu Yuanjin use the Heavenly Rain, divine power on it. This divine power is less effective for spiritual herbs that are older, but the Jade Crane mushroom was very close to 5,000 years old, and with the nourishment provided by a 5th-tier spiritual wood, it successfully gained several hundred more years of age under the divine power's ripening, surpassing 5,000 years in one fell swoop. Seeing this, Zhou Chun naturally accepted the item with delight and also picked the other spiritual mushrooms on the tree and the various other spiritual herbs growing under it. Then, Lu Yuanjin personally used the Heavenly Wood Dao Soldier, divine power on this 5th-tier spiritual wood. Unlike those 4th-tier spiritual woods that had no power to resist, This fifth-tier spiritual would, although it hadn't developed independent consciousness, instinctively knew to resist becoming someone else's Dao soldier. Given the immense spiritual power it contained, it would take Liu Wanjin considerable time to refine it into a Dao weapon. Although Zhou Chun knew that staying in one place longer meant greater danger, he had to take that risk to obtain the fifth-tier, heavenly wood Dao weapon. After half a day, Liu Wanjin finally completely suppressed the instinctive consciousness of the fifth-tier spiritual wood and successfully refined it into his first fifth-tier Dao weapon. This successfully refined fifth-tier Dao weapon was a 10-zang-tall armored wooden figure, wielding a wooden spear. It could independently unleash several wood attribute offensive and defensive divine abilities, reaching the level of a low-grade fifth tier. Its spiritual power was even greater than that of its master, Liu Wanjin. With it as the commander, along with the other fourth-tier Dao weapons refined previously, forming a Dao weapon formation, even a mid-grade fifth-tier Demon King would likely find it difficult to harm Liu Wanjin in a direct confrontation. However, Zhou Chun and Liu Wanjin's joy was short-lived. Soon, the rapidly approaching aura of a Demon King entered their senses. A dark blue-green streak of light darted through the fierce winds high above the heavens, quickly appearing above Zhou Chun and Liu Wanjin, revealing the massive figure of a celestial rock. "Damn human cultivators, hand over my son," the rock roared, its furious cry echoing through the clouds. It is said that Gideon has a new feature. Following an author's account will trigger a pop-up notification when the author releases a new book. Readers who haven't followed yet, and those who enjoy the author's works, can follow the author's account. Thank you. Chapter 761 Killing the Rock King and Raiding the Dragon's Nest. They caught up so quickly. In the forest, Zhou Chun looked at the enormous rock with a wingspan of over 100 feet in the sky, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. He knew, of course, that his killing of those Demon King descendants and their mates would alert the Demon Kings. However, he also knew that even if these Demon Kings on the front lines knew their lair had been destroyed, their return depended on whether that golden profound saint grandson would allow it. And if he were that golden profound saint grandson, he certainly wouldn't release them easily if he wanted the war to continue. After all, releasing them now might be easy, but recalling them would be difficult. And if the number of Demon Kings who left increased, they wouldn't be able to withstand the human race's counterattack. But surprise aside, he was naturally not afraid of a mere fifth-tier or mid-grade rock Demon King. He didn't even need to use a trump card like the Heavenly Annihilation for symbols formation against such an opponent. He and his few Demon King spirit pets were enough to make the opponent suffer greatly. He immediately sneered, "You feathered beast. You've chosen the path to hell, choosing heaven over hell, courting death." Before his words even finished, he unleashed a formless Zhengjing divine light towards the heavenly rock. With his attack, the Demon Kings and their spirit pets naturally wouldn't stand idly by, unleashing a barrage of divine abilities upon the heavenly rock Demon King. This scene enraged the heavenly rock Demon King, yet he was utterly helpless. He darted about, using his superior wind escape technique to dodge the attacks. However, as soon as he reappeared from another location dozens of miles away, he was struck by lightning, nearly shattering the dark blue-green protective aura surrounding him. He attempted to retaliate, unleashing the heavenly rock gale to sweep towards his opponent, but it was utterly ineffective against Zhou Chun, who possessed a protective spiritual treasure, or any of the other Demon Kings. In less than 100 breaths, the heavenly rock Demon King was already battered and bruised, his blood staining the sky, at the hands of Zhou Chun and his servant. This situation was completely unexpected when he returned. He thought the human cultivators who had infiltrated the rear to cause sabotage were at most at the mid-nascent soul stage. With his abilities, he wouldn't be in such a pathetic state now. But he hadn't expected that although the enemy didn't have a single mid-nascent soul cultivator, their strength had reached the level of a great cultivator. After exchanging blows and realizing he was no match, the heavenly rock Demon King immediately withdrew, no longer daring to fight Zhou Chun and his servant. However, he didn't actually retreat. Instead, relying on his speed, he followed Zhou Chun and his servant from a distance of hundreds or even thousands of miles, clearly preparing to wait for more reinforcements to arrive before launching a combined attack. Seeing this, Zhou Chun frowned deeply. His greatest advantage in venturing deep into enemy territory was that he had no burdens and his whereabouts were elusive, making it difficult for the demon race to find him. But now, with a heavenly rock Demon King trailing behind him, constantly reporting to other Demon Kings, this advantage was completely gone. At this moment, Zhou Chun suddenly regretted not bringing Lord Fushan along. If Lord Fushin were here, he would have simply vanished into the depths of the earth. He doubted the Heavenly Rock Demon King could have tracked him down. Wait, this place is far from that feathered beast's cave. How did he find me so quickly? Could it be? Zhou Chun thought, his gaze drifting to a spirit beast pouch at his waist. Inside were two of the Heavenly Rock Demon King's offspring. The Heavenly Rock Demon King had likely tracked him using the bloodline connection between himself and his descendants. It was precisely because of this bloodline connection that Demon Prince offspring were rarely lost. No one could steal a Demon Prince's offspring and escape. This is troublesome. Zhou Chun frowned, immediately sensing something was amiss. He was now in a dilemma. If he killed the two little rocks on the spot, it would likely drive the Heavenly Rock Demon King mad, leading to relentless revenge against him and the Zhou family. But returning the two little rocks wouldn't necessarily earn him any gratitude. The Heavenly Rock would only continue to hunt him down because of the death of his mate and the theft of the Spirit Ice Stone. Thinking it over, the only way to solve this problem was to eliminate the person who caused it. Zhou Chun's mind raced, quickly considering possible solutions. After some thought, he had an idea. He suddenly put Feng Yuanjun, Yishan Jun, and Lu Yuanjun into his spirit beast pouch, then rode Yinlong Jun and plunged into a lake. Upon discovering his target was lost in the water, Xianpeng Demon King immediately rushed forward. Using his bloodline senses, he discovered that his descendant seemed to have been thrown to the bottom of the water, barely moving, as if abandoned. This put him in a dilemma. With his intelligence, he knew this was likely Zhou Chun's scheme, deliberately luring him into the water to ambush and kill him. However, he couldn't rule out the possibility that Zhou Chun had indeed escaped underwater by abandoning his descendant. If it was the second possibility, he worried that Zhou Chun had a backup plan, detonating it after ensuring his own safety, thus killing his descendant underwater. So now, he was caught in a dilemma. He hovered in the sky, his eyes gleaming with azure light, attempting to see through the lake water with his Heavenly Rock True Eyes to understand the underwater situation. However, no matter how hard he looked, he could only see a water cave several hundred feet deep at the bottom of the lake, and the source of his bloodline's connection lay within that cave. As for Zhou Chun and the Thunder Dragon, they had indeed vanished without a trace, their presence undetectable. This situation only deepened his suspicion and uncertainty. After a moment's hesitation, he suddenly unleashed a gust of azure heavenly rock wind, blowing it towards the water. This heavenly rock wind, though called wind, differed from natural wind. Even when it entered the water, it could still penetrate layer by layer, though its power would be continuously diminished by the water flow. Wherever the wind blew, the Heavenly Rock Demon King could sense the details. Using the wind as his antennae, he probed into the water cave and quickly found the location of his descendant. Deep within the water cave, a special waterproof barrier was indeed visible. The spirit beast pouch containing his descendant was tossed there, topped with a fourth-tier magic talisman. The entry of the Heavenly Rock Gale seemed to have triggered the fourth-tier magic talisman, causing flames to surge on it, threatening to explode. This sight immediately startled the Heavenly Rock Demon King, who hastily manipulated the Heavenly Rock Gale to scoop the spirit beast pouch out of the water cave while he himself transformed into a blue phantom and leaped into the water. Just as the Heavenly Rock Demon King plunged into the water, Zhou Chun and Yishan Jun, in their combined form, suddenly appeared above the lake. With a wave of his hand, he released the other three Demon King's spirit pets. It turned out that he had previously performed a feat of teleportation right under the Heavenly Rock Demon King's nose, suddenly merging with a Yishan Jun underwater and fleeing hundreds of miles away to lower the Heavenly Rock Demon King's guard. He then used a talisman to create the dangerous situation that the Heavenly Rock Demon King would personally kill his own descendant, forcing the Heavenly Rock Demon King to immediately dive into the water to rescue his descendant without hesitation. After sensing the talisman being activated, he immediately used void walking to return to the lake above where he had left the coordinates. Now, after entering the water, the Heavenly Rock Demon King, sensing the powerful aura suddenly appearing on the surface, realized he had been tricked. He dared not linger underwater, hurriedly grabbing the spirit beast pouch he had just rescued and rapidly ascending, preparing to withstand the impact. However, he underestimated the perilous situation he was about to face. A majestic dragon's roar suddenly resounded, and the Heavenly Rock Demon King was instantly struck as if by lightning, momentarily losing his composure. Limited by the Silver Dragon Lord's current cultivation level, the Heaven and Earth Dragon Roar technique was almost ineffective against a fifth-tier high-grade Demon King, barely able to shake their mind and will. However, A fifth-tier mid-grade demon king like the Heavenly Rock Demon King could not remain unaffected like a fifth-tier high-grade demon king. When he momentarily lost focus, Zhou Chun, who had already severed his fusion with a Yishan Jun, directly unleashed a Tai in extinction divine light upon him. Just as he was unable to escape the influence of the heaven and earth dragon roar, divine power, he couldn't easily withstand this white icy light like a fifth-tier high-grade demon king with his protective divine power. His defenses were directly pierced, and a layer of white frost condensed on his body. The surrounding lake water was frozen into solid ice by the overflowing power. Immediately afterward, a golden cauldron appeared high in the sky, combined with a dense golden light emanating from Zhou Chun's body, transforming into golden light domain that submerged the lake water and the Xiangpeng Demon King. But this was not what terrified the Xiangpeng Demon King the most. What terrified the Xiangpeng Demon King the most was that the Silver Dragon Lord and the other 4 Demon Kings had already taken their positions and were preparing the Heavenly Annihilation 4 Symbols formation. Ever since Zhou Chun displayed the power of this formation in the Kinglian Mountains, Golden Profound Saint Grandson had informed these Demon Kings of Zhou Chun's method, warning them to be extremely careful not to get trapped in it. Before his battle with Zhou Chun and his servant, the Heavenly Rock Demon King might have been somewhat skeptical about whether the combined attack formation was as powerful as rumored. However, his previous encounter had shown him that even without the combined attack formation, the 4 Demon Kings could easily defeat him, so he no longer doubted its legendary power. Therefore, once he recovered from his dazed state, he roared and unleashed his full power, instantly breaking free from his frozen state. A surge of azure light erupted from his body, and feathers suddenly detached themselves, shooting out like arrows towards Zhou Chun and his spirit pet. The Heavenly Rock Demon King himself folded his wings, soaring upwards like an azure cannonball, attempting to escape the domain. But Zhou Chun wouldn't let him escape so easily. With a thud, the golden cauldron suppressing the domain suddenly descended upon the Heavenly Rock Demon King, seemingly to subdue this unruly Demon King. But then the Heavenly Rock soared into the sky, its body radiating countless layers of azure light, directly clashing with the descending golden cauldron. It then forcefully propelled itself upwards, carrying the immense weight of the golden cauldron. From afar, it looked as if a great rock was carrying the golden cauldron, soaring through the heavens. But just as the azure black rock was about to break free of the golden light domain, a golden blade several feet long suddenly pierced the air, striking its back, which had lost much of its feathers. Instantly, like a chef dissecting a chicken, a deep gash appeared on the azure black rock's back, blood splattering and falling into the sky. Compared to the rock's enormous size, this gash seemed insignificant. But only the Heavenly Rock Demon King knew how severe the damage this attack had been. The golden blade, having penetrated its body, dissipated into sharp, metallic energy that churned within it, instantly causing immense damage to its internal organs. If he allowed the Zheng metal energy to wreak havoc within his body, his internal organs would soon shatter. But if he stopped now, he would be doomed. Therefore, after a mournful cry, the Heavenly Rock Demon King swayed and continued soaring into the sky, trying to break through despite his injuries. Just then, another golden light pierced the air and landed on him. He immediately felt his magical power stagnate, and his body stiffened, as if he had been frozen in place. Although he forcefully shook the power of his demon core to dispel the foreign power within his body after realizing the danger, his movement was inevitably slowed down for several breaths. When he finally managed to break through the golden light domain while holding onto the golden cauldron, he saw a scene of colorful spiritual light intertwining and flashing, quickly filing the 4 directions of heaven and earth. With the array domain of the Heavenly Annihilation 4 Symbols array complete, Zhou Chun no longer needed to waste his energy delaying the Heavenly Rock Demon King. With a thud, the golden cauldron immediately transformed into a golden spear and shot towards the Heavenly Rock Demon King. Simultaneously, he transformed into a moon toad, spitting out white icy light at the Heavenly Rock Demon King. Meanwhile, the Silver Dragon Lord, guarding the heavens above, unleashed countless bolts of lightning, engulfing the Heavenly Rock Demon King in a devastating barrage. The Heavenly Rock Demon King finally experienced firsthand the power of the secret array that Golden Profound Saint Grandson had specifically instructed him on. Within the array's domain, his magical power was suppressed, barely able to unleash 70% of its full potential. The omnipresent array's spiritual light felt like invisible threads binding him, rendering him powerless and unable to fly. The wind attribute spiritual power that had previously obeyed his command seemed to have a new master, no longer under his control. His once dominant wind escape technique was now extremely difficult to execute, lacking its previous mystique, and unable to sustain him for even a single leap of dozens of miles. At this moment, he was like a bird caught in a spider's web, struggling in vain to break free. The Heavenly Rock Demon King was naturally unwilling to surrender so easily. He quickly pushed his Heavenly Rock bloodline to its limit, his body surging with azure energy, attempting to create a storm to escape. However, the Silver Dragon Lord, empowered by the array, was already comparable to a 5th-tier high-grade Demon King. A silver lightning pillar struck down, instantly shattering the nascent eye of the storm and blasting bloody gashes into the Heavenly Rock Demon King's body. Then, the Dear Lord used Life and Death Profound Light to weaken his life force, further aggravating his injuries. The Winged Mountain Lord was equally unwilling to lag behind, seizing the opportunity to strike the Heavenly Rock Demon King with a spatial blade, leaving a penetrating wound from front to back. Even the Phoenix Lord activated glazed pure fire, transforming it into a pillar of flame that slammed into the Heavenly Rock Demon King, giving him a lava bath and nearly burning off all his feathers. Under such a ferocious onslaught, in just a few dozen breaths, the Heavenly Rock Demon King was severely injured and on the verge of death. Realizing he was doomed, he immediately hardened his eyes, his demon core rapidly expanding, intending to self-destruct. However, Zhou Chun hadn't made a move, anticipating this attack. Just as he was about to self-destruct, the Silver Dragon Lord activated a Heaven and Earth Dragon Roar, divine power again, seizing his mind and will. Zhou Chun swiftly struck, a Tai in extinction divine light striking his already broken body, instantly freezing his body and even his demon soul and primordial spirit. Immediately afterward, the immobilizing golden light released by the unfixed golden light pearl also landed on the Heavenly Rock Demon King. At the same time, the golden spear transformed from the myriad transformations golden cauldron, shot forth, instantly piercing the ice and penetrating the location of the Heavenly Rock Demon King's demon core in his abdomen. With such a multi-pronged attack, the Heavenly Rock Demon King's demon core was forcibly restored to its original state. Before the Heavenly Rock Demon King could offer any further resistance, his demon core was forcibly pierced from his body by the golden spear, and then struck by a bolt of silver lightning. Instantly, the Heavenly Rock Demon King's demon soul and primordial spirit, hidden within the demon core, vanished in the lightning strike. Not bad, not bad. Another mid-grade 5th-tier demon core in hand. Zhou Chun raised his hand, took the demon core in his hand, examined it, and quickly cast a sealing spell on the slightly damaged demon core to prevent a loss of spiritual power, then casually put it into his storage bag. Next, he activated the Moon-Toad Pearl to absorb the chill from the Heavenly Rock Demon King's corpse, and with a wave of his hand, he unleashed a golden light, retrieving the Spirit Beast bag and its storage artifact that the Heavenly Rock Demon King had protected so well. He first looked at the two little rocks inside the Spirit Beast bag, and seeing that they were still asleep within the seal, he nodded in satisfaction and put them away again. Now that the Heavenly Rock Demon King was dead, the threat of the two little rocks was completely eliminated. Zhou Chun didn't rush to check the Heavenly Rock Demon King's storage artifacts. He simply collected the corpse and left the scene with his spirit pets. Killing a Heavenly Rock Demon King was certainly a great achievement, but his mission didn't end there. Right now, he was just causing trouble in the wilderness, raiding a few Demon King lairs that weren't home. For the Golden Profound Saint Grandson on the front lines, the pressure wasn't too great. To truly put pressure on them, he had to touch the vital interests of the Flood Dragon clan, that is, to make a trip to Dragon Abyss. For Zhou Chun, the opportunity to personally go to Dragon Abyss might only come once in 1,000 years. And he had long wanted to see what this legendary Dragon Abyss was like. Just over an hour after Zhou Chun left, a beam of azure light suddenly appeared above the lake where he had killed the Heavenly Rock Demon King, manifesting the figure of an azure flood dragon. The aura emanating from this azure flood dragon was almost identical to that of the Heavenly Rock Demon King. It was also a mid-grade 5th-tier flood dragon king. He leaped into the water and returned to the sky a moment later, clutching a few broken peng feathers. Even the Black Peng King, who awakened the Heavenly Peng bloodline, was slain here. It seems the intruder's strength has reached the 5th-tier high-grade level, and they also possess methods to restrict escape techniques. Otherwise, with the Black Peng King's speed, they couldn't have been killed on the spot. The Azure Dragon looked down at the peng feathers it had unearthed from the water, stating its assessment in a heavy tone. Then, it exhaled a gust of azure demonic wind that swept around, searching for the culprit's remaining aura. A moment later, its eyes suddenly changed, and it couldn't help but roar, "Not good. The culprit is heading towards the Dragon Abyss's main territory." Upon discovering this, the Azure Dragon hurriedly pursued the culprit's aura while simultaneously sending a message to the 5th-tier high-grade Dragon King stationed at the Dragon Abyss's main camp, informing him of its discovery. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun, upon arriving at Dragon Abyss, didn't hesitate at all, immediately riding the Silver Dragon Lord and rushing towards the depths of Dragon Abyss by water. Before long, he arrived at the legendary location of Dragon Abyss. Zhou Chun had always had a question: why had he never heard of a sea in this world? Indeed, he had never heard of a vast ocean there, or rather, the ocean that cultivators in this world referred to as the Dragon Abyss. Now, upon arriving at Dragon Abyss, his doubts vanished. Using his knowledge from his previous life, he could explain it this way. The Dragon Abyss outside was an extension of a shallow continental shelf, while Dragon Abyss itself was a deep sea area. Within Dragon Abyss, the water depth was often thousands of feet, and trenches tens of thousands of feet deep were not uncommon. Furthermore, the concentration of spiritual energy at the bottom was significantly higher than outside. The concentration of water attribute spiritual energy in ordinary areas was comparable to that of a blessed mountain like Nine Peaks Ridge. In such a rich spiritual energy environment, the chances of ordinary aquatic beasts becoming demonic beasts were not small. Therefore, first and second tier demonic beasts were truly ubiquitous in Dragon Abyss, with all sorts of bizarre and wonderful species. Moreover, Zhou Chun easily discovered a strange phenomenon. The deeper he went into Dragon Abyss, the stronger the concentration of spiritual energy became, as if the spiritual energy on the outside was diffused from the depths. This made his search for the dragon's lair much easier. It's worth mentioning that when the Silver Dragon Lord traversed the Dragon Abyss, he encountered many squads of Dragon Court soldiers patrolling the area. However, these soldiers dared not approach him. Upon spotting him, they immediately stopped, bowing their heads respectfully as he departed. This demonstrates that the Flood Dragon clan enjoys absolute privileges within the Dragon Abyss, able to go wherever they please, except for certain special locations. Zhou Chun had roughly guessed this, which is why he dared to so brazenly reveal the Silver Dragon Lord. He knew that even if the Flood Dragon clan knew he had entered the Dragon Abyss, it was impossible for them to quickly notify all the monsters in the swamp to search for him. Monsters below the 3rd rank, with their limited intelligence, simply cannot comprehend complex commands. Even a 3rd-rank monster could only understand the simple command to report the appearance of a powerful thunder flood dragon. This raises another issue, the timeliness of communication. Even human cultivators, unless they reach the golden core stage, only use the precious 1,000-mile communication talisman in emergencies. Most demonic beasts, even 4th-tier ones, certainly cannot achieve such rapid communication and must rely on the most primitive method, traveling to the Demon King's location to report. Therefore, as long as the Silver Dragon Lord is fast enough, and unless he happens to encounter a 5th-tier Demon King, the speed at which those demonic beasts report cannot keep up with his travel speed. For Zhou Chun, it wasn't necessarily about raiding the lairs of several Flood Dragon Kings, as long as he could create a significant disturbance and put pressure on Golden Profound Saint Grandson, he could achieve his goal of infiltrating enemy territory and causing sabotage. Thus, he and the Silver Dragon Lord traveled swiftly through Dragon Abyss, quickly venturing thousands of miles. Along the way, he also captured several 4th-tier demonic beasts he encountered, using soul-searching techniques to search their memories for information about the Flood Dragon King's lair. The demonic soul consciousness of 4th-tier demonic beasts was not strong, and the information obtained from soul-searching was scattered and scarce. However, with a large number of demonic beasts being searched, there would inevitably be some gains. Zhou Chun obtained information about the lair of a black Flood Dragon King from a 4th-tier dragon eel possessing the bloodline of a Flood Dragon. Having obtained a useful clue, he naturally sent Silver Dragon Lord directly to the Black Flood Dragon King's lair. Speaking of which, among the Flood Dragon Kings attacking the human race this time, the Black Flood Dragon clan was indeed the most numerous, with as many as 4 5th-tier Black Flood Dragons reportedly appearing on the battlefield. Zhou Chun didn't know if the Black Flood Dragon King mentioned in the clue had also gone to the human race. He hurried along, traveling over 1,000 miles, and soon arrived at a trench tens of thousands of feet deep. The spiritual energy in this trench was extremely dense, The concentration of spiritual energy at the location of the Black Flood Dragon King's lair was even stronger than that of Azure Lotus Peak, comparable to the concentration of spiritual energy near Zhou Chun's Spirit Ice Spring. Zhou Chun's luck seemed extremely good. After Silver Dragon Lord appeared in the trench, he didn't attract the greeting or drive away of any 5th-tier Flood Dragon Kings, which was enough to indicate that the master was not currently at home. When they appeared near the lair of the 5th-tier Black Dragon, their auras leaking out, a female 4th-tier high-grade Black Dragon emerged, accompanied by 4 4th-tier dragon-descended demonic beasts. It was clear that the 4th-tier high-grade Black Dragon paused for a moment upon seeing the Silver Dragon Lord, seemingly surprised by the arrival of this unfamiliar 5th-tier Thunder Dragon King. However, since the identity of the Dragon King couldn't be faked, the Black Dragon, after its initial surprise, quickly whispered a friendly greeting to the Silver Dragon Lord and inquired about his purpose. Unfortunately, Zhou Chun was in a hurry and, just as he had done in the other Demon King's caves, immediately killed a Black Dragon and the 4th-tier demonic beasts. He and the Silver Dragon Lord then rushed into the underwater dragon cave, casually killing any other demonic beasts they encountered along the way, not even bothering to collect their corpses. They continued deeper and deeper, quickly arriving at the dragon's lair at the very depths of the dragon cave. The dragon's lair was incredibly spacious, its walls inlaid with enormous illuminating spirit beads, various corals and spiritual plants, spirit shells and snails, and an underwater garden filled with unique aquatic plants, all brimming with spiritual energy. The true dragon's lair was a spring with a diameter of several tens of feet. Although not a true spiritual eye, its rich spiritual energy was no less than Zhou Chun's own. Furthermore, the water attribute spiritual energy within this spring was mixed with natural Zhuan Yin water evil, greatly beneficial to water attribute cultivators and demonic beasts. The Black Dragon King's treasure chamber was located hundreds of feet below the spring. Due to the presence of Zhuan Yin water evil within the spring, divine sense was not very effective. If Zhou Chun hadn't been unable to find the treasure chamber from the outside and hadn't sent the Silver Dragon Lord down to search, they might not have found it at all. And when Zhou Chun entered the Black Dragon King's treasure chamber, he was overjoyed. It must be said that the Flood Dragon clan truly lives up to its reputation as the royal family of Dragon Abyss. The Flood Dragon King's collection is indeed a level above those of the Demon Kings on land. The Black Flood Dragon King's treasure chamber contains a vast collection of underwater treasures, much like the treasures Zhou Chun had previously discovered in the Blood Flame Flood Dragon King's storage artifact. While the quality is slightly inferior to the rare items in the Blood Flame Flood Dragon King's storage artifact, the quantity is far greater. The most precious item is a piece of black nether profound crystal, a top-tier water attribute spiritual material, capable of refining spiritual treasures, and as large as a millstone. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun naturally packed up all the treasures without hesitation, intending to slowly inventory them later. Then, he left the treasure chamber and looted the other spiritual items in the Flood Dragon's lair. Many of the spiritual plants in the underwater garden were dragon transformation grass, with medicinal ages of thousands of years, and some were also water attribute spiritual herbs with extremely deep medicinal life. The spirit shells and snails that appeared to be for ornamental purposes were all aquatic exotic species. Although their grade was not high, they all had some useful applications, and importantly, they didn't resist much. Zhou Chun packed them all up. Even the coiled dragon pillow that the Black Flood Dragon King usually used to scratch its itch, because its material was originally made of the magical treasure material, Millennium Cold Iron, and under the influence of the Flood Dragon's aura over the years, it had mutated into Millennium Dragon Blood Cold Iron, was dug out by Zhou Chun, broken in half, and put into his storage bag. In short, Zhou Chun wouldn't be polite with anything that caught his eye. After he had looted everything, he even blasted the nest apart before leaving. With his loot complete, Zhou Chun immediately changed direction and set off to find his next target. But what Zhou Chun didn't know was that important members of the Flood Dragon clan, such as the Flood Dragon King and its mate, all possessed soul pearls within the Flood Dragon clan's dragon court. Therefore, when he killed that 4th-tier high-grade Black Dragon, not only did the Black Dragon King, who is on the front lines of Jin Kingdom, sense the fall of his mate, but the Demon King guarding the Soul Pearl in the Dragon Court of the Dragon Clan also discovered this and quickly reported it to the 5th-tier high-grade Dragon King stationed in the Dragon Court. In this way, Zhou Chun's whereabouts were directly and precisely exposed to the 5th-tier high-grade Dragon King. So, while he was looting the treasures in the Black Dragon King's lair, The powerful members of the Dragon Clan were already on their way. Zhou Chun, however, was unaware of this. He was still savoring the enormous gains from the Black Dragon King's lair, wanting to find another Dragon King's lair and pull off another big heist. On the last day of March, he still managed to keep it at 8,000 words. This month, he updated 194,000 words, which is quite a strong performance. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 762 Misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. Another 4th-tier demon caller. There are so many 4th-tier demon beasts in this dragon abyss. It seems that the demon beast army that invaded the human race was really just cannon fodder. Above a certain underwater mountain range at the bottom of Dragon Abyss, Zhou Chun casually put the 4th-tier mid-grade demon core he had just obtained into his pocket. He then only took some slightly valuable materials from the demon beast's body, leaving the massive corpse on the spot. At first, he would also put the 4th-tier demon beast corpses into his storage bag. After all, even for his demon king spirit pets, the corpses of this level were very delicious food, and they weren't something he could eat often. But now his demon king spirit pets were already full, and his storage bag was almost full, so he simply couldn't hold these demon beast corpses that were dozens of feet long. So even though he knew it was a wasteful thing to do, he had no choice but to do it this way. In fact, since he entered Dragon Abyss, without deliberately searching, he had already encountered 7 wandering 4th-tier demon beasts, and their demon cores were now in his storage bag. Within Dragon Abyss, the number of 4th-tier demonic beasts was significantly greater than on the shore. Just as Zhou Chun abandoned the 4th-tier demonic beast's corpse and continued forward for a quarter of an hour, his expression suddenly changed as he sensed several powerful auras approaching. At the same time, the Silver Dragon King immediately issued a warning, indicating the presence of a powerful dragon aura. They've caught up so quickly, Zhou Chun's heart sank, and he hurriedly unleashed the beast spirit fusion technique, fusing with the Silver Dragon King. Dragon Abyss was the stronghold of the Dragon Clan. He absolutely could not engage those powerful Dragon Kings here, otherwise, if you were held back for even a short time, escape would be difficult. At that moment, the merged human-faced Thunder Dragon directly activated the Dragon Source 10,000 miles divine power attached to the True Dragon Seal, transforming into a silver lightning bolt that rushed towards the water's surface, then rapidly fled. Even with a Dragon Source 10,000 miles, divine power enhancing its speed to that of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, it was still impossible to shake off the pursuers. The distance between them was actually closing. Suddenly, a bolt of blue lightning shot out from the water below, nearly striking the rapidly flying human-faced lightning dragon. This attack seemed to be a signal, and then a series of attacks followed, all aimed at the human-faced lightning dragon. Although the human-faced lightning dragon narrowly avoided the attack several times thanks to the profoundness of its lightning escape technique, this life-or-death struggle obviously couldn't continue indefinitely. Zhou Chun was extremely anxious at this moment. He had assumed that there would definitely be a 5th-tier high-grade Dragon King guarding the Dragon Abyss. However, he hadn't expected that this Dragon King's speed in the Dragon Abyss would be even faster than the Silver Dragon Lord enhanced by the Dragon Source 10,000 miles, divine power. The opponent seemed to be a Blue Dragon King whose water escape technique had reached a state of perfection, allowing it to appear at any location hundreds of miles away at will. Under the pursuit of the Blue Dragon King, Zhou Chun and the Silver Dragon King were quickly driven into a desperate situation. At that time, Zhou Chun had already prepared himself to stop and fight the opponent if necessary, or even fight to the death. Unexpectedly, there was always a way out. He soon discovered that the outline of land appeared hundreds of miles away, with thick sulfurous smoke floating in the sky. This sight clearly indicated that it was a volcanic island. There was hope. Zhou Chun was overjoyed and immediately disregarded his energy consumption, continuously using his lightning escape technique to escape towards the volcanic island. Closer, closer. The closer he got to the volcanic island, the more excited Zhou Chun became. Because this volcanic island was not small, at least much larger than the Thunder Lizard Island, probably at least the size of a state in Jing Kingdom. On such a vast island, once they reached the island, the Blue Dragon King's water escape technique would inevitably be limited, unable to be as monstrous as it was now. then he would have much more room to maneuver. Seeing the human-faced Thunder Dragon heading straight for the volcanic island, the Blue Dragon King, in pursuit, seemed to have guessed its intentions, and its attacks became even more relentless and ferocious. Suddenly, sword light flashed on the water's surface below, and countless blue water swords soared into the air, shooting one after another towards the human-faced Thunder Dragon. The human-faced Thunder Dragon had barely dodged a dozen incoming water swords with a flash of lightning when more struck in the blink of an eye. Under this barrage of attacks, after several dodges, the human-faced Thunder Dragon finally slipped up and was struck by several water swords. These seemingly weak and flexible water swords actually contained extreme penetrating and explosive power. Blood instantly bloomed on the parts of the human-faced Thunder Dragon's body that were struck, exploding into gaping holes. This injury immediately slowed its speed, and then even more water swords shot towards it. Roar! Suddenly, a winged flying tiger roared and appeared in midair. Then, the water swords that had been shooting towards them suddenly seemed to have struck an invisible barrier, shattering instantly. The human-faced Thunder Dragon, having gained a brief respite, immediately used its lightning escape technique again to flee towards the volcanic island, showing no intention of staying to help. However, the pursuing Blue Dragon seemed to completely ignore Yishin Jun's intentions, focusing solely on the human-faced Thunder Dragon. Seeing this, Yishin Jun could only fly towards the volcanic island himself, feeling utterly frustrated. He wasn't afraid of the Blue Dragon diverting its attention to him, since his purpose was to draw attention. But if the Blue Dragon ignored him, he truly couldn't play any more role. After all, he couldn't possibly hit the incredibly fast Blue Dragon. Thanks to the respite gained by Yishin Jun's intervention at the crucial moment, the human-faced Thunder Dragon finally managed to escape into the volcanic island in one breath. Upon arriving there, the pursuing Blue Dragon was forced to surface from underwater. A light blue dragon burst forth from the water, chasing directly after the silver dragon ahead. At this moment, the Blue Dragon King perhaps still hadn't realized the gravity of the situation. He knew the island was large, but so what? No matter how large the island, it was still within the Dragon Abyss Swamp. As long as he kept chasing, whether the Thunder Dragon circled the island or left from the other side, it wouldn't escape him. Meanwhile, the Silver Dragon flew directly towards the billowing smoke of the volcano. Upon landing above the crater, it immediately separated from the dragon, revealing Zhou Chun's true form. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Chun recalled the Silver Dragon King and the Winged Mountain King, who had used the void walking technique to arrive. He then summoned Phoenix Yuanjin. Immediately, he mounted Phoenix Yuanjin's back and plunged into the lava within the crater. Arriving a step too late, the Blue Dragon was immediately enraged. With a roar, it summoned seawater to flood the volcano's crater. Boom! The massive influx of seawater into the crater, combined with the extreme collision of water and fire, triggered a volcanic eruption. However, even with a premature eruption, spewing forth countless lava and ash, Zhou Chun and Fen Yuanjin remained nowhere to be seen. Seeing this, the Blue Dragon could only roar angrily and circle in the sky, waiting for the other demon kings to arrive. He couldn't descend into the lava, but the Crimson Fire Dragon of the Dragon Clan could move freely within it. Therefore, as long as he sealed off the island, preventing Zhou Chun from escaping elsewhere, he could force Zhou Chun out once the other demon kings arrived. Half an hour later, several demon kings, far behind the Blue Dragon, finally arrived at the volcanic island. Among them was a flaming dragon turtle demon king with a bloodline of the Crimson Fire Dragon. Unexpectedly, after the Blue Flood Dragon King shared his thoughts with the flaming dragon turtle demon king, the latter's expression changed. He suddenly looked at him and asked in a low voice, "Your Majesty, do you know whose territory this volcanic island belongs to?" "What do you mean by that? Could this place be the cave of some demon king of the Crimson Fire Flood Dragon Clan?" The Blue Flood Dragon King's eyes narrowed as he looked at the flaming dragon turtle demon king and asked in return. This place was indeed the cave of a certain dragon king of the Fire Flood Dragon Clan. A long time ago, but more than 2,000 years ago, it became one of the caves of the Ice Fire Ape King, and it has continued to this day. As the flaming dragon turtle demon king said this, a hint of awe appeared in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the Blue Flood Dragon King's expression also changed, becoming extremely ugly. The strength of the Ice Fire Demon Ape had only become truly known to these Flood Dragon Kings after this attack on the human race. Previously, these Flood Dragon Kings only knew that the opponent was a 5th-tier high-grade Demon King, exceptionally talented and extraordinary in strength. However, Without a conflict of interest, none of them would deliberately seek out a deadly battle, thus their understanding of the other's strength was unclear. Only a powerful figure like the Golden Horned Dragon Saint truly knew the extent of the Ice-Fire Demon Ape's power. Therefore, upon hearing that this volcanic island was one of the Ice-Fire Demon Ape's lair, the Blue Flood Dragon King knew things had gotten serious. After a brief silence, he immediately addressed the Flaming Dragon Turtle Demon King. How many Dragon Kings of the Fire Flood Dragon clan are still nearby? Have them all come here immediately. Although the Flood Dragon clan had a dragon court and a supreme ruler like the Golden Horned Dragon Saint, each clan actually enjoyed a high degree of autonomy. In particular, the individual Flood Dragon Kings would never casually reveal the whereabouts of their clan's Dragon Kings to other Flood Dragon clans, and they rarely contacted each other. Only when the Dragon Court needed to contact them would they send representatives to reside permanently in the Dragon Court as liaisons. Naturally, few Flood Dragon Kings were willing to undertake such restrictive tasks, so they were often delegated to Demon Kings with their clan's bloodline. The Fiery Dragon Turtle Demon King is one of the representatives of the Crimson Fire Flood Dragon clan, stationed in the Dragon Court. Therefore, if the Blue Flood Dragon King wants to know the movements of the various Flood Dragon Kings of the Crimson Fire Flood Dragon clan in detail, he still has to ask him. The Flaming Dragon Turtle Demon King, however, looked troubled and replied in a low voice, "There is a Dragon King's cave within several thousand miles, but that Dragon King has also gone on an expedition against the human race with Lord Fire Dragon. The other two Dragon Kings nearby will likely need more than half a day to contact them and wait for them to arrive." This answer made the Blue Flood Dragon King's expression even more unpleasant, but he knew that getting angry at this time was useless, so he could only say in a deep voice, "Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and contact them." He then said to the other Demon Kings who had followed him, "You all shouldn't be idle either. Go and patrol the surrounding sea areas for me. Don't let that damned human cultivator get lost." On the other hand, Zhou Chun, riding Phoenix Yuanjin deep into the magma, originally intended to escape the Blue Flood Dragon King's pursuit through the underground fire veins and find an opportunity to leave this place. However, after the Blue Dragon King detonated the volcanic lava, Feng Yuanjin, to avoid being carried away, pressed on deeper into the volcanic vein, unexpectedly discovering a hidden secret within its depths. With Zhou Chun's consent, she headed towards this mysterious place. As a true eight-feathered fire phoenix, Feng Yuanjin was completely at ease in the underground lava, even while protecting Zhou Chun, without any difficulty. After carrying Zhou Chun a distance into the depths of the volcanic vein, she arrived at a peculiar place. Deep within the lava-filled volcanic vein, a massive boulder, tens of feet in diameter, floated and sank. The boulder moved constantly with the surging lava, but its movement always remained within a relatively fixed area, as if some mysterious force was pulling it, preventing it from leaving. Unfortunately, the fiery aura here was too intense, and Zhou Chun's divine sense was unable to perceive it, making it impossible to discern what mysterious force was influencing the boulder. At this moment, Feng Yuanjin let out a joyful cry and pounced on the boulder. Before even reaching the top, she inhaled deeply, forcibly swallowing several fire spirits that had transformed into fire snakes. Zhou Chun then noticed that a large number of fire spirits had gathered around the boulder, some transformed into fire snakes and fire dragons, others into fire birds and fire beasts, each with a different form. No wonder Feng Yuanjin had been so happy. Due to various reasons, she had gone from an 8-feathered fire phoenix to a 6-feathered one, suffering a severe loss of vitality. Fire spirits were one of the best supplements to replenish her vitality. If she could swallow enough fire spirits, she would soon be able to regrow her 7th, or even 8th, true fire phoenix feather. This is truly a case of misfortune being a blessing in disguise, and a blessing being a misfortune in disguise. Zhou Chun couldn't help but sigh softly, not stopping Feng Yuanjin from devouring the fire spirits, but simply letting her act as she pleased. After devouring dozens of fire spirits in one go, Feng Yuanjin stopped, probably because she had eaten too much in a short time and couldn't digest it. Then, at Zhou Chun's signal, she carried him directly to the boulder. Upon landing, Zhou Chun hadn't yet discovered anything when Feng Yuanjin let out a clear cry, reporting her discovery. "What? You say there's residual aura of that ice-fire demon ape here?" Zhou Chun's expression changed, stunned by Feng Yuanjin's discovery. Then his face lit up with joy, and he immediately exclaimed, "Great! That beast's lair is here. This is excellent." Zhou Chun hadn't forgotten the grudge of being brutally beaten by the ice-fire demon ape. However, the ape's strength was too great, and he hadn't even considered revenge in the short term. Unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon its lair by sheer luck. The boulder beneath their feet, able to float and sink within the magma without being destroyed, was undoubtedly a treasure. The fact that the ice-fire demon ape would nest here indicates that this place holds some mystery. Therefore, Zhou Chun immediately instructed Feng Yuanjun to carefully examine the boulder to see if she could discover any secrets. Upon receiving his instructions, Feng Yuanjun immediately used her fiery eyes and golden gaze, divine power to carefully observe the boulder below, and soon discovered its secrets. With a swift movement, Feng Yuanjun carried Zhou Chun to a certain spot in the center of the boulder. Then, she opened her beak and pecked hard at a certain spot on the boulder below. Without her saying a word, Zhou Chun noticed the anomaly. Her peck was blocked by a force resembling an array. However, as she continued to exert her strength and peck repeatedly, she quickly dispersed the force that was blocking her and pecked a gap in the boulder. No, it should be said that she pecked a gap, rather, there was already a hole in the area, and she simply pecked away the stone slab covering the hole. To allow Zhou Chun a clearer view, Feng Yuanjun immediately spread her wings and lay down at the cave entrance, blocking the magma from entering. This allowed Zhou Chun to focus his vision and easily see inside. The cave in the rock wasn't large, resembling a cellar. Inside, there was nothing but a plump, purplish-red mass covered in red hair, about the size of 2 or 3 water vats. It appeared to be alive, but even with Zhou Chun and Feng Yuanjun present, it showed little reaction. Could it be a Tai Sui? Zhou Chun looked at the purplish-red mass and couldn't help but think of the creature Tai Sui. This world also had Tai Sui, but it wasn't called that, it was called fleshlingzi. Most fleshlingzi didn't contain spiritual power and were useless to cultivators. Only those fleshlingzi containing spiritual power could become a medicinal herb, used as an auxiliary ingredient in some elixirs. However, fleshlingzi could only grow in humid environments. He had never heard of any surviving in volcanic magma. Moreover, if it were merely a flesh-like spirit mushroom, what kind of flesh-like spirit mushroom would be worth keeping here by a powerful demon king like the ice-fire demon ape? At this moment, Zhou Chun looked at the purplish-red, plump mass of flesh that resembled a flesh-like spirit mushroom, and couldn't help but lament his own ignorance. He was already a nascent soul cultivator, and due to various encounters, he had read quite a few books. Theoretically, he shouldn't be considered ignorant. However, the cultivation world was vast, filled with countless rare treasures, and many spiritual creatures mutated due to environmental factors. Some mutated spiritual creatures had never even been recorded among humans, so it wasn't surprising that he couldn't recognize it. But not recognizing this purplish-red, plump mass of flesh that resembled a flesh-like spirit mushroom wasn't a problem. He only needed to know that it was definitely a rare treasure. Besides, although Zhou Chun didn't recognize this purplish-red, plump mass of flesh, he had already recognized the origin of the boulder beneath his feet by observing the condition of the stone chamber walls. This massive boulder was unmistakably a large chunk of fire crystal divine iron, or an incredibly rich in it, possibly even containing other fire attribute spiritual metals. Fire crystal divine iron is a top-tier spiritual material, an excellent candidate for crafting top-grade fire attribute magic weapons. A refined piece of fire crystal divine iron, the size of a human head, is worth a high-grade magic weapon. This boulder was tens of feet in diameter. Even if only 1/10 of it could be refined into fire crystal divine iron, its value would still exceed that of a spiritual weapon. Therefore, Zhou Chun immediately decided to leave the purplish-red fat mass alone and take the boulder first. However, this boulder had absorbed an unknown amount of fiery energy from the underground magma and was heated to an extremely high temperature by the magma. Putting it directly into his storage bag now would destroy it. Therefore, he needed to take it away from the underground magma and allow it to cool down first. Thinking this, Zhou Chun instructed Feng Yuanjun to cover the stone slab first, then push the boulder forward, searching for an opportunity to leave the underground fire vein. However, after pushing the boulder a distance through the lava, Feng Yuanjun discovered that the boulder seemed to be pulled by a gravitational force, unable to break free no matter how hard she tried. That's strange. A look of surprise flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes, astonished by this bizarre scene. After pondering for a moment, he once again used the beast spirit fusion technique, merging with Feng Yuanjun. After this fusion, protected by Feng Yuanjun's bloodline power, his divine sense gained extremely strong resistance to lava and fiery energy. allowing him to project it outwards without much problem for a short time. Through his powerful divine sense, Zhou Chun quickly discovered the reason. He found that there was an invisible magnetic force within the area where the boulder was located. Once the boulder moved to the edge of the magnetic force, it would be pulled back into the inner circle. What puzzled Zhou Chun was that with lava all around, what was releasing the magnetic force? Was the boulder originally there, or did the ice-fire demon ape migrate from elsewhere? Normally, Zhou Chun would have wanted to figure these things out. However, now that he was in the perilous dragon abyss, and unsure if the ice-fire demon ape would react like the heavenly rock demon king, rushing back from the front lines immediately upon sensing trouble in its lair, he dared not linger. So, after a brief moment of confusion, he released Silver Dragon Lord, Wing Mountain Lord, and Deer Yuan Lord. As fifth-tier demon kings, even if they weren't as adept at maneuvering in the depths of lava as Phoenix Yuan Lord, their profound magical cultivation and powerful physiques allowed them to move around briefly within it. After emerging, they followed Zhou Chun's instructions and, together with Phoenix Yuan Lord, cast the Heavenly Annihilation Force Symbols formation, incorporating the boulder into the formation's domain. By isolating the inside and outside with this array, they successfully propelled the boulder forward, freeing it from the invisible magnetic pull and carrying it away from the magnetic field's range. To be on the safe side, Zhou Chun waited until they were hundreds of miles away from the magnetic field before letting the three exhausted Demon King spirit pets return to their spirit beast pouches to rest. Then, he had Fen Yuanjun push the boulder alone, searching for other fire vein exits. Taking a short break today, that'll be about 6,000 words. Back to the battle tomorrow. Chapter 763 Extreme Escape, Successful Retirement. Outside the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate, as Fen Yuanjun began pecking at the Fire Crystal Divine Iron, or the Ice-Fire Demon Ape, residing in the demon camp, seemed to sense it and immediately let out a furious roar. It then moved to leave. The startled Golden Profound Saint Grandson rushed forward to inquire about the cause and try to persuade it to stay. After learning the reason for the Ice-Fire Demon Ape's sudden outburst, the Golden Profound Saint Grandson's face darkened, filled with shock and anger. He now understood the feelings of Venerable Yuan Yang. However, lacking Venerable Yuan Yang's cultivation and prestige, he couldn't forcefully subdue a powerful general like the Ice-Fire Demon Ape and prevent it from acting rashly. He could only repeatedly appease and persuade it, promising to capture the audacious human cultivator and give him a satisfactory explanation, even invoking the name of the Golden Horned Dragon Saint. After much persuasion and gentle persuasion, they finally managed to temporarily calm the Ice-Fire Demon Ape and prevent it from leaving immediately. However, after this incident, not only did Golden Profound Saint Grandson deeply resent the human cultivator who had infiltrated the enemy's rear to sabotage them, wishing he could kill him as soon as possible, but the other demon kings on the front lines were also filled with anxiety, worried that their mates and children in their lair would also suffer a terrible fate, and even more worried that their treasured possessions would be stolen by that despicable human cultivator. Zhou Chun's sabotage operation behind enemy lines had begun to show results. Meanwhile, after Zhou Chun and Fen Yuanjun traversed the underground fire veins for some distance, they found a fire vein exit, located on a volcanic island, in an old crater that had erupted before. He first removed the boulder and placed it in the dug underground cave to cool it down, and then had Fen Yuanjun continue to search for other fire vein exits in the lava, preferably exits that led directly to the seabed. He was clearly well aware that demon kings were constantly monitoring and patrolling the island and surrounding waters. Going out would mean being discovered, with no chance of escape. Therefore, the best course of action was to exit through an underwater volcano crater, far from the volcanic island and flee far away. While Fen Yuanjun searched for an exit, Zhou Chun summoned the Moon Toad Pearl, using its chilling aura to slowly cool the boulder. After half an hour of cooling, the boulder was finally cool enough not to burn the storage bag. Zhou Chun then reopened the stone slab to examine the purplish-red, plump mass inside. Whether due to being removed from the volcanic lava or the cooling process, it had shrunk slightly and become more taut. Zhou Chun used his magic to extract it without any resistance. Then, after a moment's thought, he used a spirit beast bag to store it, which went in smoothly without any resistance. Completely relieved, he simply placed the boulder in his spirit beast pouch and left it alone. He then cleared out a storage pouch meant for fourth-tier demon beast corpses and stored the entire boulder inside. Looking at the fourth-tier demon beast corpse that had been unearthed, Zhou Chun had another thought. He cut off some pieces and tossed them into the spirit beast pouch containing the purplish-red, plump lump of meat, observing its reaction. The results surprised him greatly. As soon as the demon beast meat was thrown in, the purplish-red, plump lump seemed to sense it, quickly rolling and settling onto the meat. Without opening its mouth or extending any proboscis, the meat rapidly dried and weathered, quickly turning into lifeless-ish. The purplish-red, plump lump that had devoured the meat showed almost no change. Perhaps it hadn't eaten enough. Zhou Chun thought to himself, then immediately cut the remaining demon beast corpse into several large pieces and threw them in one by one. The purplish-red, plump mass of flesh accepted everything without hesitation, devouring piece after piece, and soon finished off the corpses of almost 2 fourth-tier demonic beasts. At this point, a change finally occurred. Its size returned to the same level as when Zhou Chun had first seen it. This situation puzzled Zhou Chun. He couldn't understand why its body had shrunk before. However, since feeding it demonic beast flesh restored its size, there was no need to worry about it dying after leaving the volcanic lava, so Zhou Chun temporarily left it alone. He could inquire about these unfamiliar things from other nascent soul cultivators after returning to his family, or even ask the avatar of the Taijiang Divine Venerable. He should be able to get accurate answers then. Not long after, Feng Yuanjun, who had been searching for the fire veins exit, returned. She had lived up to Zhou Chun's expectations, successfully finding a fire vein exit located on the seabed. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately joined her, crossing the lava to reach the exit. This exit wasn't actually that far, probably less than 1,000 miles from the volcanic island. However, as long as they weren't near the island, things were much easier for Zhou Chun. As soon as he and Feng Yuanjun emerged from the exit, they immediately summoned Yishan Jun and, in their combined state, used the void walking technique, instantly traveling 700 or 800 miles away from the vicinity of the fire vein exit. 1,000 miles away from the volcanic island, in the depths of the water, a human-faced flying tiger suddenly appeared, then quickly separated into a human and a tiger. Phew. This void walking really puts a lot of strain on the body during long-distance travel. In the dark, deep water, Zhou Chun erected a golden shield to insulate against the water pressure, his face pale as he hurriedly took out healing pills for himself and Yishan Jun. Originally, using the beast spirit fusion technique had already significantly increased the physical strain on Yishan Jun and his body. This long-distance void travel only amplified it. As a result, not only was Zhou Chun's complexion weak and his internal organs ruptured and bleeding, but even Yishan Jun, a 5th-tier demon king, was covered in blood, suffering injuries both internally and externally. Fortunately, as long as they escaped the demon race's encirclement, and if they were careful, they would have enough time to heal and recover. After all, in this vast expanse of water, they could simply find a ditch to hide in, and even if the dragon race turned the dragon abyss upside down, they wouldn't be able to find them. However, after thinking about it, Zhou Chun decided against it. This opportunity to penetrate deep into the demon race's territory was rare, and he didn't want to waste it. If he hid and healed now, it would be safe, but if he wasted time, the dragon race would have the opportunity to mobilize more forces to find him and deal with him. Moreover, he was more worried that the Golden Profound Saint grandson at the front line would attack the Zhou family at all costs after learning that he was the one who caused the trouble. Therefore, he had to make the most of the time difference, cause as much trouble as possible to the dragon race, and return to his family as soon as possible. After resting for a while and summoning Liu Wanjin to help with the treatment, Zhou Chun put away all his spirit pets and used the Moon Toad possession divine power, transforming into Taiyin Moon Toad and traveling underwater. His transformation into a Moon Toad meant he was virtually undetectable unless he encountered a 5th-tier demon king. He hadn't revealed this technique before. The demon kings attacking the human race might have heard of it, but they likely wouldn't intentionally spread the word. Therefore, as long as he didn't encounter a 5th-tier demon king, he could move freely underwater. However, while the Moon Toad could move underwater, it wasn't a purely aquatic creature, and its underwater travel speed was nowhere near that of the Silver Dragon Lord. Nearly half a day had passed, and Zhou Chun had only traveled less than 7,000 miles, which was extremely slow compared to his true speed. The advantage was that after leaving this far, he was no longer worried about running into that powerful blue dragon. He also began consciously hunting 4th-tier demon beasts to find the location of a 5th-tier demon king's cave. After killing 5 4th-tier demon beasts, Zhou Chun finally learned the location of another Demon King's cave. The Demon King's cave was also located in a deep ravine, and its true form was a lightning water dragon beast. Although its name contained the word dragon, this lightning water dragon beast had no blood relation to the Jiaolong clan, and its appearance was more like a seahorse. This Demon King had not been conscripted to attack the human race and was still cultivating in its own cave. Normally, Zhou Chun had no need to provoke a 5th-tier Demon King who stayed at home. But who could blame him when this lightning water dragon beast was a lightning attribute demon beast? The Silver Dragon Lord had previously made a great sacrifice to help him obtain the secret technique of Qianqin's Huanlingju, and Zhou Chun had promised to make it up to him later. Now that he had encountered a 5th-tier lightning attribute Demon King, he naturally wanted to try to kill the demon and obtain its core. If he could swallow a low-grade 5th-tier demon core of the same attribute, he could save the Silver Dragon Lord at least several hundred years of cultivation time, which would be a great benefit. So he came to the outside of the Demon King's cave. A Demon King who stayed at home naturally had a very keen sense of the situation around its own cave. The moment Zhou Chun appeared, the electric light water dragon beast sensed him and swiftly transformed into a streak of silver lightning, rushing out of its cave and arriving near him. Compared to other Demon Kings whose true forms were often hundreds of feet long, this beast appeared somewhat small, only a dozen feet long. It possessed a set of silver carapaces, crackling with lightning, making it quite impressive. Upon revealing itself, it immediately questioned Zhou Chun, who had transformed into a lunar toad. Where did you come from, Demon King? Why did you suddenly intrude into my territory? There was a language barrier between different demon beasts, so the electric light water dragon beast was communicating through divine sense. After questioning Zhou Chun, it seemed to notice something amiss with a lunar toad opposite it, and immediately exclaimed with suspicion, "Something's wrong. Your aura is off. What exactly are you?" With that, it unleashed a bolt of silver lightning towards Zhou Chun, attempting to probe his origins. But what happened next left him dumbfounded. A white light flashed across the white moon toad's body, easily deflecting the attack of the silver lightning. Suddenly, a 5th-tier thunder dragon and a 5th-tier spirit deer appeared beside it. A 5th-tier thunder dragon. You're the human cultivator wanted by the dragon clan, the lightning water dragon beast exclaimed in surprise, having immediately recognized Zhou Chun through the presence of the Silver Dragon Lord. Correct, but there's no reward, Zhou Chun finally spoke, then unleashed a Tai in extinction divine light towards the lightning water dragon beast. However, as a 5th-tier thunder attribute Demon King, the lightning water dragon beast naturally possessed thunder escape abilities, and dodged the attack in a flash. But because it was underwater, the Tai in extinction divine light didn't miss. Instead, it quickly froze the surrounding thousands of feet of water into solid ice. Moreover, its thunder escape abilities were far inferior to the Silver Dragon Lord's. The Silver Dragon Lord could even accurately sense where Zhou Chun would appear after each use of thunder escape abilities, allowing for preemptive strikes. Zhou Chun and Li Wanjun were both acting as support, preventing the lightning water dragon beast from having a chance to rest. With this calculated strategy and complete countermeasures, it wasn't long before the lightning water dragon beast, its mind stunned by the heaven and earth dragon roar, was turned into solid ice by Zhou Chun's Tai in extinction divine light, and then decapitated by the heavenly gang thunder slaying sword, activated by the Silver Dragon Lord. Indeed, as long as there's a way to counter the self-destruction of a demon core, a 5th-tier Demon King is much easier to kill than an ascent soul cultivator, Zhou Chun exclaimed, looking at the decapitated, lightning water dragon beast's corpse after the Silver Dragon Lord extracted its core. A 5th-tier Demon King's strength is entirely tied to its physical body. Once that body is severed, it has virtually no chance of escape. Nascent soul cultivators, on the other hand, are different. After their physical bodies are severed, their ability to escape becomes even more formidable. Furthermore, nascent soul cultivators have a stronger resistance to supernatural abilities like the heaven and earth dragon roar. Even when their minds are captured and they suffer a fatal blow, they often awaken at the moment of physical death, possessing a considerable chance to escape their nascent soul stage. Not to mention, many nascent soul cultivators cultivate various tribulation substitution techniques, making it extremely difficult to kill them in one strike. However, in Zhou Chun's view, another reason why human nascent soul cultivators are difficult to kill is that each nascent soul cultivator's cave is protected by a forbidden array. Demon kings like the lightning water dragon beast have caves with abundant spiritual energy but no other protective measures. Therefore, if an enemy attacks and is unable to escape, death is certain. But if a nascent soul cultivator discovers they are outmatched, they will immediately flee back to their cave and activate the array to defend themselves. Even if they cannot keep the powerful enemy out with the array, they can buy themselves some buffer time to call for reinforcements or escape. Therefore, in a one-on-one situation, a fifth-tier demon king's strength might not be inferior to that of the nascent soul cultivator of the same tier, and some demon kings with strong talent might even be stronger. However, in terms of escaping, there is no doubt that nascent soul cultivators are generally stronger than demon kings of the same tier. At this moment, after killing the lightning water dragon beast, its demon core was directly swallowed by the silver dragon lord and slowly digested, while Zhou Chun collected the corpse first. Afterwards, Zhou Chun entered its cave and conducted a thorough search. Surprisingly, this lightning water dragon beast was a solitary creature. Its cave nest had no mate or offspring, and not even any other demon beasts. In its treasure room, there were only a very few spiritual materials, and none of them were of high value. It seems that this lightning water dragon beast has only recently settled here. I wonder why it abandoned its previous nest. After examining some demon transforming herbs in the demon king's cave, Zhou Chun came to this conclusion based on the situation in the cave. The demon transforming grass here is very young, clearly indicating it hasn't been exposed to the aura of a demon king for very long. The fact that it has no mate or offspring suggests that the lightning water dragon beast may have been forced to abandon its original heir and offspring after battling a powerful enemy. But whatever the truth, it's irrelevant to Zhou Chun now. He quickly left the surrounding waters and continued his search for his next prey. Because of the remoteness of the lightning water dragon beast's lair, and the fact that it drove away some fourth-tier demon beasts after relocating, Zhou Chun's killing of it didn't leak out. His whereabouts were only revealed again after he found the lair of another flood dragon king. This time, the flood dragon king Zhou Chun targeted was a blue flood dragon king. This flood dragon king hadn't gone to participate in the human expedition, but when Zhou Chun approached, this flood dragon king had just been conscripted half a day earlier to search for him in the vicinity of the volcanic island. So, after arriving, he repeated what he had done before in the black flood dragon king's lair. First, he killed the blue flood dragon king's mate and a third-tier blue flood dragon, then he ransacked the entire demon king's lair. Zhou Chun was extremely satisfied with the loot, because the blue flood dragon king's lair contained a spirit eye spring, several times larger than the one he possessed. He didn't hesitate, directly digging the spirit eye spring from the spiritual vein and sealing it, then quickly left with his other spoils. Sensing the sudden death of his wife and children, the blue flood dragon king was instantly overcome with grief, realizing his target had gone to his lair. He hurriedly sent a message to the fifth-tier superior blue flood dragon king to report this, while simultaneously rushing back to his lair to find the culprit. Zhou Chun was unaware of this. He assumed the blue flood dragon king wasn't in his lair because he was involved in the invasion of the human race. Therefore, after plundering the blue flood dragon king's lair, he didn't greedily pursue any further and immediately began his return journey. In Zhou Chun's view, his deep penetration into Dragon Abyss, plundering the lairs of two flood dragon kings, and stealing the ice-fire demon ape's treasures, the destructive power he had caused was more than enough to significantly impact the demon kings at the front lines. Therefore, he was prepared to call it a day and return to his clan. Having been chased by the fifth-tier superior blue flood dragon earlier, he roughly understood that killing the flood dragon king's mate would expose his location. Therefore, after leaving the blue flood dragon king's lair, he transformed back into the lunar moon toad and embarked on his return journey at full speed. Meanwhile, the aggrieved blue flood dragon king, upon returning to his lair, was overwhelmed with grief upon seeing his son's corpse lying in the cave. He immediately roared in fury, searching for the murderer. However, Zhou Chun was extremely cautious, not revealing his presence at all. He also transformed into the moon toad in a secluded place to travel. The blue flood dragon king was only looking for two targets, the thunder flood dragon in his human form, so he was destined to fail. Even when the fifth-rank superior blue flood dragon king arrived, he was unable to find his whereabouts at all. Upon seeing the most powerful dragon king of his clan, the blue dragon king, who had lost his wife and children, tearfully pleaded, "Lord Nuteo, you must avenge me. My poor young son died so tragically." He was a genius of our clan, born with superior bloodline. Hearing this tearful accusation from his junior, the Blue Dragon King Nuteo replied in a grim voice, "Don't worry, I've already sent someone to forcibly awaken a water fairy demon king. Once she arrives, that scoundrel will have nowhere to hide." Hearing this, the weeping Blue Dragon King's face lit up with joy, and he exclaimed, "Excellent! If the water fairy demon king is willing to act, that damned human cultivator is surely doomed." Soon after, a beautiful woman with a human body and a fish tail and blue hair arrived at the location of the Blue Dragon King's cave. Looking at the two Blue Flood Dragon Kings and the other demon kings present, she immediately bowed to Blue Flood Dragon King Nuteo and said, "Narcissus greets Lord Nuteo. May I ask what urgent matter brings you to awaken me so hastily?" Hearing her words, which clearly carried a hint of resentment, Blue Flood Dragon King Nuteo was not angry at all. Instead, he nodded slightly to her and said, "It was my fault for interrupting your breakthrough, Water Fairy Demon King. I will naturally compensate you for it later." Then, he looked at the blue-haired beauty with a serious expression and said, "The reason I forcibly interrupted your breakthrough this time is because a human villain has broken into Dragon Abyss. He has already robbed the lairs of several of our Dragon Kings, and many of our clansmen have died at his hands. Therefore, I would like to ask you, Water Fairy Demon King, to use your supernatural powers to find him." "What? A human cultivator has broken into Dragon Abyss and robbed dragon lairs? Who is so bold?" The blue-haired beauty was also shocked by Blue Flood Dragon King Nuteo's words. Then, her eyes flashed, and she immediately nodded, saying, "I understand. In that case, I will use my supernatural powers to find this person's whereabouts. Then I'll trouble fellow Taoist Narcissus," said the Blue Flood Dragon King, Nuteo, stepping aside slightly. The blue-haired beauty's eyes immediately flickered, scanning the Flood Dragon King's lair with a blue light. Instantly, everything that had happened here in the past day appeared before her eyes. She easily saw how Zhou Chun killed the Blue Flood Dragon King's maiden child, how he ransacked the lair, and even the direction Zhou Chun had left in. Then, she raised her hand and grabbed a wisp of Zhou Chun's aura that he thought he had completely erased. Blue spiritual light surged in her hand, and the wisp of aura quickly transformed into a small blue fish, chasing after the direction Zhou Chun had gone. Seeing this, without needing further reminders from the Narcissus Demon King, the Blue Flood Dragon King, Nuteo, immediately followed the small blue fish with a joyful expression. Zhou Chun, who was traveling through the water, suddenly seemed to sense something and stopped in surprise. Just now, he had suddenly felt uneasy, and the secret technique of the Great Evolution Heavenly Secrets technique, which he had been diligently cultivating but unable to master, suddenly showed a slight change. This Great Evolution Heavenly Secrets technique has been making no progress, and now it's suddenly changing. There must be a reason. And I just happen to feel uneasy. Could it be that someone is using some profound tracking technique on me? Zhou Chun looked back in the direction he came from with a look of surprise and doubt, and roughly guessed the reason for his unease. This made his heart sink, and he immediately stopped caring about concealing his whereabouts. He immediately summoned the Silver Dragon King and had it carry him out of the water, speeding through the sky at top speed. Meanwhile, after the Water Fairy Demon King and the Blue Flood Dragon King had chased for a distance, the swimming fish was absorbing more and more of Zhou Chun's aura, and its speed was getting faster and faster. Later on, their speed became so fast that even late-stage nascent soul cultivators couldn't keep up. However, both the Blue Flood Dragon King, Nuteo, and the Water Immortal Demon King, despite only having a mid-5th tier cultivation level, possessed water escape speeds no less than Nuteo's. In water, their speeds surpassed those of ordinary late-stage nascent soul cultivators. Therefore, they weren't alarmed. In fact, they were quite pleased. However, Zhou Chun had the advantage of being the first to act. By the time the Water Immortal Demon King locked onto him, he had already traveled thousands of miles ahead. And when he sensed the danger, he summoned the Silver Dragon Lord at full speed, making his speed astonishing, practically matching the flight speed of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Thus, although the Water Immortal Demon King and the Blue Flood Dragon King were slightly faster, being thousands of miles behind meant catching up wouldn't be a quick task. Furthermore, Zhou Chun only wanted to return to land as soon as possible, flying in a straight line without any intention of detouring. This allowed him to see the outline of land after flying at full speed for just over 2 hours. Meanwhile, the Blue Flood Dragon King, Nuteo, and the Water Fairy Demon King were still 700 or 800 miles away, barely able to make out the silver lightning bolt flashing across the distant horizon. Seeing this, the Blue Flood Dragon King, Nu Tao, became ruthless. He suddenly let out a dragon's roar and unleashed the true dragon shadow, divine power, transforming into Blue Water Dragon. Indeed, this Blue Flood Dragon King, Nu Tao, was a dragon of the same quality as the Silver Dragon King, and also possessed the innate divine power of true dragon shadow. At this moment, with the blessing of the true dragon's power, his strength was approaching the 6th rank, and his water escape technique was further enhanced, increasing his speed by several tens of %. This sudden burst of power was immediately sensed by Zhou Chun, who had been overjoyed to see land. Upon sensing the terrifying aura, Zhou Chun was shocked and knew something was wrong. His mind raced, and he hurriedly had Silver Dragon Lord activate the True Dragon Possession ability attached to the True Dragon Seal again, transforming into Silver Thunder Dragon to accelerate. Even so, his speed was still significantly slower than that of the Blue Flood Dragon King, Raging Waves. At this rate, even if he escaped to land, he would likely be caught up quickly. However, Zhou Chun remained calm despite his initial shock and quickly devised a countermeasure. He hurriedly had Silver Dragon Lord land on land, then put it away and summoned Dear Yuanjin. He then merged with Dear Yuanjin, using its powerful wood escape ability and concealment to escape. However, to his surprise, due to the leakage of his aura and the enhanced perception gained from the true dragon power, Blue Flood Dragon King Raging Waves could still faintly sense his location as he fled using wood escape. Zhou Chun then truly witnessed the power of this Flood Dragon King, whose strength was nearly at the 6th rank. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed in the sky, and a torrential rain began to fall over an area of hundreds of miles. This was no ordinary rain. Every drop that landed on the forest and grassland instantly pulverized the vegetation, as if it were bombs. Under such a large-scale attack, Zhou Chun, who was escaping using his wood escape technique, was almost forced to reveal his true form. Fortunately, Lu Yuanjin's mastery of wood escape technique was in no way inferior to that of the Blue Flood Dragon King's water escape technique, and his speed on land even surpassed that of a typical late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Therefore, he always managed to escape to another location before the Blue Flood Dragon King's attacks landed. Although the Blue Flood Dragon King could vaguely sense his location, without a speed advantage, his attacks naturally had difficulty hitting him. Furthermore, the longer the True Dragon Shadow technique lasted, the greater the side effects on the Flood Dragon King, and the Blue Flood Dragon King simply could not maintain this high-intensity pursuit indefinitely. So, after a quarter of an hour of pursuit, seeing that he was always a step too late to hit his target, even in his anger, the Blue Dragon King, Fury, had no choice but to dispel his supernatural powers and dare not continue the chase. Lord Fury, you don't need to be discouraged. That spirit here is somewhat similar to the Narcissus, both being natural spirits who have attained enlightenment. As long as they remain within their own domain, they are difficult to catch. It's not surprising that you can't catch him. The Narcissus Demon King, who arrived late, saw the Blue Dragon King, Fury, angrily setting the mountain ablaze, and couldn't help but comfort him. It turned out that she too was a spirit who had attained enlightenment, her true form being some kind of aquatic spirit. Hearing her words, the Blue Flood Dragon King, Raging Waves, didn't respond. Instead, he said in a low, unfriendly voice, "Since we're here, I'll go and meet Jinzhuan. I want to ask him what he's doing, allowing such a human cultivator to infiltrate our territory and wreak havoc. He's truly betrayed the Dragon Saint's trust in him." Upon hearing this, the Water Fairy Demon King quickly shook his head and said, "If that's the case, then please forgive me for not being able to accompany Lord Raging Waves. This land is incompatible with me, and I dare not venture deep into it." Another long chapter. Chapter 764. The Golden Horned Dragon Saint appears. Azure Lotus Peak. After Zhou Chun escaped the pursuit of the Blue Flood Dragon King, he didn't dare to delay for a moment and fled straight back to Azure Lotus Peak. Luo Qingni, who was stationed at Azure Lotus Peak, looked at his disheveled appearance and asked in astonishment, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, what powerful enemy did you encounter? Why do you look so pale?" "I did indeed provoke a powerful demon king, and luckily escaped with my life." Zhou Chun gave a bitter smile, not hiding anything, and readily admitted it. This answer immediately shocked Luo Qingni even more, because everyone now knew that Zhou Chun was already a powerful cultivator at the great cultivator level, capable of fighting even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator to a standstill. But now Zhou Chun said he had luckily escaped with his life from a powerful demon king. How could this not shock Luo Qingni, who knew his strength so well? Let's not talk about this now. I have important matters to attend to, so I won't bother you any longer, Qingni. We'll discuss the details later. Just as Luo Qingni was about to press for more details, Zhou Chun waved his hand, stopping the conversation. He then went straight back to his cave. Once inside, he immediately released his Demon King's spirit pets, allowing them to rest, heal, and recover their magical energy. He himself sent messages to Venerable Yuanyang and the avatar of Venerable Taijin, briefly explaining his actions deep behind enemy lines, and specifically mentioning the severe injuries he and his spirit pets had sustained at the hands of the Blue Flood Dragon King, Nuteo. As for the gains, that was something he couldn't reveal, and even if asked, he certainly wouldn't give the truth. After completing this report, Zhou Chun took a pill and began meditating. On the other side, after receiving Zhou Chun's message, Venerable Yuanyang glanced at the avatar of Divine Venerable Taijin, who had also received the message, and couldn't help but smile faintly, saying, "Fellow Taoist Taijing has also received fellow Taoist Zhou's message, hasn't he? I wonder what your opinion is on this matter." Upon hearing this, the avatar of Divine Venerable Taijing immediately replied without hesitation, "Of course, it should be announced to boost morale and let others know that we have not failed to take countermeasures and have not truly remained indifferent to the demon race's rampage in the rear." Fellow Taoist Taijing's words make a lot of sense, but if this is done, I'm afraid many juniors will be jealous of fellow Taoist Zhou's gains. Venerable Yuanyang's eyes flickered slightly as he spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, the avatar of the Taijing Divine Venerable frowned slightly and glanced at him. Then, he said firmly, "A person who doesn't attract envy is mediocre. If anyone is jealous of fellow Taoist Zhou's gains, then he can also request to go to the rear of the demon race to plunder. I will definitely approve and support him." Seeing his strong support for Zhou Chun, Venerable Yuanyang, who originally wanted to say something, could no longer say anything more. He could only nod and say, "Since that's the case, let's proceed as fellow Taoist Taijing suggests." Then, changing the subject, he continued, "Fellow Taoist Taijing, you saw that blue dragon come earlier. Even fellow Taoist Zhou was severely injured by it. Golden Horn appointed it to guard the rear base, which shows its strength. If it joins the attack, the situation will be very unfavorable for us." Hearing this, the avatar of Divine Venerable Taijing immediately said coldly, "If it joins the attack, I'll use that sword to kill it and let Golden Horn know the pain." He then turned his gaze to Venerable Yuanyang, saying meaningfully, "As for you, fellow Taoist Yuanyang, not making a move is a bit too much of a blow to the prestige of our human race. Don't you even have the courage to fight Golden Horn?" These words. Upon hearing this, Venerable Yuanyang's expression changed drastically, and he glared at him angrily, saying, "Fellow Taoist Taijin, what do you mean by that? My energy and Golden Horns are mutually restraining each other, so it's clearly better for us to stay still than to move." However, since Venerable Taijing's avatar had spoken such words, he was obviously prepared for his anger, and he replied in a deep voice without changing his expression, "That's not necessarily true. If you don't move, fellow Taoist Yuanyang, Golden Horn might still think that our human race is easy to bully, and that we dare not fight him with all our might. He will most likely continue to send reinforcements to test our bottom line. On the contrary, if you take the initiative to fight, fellow Taoist Yuanyang, and show the attitude and confidence of our human race, Golden Horn might take the initiative to withdraw his troops after weighing the pros and cons." This strong statement made Venerable Yuanyang's expression turn much gloomy, and he stared at him without saying a word for a moment. After a long silence, Venerable Yuanyang slowly said, "I am very grateful that fellow Taoist Taijing has come to help. However, it seems I don't need your guidance on how to command this war. Of course, I am certainly not qualified to instruct you, fellow Taoist Yuanyang." Venerable Taijing's avatar nodded and replied calmly. Then he shook his head and said, "However, I cannot agree with your current approach to this war. If you do not intend to change your mind, the consequences will be unpredictable. That's none of your concern, fellow Taoist Taijin." "I know what I'm doing." Venerable Yuanyang waved his hand and said solemnly. Hearing this, Venerable Taijing's avatar said nothing more, nodded to him, and went to his resting place to meditate. Zhou Chun also quickly received a reply from Venerable Yuanyang, instructing him to rest and recover while awaiting further arrangements. This secretly relieved him, and he immediately settled down at home to recuperate. To maintain the appearance of being seriously injured, He remained secluded for the next few days, even refusing to see Luo Qingni. After several days of rest, Zhou Chun and his spirit pets had finally recovered their full magical power. As for the various physical injuries, they certainly wouldn't fully heal so quickly, but were steadily improving. However, just as Zhou Chun had finished resting and was preparing to tally his gains from the Dragon Abyss trip, a warning message from Venerable Yuan Yang arrived. After reading the message, his expression immediately changed drastically. It turned out that Golden Profound Saint Grandson, having learned the details from Blue Flood Dragon King Nu Tao, and knowing that he had infiltrated the Dragon Abyss to cause trouble, immediately sent the Ice Fire Demon Ape with the other aggrieved Demon Kings to the Azure Lotus Mountains to cause him trouble. Because of Blue Flood Dragon King Nu Tao's presence, Venerable Yuan Yang was unable to send reinforcements, so he instructed Zhou Chun to prepare and withstand the pressure. This is ridiculous. Withstand the pressure? How am I supposed to withstand the pressure? With my life? Zhou Chun laughed in exasperation, his heart filled with shock and rage. He had feigned illness at home to avoid facing those aggrieved demon kings on the front lines, lest he be ganged up on. Now they were coming for revenge, and Venerable Yuan Yang was telling him to be careful. How could he not be furious? Previously, the avatar of the Taizheng Divine Venerable had told him not to worry about the demon race's revenge, and to go ahead and plunder the demons. Less than half a month had passed, surely he couldn't just forget about it now. In his shock and anger, Zhou Chun immediately contacted the avatar of the Taizheng Divine Venerable, solemnly stating that he and his spirit pet were injured and no match for the Ice Fire Demon Ape. Without reinforcements, they might have to abandon their sect and flee. At the same time, he also contacted Venerable Yuan Yang, pleading for help, repeatedly explaining his serious injuries and imploring him to send reinforcements. After sending this message, Zhou Chun immediately emerged from seclusion and summoned the several nascent soul cultivators and 2 elders remaining at the mountain gate. He recounted the warning he had just received. Of course, he wouldn't mention that the demon kings were coming for revenge. He only said that the demon race was approaching with overwhelming force and that everyone should prepare for a fierce battle. As expected, upon hearing that the Ice Fire Demon Ape was leading several demon kings towards the Azure Lotus Mountains, the remaining nascent soul cultivators paled in shock. They had personally witnessed the Ice Fire Demon Ape's strength. Now, with Zhou Chun severely injured, how could they possibly stop it? Fellow Taoist Zhou, has Senior Yuan Yang arranged for reinforcements? We can't possibly rely on just a few of us to stop that peerless demon ape. The nascent soul cultivator surnamed Chen, who had been left behind at the Azure Lotus Mountains due to severe injuries, was the most panicked and immediately inquired about the reinforcements. Zhou Chun replied in a low voice, I have already inquired with Senior Yuan Yang and Senior Tai Zhen for assistance. I expect they will reply soon. This answer immediately chilled the hearts of the nascent soul cultivators even further. They all knew that since Venerable Yuan Yang had sent a warning but had not shown any intention of sending reinforcements, their requests for help might not even be heeded. What should we do? What should we do? The nascent soul cultivator surnamed Chen muttered to himself, his gaze involuntarily turning to Zhou Chun, clearly hoping that Zhou Chun would step forward and offer a solution. But Zhou Chun remained silent, as if he had not heard him. After a while, a communication torch flew into the hall and arrived before Zhou Chun. He raised his hand to catch the torch and quickly read its contents. Hold on for 1 hour. If reinforcements do not arrive by then, you may retreat on your own. This message came from the avatar of the Taizheng Divine Venerable, serving as a response to Zhou Chun. No message came from the Yuan Yang Venerable side. It was unclear whether this was the Taizheng Divine Venerable's intention. In short, this response wasn't entirely satisfactory to Zhou Chun, but it did shut him up. At least his plea for help hadn't been completely ignored. After a moment of change in expression, he relayed the Taizheng Divine Venerable's reply. Upon hearing his relay, the nascent soul cultivator surnamed Chen and the others, like him, had shifting expressions, seemingly lost in thought. Alright, that's the situation. Fellow Daoists, please return and prepare. Zhou Chun waved his hand, ending the meeting. After everyone dispersed, he immediately said to Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi, the situation is still unclear, so we should make plans as soon as possible. Before those demon kings arrive, let's arrange for some of our family's elite members to leave. If we really can't hold them off, we'll have to abandon this mountain gate for now. Hearing this, Zhou Ming immediately replied in a deep voice, Zhangjin, you make the arrangements. As long as you're still here, everything we've lost can be taken back. So Zhou Chun immediately had some Purple Mansion stage and Foundation Establishment stage members quietly leave the mountain gate, and had Fush and Jun send them to hide an underground palace 1,000 miles away. The Zhou family had built such underground secret palaces for refuge all over Jing Kingdom. These underground secret palaces were not set up with any formations, but they were all located 1,000 feet underground. As long as one hid in them, there was almost no need to worry about being discovered from the surface. However, the Ice and Fire Demon Ape and other Demon Kings arrived at the Azure Lotus Mountain range even faster than Zhou Chun had expected. Clearly they hated him to the extreme. Damn human cultivators! How dare you steal my treasures while I'm away? Today, I will devour you alive and exterminate your entire clan. Outside the Zhou family mountain gate, the Ice Fire Demon Ape, accompanied by 5 Demon Kings, arrived and roared in fury, venting its rage. Before its roar even faded, it launched its attack. Things were different now. There were no more than 10 nascent soul cultivators on Azure Lotus Peak, and it wasn't alone. Faced with the Ice Fire Demon Ape and the other Demon King's attacks, Zhou Chun and his spirit pets could only focus on intercepting and neutralizing the Ice Fire Demon Ape's attacks, leaving the other Demon Kings to Luo Qingmi and the other 4 early-stage nascent soul cultivators. However, without the pressure of a dozen nascent soul cultivators focusing their fire, the Ice Fire Demon Ape didn't need to use ranged attacks. It directly approached the edge of the protective array in its true form. Zhou Chun and his spirit pet's attacks could only intercept and neutralize a portion of its attacks. Many still landed on the protective array. Even the close proximity meant that many of the supernatural powers Zhou Chun and his spirit pets unleashed upon him would also impact the protective mountain array. This put immense pressure on the array. Furthermore, other Demon Kings, driven by revenge for their fallen wives and children, were also ferociously closing in on the edge of the array in their true forms, unleashing a devastating attack, adding equally significant pressure. Faced with this situation, Zhou Chun had no choice but to focus on stalling for time. Fortunately, judging from the current situation, an hour should be no problem. Meanwhile, after the Ice Fire Demon Ape led a group of Demon Kings to attack the Zhou family, the Avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable led a group of nascent soul cultivators from the Moonwheel Sect to launch a counterattack. At this point, the number of Demon Kings outside still outnumbered the human nascent soul cultivators, but the disparity was no longer as large as before. To support this counterattack, Venerable Yuan Yang specially bestowed 3 5th-tier puppets, including 1 mid-grade 5th-tier puppet. This further narrowed the gap in the number of 5th-tier secondary powerhouses on both sides. Above the battlefield, the Avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable remained alone, facing his old rival, Golden Profound Saint Grandson. They had clashed dozens of times, and despite the Golden Profound Saint Grandson's remarkable resilience and adaptability, he was consistently suppressed, forced to retreat and lick his wounds after each encounter. While the Ice Fire Demon Ape had departed, the arrival of the Blue Flood Dragon King, Raging Waves, filled the void. Although the Flood Dragon King was not at his best due to the use of the True Dragon Shadow, divine power, he was still more than capable of dealing with a late-stage nascent soul cultivator like Zhuanzhen's Henrun. Adding to this the Ink Abyss Python and the returning Black Dragon Girl, the human side would need Nanguang Wuking to keep an eye on these 5th-tier superior Demon Kings. However, this counterattack was destined to be unlike the previous battles, which ended in failure. Just over a quarter of an hour into the battle, Golden Profound Saint Grandson, injured by the Avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable, shifted to a defensive stance. Suddenly, the Avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable abruptly changed direction, merging with its sword and lunging towards the battlefield where the Blue Flood Dragon King, Nu Tao, was positioned. This sight caused Golden Profound Saint Grandson's expression to change drastically, and he hastily gave chase. Meanwhile, the Blue Flood Dragon King, Nu Tao, who had been fighting a late-stage nascent soul cultivator from the human race, also paled upon seeing the Avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable approaching. He hurriedly tried to retreat. But at that moment, the late-stage nascent soul cultivator he was fighting suddenly conjured a turquoise mirror, unleashing a beam of turquoise light that struck him. This beam of light bypassed his protective divine power, passing directly through it and landing on his dragon body. He then felt his magical power stagnate, as if sealed, unable to circulate freely. After he desperately channeled the power of his demon core to dispel the effects of the azure mirror light, the Avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable had already appeared 100 miles away. Immediately afterward, a resounding sword cry echoed through the heavens and earth, and a white gold sword light traversed the 100-mile distance in an instant, striking directly at the blue flood dragon king, Nu Tao. Instantly, a golden dragon scale flew off the blue flood dragon king Nu Tao's body, transforming into golden dragon shadow to meet the white gold sword light. However, this golden dragon shadow, which should have been unbreakable by anyone within the 5th rank, dissipated in less than 2 breaths under the attack of the white gold sword light. Taking advantage of this brief respite, the blue flood dragon king Nu Tao instantly activated his life-saving divine ability, transforming into true water dragon composed purely of blue true water. But this divine ability, which should have been able to neutralize a fatal attack, failed to achieve its intended effect under the slash of the dissipated white gold flying sword. With a mournful cry, the blue flood dragon king's flesh and blood reappeared in the sky, its head and body severed. However, due to the obstruction of the golden dragon shadow, and because he himself had already developed the undying body, divine power to an extremely high level, and his demonic soul and primordial spirit had also been tempered to a certain degree, he did not perish. The dragon's head, after being severed from its body, fell backward and forcibly reconnected to the body. The avatar of the Taijeng divine venerable frowned, seemingly not expecting his sword strike to fail. You must know that the sword strike just now, in terms of attack power alone, had reached the level of a nascent soul cultivator's strike. Such an attack is not something that can be easily unleashed, it is a sword strike that he could only unleash after 100 years of nurturing his sword, based on a secret sword technique and his own sword intent. If the Golden Profound Saint grandson had survived this sword strike, he would not be surprised at all. After all, the Golden Horned Dragon Saint would definitely bestow upon this descendant a treasure capable of withstanding a nascent soul cultivator's strike. However, the fact that the Blue Flood Dragon King, Nu Tao, had survived this sword strike was somewhat unexpected. He frowned, then prepared to deliver another blow with his sword. But at that moment, a figure flashed in the sky, and a man clad in golden dragon scale armor suddenly appeared above the Blue Flood Dragon King, catching the incoming white gold flying sword with a flick of his wrist. Then, golden light surged in his hand, and with a powerful squeeze, he snapped the white gold flying sword in two with a clang, before hurling the 2 broken pieces at the avatar of the Taijeng god. This seemingly casual flick actually contained immense power. The avatar of the Taijeng god, of course, recognized the force and wouldn't try to take it head-on. Coughing blood from his broken natal flying sword, he instantly vanished from his spot, avoiding the attack. At the same time, Yuan Yang Venerable, seemingly oblivious, vanished from the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate and reappeared where Taijeng Divine Venerable's avatar had been. With a wave of his hand, he dissipated the power from the 2 broken sword fragments and presented them to Taijeng Divine Venerable's avatar. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist Taijeng, you should go about your business. I will remember this favor and repay it in the future." Hearing this, Taijeng Divine Venerable's avatar did not respond, but instead looked sharply at the man who had broken his natal flying sword and said, "Golden Horned Dragon Saint, is it? I will remember this grudge of broken swords today. 1,000 years from now, I will surely sweep across Dragon Abyss with my sword and use your dragon horns to forge this sword again." Upon hearing this, Golden Horned Dragon Saint replied indifferently, "Is that so? This saint, I'll remember your words. I hope you won't end up like Yuan Yang, arriving with such arrogance only to slink away in disgrace." Upon hearing this, Venerable Yuan Yang's face darkened, and he immediately shouted in a deep voice, "Golden Horn, don't be so arrogant. This isn't Dragon Abyss. Without the home advantage, I'll make sure you leave something behind. Just you, Yuan Yang alone? It's not that I look down on you, but even if you cultivate for another 1,000 years, you still won't be my match," Golden Horned Dragon Saint said disdainfully. Then, a playful glint flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly continued, "No, I think I overestimated you. Yuan Yang, you old codger probably won't live for another 1,000 years." Ho ha ho ha, he then burst into loud laughter, thoroughly mocking his old rival, Venerable Yuan Yang. Being ridiculed like this in front of countless juniors from both races, one can only imagine Venerable Yuan Yang's feelings. "How dare you, you beast, bully me like this?" With a furious roar, Venerable Yuan Yang immediately launched an attack on Golden Horned Dragon Saint. Seeing this, both the nascent soul cultivators of the human race and the demon kings of the demon race fled as fast as they could, fleeing the area at full speed. The aftershocks of a battle between 6th-tier experts could easily kill some 5th-tier experts. They didn't want to die such a humiliating death. Meanwhile, the avatar of Taijeng Divine Venerable seized the opportunity, carrying his 2 broken swords, and headed towards the Azure Lotus mountain range. Although he had lost his natal flying sword, he was still a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, and helping to restrain the ice-fire demon ape was no problem. Having promised Zhou Chun this, he would definitely keep his word. Chapter 765 A Life of Wandering and Distance. At Azure Lotus Peak, after struggling to withstand the onslaught of the ice-fire demon ape for most of the hour, Zhou Chun finally received another message from the avatar of the Taijeng Divine Lord. Upon reading the message, he was overjoyed and immediately announced the good news to everyone. Sure enough, upon learning that the avatar of the Taijeng Divine Lord was on his way to provide support, everyone's faces lit up with joy, and their hearts were immediately at ease. With everyone united, their determination and strength in resisting naturally increased. An hour passed, and although the avatar of the Taijeng Divine Lord had not yet arrived, everyone continued to persevere with unwavering confidence. After another quarter of an hour, the avatar of the Taijeng Divine Lord finally arrived. Upon seeing the white gold sword light approaching from afar, the ice-fire demon ape and other demon kings outside were both shocked and terrified, immediately ceasing their attack and scattering like birds and beasts. They had all witnessed the power of the Taijeng Divine Venerable's avatar and had no desire to fight him, fearing they would be attacked from both sides by Zhou Chun and his group, leaving 1 or 2 of them alive. The Taijeng Divine Venerable's avatar, naturally, did not pursue them, but instead plunged directly into the Zhou family's mountain gate. Senior Taijeng, what's wrong? On Kinglian Peak, after welcoming the Taijeng Divine Venerable's avatar in, Zhou Chun immediately noticed the other's unusual aura and was shocked. The Taijeng Divine Venerable's avatar waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I'm fine, my natal flying sword was simply broken by the golden horned dragon saint." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun was even more shocked. Forgetting any potential offense, he hurriedly asked, "Why would golden horned dragon saint attack you, senior? Isn't Senior Yuan Yang keeping him in check?" However, the avatar of Taijeng Divine Venerable didn't want to elaborate, simply shaking his head and saying, "There's no point in bringing this up again. Golden Horn and Yuan Yang are currently fighting, and the war on the Moon Wheel Sect side has temporarily stopped. You should all quickly pack up and prepare to evacuate." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun was startled again. Clearly, from the words of the avatar of Taijeng Divine Venerable, it was evident that he didn't have a high opinion of the outcome of the fight between Venerable Yuan Yang and Golden Horn Dragon Saint, and even believed that Venerable Yuan Yang was destined to lose. Under these circumstances, what should the Zhou family do? Thinking of this, Zhou Chun looked expectantly at the avatar of the Taijeng Divine Venerable and asked, "In your opinion, Senior Taijeng, where should I lead these fellow Daoists to retreat to?" Hearing his words, the avatar of the Taijeng Divine Venerable did not answer but asked instead, "Do you have some kind of conflict with fellow Daoist Yuan Yang?" Zhou Chun was startled and immediately exclaimed, "Senior, why do you say that? What virtue or ability do I have to offend Senior Yuan Yang?" Seeing this, the avatar of the Taijeng Divine Venerable stared at him deeply and said, "If you don't have some kind of conflict with fellow Daoist Yuan Yang, why do I feel that fellow Daoist Yuan Yang's attitude towards you is somewhat distant and cold, and you also seem to distrust him? Senior, you must have misunderstood. I absolutely have no disrespectful thoughts towards Senior Yuan Yang." Zhou Chun shook his head repeatedly and immediately denied it. Then, with a hesitant expression, he said, "While I certainly have no intention of disrespecting Senior Yuan Yang, he does seem somewhat distant and cold towards me, never really looking up to me. I wonder if he has been misled by a villain and has misunderstood me." At this point, he took the opportunity to recount how he had been dismissed with a few casual words by Venerable Yuan Yang when he asked for the pure Yang breakthrough pill. Venerable Yuan Yang had clearly not mentioned this matter to the avatar of the Taijeng Divine Venerable, so when Zhou Chun first brought it up, his expression changed, becoming much more unpleasant. He muttered to himself, his face grim, "You, Yuan Yang. Not only do you disrespect me, but you also have the nerve to ask me for your help. You have such a thick skin." He then looked at Zhou Chun and said, "You should have told me about this sooner. If I had known earlier, I would have definitely demanded an explanation from Yuan Yang." Zhou Chun, however, lowered his eyes and replied softly, "This junior thought Senior Yuan Yang would bring this up with you. Given the urgency of the battle, How could this junior not prioritize the greater good? Hearing this, the avatar of the Taijang Divine Lord's expression softened, and he nodded, saying, "Not bad, not bad. To be so understanding and forbearing in the face of such a situation, putting the greater good before you, I truly haven't misjudged you." His words were full of praise for Zhou Chun. After a moment's thought, he looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Don't worry, even if Yuan Yang refuses to give you the pure Yang breakthrough pill, I have other ways to help you break through your realm barrier. However, this will only be convenient to do after the war ends. As for now, you should pack your things. I will personally escort you and the rest of you out of Jing Kingdom, and then transfer you and your family's elite to Dazhou Kingdom, freeing you from Yuan Yang's control." Hearing this, Zhou Chun was first delighted, then said with some worry, "I am naturally grateful for Senior Taijang's kindness. I am still furious, but if I do this, what if Senior Yuan Yang uses it as an excuse to strip my Zhou family of control over the Azure Lotus Mountains? What will become of us then?" Hearing his concern, the avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable shook his head repeatedly, saying, "You're overthinking it. Even if Yuan Yang has a problem with you, he would never do something so taboo. And if he knew my attitude towards you, he would never be so ruthless." Of course, the avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable couldn't reveal to Zhou Chun that Venerable Yuan Yang's lifespan was limited. But he knew in his heart that Venerable Yuan Yang certainly wouldn't dare to completely break with him. After all, Venerable Yuan Yang had many disciples and grand disciples, and the foundation of the Yuan Yang temple had consumed his entire life's blood. Under such circumstances, how could Venerable Yuan Yang, whose lifespan was limited, dare to break with a human god-level cultivator like him, whose lifespan was still very long? With his assurance, even though Zhou Chun still had doubts, he had no choice but to follow his advice. After all, the Venerable Taijang, a dignified nascent soul cultivator, was willing to offer him guidance and assistance. That was a great honor, and he couldn't refuse. He immediately nodded repeatedly, saying, with Senior Taijang's words, "I'm relieved. I'll arrange for people to pack up immediately. Be quick, preferably within 3 hours." Venerable Taijang's avatar said, then asked Zhou Chun for a quiet room to recover from his injuries. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun quickly summoned Zhou Ming and Zhou Daowei to arrange the retreat. "Alice, I never thought that after guarding it for so long, we would ultimately be forced to abandon this mountain gate that we had painstakingly built." Zhou Ming sighed sadly after hearing Zhou Chun's words, feeling extremely reluctant to leave. These words deeply moved Zhou Daowei, who sighed, "Yes, after hundreds of years of painstaking effort, we've built this mountain gate into a respectable structure. Now we have to give it up and start all over again. It's truly heartbreaking." For years, Zhou Chun had focused solely on cultivation, neglecting family affairs. He had single-handedly managed the construction of the Zhou family's mountain gate, pouring countless hours of effort into it. How could he possibly accept giving it up so easily? Especially since he was no longer young. Even if the Zhou family could relocate in the future, he wouldn't have the lifespan to continue overseeing such matters. Seeing this, Zhou Chun was speechless, unable to utter any words of comfort. He, too, longed to abandon the Kinglian Peak mountain gate. He knew that the effort and sacrifice he had made to acquire this foundation were no less than Zhou Daowei's later, and perhaps even greater, in terms of risk. How could he possibly bear to give it up so easily? After a long silence, he said to the two elders, "I understand your feelings, and I am extremely reluctant to make this decision. However, as you two said, as long as the family is still around, there will always be a day when we can rise again, and most importantly, this time our family has the potential to rely on Senior Taijang Divine Venerable. If we rebuild in the future, everything will definitely be much easier than before." Hearing his words, Zhou Ming and Zhou Daowei realized that they couldn't let this mentality spread. So Zhou Ming quickly nodded and said, "That's right, Zheng Chun, what you said makes a lot of sense. With a nascent soul venerable backing our Zhou family in the future, it will be hard for our Zhou family to be poor." Zhou Daowei also nodded repeatedly and said, "That's the truth. Next time, with experience, we will rebuild faster and better." Just as you two elders said, our Zhou family has been reborn from the ashes time and time again and has become stronger through continuous rebuilding over the past few hundred years. This time will certainly be no exception, Zhou Chun said, his expression full of confidence. After securing the necessary approvals, Zhou Ming and Zhou Daowei immediately began arranging for people to pack up. In fact, since the start of the war, Many spiritual herbs and demonic beasts within the Zhou family's mountain gate had already been harvested and slaughtered, so there wasn't much to pack up now. The main task was to pack up the stored items in the family treasury. The most difficult thing to part with were the various spiritual trees transplanted to the Kinglian mountains. Transplanting these trees had taken a great deal of effort, and cutting them down personally was extremely painful. However, Zhou Chun knew that times had changed. Those demon kings whose lair he had raided would definitely come to vent their anger once they learned of the Zhou family's departure. At that time, these remaining spiritual trees would most likely be completely destroyed by them. Therefore, Zhou Chun reluctantly had Liu Wanjin transform the 4th-tier spiritual trees and fruit trees into heavenly wood Dao soldiers, and even the 10,000-year-old evergreen tree would later be refined by him into a 5th-tier Dao soldier. While the Zhou family was packing, Zhou Chun made a special trip to communicate with Nangguang Wuking of the Moonwheel Sect. He learned from Nangguang Wuking that Yuan Yang Venerable and Golden Horn Dragon Saint were still fighting. However, just as the Taijang Divine Venerable's avatar had predicted, Yuan Yang Venerable hadn't gained any advantage and was actually at a disadvantage. This made Zhou Chun even more eager to act. 3 hours passed quickly. Once everything was packed, Zhou Chun had the 4 Demon King spirit pets, excluding Liu Wanjin, reveal their true forms. Then, all the cultivators of the Zhou family, large and small, carried their belongings onto the backs of the 5th-tier demon kings, embarking on a massive migration. The other cultivators who originally belonged to the Heavenly Spirit Legion boarded various flying boats and magical artifacts, closely accompanying the 4 demon kings. Although these people would eventually part ways with the Zhou family, they were still members of the human race, and it was impossible to abandon them at this time. After Zhou Chun and the others left, Liu Wanjin quickly cast a spell to refine the 10,000-year-old evergreen wood. Compared to the 5th-tier Dao soldier he had previously refined in the wilderness, he was very familiar with this 10,000-year-old evergreen tree, making the refinement much easier. Meanwhile, the Ice-Fire Demon Ape and other demon kings only learned of what had happened after fleeing back to the vicinity of the Moonwheel Sect. Mainly, Golden Profound Saint Grandson had been preoccupied with the battle between his ancestor and Venerable Yuan Yang, and concerned about the severely injured Blue Flood Dragon King, Nu Tao, neglecting to inform them. Only after their return, remembering the matter, did Golden Profound Saint Grandson arrange for a demon king to go to the Zhou family to investigate and monitor the movements of the Taijang Divine Venerable's avatar. This back and forth took up half a day, and it wasn't until some time after the Zhou family had left that the demon king sent to monitor them discovered the situation. By the time Golden Profound Saint Grandson learned of this, the Zhou family members were already 2,000 miles away. After some thought, he still spoke to the Ice-Fire Demon Ape and the other demon kings about the matter, asking if they were willing to pursue them. But this time, even the Ice-Fire Demon Ape dared not utter a sound. They had all witnessed the horrific state of the Blue Flood Dragon King, Nu Tao. Although he had survived, he was still suffering from the torment of the sword intent within his body, experiencing excruciating pain. Despite the Golden Profound Saint Grandson's confident assurance that the avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable was absolutely incapable of unleashing such a sword strike again, no one dared to truly believe it or risk their lives to test the sword. Therefore, even the Ice-Fire Demon Ape, who deeply resented Zhou Chun for stealing its treasure, dared not take the risk. After all, the treasure was no longer of great use to him, losing it was regrettable, but not worth risking his life to retrieve. With the others unwilling to pursue, and unable to leave himself, the Golden Profound Saint Grandson could only acquiesce. Thus, escorted by the avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable, Zhou Chun and the others finally arrived in the territory of Shen Kingdom after a day's journey. Although the Demon Beast army was currently ravaging Shen Kingdom, and other countries, very few demon kings had come here, so once inside, it was basically safe. After leaving a letter for Zhou Chun, the avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable parted ways with him and returned to the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate. Although he was furious about Yuan Yang Venerable's previous actions, he wouldn't disregard the overall situation. If he didn't return, the unchecked Golden Profound Saint Grandson would soon break through the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate formation, and at that time, more than 10 nascent soul cultivators would likely perish. After parting ways with the avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable, Zhou Chun instructed the nascent soul cultivator, surnamed Chen, and others to lead the other cultivators of the Heavenly Spirit Legion to a nearby major sect in Shen Kingdom to await Yuan Yang Venerable's next instructions. He himself, along with the Zhou family members, headed straight for Yang Kingdom. Now free from the burden of the Heavenly Spirit Legion cultivators, the 5 Demon King spirit pets moved at full speed, and in just half a day, they arrived at the Zhou family's backup mountain gate in Yang Kingdom. Upon arriving there, Zhou Chun reorganized the Zhou family cultivators. Afterwards, he and Luo Qingni led the elite forces of the Zhou family, including Zhou Daoyi, Zhou Zigan, Zhou Zinayan, Su Fu, and Wu Yazhu, directly to the Great Zhou Kingdom. Zhou Ming and Zhou Kunshan, 2 golden core cultivators of the Zhou family, stayed behind to guard the backup mountain gate and take care of the lower-level cultivators of the Zhou family who could not travel far. According to the incarnation of Taizheng Divine Venerable, unless the demon race invaded Yang Kingdom, these cultivators of the Zhou family would not need to go to the battlefield again. I don't want to return to the Great Zhou Kingdom, and I'm here in this kind of capacity. Within the Great Zhou Kingdom, Luo Qingni, who had returned to this place with Zhou Chun, looked at this land she had not set foot on for many years and couldn't help but sigh. Hearing her words, Zhou Chun also replied with great emotion, "Yes, I never thought that one day I would come to the Great Zhou Kingdom to fight for the human race." The Great Zhou Kingdom was powerful, and could be said to be able to hold off an entire race alone. Since the start of the war, the battle lines had not retreated much. The formidable Xianyun Immortal City was a place that countless winged mages on the grasslands feared, having buried countless lives of them. Zhou Chun had originally thought he wouldn't need to come to such a place to provide support. Unexpectedly, he had arrived here under the guise of support, but in reality, to seek refuge. How could this not evoke a myriad of emotions? After these reflections, Zhou Chun and his companion quickly led their people to a nearby large market. Xianyun Immortal City was located on the front lines, almost completely surrounded by the winged army. To enter, at least 10 nascent soul stage cultivators would be needed for escort, along with reinforcements from within. Therefore, Zhou Chun and his group didn't need to go to Xianyun Immortal City, where the Heavenly One God Venerable was stationed. They could simply stay in a nearby large market or at the gate of a major power. Once the Heavenly One God Venerable read the letter left by the avatar of the Taizheng God Venerable, he would naturally make arrangements for the Zhou family. Zhou Chun had been to almost all the large markets in the Great Zhou Kingdom and was quite familiar with the routes. This time, they went to a nearby market called Juman Market, where a nascent soul cultivator was stationed. To avoid any misunderstanding, Zhou Chun specially put away all his Demon King spirit pets and used his magic weapon to lead Zhou Daoyi and the others to the market. Upon arriving outside the market, he followed the proper procedure, releasing his aura to reveal his presence and proactively stating his name and purpose. However, after hearing his purpose, the nascent soul cultivator in the market replied solemnly, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, please forgive us. Because there have been cases of spies and traitors leading alien races to plunder markets before, all major markets now have strict screening procedures for nascent soul cultivators like us. Since fellow Taoist Zhou has come to provide support on the orders of Senior Taizheng Divine Venerable, I, Xia, have no authority to contact you directly. I can only convey your message to the fellow Taoists of the 5 major forces, asking them to send someone to contact and verify with you." This response made Zhou Chun frown slightly, but since the other party's reason was sound, he couldn't retaliate. He simply waved his hand and said, "Since that's the case, I won't trouble fellow Taoist Xia any further. Just tell me where I can get this done, and I'll go there myself." Hearing this, the nascent soul cultivator in the market was naturally eager to avoid trouble and immediately replied, "That would be best. The nearest place is the 9 Yuan Sword Sect's mountain gate. Fellow Taoist Zhou can go there to find them to handle this matter." "I understand, thank you for informing me, fellow Taoist Xia." Zhou Chun nodded slightly and immediately turned and left with his men. After traveling several thousand more miles, they arrived at the gate of the 9 Yuan Sword Sect. As one of the most powerful forces in the Great Zhou Kingdom, the 9 Yuan Sword Sect's mountain gate was naturally magnificent. The 9 Dragon Ridge where the sect was located had 9 spiritually rich peaks, the weakest of which was no less than the Azure Lotus Peak, and the 9 peaks were hundreds of miles apart. Therefore, relying on these 9 spiritual peaks, this sect spent countless years and exhausted the strength of several generations to set up a super array covering 1,000 miles. This super array covers most of the 9 Dragon Ridge area, and it is said that once fully activated, even a nascent soul stage cultivator can be kept out. With this super array, coupled with its own foundation and strength as the #1 sword cultivation sect, The Nine Yuan Sword Sect has always firmly held its position among the top 3 in the Great Zhou Kingdom. Even now, with the invasion of alien races and the fierce fighting at the front line in Xian'an Immortal City, the area around Nine Dragon Ridge remains peaceful and tranquil, with no alien race daring to approach. After Zhou Chun arrived here, he was quite low-key, revealing his aura from a great distance. Thus, when he arrived near the Nine Yuan Sword Sect's mountain gate, a crimson sword light quickly flew out from the mountain gate and arrived several thousand feet away from him. After the sword light stopped, it revealed a red-clad youth with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, who, like Zhou Chun, was at the early nascent soul stage. The man first sized up Zhou Chun and Luo Qingni, then spoke in a cold tone, "Elder Li Chengxing of the Nine Yuan Sword Sect is here. May I ask your name? What brings you to our sect?" "So it's fellow Taoist Li. Zhou, I'm honored to have you here," Zhou Chun replied with a fist and palm salute, showing no displeasure at the man's cold attitude. He then continued, "I am Zhou Hengchen of Jingguo. I have come to the Great Zhou Kingdom to provide support on the orders of Senior Taizheng Divine Venerable. I have a letter from Senior Taizheng Divine Venerable here as proof. Please, fellow Taoist Li, and your sect, pass it on to Senior Xian'ai Divine Venerable for verification." Upon hearing this, Li Chengxing, who had been indifferent just moments before, immediately changed his expression and exclaimed, "What? You were sent by Senior Taizheng Divine Venerable?" He then stared at Zhou Chun with a look of utter astonishment. When his gaze met Zhou Chun's calm and unwavering eyes, his expression immediately turned solemn. He solemnly said, "In that case, fellow Taoist Zhou, please accompany me into the mountain to meet the second elder." He then gestured for them to enter, ordering an opening to be made in the formation, allowing Zhou Chun and the others to enter the mountain gate. Upon entering the Nine Yuan Sword Sect's gate, Zhou Chun looked around and saw that the vast mountains were filled with the imposing aura of swords, and disciples of the sect were practicing and engaging in sword duels everywhere. Following ancestral rules, the number of outer disciples permanently stationed within the sect's mountain gate cannot exceed 5,000, the number of inner disciples cannot exceed 500, and there are 81 true disciples. The capable remain to diligently cultivate the sword path, while the weak go out to gather resources for the sect. Currently, due to the war between the two races, more than half of the outer, inner, and true disciples within the sect have gone to the front lines to fight and hone their swordsmanship. Therefore, many meritorious individuals have returned to the sect to cultivate, resulting in some disarray. Seeing Zhou Chun's gaze linger on the disciples within the mountain gate, Li Chengxing, seemingly worried that he underestimated the sect, immediately offered an explanation. The outer disciples he referred to weren't just key refining stage cultivators, they also included many foundation establishment stage cultivators. In fact, the standards for outer disciples within the Nine Yuan Sword Sect's mountain gate are extremely high. Key refining stage cultivators over 40 years old who haven't successfully established their foundation are expelled. And foundation establishment stage cultivators who don't pass the inner disciple assessment, don't meet the standards in sword cultivation, and can compete for the 500 inner disciple slots, can only remain outer disciples. There are 81 true disciples, because most of the time there aren't that many golden core cultivators, so some powerful purple mansion cultivators may also be able to become true disciples ahead of time. That's right, most of the inner disciples of the Nine Yuan Sword Sect are purple mansion cultivators. From these strict requirements, one can see the strength of the top 3 sects in the Great Zhou Kingdom. Currently, the Nine Yuan Sword Sect has as many as 6 nascent soul cultivators, including the Grand Elder, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. The second elder, although only at the mid-stage nascent soul level, also possesses the combat power of a Grand Elder, and another elder is also at the mid-stage nascent soul level. Such strength is undeniably formidable. Upon hearing Li Chengxing's words, Zhou Chun exclaimed in surprise, "I have long admired the Nine Yuan Sword Sect. To be able to enter and witness it firsthand today is truly remarkable. Your reputation is well deserved. Fellow Taoist Zhou is too kind," Li Chengxing replied. "Since you are valued by Senior Taizheng, how could we juniors possibly be worthy of your attention?" Li Chengxing seemed unaware of Zhou Chun's reputation, subtly probing his connection to Taizheng. Zhou Chun, of course, smiled but remained silent. He had long heard that some sword cultivators of the Nine Yuan Sword Sect were devoted to their swords, paying little attention to external affairs, or at most concerned with nascent soul cultivators renowned for their sword-wielding skills. Since Li Chengxing didn't recognize his prowess, there was no need to say more. Seeing his silence, Li Chengxing didn't press further and quickly led him to a towering peak thousands of feet high, eventually landing outside a grand hall forged from millennia-old black iron. As soon as they landed, Zhou Chun's keen senses detected the powerful sword intent emanating from the crack in the main hall's door. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Such a powerful sword intent! Is this fellow Taoist Ye Qingxun sword intent? It truly is awe-inspiring." Li Chengxing, hearing Zhou Chun's words, replied with admiration, "Senior brother Yi's sword intent is indeed the strongest in our sect. Even the Grand Elder admits he is inferior, because his sword intent is too powerful. It's difficult to control due to his cultivation level. He can only guard this Xuantai Hall now, using the array to restrain and hone his skills. Ordinary disciples of our sect can't even see his true form." He finished speaking with pride. After all, nascent soul stage sword cultivators cultivate a sword intent. With a strong sword intent, breaking through cultivation levels becomes much easier. That second elder, Ye Qingxun, possesses a sword intent even stronger than late-stage nascent soul sword cultivators. Breaking through to the late-stage nascent soul realm is only a matter of time, and he might even have the chance to attempt the divine transformation realm in the future. "King Ni, you all wait outside. I'll go into the hall with fellow Taoist Li to meet fellow Taoist Yi," Zhou Chun said in a low voice, glancing back at Luo Qingni and Zhou Daoyi. Then, Li Chengxing bowed respectfully towards the Xuantai Hall and said, "Senior brother Yi, fellow Taoist Zhou has come to visit with a letter from Senior Taizhang Divine Venerable. Please open the door and see him." "Oh, a letter from Senior Taizhang Divine Venerable? Let me see." A clear, cold male voice rang out from within the Xuantai Hall, and the tightly closed Xuantai door automatically opened a crack large enough for one person to pass through. Instantly, a chilling sword intent poured out from the crack, rushing towards Zhou Chun and the others. Fortunately, Zhou Chun was prepared and immediately used his powerful divine sense to create an invisible barrier, protecting Luo Qingni and the others from the sword intent. Seeing this, the cold voice rang out again, "Tisk tisk, such strong divine sense, it's a pity you're not one of us." Zhou Chun, however, remained calm and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist Yi also possesses a strong sword intent. Zhou, I'm honored to have you here." Hearing this, the cold voice immediately replied indifferently, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, please come in. Junior brother Li has already told you about my situation, so it's inconvenient for me to go out and greet you now, then I will disturb fellow Taoist Yi." Zhou Chun responded, and calmly followed Li Chengxing into the Xuantai Hall. As soon as they entered the hall, a sword intent much stronger than before surged towards Zhou Chun. This wasn't Ye Qingxun intentionally targeting him, but rather the sword intent that had been sealed and suppressed within the hall was repelling outsiders on its own. Li Chengxing was also attacked in this way. However, since one had a powerful divine soul and the other was a nascent soul stage sword cultivator, they were not greatly affected by the sword intent. Zhou Chun, bracing himself against the sword intent, looked forward and saw a handsome young man in white robes sitting cross-legged on a stone platform deep within the hall. The young man was now looking at him with curiosity. After their eyes met, the young man in white, Ye Qingxun, said softly, "Senior Taizhang Divine Venerable is the #1 swordsman of our human race. I, Yi, was fortunate enough to meet him once with a Grand Elder. I have heard that he fought a great battle against the barbarian saint of the alien race in Xianmen Plain, and I am filled with longing to witness the divine power of your swordsmanship." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun nodded in deep agreement and said, "Senior Taizhang Divine Venerable swordsmanship is indeed astonishing and admirable. Then, may I take a look at the letter that fellow Taoist Zhou mentioned?" Ye Qingxun asked, his eyes flashing with anticipation as he looked at Zhou Chun. Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately nodded and said, "This item was originally meant for Senior Xianai Divine Venerable to examine. Fellow Taoist here can take a look, but please don't damage it." He then patted his storage pouch at his waist and took out the letter given to him by the avatar of Taizhang Divine Venerable. It was a sword scroll made of refined gold, imbued with the sword intent of Taizhang Divine Venerable's avatar, impossible to forge. Such powerful and pure sword intent, Ye Qingxun caught the sword scroll, and upon slightly touching it, he felt a powerful, yet restrained, sword intent within. He couldn't help but marvel at its excellence. Then, with a solemn expression, like a believer on a pilgrimage, he slowly and devoutly opened the sword scroll. Chapter 766 War Finance Minister Spring Valley. Inside the Zhuan Hall of the 9 Yuan Sword Sect, Yi Qingxun, a sword prodigy of the sect, opened the sword scroll with a pilgrimage-like reverence. He paid no attention to the text on the scroll, but instead closed his eyes, carefully comprehending the sword intent contained within. Although he was a sword prodigy, his sword intent far exceeding his cultivation level, it was still inferior to the sword intent of the Taizheng Divine Venerable's avatar. Therefore, experiencing the sword intent of such a senior expert was greatly beneficial to his sword cultivation. And indeed, he was a sword prodigy. The sword intent left on just one scroll seemed to have given him some insight. Ignoring the presence of Zhou Chun, an outsider, he immediately used his fingers as a sword to practice a set of sword moves. These moves were quite ordinary, the kind that every novice disciple of the 9 Yuan Sword Sect could practice, merely used for building a foundation. However, such moves were more suitable for top-tier sword cultivators to verify their own sword intent. After all, only by wielding ordinary sword techniques with the astonishing power of a great divine ability can one truly demonstrate the formidable sword intent of a top-tier swordsman. Yi Qingxun gestured with his fingers, silver sword light flickering at his fingertips. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly thrust his finger into the stone platform beneath him. Instantly, the mysterious Iron Mother stone platform, harder than thousand-year-old black iron, was pierced with a single finger, leaving a sword hole several feet deep. This scene made Zhou Chun's eyelids twitch, his expression turning serious. Mysterious Iron Mother wasn't a particularly good material for forging weapons, but its hardness was among the best in the cultivation world. He knew that if he activated formless Zhengjun Divine Light, he could achieve what Yi Qingxun had done. However, formless Zhengjun Divine Light was a great divine ability that had consumed much of his energy and resources in its cultivation. Yi Qingxun's attack, on the other hand, was merely a casual strike enhanced with his own sword intent. The difference was clear to any cultivator. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the scene, Li Chengxing, his face filled with joy and admiration, congratulated Yi Qingxun, saying, "Congratulations, senior brother Yi, on your progress in swordsmanship and the mastery of your sword intent. It's just a minor achievement, nothing to be praised so highly by junior brother Li." Yi Qingxun waved his hand dismissively. He then closed the sword token and returned it to Zhou Chun, saying in a deep voice, "This progress is largely thanks to this sword token from fellow Taoist Zhou. This item should be returned to its rightful owner. I will immediately convey Senior Tai Zheng's message to the Grand Elder and ask him to report to Senior Xianyi Divine Venerable for a decision." After speaking, he said to Li Chengxing, "Junior brother Li, fellow Taoist Zhou is a distinguished guest of our sect and should not be neglected. Please arrange for him to rest in the cave on Jinlin Peak, and treat him with the same respect due to VIP of our sect." "Yes, junior brother obeys," Li Chengxing replied respectfully, and then left the Zhuan Hall with Zhou Chun. Under Li Chengxing's arrangement, Zhou Chun and the others settled into their lodgings on Jinlin Peak. One of the 9 spiritual peaks of the 9 Yuan Sword Sect. Fellow Taoist Zhou is an honored guest of our sect. We will not restrict your and your descendants' movements, as long as you avoid our forbidden areas. This is my token. If you have any questions, please contact me at any time." On Jinlin Peak, after arranging their lodgings, Li Chengxing kindly explained the relevant matters. Clearly, his attitude had improved considerably after meeting Yi Qingxun. Seeing this, Zhou Chun thought for a moment, then suddenly pointed to Zhou Zhiqian following behind him and said, "This junior of mine is also a sword fanatic. Before I reached the nascent soul stage, I had a connection with fellow Taoist Shen Jiangxing of your sect, who gifted me a whetstone. It is now in this junior's hands. I wonder if it would be possible for him to have a chance to spar with your sect's true disciples and hone his swordsmanship." Hearing this, Li Chengxing looked at Zhou Zhiqian with surprise and realization and said, "So fellow Taoist Zhou had such a connection with senior brother Shen. No wonder I felt a familiar aura about this junior." Then he sighed softly with regret. "It's a pity that senior brother Shen ultimately, he couldn't overcome his own inner demons and perish during the nascent soul stage. Otherwise, our sect would have had another elder." At this point, he nodded slightly to Zhou Zhiqian, who was incredibly excited by Zhou Chun's words, and said, "Since you have such a connection with our sect, and are a descendant of fellow Taoist Zhou, then I, Li, will bestow upon you a token, allowing you to practice swordsmanship at our sword pavilion, sword cliff, and sword platform, just like an inner disciple, until fellow Taoist Zhou leaves." Hearing this, Zhou Zhiqian was incredibly excited and grateful. Bowing deeply and saying, Thank you for your kindness, Senior Li. I am deeply grateful. He then bowed deeply to Zhou Chun in gratitude. After this brief exchange, Li Shangxing departed, and Zhou Ziqian, not daring to waste a moment, immediately began walking around the 9-yuan sword sect with a token given to him by Li Shangxing. After settling into his cave, Zhou Chun immediately began meditating and regulating his breathing. The spiritual energy of Golden Mist Peak was extremely rich, even surpassing that of Azure Lotus Peak, and its attributes were very compatible with his. Unfortunately, being on someone else's territory, he dared not unleash his full cultivation potential, only slightly refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish his mana and heal his injuries. After staying at the 9-yuan sword sect for 3 days, Li Shangxing returned to Golden Mist Peak. Thank you for waiting, fellow Taoist Zhou. Senior Heavenly One Divine Venerable has already issued a decree after learning of the matter. Upon meeting Zhou Chun on Golden Mist Peak, Li Shangxing didn't mince words and directly explained his purpose. He then looked at Zhou Chun with a hint of awe in his eyes and said solemnly, "The decree of the Heavenly One Divine Venerable orders Pure Jun True Person Zhou Zhangchen, King Mei True Person Luo Qingni, and their family cultivators to stay at the 9-yuan sword sect for recuperation, awaiting further orders." After speaking, he bowed to Zhou Chun and said, "I was unaware of fellow Taoist Zhou's name before and was therefore quite negligent. Please forgive me." Judging from his words, it was clear that he had learned of Zhou Chun's reputation and achievements through some channels in the past 3 days, and now he treated Zhou Chun with the same respect as a great cultivator. Zhou Chun, naturally, didn't put on airs. He immediately waved his hand and said, "Fellow Taoist Li, you flatter me. I never had such an idea." Then, with a smile, he cupped his hands towards Li Shangxing and said, "I'm afraid I'll be disturbing fellow Taoist Li in your sect even more from now on. I hope you won't mind our visit. Please forgive us if we cause any trouble." Seeing how gentle and easy to talk to him, Li Shangxing breathed a sigh of relief and immediately apologized in return, saying, "You're too kind, fellow Taoist Zhou. Not to mention the decree of Senior Shianai Divine Venerable, even with fellow Taoist Zhou's strength and achievements, our 9-yuan sword sect would be more than happy to welcome you as a guest." He then said to Zhou Chun, "I've already spoken with the sect. This Golden Mist Peak will temporarily be used for fellow Taoist Zhou and fellow Taoist Luo's cultivation. Our disciples will not disturb you here without orders. As for the other 2 fellow Taoists or juniors who need to go out, they only need to inform the disciples at the mountain gate, and they will allow them to pass." Hearing this, Zhou Chun was quite pleased and satisfied with the 9-yuan sword sect's hospitality. He immediately replied with a smile, "Thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoist Li. I am extremely grateful." However, this smile quickly vanished with Li Shangxing's next words. Li Shangxing slowly said, "The situation on the front lines is generally stable now. The multi-winged clan is showing signs of weakness. Even if they don't withdraw their troops on their own, they can only maintain the current situation at most. Fellow Taoist Zhou should be able to rest and recuperate in our sect for a while. However, I also have some news to tell you. The Jing Kingdom where you were has now fallen entirely. Even Senior Yuan Yang Venerable is said to have been injured." "What?" Zhou Chun's expression changed, and he couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, "Is what fellow Taoist Li said true? Has the Jing Kingdom really fallen entirely?" Seeing his strong reaction, Li Shangxing replied in a low voice with an understanding look, "Although the news has not yet spread throughout the Great Zhou Kingdom, the information our sect has received should be reliable. Have you received any specific battle reports? I want to see them for myself," Zhou Chun said to Li Shangxing with a heavy expression, still in shock. Li Shangxing shook his head and said, "The detailed battle report won't arrive so soon. If it does, I will send it to fellow Taoist Zhou as soon as possible." "I understand, then I'll trouble fellow Taoist Li." Zhou Chun nodded and bowed to Li Shangxing in a low voice. Seeing that he was in a bad mood, Li Shangxing wisely didn't stay any longer and took his leave. After seeing Li Shangxing off, Zhou Chun pondered the pros and cons of the fall of the entire Jing Kingdom for himself and the Zhou family. From a macro perspective, this was certainly not a good thing. With the fall of the entire Jing Kingdom, all the spiritual mountains and blessed lands would be trampled by the demon race, and who knew what would happen? Cultivators and mortals within the kingdom would almost certainly have no chance of survival. Furthermore, once the Jing Kingdom fell, the Cheng Kingdom, Shen Kingdom, and other countries behind it would become the front line and would inevitably be trampled and destroyed by the demon army. However, for the Zhou family and Zhou Chun, The fall of Jing Kingdom was irrelevant when they abandoned the Kinglian Mountains. From a perspective of turning a tragedy into a celebration, this situation was actually profitable for the Zhou family. The complete fall of Jing Kingdom meant the loss of the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate, and the powerful protective array built by generations of Sect members was shattered by the demon race. Given the Moonwheel Sect's current strength, it was clearly impossible for them to rebuild such a powerful protective array. Furthermore, the Zhou family's retreat was relatively uneventful, a safe escape. But the Moonwheel Sect, facing the main force of the demon army, certainly couldn't have escaped unscathed. Losing both territory and lives, the Moonwheel Sect's blow and losses would far exceed those of the Zhou family. If anything were to happen to true person Kangyu, or if the heavenly treasure, world-destroying Moonwheel, were to malfunction, the Moonwheel Sect would be reduced to an ordinary force. This would undoubtedly be a great boon for the Zhou family's future return to Jing Kingdom and their re-establishment of dominance over the cultivation world. Therefore, after this analysis, Zhou Chun felt somewhat relieved and patiently awaited further news. During this time, he also began to tally up his gains from his previous raids into the demon realm. In his previous raids, he alone had plundered 7 Demon King caves. Even after deducting the gains from the Ice Fire Demon Ape and the Lightning Water Dragon Beast caves, the remaining 5 Demon King caves still yielded astonishing rewards. Careful calculation revealed that he had obtained 2 5th-tier demon cores from his raids, one from the 5th-tier mid-raid Demon King, the Heavenly Rock Demon King, and the other from the 5th-tier low-grade Demon King, the Lightning Water Dragon Beast. Adding to the demon cores he and his spirit pet obtained during the previous war, the 5th-tier mid-raid Demon King Bloodflame Flood Dragon Demon Core, the 5th-tier low-grade Demon King Giant Lizard Demon Core, and the 5th-tier low-grade Demon King Giant Crab Demon Core, he directly slayed 5 5th-tier demon cores in this great war against the demon race. This was an enormous gain that would make even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator envious. But Zhou Chun's gains went far beyond that. Besides the demon cores and the demon king's corpses, he also acquired a 5th-tier, Heavenly Wood Deo soldier, equivalent to a 5th-tier puppet. He also captured a 4th-tier, Dragon Horned Asher Lion, 2 3rd-tier, Golden Crowned Black Rocks, with rich heavenly rock bloodlines, 5 kinds of spirit bees including the Flower King Bee, and numerous demon bird eggs and demon python eggs. In addition to the treasures, he not only obtained the Spirit Eye Stone and the Spirit Eye Spring, 2 Spirit Eye items, but also the rare spiritual material, Black Nether Crystal, sufficient for refining spiritual treasures, rare spiritual herbs such as the 5,000-year-old Jade Crane Fungus, a large quantity of 1,000-year-old Dragon Transformation Grass, and various Dragon Blood spiritual items. Of course, the most precious item was the large piece of Fire Crystal Divine Iron, or obtained from the Ice Fire Demon Ape's lair, and the purplish-red lump of flesh inside, whose purpose was still unclear. As for the other various magical treasure materials and aquatic treasures, there were countless more, enough to refine magical treasures hundreds of times. Finally, Zhou Chun killed as many as 31 4th-tier demonic beasts while raiding the Demon King's lair and traveling through Dragon Abyss. Including the demon cores he had previously obtained on the battlefield, he now possessed a total of 63 4th-tier demon cores. With so many 4th-tier demon cores, even if he used them to nourish his spirit pets, it would allow each of them to advance their cultivation by 100 years. Of course, that would be the most wasteful approach. The correct use would be to cultivate 4th-tier demon beasts or refine them into spirit pills. In addition, he also had as many as 70 or 80 3rd-tier demon cores. In short, after this inventory, Zhou Chun himself was shocked by the sheer amount of wealth he now possessed. If these things could be converted into cash, the profits would be unimaginable. War is indeed the fastest way to get rich, bar none, he muttered to himself, extremely happy. With these gains, after the war ended, both his personal and spirit pet cultivation, as well as the development of the Zhou family, would experience a leap forward. Another half-month passed, and Li Changxing visited Zhou Chun again, handing him a battle report obtained from the Heavenly Spirit Alliance. After reading the report, Zhou Chun felt both joy and worry. The good news was that, as he had predicted, the Moonwheel Sect suffered heavy losses when Jing Kingdom fell. It was said that 60–70% of its disciples perished during the retreat. However, it seemed that true person Kangyu and world-destroying Moonwheel were unharmed, as their names were not listed among the fallen in the battle reports. The bad news was that after Venerable Yuanyang was defeated by the Golden Horned Dragon Saint, he also brought down the main battlefield. Golden Profound Saint Grandson then led the high-spirited demon army in a counterattack, resulting in the deaths of 7 nascent soul cultivators on the human side, and 5 more nascent soul cultivators were forced to abandon their physical bodies, with only their nascent souls escaping. It was said that even the avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable was severely injured again by Golden Profound Saint Grandson and the Ice Fire Demon Ape during the retreat, and had now withdrawn from the Heavenly Spirit battlefield. However, this battle seemed to have enraged the various nascent soul cultivators of the human race. According to Li Chengxing, the true form of the Taijang Divine Venerable had personally gone to the Heavenly Spirit battlefield, while the powerful figure who had intimidated the barbarian saints of the Earth Barbarian clan had been replaced by the 6th-tier avatar of Venerable Zhou Chun. With a combined strength of the 2 human nascent soul cultivators, they should be able to quickly force back the demon army. Sure enough, just 3 days after receiving the battle report, good news arrived. The Taijang Divine Venerable and Venerable Yuanyang joined forces to besiege the Golden Horned Dragon Saint, successfully injuring the demon and pursuing him all the way to the Dragon Abyss Marsh. Affected by this, the demon army led by Golden Profound Saint Grandson immediately changed its previous offensive and hurriedly fled the Cheng Kingdom, Shen Kingdom, and other places it was attacking. The Taijang Divine Venerable and Venerable Yuanyang, who subsequently returned, showed no respect to the demons who had crossed the line, directly disregarding their status and bullying the weak, pursuing and killing many of the retreating demon kings. After this great battle, the demon race of Longyuans temporarily withdrew from the battlefield, and the demon invasion came to an end. However, although the demon race was repelled, due to the heavy losses suffered in the previous war, the human race currently has no intention of reclaiming Jingguo. They only want to recuperate and slowly eliminate the remaining demon beasts within the borders of various countries. Venerable Yuanyang also stayed in the Xianling Alliance, working with Golden Horned Dragon Saint to keep them at bay and prevent them from launching a counterattack from Longyuans. With victories on both battlefields, the remaining 2 alien races are probably like grasshoppers after autumn, unable to jump around for much longer. Just as Zhou Chun and most of the human cultivators were thinking this, an unexpected event occurred. It turned out that the avatar of Venerable Zhou Chun, who was standing in place of Divine Venerable Taijang to confront the barbarian saint of the Earth Barbarian race, was suddenly besieged by that barbarian saint and a 6th-order demon saint, and was almost killed on the spot. The demon race actually had 2 demon saints. This was the most shocking thing Zhou Chun heard about this. After the avatar of Venerable Zhou Chun suffered severe injuries, the front lines of Xianmen Plain were also massacred by barbarian saints and 6th-order demon saints, resulting in the deaths of more than 20 nascent soul stage human cultivators. This battle shocked the entire human race. The human cultivators who were originally overjoyed by the victory on the Xianling battlefield were all speechless and filled with unease. This is outrageous. Those alien races have gone mad, daring to directly send 6th-order beings to massacre our human strongholds. Do they really want to wipe out their race? Li Chengxing roared with a livid face as he relayed the message to Zhou Chun, his tone filled with indignation. Generally speaking, it is difficult to kill someone at the nascent soul stage. However, if the opponent is a 6th-order being, then a nascent soul stage cultivator is no different from a golden core stage cultivator, and can be killed at will. The fact that the 6th-order alien beings directly massacred human strongholds this time is extremely heinous, practically forcing the human race to be wiped out. If the human race's nascent soul stage experts don't retaliate forcefully, they may find it difficult to command other nascent soul stage cultivators. Therefore, Zhou Chun's expression was extremely grim, and he was not without fear in his heart. After calming himself down, he said in a low voice, "The alien race's actions are indeed too crazy. I don't know if they are truly insane, or if they are deliberately provoking our human race to force us to make a mistake and give them a chance. At this point," he continued in a heavy tone, "no matter what their schemes are. Since they dared to commit such heinous acts, they will surely pay the price. Let's wait and see." "Yes, they will definitely pay the price, they definitely will," Li Chengxing said through gritted teeth, his tone still filled with indignation. Next, both the human cultivators and the multi-winged races and other alien races paid close attention to the development of the situation. They all wanted to know how the various nascent soul cultivators of the human race would react. Chongchun Valley, an ordinary name. From the outside, it was just an inconspicuous little valley among the mountains, located in a barren area. Even Foundation establishment cultivators wouldn't want to stop there. However, only a very few human cultivators knew that this was the location of the cave dwelling of the renowned nascent soul expert, Venerable Zhou Chun, and a true blessed land of immortals. The unassuming Zhou Chun Valley actually held a hidden world within. Within the true Zhou Chun Valley, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is extremely rich. Various 4th and 5th tier spiritual trees and 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs are everywhere. There are even demon kings in human form serving as servants and retainers within the valley. At the deepest part of Zhou Chun Valley grows a pine tree tens of feet tall. This tree looks like any other common pine tree, utterly unremarkable. However, only true powerhouses can see the incredibly powerful and pure life force contained within it. This is the only known acquired spiritual root in this world, the eternal pine. Acquired spiritual roots are a type of spiritual tree that transcends the ordinary category of spiritual trees. They are unique in this world, there can be no second one. Each one possesses miraculous power. Although called acquired spiritual roots, they are actually spiritual roots that have evolved by absorbing innate spiritual energy, or simply degenerated from innate spiritual roots. The power of the eternal pine is longevity. It possesses a lifespan as long as heaven and earth, and its pine sap is the best spiritual material for refining longevity elixirs. Almost all human nascent soul cultivators have consumed elixirs made from its pine sap. Venerable Zhou Chun even has a secret method to practice with it, greatly extending his own lifespan. Relying on this eternal pine, Venerable Zhou Chun not only became the longest-lived nascent soul cultivator known to humankind, but also, through the power of time, raised his cultivation to the peak of the mid-nascent soul stage. Now, he only needs to wait for the turbid evil energy to dissipate after 1,000 years, and for the tide of spiritual energy to descend. Then Venerable Zhou Chun will have a great chance to break through the realm barrier and become the first late nascent soul cultivator of humankind since the ancient times. And today, under the eternal pine, besides Venerable Zhou Chun, the master of Zhou Chun Valley, there is also Venerable Taijin, a human nascent soul visitor. Chapter 767 6 Nascent soul stages appear simultaneously. Venerable Zhou Chun, the first nascent soul cultivator of the human race, appeared like an old farmer from the countryside, wearing a raincoat woven from pine needles and a straw hat made of the same material. His face was ancient and weathered, covered with wrinkles. However, Venerable Taijin dared not underestimate the senior nascent soul cultivator. He knew that, in terms of lifespan, he, who seemed to have 1,000 or 2,000 years left, might not outlive Venerable Zhou Chun, who appeared to be nearing the end of his life. Moreover, the raincoat and straw hat on Venerable Zhou Chun were treasures he could only dream of. They were woven from the needles and branches of the eternal pine, and wearing them would naturally allow him to receive the nourishment of the eternal pine's power, slowing down the passage of his life. Venerable Zhou Chun had lived so many years precisely because he almost never left Zhou Chun Valley, constantly enjoying the nourishment of the eternal pine's power. At this moment, Venerable Zhou Chun served Venerable Taijin a cup of pine needle tea with a few drops of pine sap from the eternal pine, then suddenly sighed, "Alice." Even in the face of national crisis, each still harbors selfish desires. No wonder the alien races dare to commit such heinous acts, using the souls of our human race as elite to nurture future generations. Venerable, what makes you say this? Are you perhaps referring to fellow Taoist Lingfeng? Venerable Taijin was slightly taken aback, asking in a low voice with some surprise. He had been able to successfully transform into a nascent soul cultivator thanks to Venerable Zhou Chun's guidance, and therefore held him in high esteem. Even as a nascent soul venerable, he still regarded him as a senior and elder, willingly considering himself a junior. It's not just Lingfeng. Besides you, Taijin, and Xianai, aren't Zuanwu, Yuanyang, and Guang'an all harboring their own selfish motives? Venerable Zhou Chun shook his head slightly, muttering with a troubled expression, Zuanwu wields 2 heaven-reaching spiritual treasures, his strength clearly far surpassing that junior from the Triangle clan, yet he hasn't taken the initiative to attack, causing a large number of people to be tied up on the western battlefield, needlessly wasting countless manpower and resources. Yuanyang seems proactive, but even now he's still playing hard to get, even attempting to use this crisis to force me to give him the eternal pine court to prolong his life. Guanghan's self-freezing seems like a helpless act. But isn't it actually a deliberate attempt to avoid calamity, hoping to break through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm 1,000 years later and prolong his life? Hearing this, Venerable Taijeng's expression also changed slightly, and he couldn't help but feel somewhat gloomy. In fact, Venerable Taijeng was not unaware of what Venerable Zhou Chun was saying, but he simply didn't want to maliciously speculate about other human nascent soul cultivators at this time. After all, the reason why the human race was able to suppress the various alien races was entirely because the number of nascent soul stage cultivators far exceeded that of any one alien race. If these human nascent soul stage cultivators were to fight amongst themselves, it would truly be a laughingstock for the alien races, who would applaud and cheer. Since that's the case, what can be done, in the end? Even the Taijeng Divine Venerable could only sigh and utter these words full of helplessness. Seeing his reaction, Venerable Zhou Chun chuckled and said, Little Taijeng, you don't need to be so discouraged. I've lived for so many years, what kind of people haven't I seen? What kind of things haven't I experienced? If I were to be stumped by these cowardly and despicable people, then I would have lived in vain. Venerable Taijeng was slightly taken aback, then quickly bowed deeply and said, This junior is foolish, please enlighten me. Venerable, Ling Fang is now considered heartless and devoid of humanity, only seeking the great Dao, but precisely because of this, we can lure him with benefits that he cannot refuse. I have a copy of the ancient Xiaoyo Venerable's notes here, which records Xiaoyo Venerable's understanding of the great Dao of Wind. After reading it, Ling Fang will definitely not be able to refuse it, although Guangyang freezes himself, but it's not unsolvable. She herself still has 100 or 200 years of lifespan left. Unsealing her a few times in a short period of time is still not a big problem. I did her a great favor in the past, and she should repay that favor. Yuan Yang, there's no need to pay attention to him. Although his lifespan is not yet over, his spirit has dissipated. Even if we satisfy his desires, he won't contribute much. It's better to use the foundation of his Yuan Yang temple to control him and let him contribute his remaining energy for the post-war rewards. As for Xuan Wu, his situation is somewhat special. Although he has gained great strength, he is also somewhat constrained by heaven and earth. If I were to enter the late stage of the nascent soul realm, I might be able to help him resolve the hidden dangers. It all depends on whether he is willing to gamble. Venerable Zhou Chun spoke eloquently, and in a few words, he explained how to unite and mobilize the other nascent soul stage cultivators of the human race to contribute. However, only Venerable Taijeng knew how much he had paid for his seemingly easy and indifferent words. Moreover, all of these payments were made out of his own pocket. He was truly selfless. This made Venerable Taijeng feel even more admiration from the bottom of his heart, and he couldn't help but exclaim with emotion, It is truly a great blessing for the human race to have you here. You are truly the unyielding pine of our human race. With you here, the human race will never fall. Hearing his words, Venerable Zhou Chun couldn't help but smile and say, Little Taijeng, don't flatter me. I am doing my part for the human race, and I am also doing my part for myself. If the human race is torn apart and the alien races rise again, there will be more than just a few people who covet my eternal pine. At this point, he sighed with emotion and said, It's a pity that those people don't know that divine objects have spirits and will never follow extremely selfish people. Even without me, they would never have gained the approval of such a divine object. At this moment, as if in response to Venerable Zhou Chun's words, the eternal pine suddenly rustled its branches and leaves. Upon seeing this, Taijeng Divine Venerable's expression shifted, revealing a thoughtful look. Zhou Chun Venerable waved his hand, saying, All right, although I have a way to persuade those people, Taijeng, you know my true form cannot move easily. Therefore, I will have to trouble you to make a few more trips to explain the situation to them and convey my message. This junior understands. Leave this matter to me, I will certainly not fail your trust. Venerable, Taijeng Divine Venerable nodded solemnly, readily agreeing. Zhou Chun Venerable then handed him the relevant tokens. Having obtained the tokens, Taijeng Divine Venerable did not delay, immediately heading to the distant western cultivation world to visit the human nascent soul stage expert, Xuan Wu Venerable. Nascent soul stage cultivators are incredibly fast, a journey of hundreds of thousands of miles is but a day for them. When he arrived near the battlefield between the two races in the western cultivation world, Xuan Wu Venerable immediately sensed something. In a desolate desert, countless grains of sand gathered and coalesced into a giant of earth and yellow standing on the ground, its eyes gleaming with yellow light as it gazed at the golden armored man who had stopped in midair. Tai Zheng, what business do you have that your true form has come here personally? A deep voice emanated from the earthen yellow giant, tinged with surprise and bewilderment. Clearly, it hadn't expected that Tai Zheng, the Divine Lord, would appear on its side at this critical moment for humanity. Tai Zheng, the Divine Lord, looking at the Earth Spirit avatar formed from a wisp of Zhuan Wu's soul, coldly and sternly demanded, Zhuan Wu, with your strength, are you afraid of not being able to defeat a mere upstart from the Triangle clan? What are you thinking? Hearing this, Zhuan Wu's avatar immediately retorted angrily, Tai Zheng, what do you mean by that? Are you implying something against me? HMPH, you know perfectly well what I mean. Tai Zheng snorted coldly, his tone equally forceful. Before Venerable Zhuan Wu's avatar could respond, he coldly said, I've come today on the behalf of Venerable Zhou Chun to deliver a message. If you still wish to break free of your shackles and advance further, then properly fulfill the mission and responsibility of a human race nascent soul cultivator. That way, when the Venerable breaks through to the later stages, he might remember our kinship and help you. With that, he flicked his sleeve and vanished. My message has been delivered. Zhuan Wu, you'd better take care of yourself. Venerable Zhuan Wu's avatar, hearing the echoing words of Venerable Tai Zheng, quickly turned into a cloud of yellow sand. At the same time, deep within a mountain, an old man in a yellow robe suddenly sat up from his stone bed, a chilling glint in his eyes. Help me break free of my shackles? Can Zhou Chun really do it? Or is he deliberately trying to trick me into doing this? The old man muttered to himself, his brows furrowed in deep thought. After pondering for a long time, he suddenly sighed and said, Fine, I'll trust him this once. Then, his figure flashed and vanished from the spot. Several days later, in the turbulent human cultivation world, another piece of good news that boosted morale arrived. The human nascent soul cultivator, Venerable Zhuan Wu, personally intervened and decisively defeated a 6th-tier expert from the Triangle clan. The battlefield situation in the far west cultivation world immediately became clear, and the human army seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack, slaughtering countless alien races. Before this news spread widely, the figure of the Tai Zheng Divine Venerable had already appeared atop a towering peak. This peak reached straight into the clouds, with howling winds and barren land. Originally, there was a heavenly wind formation outside that even late-stage nascent soul cultivators would find difficult to pass, but the Tai Zheng Divine Venerable himself, having arrived in person, casually cleaved a path with a single sword stroke. He stood atop the majestic peak, his face icy as he gazed down at a cave and roared, Lingfeng, since you know I'm here, why don't you come out and greet me? Tai Zheng, go back. I've already said that I won't descend from Xiandu Peak again until the tide of spiritual energy arrives. A cold voice drifted from the cave, its tone elusive, making it difficult to discern whether it was male or female. Upon hearing this, Tai Zheng's expression grew even colder. He immediately sneered, is that so? Then you don't want this scroll of cultivation notes left by the carefree Venerable, which explains his own path. With that, he flipped his hand, revealing a blue animal hide scroll. The carefree Venerable's cultivation notes? Tai Zheng, how do you have such a thing? An exclamation rang out from the cave, followed by a flash of a figure. A disheveled man in blue robes appeared on the mountain top. The man in blue robes appeared to be only 30 or 40 years old, but his features were actually extremely handsome. However, his demeanor was extremely cold, giving off an aura of unapproachability. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on the cyan animal hide scroll in Tai Zheng Divine Venerable's hand, his eyes flashing with a cyan light. After observing the scroll for a while, he spoke indifferently, the height of a 6th-order heavenly rock, such a spiritual object is indeed sufficient to bear the profound mysteries of the great Dao of Wind. After speaking, he looked at Tai Zheng Divine Venerable with a gleam in his eyes and said, this thing shouldn't be in your collection, Tai Zheng. Among the human race, besides Venerable Zhou Chun, there is probably no one else who can possess such a treasure. Upon hearing this, Tai Zheng Divine Venerable immediately said coldly, since you know that this item comes from Venerable Zhou Chun, you probably won't doubt its authenticity. As long as you come down from the mountain to do a good job for the human race this time, this item will be given to you free of charge. Alright, I can make a move, but this item must be handed over to me first. Venerable Lingfeng's eyes flickered for a moment before he readily agreed in an indifferent tone. However, upon hearing this, Tai Zheng Divine Venerable shook his head and said, if anyone else had said this, I wouldn't have doubted it, but someone as heartless and ruthless as you, Ling Feng, I can't trust you." He then flipped his hand and put the item away, saying indifferently, "I'll keep it for now. If you want it, you'd better put in some effort, otherwise you'll miss out," he added sarcastically. "By the way, don't think that everything is indispensable to you. Zhuan Wu and Guang Han have already been persuaded by Venerable Chang Chun, so even if you, too, can repel all invading alien races." Hearing his words, Venerable Ling Feng frowned slightly, then nodded after a moment of silence, saying, "I suppose you wouldn't dare to go back on your word." "I agree." These threatening words naturally displeased Taizheng Divine Venerable. But knowing there was no point in arguing with this guy, he simply said coldly, "Since that's the case, just wait for my message." He then left this uncomfortable place without wanting to linger for even a moment longer. After leaving Venerable Ling Feng's cave dwelling, Taizheng Divine Venerable continued eastward, soon arriving at the ice plains east of the Ice Barbarian Kingdom. He traveled eastward across the ice plains, and soon reached the top of an ice mountain deep within them. This ice mountain was thousands of feet high, its surface covered with snow tens of feet thick, while the interior was pure solid ice, without even any mud or rocks to support it. Even with Taizheng's divine abilities, whether using his divine eye to observe the mountain or his divine sense to probe, he could not detect any life force within the iceberg. However, he was absolutely certain that one of the oldest surviving nascent soul cultivators, Guanghan Venerable, had sealed himself within the iceberg to slow down or even halt the depletion of his lifespan. This method of self-sealing to prolong lifespan was a common tactic used by many nascent soul cultivators to extend their lifespan. However, even if ordinary nascent soul cultivators possessed secret techniques for self-sealing to prolong their lifespan, it would only extend it by a few hundred or 1,000 years at most, with little real effect. Moreover, many self-sealing techniques had flaws. While it appeared that lifespan was extended after sealing, the actual rate of lifespan loss would accelerate by tens or even hundreds of times after being unsealed. Therefore, the idea of sealing oneself away if one still had 100 years of lifespan left, and then unsealing oneself every now and then for a year or two, was completely impractical. However, Taizheng Divine Venerable knew that Guanghan Venerable's self-sealing technique was different. It combined his own great Dao essence with a special environment and formation to freeze the flow of time in a certain space by freezing the great Dao. In this way, although he would consume some extremely precious spiritual items each time he resealed himself, he would not experience the situation where his lifespan would immediately decrease drastically after unsealing. Otherwise, he would not have self-sealed himself when he still had 100 or 200 years left in his lifespan, hoping to extend his lifespan by breaking through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm in the future. At this time, after repeatedly searching but still unable to find Guanghan Venerable's self-sealing, Taizheng Divine Venerable, although amazed, quickly took out a jade talisman made of 10,000-year-cold jade, and infused it with magic power to activate it. This jade talisman was a token personally crafted by Guanghan Venerable, which he personally gave to Zhou Chun Venerable before self-sealing, saying that if needed, he could use this item to awaken him to take action once. Now, Venerable Taizheng, holding this item, arrived at a place sealed by Venerable Guanghan. After activating the token, inside an ice coffin made of 10,000-year mystic jade, at the bottom of the ice mountain, a graceful noblewoman in a white palace dress suddenly seemed to sense something and slowly opened her eyes. The token has been activated. Has Venerable Zhou Chun encountered some difficulty? The noblewoman murmured to herself in a low voice. Then waved her hand and pushed open the ice coffin, quickly appearing in the outside world. Why is it you're here, Taizheng? Did you activate the token? Venerable Guanghan appeared outside the ice mountain and looked at Venerable Taizheng with slightly furrowed brows, asking a question. Venerable Taizheng replied respectfully, I apologize for disturbing Senior Guanghan. Venerable Zhou Chun asked me to come with a token to awaken you. My human race is facing a great calamity and urgently needs your help to overcome it. This attitude was completely different from when he faced Venerable Zhuan Wu and Venerable Ling Feng. The reason for this wasn't that Venerable Guanghan was significantly stronger, but rather that the latter had indeed attained enlightenment much earlier, making him a true senior in the cultivation world. Furthermore, he was a virtuous senior who cared deeply for humanity, having done many things beneficial to humankind in the past. Even after sealing himself away, he had left behind a token to help him awaken. Therefore, the Divine Lord Taizheng valued Venerable Guanghan's personal character and reputation, not his cultivation level. After hearing the details from the Divine Lord Taijin, Venerable Guanghan quickly put on a frosty expression and said, "Very well. These alien races really think they've lived too long, daring to insult my human race like this." He then said to the Divine Lord Taijin, "I understand the situation. I will go with you to see fellow Taoist Zhou Chun. This time, we must kill a 6th level alien to deter the other villains. Senior Guanghan is indeed a man of great righteousness. I admire you," the Divine Lord Taijin sincerely praised, and then returned to Zhou Chun Valley with Venerable Guanghan. Several days later, just as the entire human cultivation world was boosted by the great victory in the far west, 3 nascent soul stage experts descended upon the Xianmen Plains. The 3 major alien races of the Xianmen Plains each possessed their own holy city. The Xianhan race's holy city was located in a dark underground cave, also known as the City of Darkness. At least 70% of the Xianhan race lived in the City of Darkness. It was no exaggeration to say that this was the Xianhan race itself. Naturally, the Xianhan race took great care in protecting such a vital place. Previously, a 6th-tier saint of the Xianhan race had modified and reinforced the city, activating all the protective arrays, making it impossible for even ordinary 6th-tier experts to escape. However, only the highest echelons of the Xianhan race knew that the City of Darkness was now at its safest point in history. This was because they not only possessed arrays capable of keeping 6th-tier experts out, but also had 2 6th-tier experts personally guarding the city. And if all goes well, their new saint of the Heavenly Soul clan will soon appear. Deep within the dark city, in a gloomy cave, one after another, exquisitely carved infants, wrapped like dumplings by strands of gray soul silk, hang suspended in midair, only their faces, some old and some young, revealed. If a human nascent soul cultivator were to arrive here, they would surely be stunned by this scene. For those infants wrapped like dumplings were none other than the nascent souls of nascent soul cultivators. More precisely, they were the nascent souls of those nascent soul cultivators who had been captured alive by the 6th-tier alien powerhouse. But now, these once high and mighty nascent soul cultivators were hanging there like fruits, ready to be tasted. Yes, ready to be tasted. Because besides those nascent souls, there was also a Heavenly Soul Clan powerhouse in this cave. And this Heavenly Soul Clan powerhouse was the one who would taste the fruit. The soul threads binding the nascent souls were condensed from his own divine soul power, constantly devouring the nascent soul's divine soul power. Once he had completely devoured the nascent soul's divine souls, he could forcefully break through the shackles and become a 6th-tier saint. This ability to forcibly break through to the 6th tier using external objects was only possessed by the Heavenly Soul Clan. However, if it weren't for the special circumstances this time, even if the Heavenly Soul Clan used all its power, it would be impossible to capture so many nascent souls, and it would be difficult to even gather half. But just as those in the Dark City who knew the inside story were waiting expectantly for the result, the city's protective array, which had already been fully activated, suddenly encountered a powerful attack, an unprecedentedly powerful attack. Above the ground where the Dark City was located, the Taijang Divine Venerable, wielding the heavenly treasure, heavenly crystal spirit-slaying sword, swung a sword, and a massive sword thousands of feet long slashed towards the ground. Instantly, the earth rumbled and collapsed, creating a deep abyss cracked tens of miles long. Below this abyss of rift lies the Dark City, 1,000 feet underground. Immediately after the abyss appeared, Venerable Lingfang activated his heavenly treasure, the 9 Heavens Wind God Bow, drawing the bow to conjure a terrifying wind god arrow, which shot along the abyss towards the Dark City below. The divine arrow pierced the clouds and fell into the ground, instantly tearing through the Dark City's protective array and landing in a certain area within the city. Instantly, everyone and everything within a radius of several thousand feet was annihilated by the force of the gale. The supposedly formidable city protecting array, capable of withstanding attacks from a 6th-tier expert, now seemed a joke. With Venerable Taijang and Venerable Lingfang making their moves, Venerable Guanghan, who had accompanied them, naturally showed no mercy. Her heavenly treasure, the Guanghan Immortal Mirror, hovered in the air, a beam of white light falling into the Dark City through the gap torn by the wind god arrow. Half of the Dark City instantly plunged into winter, transforming into a city of frost. Including some 5th-tier Heavenly Soul Clan members, all humans and demonic beasts within this area were turned into ice sculptures, their life force extinguished. "How dare you, stop!" Just then, 2 belated shouts rang out from within the Dark City. Then, Figures flashed, and the giant body of the barbarian saint of the Earth Barbarian clan, standing 100 feet tall, and another woman dressed in green, appeared on the ground. Taijang Divine Venerable stared coldly at these two 6th-tier alien powerhouses, his tone icy as he said, "Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint, Azure Phoenix Demon Saint, are you prepared to perish today? What a joke. You three think you can kill us?" Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint retorted with a furious laugh, completely disregarding Taijang Divine Venerable's words. The woman in green coldly retorted, "What an arrogant brat. When I attained enlightenment, you were probably barely born. Even if Zhou Chun came here, he wouldn't dare utter such arrogant words." Just then, the Guanghan Venerable suddenly said, "Lingfeng, this hairy beast is yours. Taijang and I will kill that barbarian first." As soon as he finished speaking, the Guanghan immortal mirror in the sky shone brightly, countless runes representing the laws of ice leaping and surging forth, condensing into a beam of light that shot towards the Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint. Although the Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint appeared indifferent, he was actually extremely wary upon seeing the three human nascent soul stage experts outside. He sensed the Guanghan Venerable's move and immediately roared, throwing a punch. A yellow spiritual light, also containing the power of the laws of earth, met the beam of light. However, the Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint was clearly inferior to the Guanghan Venerable in terms of the time he had attained enlightenment, his comprehension of his own great Dao laws, and the treasures he possessed. Therefore, the yellow spiritual light was quickly dispersed by the light of law condensed by the Guanghan Immortal Mirror. The light of law then continued its relentless attack on the Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint, instantly freezing him into an ice sculpture. While the Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint was desperately trying to dissipate the power of the ice law within him, the Taijang Divine Venerable fully mobilized the power of the metal law he had comprehended and mastered, using the power of law to propel the heavenly crystal spirit-slaying sword in his hand towards the Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint. A golden sword radiating the power of the metal law flashed through the air, instantly appearing at the Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint's neck, and then the head of this 6th-tier Barbarian Saint was severed from his body. A single sword strike severed the head of a 6th-tier Barbarian Saint whose flesh was harder than a spiritual treasure. This was the immense power of the heavenly crystal spirit-slaying sword, a heaven-reaching spiritual treasure flying sword, combined with the power of the metal law. However, neither the Taijang Divine Venerable nor the Guanghan Venerable felt any sense of relief or carelessness after severing the Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint's head. They all knew very well that while this injury wasn't minor for the Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint, it was certainly not life-threatening. Even the Blue Flood Dragon King, Nu Tao, had managed to reattach his head after being decapitated by a single sword strike, let alone the Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint, who had reached the 6th rank through body refinement. Sure enough, even with his head severed, even with a residual golden law power at the wound preventing regeneration and healing, the Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint still displayed the powerful vitality of a 6th rank Barbarian Saint. His headless body erupted with divine power, finally dispelling the ice law power within him and regaining his mobility. Immediately afterward, the Heavenly Soul Clan's sacred artifact, the Dark Annihilation Soul-Slaying Blade, appeared in his hand. With a single slash, he deflected the Heavenly Crystal Spirit-Slaying Sword, which was swinging back. Then, with a wave of his hand, his head, which had fallen to the ground, flew up on its own, attempting to return to its original position. Just then, another beam of white ice light descended from the sky, landing on the head and freezing it within thick, solid ice. Explode! A cold shout rang out from the sky, and the ice sealing the Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint's head suddenly exploded violently. This time, the house-sized Barbarian Saint's head was blasted away in the explosion, leaving only the hardest part of the skull. Even so, the Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint swiftly rushed forward, caught the shattered skull, and pressed it back into its original position. Instantly, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. The skull, once pressed back into place, instantly regenerated within moments, sprouting flesh, hair, and eyeballs, restoring itself to its state before the explosion. Then he opened his mouth wide and laughed strangely. "Hey, my immortal body is not so easily destroyed. You want to kill me? Don't even think about it. HMPH, your so-called immortal body is not even at the blood rebirth realm, yet you dare to claim immortality." The Guanghan Venerable's face was as cold as frost, and she said in a chilling tone, "In ancient times, even those alien demons who truly possessed the blood rebirth realm were still wiped out by our human ancestors, let alone a mere remnant like you." Before she finished speaking, she activated the Guanghan Immortal Mirror, and another beam of law light shot out, freezing the 9-blade barbarian saint once again. The Taijang god Venerable also repeated the previous move, but this time the sword was pointed at the 9-blade barbarian saint's chest. With one slash, a gaping wound instantly appeared on the 9-blade barbarian saint's chest, and his heart, as large as a giant elephant, was pierced on the spot, and then shredded into dust by the power of the metal law. This time, Venerable Guanghan even unleashed a blast of icy energy into the wound, attempting to halt its healing. Simultaneously, just as Venerable Taijang and Venerable Guanghan joined forces to try and kill the 9-blade barbarian saint, Venerable Lingfeng also engaged in a fierce battle with the Azure Phoenix Demon Saint, preventing him from having a chance to rescue the 9-blade barbarian saint. Another long chapter. Chapter 768 Slaying the Barbarian Saint is a great satisfaction. The 3 human nascent soul cultivators clashed fiercely above the Dark City, quickly demonstrating to the surviving Heavenly Soul Clan members within the city what it meant for gods to fight and mortals to suffer. As the battle intensified, the nascent soul stage experts mobilized the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to unleash various powerful attacks, naturally losing the precise control of their power as before. Consequently, the aftershocks of the battle easily spread to the Dark City below. Because the breach previously created by Venerable Spirit Wind could not be repaired, the aftershocks would occasionally surge into the city through that breach, bringing terrible disaster to the Heavenly Soul Clan members inside. Furthermore, the 3 human nascent soul cultivators deliberately tolerated this, refusing to leave with them no matter how much the 9-blade barbarian saint and Azure Phoenix Demon Saint tried to entice them. If these 2 6th-tier alien experts insisted on fleeing, then the Heavenly Soul Clan members within the Dark City, including the one attempting to break through to the 6th-tier Saint Realm, would certainly not escape unscathed. Therefore, even after discerning the intentions of the 3 human nascent soul cultivators, the 9-blade barbarian saint and the Azure Phoenix Demon Saint had no choice but to remain and fight them. As time slowly passed, the 9-blade barbarian saint's undying body was frequently triggered and activated, severely depleting his personal essence. Just as the Venerable Guanghan had said, even the undying body, at the blood rebirth level, wasn't truly immortal, it was merely extremely difficult to kill. Any supernatural power or secret technique requires the consumption of mana to activate, and a supernatural power like the undying body is a major consumer of mana and life essence. Being beheaded and disemboweled time and again, and being slashed by frozen swords, the 9-blade barbarian saint's consumption was immense. Even as a 6th-tier barbarian saint, he couldn't withstand it for long. Therefore, in order to sustain himself longer, he also used a true skill that 6th-tier experts rarely used, directly and massively absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish his own consumption. With a roar, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 100 miles surged into his body, its power even greater than that of a cultivator forming their core or nascent soul. This ability to directly absorb spiritual energy into oneself is a standard skill for 6th-tier experts. However, due to the lingering presence of turbid ki, 6th-tier experts would not normally do this. Even for nascent soul stage experts, being tainted by too much turbid ki is a major problem. At this moment, the 9-blade barbarian saint was frantically absorbing spiritual energy to recover from his depletion. To interrupt him, one would have to compete with him for the spiritual energy, preventing him from absorbing enough to recover. But doing so would play right into his hands. Compared to human nascent soul stage cultivators, the 9-blade barbarian saint's tolerance and resistance to turbid ki are undoubtedly much stronger. So, this can be considered a calculated move. However, the 9-blade barbarian saint clearly underestimated the methods of the 2 human nascent soul stage experts, especially the methods of the veteran nascent soul stage expert, Venerable Guanghan. At that moment, the Venerable Guanghan raised his hand and summoned the Guanghan Immortal Mirror from the sky. Using the mirror as a medium, he amplified the power of his ice-sealing Dao Law to the maximum extent. Instantly, a white, wave-like ice-sealing power spread out, freezing 100 miles of land in an instant, transforming this 100 miles into a frost-covered snow kingdom. Under the powerful twisting force of the ice-sealing Dao Law, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the 100 miles was forcibly converted into ice-water attribute. The 9-blade barbarian saint could, of course, absorb this ice-water attribute spiritual energy. However, the problem was that after absorbing this spiritual energy, before he could refine it, it would become an accomplice and poison to freezing him. Even more terrifying was that with the appearance of the frost-covered snow kingdom, the nine-blade barbarian saint discovered that his connection with the power of the earth was disrupted and blocked, making it difficult to continuously draw upon the earth's power to replenish himself. He even lost the chance to escape using earth. Earth is a technique in Chinese fantasy novels. This filled him with utter terror, and for the first time, he felt a fear of death. Since breaking through to the 6th rank, this was the first time he had felt such an awe of death. So he was terrified and dared not continue to fight on, fearing he would truly die here. Immediately, the nine-blade barbarian saint erupted, pushing his own great Dao laws to their limit, rapidly breaking free from the icy state even faster than before. Without even healing his injuries, he took a step forward, intending to break free of the frosty snow kingdom. Little did he know that the Guanghan Venerable was already prepared, or rather, waiting for him to take this step. As he took that step, he suddenly felt a tightness all over his body. An invisible chain had inexplicably wrapped around him, binding him to the spot. With his terrified struggle, the invisible chain, under immense pressure, gradually revealed its true form, a white frost chain as thick as a wrist, seemingly carved from ice. Undoubtedly, a chain capable of binding a 6th-tier barbarian saint like the nine-blade barbarian saint, and preventing him from breaking free no matter how much he struggled, must be a heaven-reaching spiritual treasure. Indeed, this treasure is named the Arctic Ice Heart Lock, one of the heavenly treasures brought down from the upper realm by a powerful being from ancient times. Originally, it was a high-grade heavenly treasure. After the Great War of ancient times, the treasure was shattered, and its fragments fell into the hands of human nascent soul cultivators. Finally, it was successfully repaired and reforged by a nascent soul venerable whose weapon refining skills were superb. This repaired and reforged Arctic Ice Heart Lock, of course, did not have the power of the original, barely maintaining its status as a heavenly treasure. However, in the hands of a suitable cultivator like Venerable Guanghan, its power was still not to be underestimated. Now, locked by the Arctic Ice Heart Lock, the nine-blade barbarian saint not only found his physical body unable to move, but even his magical power and mind seemed to be shackled, unable to function properly. Venerable Guanghan pressed on, urging the Guanghan Immortal Mirror to fly above the nine-blade barbarian saint's head, spinning rapidly, shining white icy light onto the nine-blade barbarian saint. With this two-pronged approach, combining the power of two heavenly treasures and the influence of the Dao's own freezing intent, the nine-blade barbarian saint was immediately suppressed and frozen by the Guanghan Venerable, completely losing all ability to move. Faced with such a completely immobile target, the Taijang Divine Venerable naturally wouldn't let the opportunity pass. He took a deep breath and immediately unleashed his full sword intent without any restraint, controlling the sword with his divine power and fully unleashing the power of his Dao's true intent. The heavenly crystal spirit-slaying sword trembled slightly, its blade suddenly transforming into pure sword light, a sword of law purely composed of the law of metal. The reason heavenly treasures are so powerful is because they possess the power of law and can resonate and amplify with the power of laws of the same origin, unleashing earth-shattering power. Therefore, even for a 6th-tier expert, a heavenly treasure whose attribute power perfectly matches their own can greatly enhance their strength. This demonstrates the profound foundation possessed by the human race. The 7 human nascent soul stage cultivators, including Venerable Changchun, each possessed a heaven-reaching spiritual treasure perfectly suited to their own attributes. Some, like Venerable Guanghan, even possessed 2. In contrast, while the nine-blade barbarian saint also possessed a dark annihilation soul-slaying blade, of the same level, it was clearly incompatible with him, unable to unleash its full potential. Lacking a compatible heaven-reaching spiritual treasure, the nine-blade barbarian saint, frozen and imprisoned, was powerless, forced to watch helplessly as the sword of law pierced and tore him to pieces, 8, 16, even hundreds. Before what could be considered the sharpest metal attribute sword of law in the world, the nine-blade barbarian saint's prized body was like tofu, sliced clean only of bone with a single strike. Even as he was cleaved into pieces of flesh, he continued to writhe, attempting to reassemble and rebuild his body. Even if 2 pieces of flesh were to be joined together, they could not easily fuse. The sword intent and power of law of the Taijang Divine Venerable lingered at the wounds, preventing them from healing. However, this alone was still insufficient to completely slay the nine-blade barbarian saint. Therefore, after shattering the nine-blade barbarian saint into hundreds of pieces, the Taijang Divine Venerable temporarily stopped his sword control and instead, with a wave of his hand, summoned a crimson gold alchemy furnace. This crimson gold alchemy furnace was once a heaven-reaching spiritual treasure, but unfortunately, it had now fallen to the level of a spiritual treasure, and returning to its former glory would be incredibly difficult. Within this crimson gold alchemy furnace, named the Sun Yuan Bronze Furnace, was sealed a renowned Sun Heavenly Fire. This Sun Heavenly Fire was incomparably domineering. Even a fire attribute nascent soul cultivator like the Yuan Yang Venerable would have to expend countless hours of effort to refine it. Similarly, if he could refine a heavenly fire of this level, the power of his Yuan Yang True Fire divine ability would undoubtedly be pushed to an unbelievable level, greatly increasing his strength. Unfortunately, he didn't have the opportunity, as his performance in this war made Venerable Zhou Chun completely abandon the idea of giving him the item. At this moment, Venerable Taijeng struck out with his palm, and the lid of the Sun Yuan copper furnace suddenly flew off, a golden flame immediately rising from the furnace, and the surrounding temperature instantly soared. Venerable Taijeng quickly activated the sword light of the heavenly crystal spirit-slaying sword, sweeping up several pieces of the nine-blade barbarian saint's flesh and blood and throwing them into the furnace. Instantly, faint wails echoed from within the furnace, and wisps of black smoke rose from it. Seeing this, Venerable Taijeng was filled with admiration for Venerable Zhou Chun. If Venerable Zhou Chun hadn't possessed such a vast collection, including a naturally formed immortal fire, how much more effort would he have had to expend to slay the nine-blade barbarian saint today? At the same time, seeing the nine-blade barbarian saint's flesh and blood being refined into dust by the Sun Heavenly Fire, truly in danger of perishing, the Azure Phoenix Demon Saint could no longer sit still. She had initially been content to relax, letting the thick-skinned nine-blade barbarian saint withstand the attacks of the human nascent soul cultivators. Now, seeing the nine-blade barbarian saint struggling, and not wanting to lose such a helper, she had no choice but to intervene with all her might. With a fierce cry, wind and fire power surged from her wings, transforming into billowing smoke that swept towards Venerable Lingfen. The Azure Phoenix was a variant of the Fire Phoenix, naturally proficient in wind and fire attributes. After becoming a 6th-tier demon saint, she simultaneously mastered the power of both wind and fire laws, making her incredibly powerful. This Azure Phoenix had lived a long time, although her cultivation was still only at the lower 6th tier. Her mastery of the power of laws far surpassed that of Venerable Lingfen, a nascent soul cultivator who had only recently attained enlightenment. Previously, Venerable Lingfen, relying on the power of the Nine Heavens Wind Godbow, a heaven-reaching spiritual treasure, seemed to be able to restrain her, but in reality, she was merely holding back. At this moment, she no longer concealed her strength, unleashing the full power of both the wind and fire laws. The wind fueled the fire, and the fire intensified the wind's power, immediately making it difficult for Venerable Lingfeng to withstand. His Nine Heavens Wind Godbow was unparalleled in attack, and in terms of offensive capability alone, it was no less than the Heavenly Crystal Spirit-Slaying Sword, in the hands of Venerable Taijeng. However, it was inferior in terms of the subtlety of its application, and had almost no defensive means. At this moment, when the Azure Phoenix Demon Saint unleashed his power, although he relied on the power of the heavenly treasure to shatter the momentum of the billowing smoke and fire with an arrow, he was helpless against the subsequent surge of power and could only shift his body to dodge. As soon as he dodged, the Azure Phoenix Demon Saint's figure flashed, and he pounced towards Venerable Taijeng with a speed comparable to teleportation. Taijeng, be careful. Although she had embarked on the path of ruthlessness and heartlessness, Venerable Lingfeng knew that what she wanted was still with Venerable Taijeng. If Venerable Taijeng was injured because of her and the Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint escaped, it would be difficult to obtain the thing. Therefore, she quickly gave a warning. At the same time, he locked onto the true form of the Azure Phoenix Demon Saint with his divine sense and directly drew the Nine Heavens Wind Godbow, firing a wind god arrow. Since Taijeng Divine Venerable wanted to kill the Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint, he had naturally considered the possibility of the Azure Phoenix Demon Saint coming to his rescue and didn't dare place all his hopes on Lingfeng Venerable. Therefore, when the Azure Phoenix Demon Saint pounced towards him, he moved his divine sense, and the Heavenly Crystal Spirit-Slaying Sword responded to his thought, slashing towards a certain point in the void. Simultaneously, the golden armor draped over Taijeng Divine Venerable erupted with spiritual light, forming an incredibly solid golden light shield that protected him. Unexpectedly, the Azure Phoenix Demon Saint's attack was feigned. Her true purpose was to rescue the Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint. Seeing that the heavenly crystal spirit-slaying sword, had been lured away, her figure suddenly split into three. One figure moved forward to meet the heavenly crystal spirit-slaying sword, and another figure moved backward to meet the incoming wind god arrow. The remaining azure phoenix body veered and lunged towards the pile of dismembered corpses of the nine-blade barbarian saint. Freeze heaven and earth. Just then, a clear, cold voice rang out from the sky, and an extreme chilling power suddenly erupted from the Guanghan immortal mirror, instantly freezing the azure phoenix demon saint's body in midair. After freezing the azure phoenix demon saint, the Guanghan venerable extended her slender jade finger and pointed it at the azure phoenix demon saint, sending a seemingly insignificant freezing ray towards it. But this seemingly insignificant freezing ray caused the frozen azure phoenix demon saint's eyes to change drastically. Ignoring the loss of vital energy, it forcefully used a life-saving divine power to break free from the frozen state, then opened its mouth and spat out a wisp of primordial demonic fire to meet the freezing ray. The azure phoenix demonic fire and the white freezing ray collided in midair, immediately producing a terrifying explosive impact. The clash between the two extreme opposing forces, the law of ice and the law of fire, is like this: if one cannot completely overwhelm the other, the power will spiral out of control, generating immense destructive force. This is why the ice-fire demon ape, possessing both extreme powers, was so powerful and difficult to deal with. While the azure phoenix demon saint successfully escaped the Guanghan venerable's attack, her two clones were destroyed, reduced to two broken feathers. Simultaneously, the Taijang divine venerable sword intent locked onto her, the heavenly crystal spirit-slaying sword, moved with the will of the sword, once again slashing towards her main body with dazzling sword light. What made her even more uneasy was that the Arctic Ice Heart Lock had disappeared from the fragments of the nine-blade barbarian saint's body, hiding in the void, completely undetectable even to her. Compared to the other powerful heaven-reaching spiritual treasures, this treasure was actually more worrisome to her. Because she wasn't the nine-blade barbarian saint. Although she possessed the undying body, divine power and the nirvana divine power of the Fire Phoenix clan, she couldn't achieve what the opponent did, being able to regenerate after being decapitated and disemboweled multiple times. Furthermore, the nine-blade barbarian saint was so difficult to kill because he specialized in body refinement and lacked nascent souls, demon cores, and even his divine soul was scattered and imprinted throughout his flesh and bones. If she, the azure phoenix demon saint, were decapitated and disemboweled, her demon core and demon soul would inevitably be destroyed. Therefore, she absolutely couldn't allow herself to be imprisoned by a powerful spiritual treasure like the Arctic Ice Heart Lock. Thinking this, she disregarded the nine-blade barbarian saint and immediately unleashed her speed to the extreme, instantly escaping the icy snow kingdom. Seeing the azure phoenix demon saint retreat, the Arctic Ice Heart Lock, hidden in the void, locked onto several of the nine-blade barbarian saint's most vital remains under the control of the Guanghan venerable, sealing his divine soul and will. At this point, the flaw of the undying body became apparent. Once shattered into many pieces, it couldn't reassemble in time, its power dissipating, making it difficult to resist the suppression of an opponent of equal strength. The Guanghan venerable was now suppressing those fragmented remains with far greater ease than he had previously suppressed the complete body of the nine-blade barbarian saint. As piece after piece of flesh and blood was thrown into the Sun Yuan copper furnace, and refined into dust, the nine-blade barbarian saint's demise seemed inevitable. The azure phoenix demon saint roamed the perimeter, her attempts repeatedly fruitless. Finally, she exerted all her strength to snatch a fragment of a thigh, about 10 feet in diameter, before leaving without hesitation. Damn it, she stole that fragment. Will it allow the nine-blade barbarian saint to regenerate? The Taijang divine venerable's expression changed as he continued refining the nine-blade barbarian saint's remains, expressing his deep concern. The venerable Guanghan was quite optimistic about this and immediately comforted him, saying, "Don't worry, let alone the fact that the nine-blade barbarian saint hasn't yet reached the level of rebirth through blood. Even if he had, with only this piece of flesh and blood remaining, it would be difficult for him to regain his full strength in less than several hundred years. By then, the war will have long ended, and you will have enough time to slowly search for him. Senior is right, I was overthinking it." Venerable Taijang nodded, temporarily putting his mind at ease, and began to continue refining the remnant body of the nine-blade barbarian saint. However, he still addressed Venerable Lingfeng, who had already lost his opponent, saying, "Lingfeng, those scum of the Heavenly Soul clan are yours to handle. See if there's any hope of saving those juniors who were captured earlier. If so, try your best to save them." But Venerable Lingfang seemed quite averse to his commanding tone and immediately replied coldly, "Taijeng, since you care so much about those juniors, why don't you do it yourself?" This tone also angered Venerable Guanghan, who immediately glared at him and shouted, "Enough, Lingfeng, have some decency." Then, gazing intently at him, she said, "The path of ruthlessness and heartlessness is not uncommon among our human race. But even the most ruthless and heartless know how to help humanity fight against alien invasions to protect their own interests. Lingfeng, if you truly don't care about being born human, then there's no need for you to remain among the human race. Return your 9 heavens wind godbow to humanity." These words caused Venerable Lingfang to frown deeply, his mouth slightly open as if he wanted to retort. But at that moment, the 9 heavens wind godbow in his hand trembled slightly. This caused his expression to change, and he fell silent. The spirits of heavenly treasures are all highly intelligent. The 9 heavens wind godbow is a treasured heirloom left by the sages of humanity. Venerable Lingfeng, having successfully achieved godhood, was recognized by the bow because his attributes resonated with the bow's. Now, Venerable Guanghan's words clearly made the bow's spirit somewhat anxious, forcing it to remind its current master to watch his words. "For the sake of Venerable Xiaoyao's cultivation manual, I'll let you off the hook," he finally offered himself an excuse before leaping into the Dark City. Deep within the gloomy cave of the Dark City, only 5 of the 20-odd nascent soul cultivators remained. 1 was at the late nascent soul stage, and the remaining 4 were at the mid-nascent soul stage. The divine soul fluctuations emanating from the Heavenly Soul Clan expert had already surpassed a 5th tier limit, approaching the 6th tier. But Alice, everything stopped there. With Venerable Lingfang's true form entering the Dark City, the powerful divine soul fluctuations there immediately became as conspicuous as a torch in the night, impossible to ignore. Venerable Lingfeng, in a fit of rage, naturally wouldn't give this Heavenly Soul Clan soul devourer a real chance to break through. He simply drew his bow and fired an arrow. The wind-god arrow pierced through layers of arrays and buildings, directly entering the gloomy cave deep underground, before exploding with a deafening roar. No, accompanied by a mournful cry filled with unwillingness, the Heavenly Soul Clan powerhouse and the remaining nascent soul cultivators within the gloomy cave were all torn apart and annihilated by the power of the wind law. Several days later, news of the 3 human race nascent soul cultivators' deep penetration into the heavenly barbarian plains, slaying the 9-blade barbarian saint of the earth barbarian clan, and destroying the Heavenly Soul Clan's holy city spread throughout the human race at breakneck speed. This news, once it reached its peak, immediately filled the human cultivators, who had been gripped by fear and trembling with fear over the deaths of more than 20 nascent soul cultivators, with a sense of triumph and the gloom in their hearts dissipating. Cheers erupted from every human cultivator's settlement. The once high and mighty nascent soul cultivators now beamed with joy, like ordinary mortals who had heard good news, laughing and waving their arms. Zhou Chun, located within the 9-yuan sword Sect's mountain gate, was naturally among the first to receive the news. Upon learning of this, he too was overjoyed, standing up and clapping repeatedly. He immediately took out his treasured spirit wine and drank heartily with Li Chengxing, who had come to deliver the message. As they drank, Li Chengxing exclaimed, "That's exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. I told you, Senior Taijeng Divine Venerable and the others wouldn't stand idly by while the alien races were so rampant. Isn't that proven true now? Tisk tisk tisk, that was a 6th-tier barbarian saint. He was killed alive just like that. It's truly gratifying." Zhou Chun, upon hearing this, also nodded in agreement, loudly echoing, "That's right, it's indeed gratifying. A true man should act like this." So tired lately. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 769 Post-War Rewards, a mixture of sorrow and joy. The 6th-tier powerhouse, 9-blade barbarian saint, was slain. The Heavenly Soul Clan's higher-ranking members were mostly wiped out. 60 to 70% of the entire clan perished, and the holy cities of the Earth Barbarian Clan and the 5-element Spirit Clan were destroyed. When the results of the great battle on the Heavenly Barbarian Plains were announced, all the surrounding alien races fell silent. The most direct change was that the previously aggressive 6th-tier powerhouse of the multi-winged clan suddenly vanished in the Heavenly One God's perception, his whereabouts unknown. While the multi-winged clan army did not immediately withdraw, its offensive ceased. The triangular clan, already defeated by the humans on the western battlefield, directly retreated to their own territory, daring not to step outside their original territory again. The Dragon Abyss Demon clan also suddenly withdrew its 5th-tier demon kings and some 4th-tier demon beasts from the Jingguo Yunzhou region, effectively abandoning this land. The previously war-torn human land suddenly became peaceful. This peace came too suddenly, like the sudden arrival of war, giving it an unreal feel. Overall, this was a great thing for humanity. After celebrating with Li Chengxing, Zhou Chun began to dream about returning to Jingguo to rebuild the Zhou family. But for now, it was just a dream. As long as the Winged Clan army remained, the state of war in the Great Zhou Kingdom could not be lifted. And as someone sent to the Great Zhou Kingdom by Taizheng Divine Venerable, he could only leave after Taizheng Divine Venerable or Tianyu Divine Venerable gave their permission. So he could only discuss the rebuilding of the family with Zhou Daoyi in his spare time from cultivation. On the other hand, after the 3 nascent soul experts left Xianmen Plain, they quickly dispersed. After receiving the cultivation manual promised by Taizheng Divine Venerable, Lingfang Venerable went directly back to his cave to cultivate in seclusion. Taizheng Divine Venerable and Guanghan Venerable went to Chongchun Valley, where Chongchun Venerable resided. Your Excellency is indeed a master strategist. Thanks to your brilliant calculations, the 9-blade barbarian saint has been successfully killed and refined by us juniors and senior Guanghan. Only a piece of his flesh was taken by the Azure Phoenix demon saint. I wonder if this will cause any hidden dangers. In addition, the Soul Eater of the Heavenly Soul Clan has also been killed by Lingfan. The Heavenly Soul Clan's holy city and most of its people have been destroyed and slaughtered by us. This alien race should have no chance of rising again in the future. It's just a pity that those juniors who were captured were unlucky. We couldn't save a single one. Moreover, the people in the holy city of the Earth Barbarian Clan and the 5-element Spirit Clan also received a message from the Azure Phoenix Demon Saint and evacuated in time. We were unable to take this opportunity to annihilate them all. In Chongchun Valley, under the Immortal Pine Tree, Venerable Chongchun, Venerable Guanghan, and Venerable Taizhen, 3 human deities, sat around a stone table. On the table were freshly picked spiritual fruits and tea. The 3 of them sipped the tea and fruit while discussing the situation of the Battle of the Heavenly Barbarian Plain. After recounting the events of the Battle of Xianmen Plains, Taizheng Divine Venerable waved his hand and retrieved the Sun Yuan bronze furnace that had killed the 9-blade barbarian saint, returning it to its rightful owner, Venerable Chongchun. Not bad, not bad. The blood and essence of a 6th-tier barbarian saint, with a little refining, can yield some top-tier restorative pills. If refined by humans and demonic beasts who possess the undying body, it can greatly stimulate the development of their own divine powers. Even if they can't reach the level of the 9-blade barbarian saint, they can still regenerate their heads and rebuild their hearts. Venerable Chongchun took the crimson gold furnace, briefly examined its contents, and then smiled with great satisfaction as he put it away. Then, looking at Taizheng Divine Venerable, he smiled and said, "It just so happens that after this war, those who have made contributions will be rewarded. I will then gather spiritual herbs and combine them with the essence of this flesh and blood to refine several batches of highly nourishing elixirs, so that those juniors whose foundations were damaged in this war can continue their path. In addition, I have enough spiritual herbs and fruits here. Taizheng, when you leave, take some with you and give them to those juniors with the potential to become nascent soul cultivators. The human race also needs to produce new nascent soul cultivators as soon as possible to boost morale." Hearing his words, Taizheng Divine Venerable sighed with emotion. Only you, Venerable, could do this. How could anyone else bear to give away spiritual herbs and fruits that they have nurtured for thousands of years to mature? These words were Taizheng Divine Venerable's heartfelt words, because he himself was able to achieve enlightenment thanks to the guidance and support of Venerable Chongchun. Furthermore, he knew that not only had he received guidance and support from Venerable Chongchun, but most of the nascent soul cultivators in the human race had also benefited from Venerable Chongchun. For example, the sap of the eternal pine, which could prolong life, was provided free of charge to these nascent soul cultivators by Venerable Chongchun, who never asked for anything in return. Upon hearing this, Venerable Zhou Chun chuckled dismissively, saying, "Hey, as the saying goes, those who follow the way receive much help, while those who stray from it receive little. I am not skilled in combat, and I possess great treasures. Even for my own sake, I must cultivate good relationships so that I may receive assistance in times of crisis." He then sighed slightly, adding, "Moreover, as the oldest cultivator of the human race in this realm, I have been blessed by the human race's fortune to have lived peacefully to this day. Naturally, I have a responsibility to mentor some promising young talents of the human race to ensure the clan's continued prosperity." After these words, Venerable Guanghan, standing nearby, seemed to understand, nodding thoughtfully and saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhou Chun truly sees things clearly. For us, these mere external possessions are of little use whatsoever. If there are descendants of our own, we can still use them, but if the descendants are all gone, there's no need to guard them. It's better to give them to someone with a destiny." Forming a good connection, she then said to Tai Zheng, "Tai Zheng, you know where my secret palace is. After I go back and tidy it up, you can dispose of everything inside. It's my last act of service to the human race." Hearing this, Tai Zheng bowed respectfully, saying, "Senior Guanghan, your righteousness is admirable. I deeply admire you. I will handle this matter properly and not let your efforts go to waste. Then let's see how those alien races react." Guanghan waved her hand, speaking calmly. Meanwhile, while several nascent soul cultivators of the human race awaited the alien race's reaction, the 6th-tier alien experts secretly met to discuss the matter of the 9-blade barbarian saint's fall. Inside a secluded underground cave, several 6th-tier powerhouses from different races, some in their true forms and others in avatars, each occupied a corner of the cave, creating a somber atmosphere. After a long while, the Azure Phoenix Demon Saint, who had arrived in her true form, slowly spoke. "Nine Blades has truly failed this time. Although he managed to survive thanks to the methods he had prepared beforehand and the piece of flesh I retrieved, his cultivation has plummeted back to the 5th tier. Even if he can cultivate back to the top through practice, it will be impossible without hundreds of years of arduous effort. Furthermore, that junior from the Heavenly Soul clan also failed to break through. The 3 clans of the Heavenly Barbarian Plains will be affected by this, and I'm afraid they won't be able to completely defend the Heavenly Barbarian Plains anymore." As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere lightened considerably. The 6th-tier expert from the multi-winged race quickly spoke up, "That's right. I was just saying that at our level, we're not so easy to kill. 9 Blades was only seriously injured, yet that human spread rumors that he was dead, trying to scare us. What a laughable little trick." His words were immediately echoed by the 6th-tier expert from the triangular race. "Exactly. The fact that 9 Blades didn't perish proves that the humans aren't as terrifying as they seem. They no longer possess the strength to kill 6th-tier beings like they did in ancient times. It's quite interesting, really. These 2 races both inhabit the Dolan grassland, and due to their struggle for land, they've been sworn enemies. But now, they seem to have completely forgotten the feud accumulated by their ancestors, and their relationship is very close. However, not everyone shared their optimism." Golden Horn Dragon Saint Savadar quickly said coldly, "What's the use of saying all this? 9 Blades may not be dead, but he can't fight anyone for hundreds of years, and he has to be wary of human nascent soul cultivators continuing to cause him trouble. It's practically the same as being dead. Instead of you all being so self-satisfied, you should think about how to clean up this mess." Upon hearing this, the 6th-tier multi-winged clan expert immediately became displeased, glaring at him and shouting, "What do you mean we're just being self-satisfied? Golden Horn, aren't you one of us?" At this point, the man glared angrily at the Golden Horn Dragon Saint's clone and questioned, "I've wanted to say this for a long time. You clearly had the opportunity to launch a full-scale attack and inflict heavy damage on the human race while we were holding back the main force. Why did you only send out a few demon beasts and demon kings to participate in the battle so perfunctorily? And why did you wait so long before you finally took action to repel Yuan Yang? Yes, Golden Horn Dragon Saint, you did not put in any effort this time. You really need to give us an explanation." Even the Azure Phoenix Demon Saint, who was also a member of the demon race, looked at the Golden Horn Dragon Saint's clone with displeasure and expressed his dissatisfaction. Unexpectedly, the Golden Horn Dragon Saint's avatar, upon hearing their accusations and questions, looked at them with disdain and said, "What's there to explain? I have never promised you anything, so why should I explain anything to you?" He then coldly snorted, HMPH, I never thought your plan was good from the start, but you were all so self-righteous, determined to suffer a crushing defeat. If you had listened to me then, and delayed for another 800 or 900 years until Yuan Yang and Bianyi's lifespans were exhausted before making your move, things wouldn't be like this today. His tone and words at this moment were undoubtedly rubbing salt into their wounds and adding fuel to the fire. The others, upon hearing this, were naturally unwilling to give him a pleasant look or speak to him kindly. The sixth-tier expert of the multi-winged clan immediately roared angrily, you make it sound so easy. If we delay for another 800 or 900 years, I won't live for many more. Do you want to use my life to enhance your Golden Horn's reputation then? The sixth-tier expert of the triangular clan also chimed in, that's right, that's right. If we delay for another 800 or 900 years, the human race will have another 800 or 900 years to prepare. With their foundation and vast numbers, they might produce 1 or 2 more nascent soul stage cultivators during this time. The situation will only be worse then. Golden Horn, you're too selfish. You truly disappoint me. The Azure Phoenix Demon Saint coldly glanced at the Golden Horn Dragon Saint, rebuking him with a look of disappointment. However, these experts, having cultivated to such a level, were all highly individualistic and had their own opinions. How could they easily question themselves because of the opinions of outsiders? Facing the accusations of the crowd, the Golden Horn Dragon Saint remained unfazed, flicking his sleeve and declaring, you're hopeless. I'm too lazy to argue with you ignorant old fogies. Go play by yourselves. Without waiting for a response, he left. This unpleasant gathering naturally ended without any agreement. In the end, the various sixth-tier alien powerhouses merely reiterated the importance of the defensive alliance before dispersing. Once the gathering concluded, the multi-winged army outside Xian'an Immortal City quickly withdrew. When this news reached Venerable Zhou Chun and Venerable Taijin, they immediately understood the alien race's intentions. It seems these alien races still lack the courage to truly fight to the death, Venerable Taijin said with a cold smile, his words laced with sarcasm. Venerable Zhou Chun calmly replied, it's normal that they don't dare to gamble. After all, their overall strength is indeed inferior to that of our human race. The probability of winning is probably less than 30%. Even I, in my old age, certainly wouldn't dare to gamble. Venerable Guanghan, however, relaxed and nodded slightly, saying, since the alien race has chosen to retreat, I will return to my self-sealing. I hope that when I emerge next time, the legendary spiritual energy tide will have arrived. Unexpectedly, Venerable Zhou Chun advised, there's no rush. Fellow Taoist Guanghan, since you've already unsealed once, don't be in such a hurry to return to your ice sealing. What harm is there in waiting another year or two? It would be bad if the alien race launched a counterattack. Alright then, I will wait in my secret abode for 2 more years. If nothing happens after 2 years, I will return to my self-sealing. Venerable Guanghan frowned, pondered for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. Afterward, she left Zhou Chun Valley and returned to her secret abode. After Venerable Guanghan left, Venerable Zhou Chun looked at Venerable Taijin and said, now that the war is over, the next step is to reward and punish those who have performed meritorious service internally. This is no easier than fighting on the front lines, and I cannot get involved. It will have to be handled by you, Taijin, Xian'ai, and Yuan Yang. Yuan Yang should contribute more to this matter. This is a perfect opportunity for him to showcase his skills. If he continues to refuse, we can use the foundation of his Yuan Yang temple to our advantage. Given his current situation, he will surely leave himself a way out. Upon hearing this, Venerable Taijin immediately replied, this junior understands. This junior and Xian'ai will, after we meet with our friends, we will consider all aspects of the situation and formulate a plan. At this point, Taijin Divine Venerable looked at Zhou Chun Venerable and said, furthermore, I have an idea. Since the 3 major alien races in Xianmen Plain are no longer a concern, why not take advantage of the situation and carve out a large area of territory there to reward our merits? I will also send an Avidar to oversee the area and prevent the alien races from retaliating. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun Venerable pondered for a moment and then nodded, saying, that's not impossible, but it's best not to go too far, lest we push the alien races to their limits. I understand. Then I'll take my leave, Taijin Divine Venerable said, and then left Zhou Chun Valley. In the following month or two, The various battlefields of the human race were tallying battle losses and achievements, and news of several nascent soul stage venerables lavishly rewarding merits spread like wildfire. This made Zhou Chun, who was still residing in the 9-yuan sword sect, feel increasingly anxious. He had participated in 2 major battles and made great contributions on both fronts. The situation at Xianmen Plains is manageable. Taizheng Divine Venerable has already rewarded him in advance, so he has no objection even if there's no further reward. However, in the battle against the demon race in Jing Kingdom, he has also made tremendous contributions. In terms of merit, even Kang Yu Zhenren, who previously relied on the world-destroying Moon Wheel to slay 6 demon kings, cannot compare to him. After all, he not only personally killed 5 demon kings, but also single-handedly infiltrated enemy territory to sabotage the demon race's rear, fought multiple times against 5th-tier high-grade demon kings, and single-handedly thwarted and routed the demon race's eastern army. Although he had told Yuan Yang Venerable about these merits before, it was uncertain whether the other party would acknowledge them or if there would be any withholding. Furthermore, the merits made by other cultivators of the Zhou family at that time had not yet been reported. Now that the rewards are being distributed, how could he not be anxious? However, although the war is now considered over, Taizheng Divine Venerable either forgot about him or was too busy with other matters, as no news has been sent to him at all. Without the backing of the Taizheng Divine Venerable, he certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to rush back to the Heavenly Spirit Realm to claim credit with the Yuan Yang Venerable. After all, his previous transfer from the Heavenly Spirit Realm by the Taizheng Divine Venerable was essentially a slap in the face to the Yuan Yang Venerable, and it was impossible for the latter not to harbor resentment. Therefore, the only thing he could do now was to cling tightly to the Taizheng Divine Venerable's coattails, hoping that this human senior who appreciated him could help him obtain what was rightfully his. This wait lasted for nearly 3 months. On this day, when Zhou Chun's mind was already somewhat numb, he finally received good news. The 3 human nascent soul stage venerables, Taizheng Divine Venerable, Yuan Yang Venerable, and Bianyi Divine Venerable, would all arrive in Xianmen Immortal City in a month to meet with their meritorious officials. Zhou Chun would definitely be able to meet the Taizheng Divine Venerable at that time. This finally relieved him, and a smile returned to his face. But just as Zhou Chun was thinking about how to find an opportunity to express his demands to the Taizheng Divine Venerable, something even more surprising happened. The true form of the Taizheng Divine Venerable had actually come to the 9-yuan sword sect in person and even summoned him privately. "I've been quite busy lately, almost forgetting you, a junior, we're here. You won't blame me, will you?" In the main hall, after Zhou Chun entered and bowed, the Taizheng Divine Venerable looked at him with a half-smile, teasing him. Although he could tell from the tone that he was joking, Zhou Chun still didn't dare to be disrespectful and immediately shook his head repeatedly, saying, "Senior is too kind. Even if I had the greatest courage, I wouldn't dare blame you." Hearing this, the Taizheng Divine Venerable chuckled again. "Speaking of courage, you are indeed quite bold, daring to venture into Dragon Abyss alone." He then waved his hand, saying, "But rest assured, your achievements and my promise will certainly not be overlooked or forgotten." Zhou Chun was both surprised and delighted upon hearing this. Overjoyed, he quickly bowed deeply in gratitude, saying, "Senior, despite your busy schedule, you still haven't forgotten to care for me. I am deeply grateful for this kindness." But the Divine Lord Taizheng looked at him calmly and said, "Your achievements need no further explanation. However, I would like to hear your opinion on how to reward you." He added, "You need not worry. Speak freely about what you want and need. Whether it will be fulfilled or not, I know in my heart." Once these words were spoken, Zhou Chun felt completely at ease. After a moment's thought, he looked at Taizheng Divine Venerable and said, "Senior, you are wise. What I urgently desire are 2 things, elixirs and spiritual items to enhance my own and my spirit pet's cultivation, and spiritual treasures and talismans to strengthen my power." That's quite a pragmatic idea. Taizheng Divine Venerable nodded, seemingly unsurprised by his answer. He then looked at him and said, "However, what you seek are also what other nascent soul cultivators desire. Even though we have all taken some spiritual herbs and treasures from our own medicine gardens and treasuries, I'm afraid we can't give you much." Before Zhou Chun could respond, he continued, "But now there is another opportunity. You will provide the main materials yourself, and then I, Xianyi, Yuan Yang, and I will take the time to refine them into spiritual treasures, elixirs, and talismans. How many times you can entrust us with this task will depend on your merits. Wasn't this an opportunity specifically prepared for him? Upon hearing Tai Zheng's words, Zhou Chun's first thought was this. He then beamed with joy and said, if that's the case, I really have quite a few good things I'd like to ask you seniors to help me deal with. Judging by your happy expression, it seems your wealth is quite considerable these days, Tai Zheng teased Zhou Chun with a smile. Seeing that he seemed to be in a good mood, and remembering the treasures he didn't recognize, Zhou Chun mustered his courage and said, Senior, you are wise. When I ventured deep into the dragon abyss, I did indeed obtain many good things from some demon king lairs. However, my knowledge is limited, and I can't discern the uses of some of them. Could you please help me appraise them? You certainly know how to seize an opportunity. Tai Zheng glanced at him, then waved his hand and said, all right, I have no other urgent matters to attend to today, so I'll do you a small favor. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. Zhou Chun was overjoyed. After bowing, he took out the first treasure. This object was none other than the purplish-red, plump lump of flesh obtained from the ice-fire demon ape's lair. When he took it out, the previously nonchalant Tai Zheng Divine Venerable's gaze immediately sharpened, and he looked at the purplish-red, plump lump of flesh with some surprise, exclaiming, this thing is quite interesting. Then, he raised his hand and summoned the purplish-red, plump lump of flesh in front of him. A flash of golden light appeared between his fingers, and he sliced a piece of flesh from the purplish-red, plump lump of flesh. This scene startled Zhou Chun. He dared not treat such a spiritual object so roughly. However, every action of the nascent soul cultivator had profound meaning, so he did not rush to ask questions, patiently waiting. After carefully examining the sliced meat, and then looking at the rapidly healing, purplish-red mass of flesh, Tai Zheng Divine Venerable suddenly turned to Zhou Chun and asked, where did you obtain this? Tell me in detail. Yes, Junior obeys. Zhou Chun was slightly taken aback, then quickly recounted how he obtained it. Upon hearing that the information came from the ice-fire demon ape's lair, Tai Zheng Divine Venerable's eyes lit up with realization, as if a certain mystery had been solved. After Zhou Chun finished speaking, he nodded and said, I understand. Your words have cleared up a doubt for me. Then, looking at the purplish-red, plump mass of flesh, he said, this thing is actually a flesh spirit mushroom, but it's a new kind of spirit mushroom that mutated after surviving a certain special spiritual object. Although I don't know what spiritual object this flesh spirit mushroom devoured to mutate into its current form, it does contain fire law Dao runes within its body. And in some aspects, it actually possesses some characteristics of a 6th-tier demon saint. Therefore, if a fire attribute demon king were to devour its flesh and blood, or use its flesh and blood as materials to refine certain special types of pills, it would greatly benefit their cultivation. It seems that the reason why that ice-fire demon ape was able to harmonize ice and fire power so well is because it had been consuming it for a long time. This is all thanks to this thing. He then looked at Zhou Chun and said, if you want to keep this thing for yourself, remember not to reveal it to more people. Otherwise, alchemists like Yuan Yang will try every means to get their hands on it, since it's a spiritual object that can continuously produce top-grade spiritual herbs. Also, you need to be careful. Although this thing contains Dao runes, it's not a 6th-order demon saint and doesn't understand the path of cultivation. If you want it to continuously produce flesh and blood spiritual herbs and prevent the Dao runes within its body from dissipating, you must let it absorb enough fire attribute spiritual power and put a lot of effort into replenishing its food. Hearing this, Zhou Chun suddenly understood, finally comprehending how this purplish-red, plump lump of flesh could survive in such a magma environment and be so valued by the ice-fire demon ape. He quickly realized the immense value of this item and immediately nodded repeatedly, replying, this junior understands. This junior will certainly take good care of this item and make good use of it. These words undoubtedly expressed his attitude, so the Tai Zheng Divine Venerable didn't ask him any further questions about its disposal, but simply asked him to continue appraising other spiritual items. However, something like the flesh spirit mushroom, which could earn the attention of a nascent soul stage venerable, was clearly a rare exception. The other items Zhou Chun brought out, while some were rare treasures from Langyuans, and some were even unfamiliar to the Tai Zheng Divine Venerable, could be roughly identified as having useful components and indicating their value. None of them could compare to the flesh spirit mushroom. After appraising several items, seeing that the Tai Zheng Divine Venerable was becoming increasingly quiet, Zhou Chun realized that troubling him with this matter was somewhat inappropriate, and tactfully stopped the appraisal. After a moment's thought, He immediately produced a jade slit and handed it to Tai Jeng, saying, "This junior has a list here, recording all the treasures I possess. Senior Tai Jeng, please take a look and see which ones can meet my needs for alchemy and treasure crafting, and what else I'm lacking. I'll keep this list for now. I'll also keep an eye out for what others possess and help you find a match, trying my best to meet your needs." Tai Jeng nodded slightly, but didn't rush to examine the contents of the jade slip. He simply put it away. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately said with a face full of gratitude, "Senior's kindness is truly appreciated. I am deeply grateful." After speaking, he solemnly bowed to Tai Jeng again. But Tai Jeng suddenly waved his hand and said, "Don't rush to thank me. There's something I want to ask about your choices and thoughts. Senior, please speak." Zhou Chun was taken aback at first, then straightened his posture and stood up straight. Tai Jeng Divine Venerable's expression turned serious as he solemnly addressed him, saying, "I only learned after a direct conversation with Yuan Yang that the lineages of Yuan Yang Temple and the Moon Wheel Sect actually originated from the same source 10,000 years ago, the lineage of the ancient human Holy Land, the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. The world-destroying Moon Wheel was once one of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace's most treasured heirlooms. Therefore, after discovering this recently, Yuan Yang has intended to bring both families back to the same sect, which is why he previously suppressed you and your Zhou family, and this time, Yuan Yang will be exerting considerable effort in rewarding merit. I cannot completely ignore some of his requests. Therefore, after discussing with Yuan Yang, I feel that if your Zhou family continues to remain in Jing Kingdom, conflicts between the two sides will inevitably arise again in the future. So, if you, fellow Taoist Zhou, are willing, you can move with me to Xianmen Plain. My human race intends to claim land there and establish another kingdom. This kingdom will be ruled by your Zhou family, and you will be granted the best spiritual land. At that time, I will also send an avatar to guard your Zhou family and ensure that your Zhou family's mountain gate is not threatened by foreign races. In addition, as a reward, Yuan Yang has also promised to give you a pure Yang breakthrough pill, free of charge." After these words were spoken, Zhou Chun's expression changed repeatedly, his eyes filled with shock. Obviously, this situation far exceeded his expectations. He had been discussing with Zhou Daoyi how to rebuild the Zhou family in the Qinglian Mountains more quickly and effectively. But he never expected that the reality would turn out like this. The Moonwheel Sect, the former hegemon of Jing Kingdom, actually had such a connection with a holy sect like Yuan Yang Temple, which had nascent soul stage cultivators. Another long chapter of 8,000 words. Chapter 770 Rewarding Meritorious Service. As the saying goes, life is full of disappointments. Cultivators crave power, higher realms of cultivation, and immortality because the greater the power and the higher the realm, the fewer disappointments they will encounter in life. Under normal circumstances, once one successfully forms the core and nascent soul stage, as long as one doesn't excessively pursue treasures beyond their level, they will rarely encounter disappointments in the cultivation world. For a nascent soul cultivator like Zhou Chun, possessing the combat power of a great cultivator, disappointments are even rarer. Therefore, since Zhou Chun successfully formed the core and nascent soul stage, and since he possessed the combat power of a great cultivator, he once believed that he had the means to truly roam freely in the world, and the confidence to control everything. But now reality has given him a harsh slap in the face. Facing a nascent soul stage cultivator, even though his strength rivals that of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, and even though his achievements in this battle are unparalleled among humans, he still cannot protect his and his family's legitimate interests, and things cannot go as planned. Tai Jeng Divine Lord said he was discussing it with him and letting him decide, but in reality, it was just giving him a way out and saving face. If he really stubbornly insisted on returning to Jing Kingdom in the Qinglian Mountains regardless of everything, then even Tai Jeng Divine Lord couldn't help him much. Therefore, from any perspective, it was not suitable for him and the Zhou family to return to Jing Kingdom. So only by reaching the nascent soul stage can one truly be unrestrained and no longer be controlled by others, Zhou Chun thought to himself, his expression gradually calming down. He immediately bowed to Tai Jeng Divine Venerable and said, "This junior understands. Since the Moonwheel Sect and Senior Yuan Yang still have such a connection, then the Zhou family should naturally give way. If I have the opportunity to see Senior Yuan Yang again, this junior will definitely personally and sincerely apologize to him, thanking him for not holding a grudge and sparing the junior and the Zhou family a way out. Hearing his words, which were full of helplessness and self-mockery, Taijang Divine Venerable merely raised an eyebrow and nodded without saying much, saying, "It's good that you understand." After explaining some specific matters about relocating to Xianmen Plain to expand the territory, Taijang Divine Venerable waved his sleeve and dismissed Zhou Chun. After leaving the main hall and returning to his temporary cave dwelling on Jinlin Peak, Zhou Chun quickly explained the details to Zhou Daoai. After listening to his account, Zhou Daoai was stunned and speechless for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, he finally let out a long sigh and said, "Ah, this will do, won't it? Anyway, Jin Kingdom is already in ruins because of the demon race. It might not be any better than Xianmen Plain. Besides, if we go there, we'll have the personal protection of Senior Taijang Divine Venerable. If we need to set up a mountain protecting formation, we might even be able to ask him for help." Zhou Chun nodded repeatedly upon hearing this and said, "That's for sure. Since we're going to establish another kingdom, and it's on the front lines there, it's definitely not just my Zhou family that's moving there. There will certainly be one or two other major forces moving there to guard the border, and they will definitely arrange reliable formation masters to help set up the formations. If that's the case, we'll have to be more careful when choosing a location for our mountain gate." Zhou Daoai nodded slightly, expressing his considerations. Hearing this, Zhou Chun confidently replied, "There's no need to worry about that. Since Senior Taijang Divine Venerable has clearly stated that the newly established nation will be headed by my Zhou family, then my Zhou family will definitely have priority in choosing the best location." Zhou Daoai breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, saying, "That's good. Then the things we need to consider are how to relocate the population and how to clear out the demonic beasts and alien races within the territory. Establishing a new nation isn't as simple as just finding a few cultivation sects to relocate there. Even with Taijang Divine Venerable overseeing the alien races in the Xianmen Plains, able to deter 6th and 5th tier alien beings, some 3rd and 4th tier alien beings certainly wouldn't alarm this nascent soul venerable. Moreover, such a desolate place is teeming with demonic beasts and poisonous insects. Even low to mid-level cultivators who venture out alone are likely to never return, let alone mortals. To develop such a desolate place into a rich and prosperous nation would be impossible without several generations and thousands of years. Since the Zhou family is to become the masters of this new nation, they must shoulder this responsibility and demonstrate their capabilities. If the Zhou family makes a mess of this and fails to make progress or achieve results, it's hard to guarantee that the Taijang Divine Lord won't change his mind and choose another power. At that time, the Zhou family will have nowhere to turn for help. Therefore, Zhou Daoai also attached great importance to this matter and immediately began to develop a plan. To do this better, he also had Zhou Chun obtain a token from Li Chengxing and go to the 9 Yuan Sword Sect's library to read the experiences and insights of the human race's ancestors in establishing a new nation. As a top-tier power with a long history, the 9 Yuan Sword Sect's library contains a vast collection of books, as numerous as the stars in the sky. Most of these are miscellaneous essays, anecdotes, and travelogues that do not involve cultivation techniques or secret arts. These books may not seem as useful as divine techniques or secret arts and cannot enhance the cultivation strength of disciples, but they can greatly broaden horizons and increase wisdom. In fact, they are the real measure of the difference in foundation between a top-tier sect and an ordinary sect. After all, only with a long enough lineage can enough disciples record their observations and experiences in books and leave them within the sect, thus allowing for the collection of a sufficient number of classic texts. Half a month later, Zhou Chun went to Xianmen Immortal City to participate in a merit-rewarding ceremony open to the entire human race's higher-ranking officials. His achievements were naturally highlighted at the ceremony, and unsurprisingly, his overall merit ranked first. Such great merit naturally came with substantial rewards. He could choose one of the spiritual treasures offered as rewards by several nascent soul venerables. And Taijang Divine Venerable would also be entrusted by him to help tailor make a spiritual treasure. Yuan Yang Venerable would help him refine pills 5 times, and Bianyi Divine Venerable was willing to help him create 5 mid-grade 5th-rank magic talismans. This did not include the opportunity for him to break through the mid-nascent soul stage barrier promised by Taijang Divine Venerable, nor the pure Yang barrier breaking pill, compensated by Yuan Yang Venerable. In addition, as the meritorious contributor, he and the 2nd and 3rd ranked cultivators also received additional rewards of varying amounts, all provided by Chang Chun Venerable. Zhou Chun's reward consisted of 2 drops of the sap from the eternal age pine, and a 5th grade superior spiritual fruit, the 9-flower immortal plum. According to the Taijang Divine Venerable, 1 drop of the eternal age pine sap could extend the lifespan of a nascent soul cultivator by 50 years, the 2nd drop had half the effect, and the 3rd drop could still extend lifespan by 10 years. Zhou Chun received 2 drops of sap. If he consumed them all, he could extend his lifespan by 75 years. Crucially, this substance did not conflict with any other life-extending spiritual items. This was incredibly powerful. It should be noted that most late-stage nascent soul cultivators had already consumed 1 or 2 or 3 life-extending spiritual items. They were almost certainly unable to find suitable ones. Yet, the eternal age pine sap could work even for them. Therefore, after obtaining the sap, Zhou Chun and the 3rd-ranked Kang Yu true person were quickly bombarded with messages from late-stage nascent soul cultivators and some mid-stage nascent soul cultivators, all wanting them to exchange it for the sap, with some even offering spiritual treasures as conditions. However, true immortal Kangyu had already lost over 300 years of lifespan by activating the world-destroying moon wheel, and desperately needed such a life-extending spiritual item to recover. Therefore, having only obtained a single drop of pine sap, and fearing further harassment and that Venerable Yuanyang might ask for it back, he immediately consumed it without hesitation. In contrast, Zhou Chun, after understanding that this substance was difficult for golden core cultivators to digest, completely ignored the telepathic messages from the late-stage nascent soul cultivators and immediately consumed a drop as well. He didn't intend to exchange the remaining drop, planning to save it for Luo Qingni or Zhou Xiang, who would eventually succeed in forming her nascent soul. With his current strength, and backed by the powerful Taijang Divine Venerable, he had no need to worry about being caught possessing a treasure. Moreover, besides using the pine sap as a reward, 10 additional drops were released for exchange. However, exchanging for such a treasure required a large quantity of extremely rare spiritual herbs and materials. Venerable Taijang Divine Venerable had also clearly stated that these herbs and materials needed to be collected to refine pills and magical artifacts for rewarding other cultivators. Therefore, those late-stage nascent soul cultivators who wanted to extend their lifespan mostly had no choice but to obediently offer up their sect's accumulated resources. This included the 9-flower immortal plum, awarded to Zhou Chun, one of which could save a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator 100 years of meditation effort. 4 of these were released for exchange. After the rewards were agreed upon, some rewards that could be redeemed on the spot were also redeemed immediately. The 3 nascent soul stage venerables offered a total of 7 spiritual treasures for selection, including 2 metal attribute spiritual treasures, a black gold battle blade and a golden gourd. As the first meritorious contributor, Zhou Chun naturally had priority in choosing. He already had a mental plan for what kind of spiritual treasure he would commission from the Taijang Divine Venerable, and at this moment, he unhesitatingly chose the golden gourd. The gourd was named the 99 Profound Heaven Sword Gourd, capable of releasing up to 81 Profound Heaven Sword Key attacks at once. The power of a single mysterious Heaven Sword Key is equivalent to the sword key unleashed by a sword cultivator of the same level, only without the accompanying sword intent. If 81 mysterious Heaven Sword Key were released in one go, even an ordinary 5th-tier high-grade Demon King would be unable to withstand such an attack. However, Zhou Chun is currently only at the early nascent soul stage, and can only unleash a maximum of 24 Sword Key at a time. At the mid-nascent soul stage, he can unleash 49 Sword Key, and only those at the late nascent soul stage can unleash the full power of this treasure. The original owner of this spiritual treasure was the Taijang Divine Venerable, and it was one of his most prized achievements in weapon crafting. Knowing that Zhou Chun could choose first, he released this spiritual treasure to Zhou Chun as compensation for him and the Zhou family. After Zhou Chun finished choosing a spiritual treasure, the other cultivators who wanted spiritual treasures selected 4 from the remaining 6. In fact, those with great merit who could choose spiritual treasures were extremely rare. Those who could choose spiritual treasures were either those with great merit or those who had paid a heavy price in the war. For example, the late-stage nascent soul cultivator, whose physical body was destroyed by the ice-fire demon ape, was granted the right to choose a spiritual treasure. Another example is the late-stage nascent soul cultivator who perished in the Dark City. His fellow disciple chose a spiritual treasure on his behalf. Some others, even with the opportunity to choose a spiritual treasure, preferred to use it elsewhere. During the reward ceremony, Venerable Yuan Yang had clearly stated that several batches of nascent soul transformation pills would be refined for rewards, and the main ingredient, heavenly infant fruit, would be provided by Venerable Chang Chun. Zhou Chun also coveted those nascent soul transformation pills, but the priority recipients of such spiritual items were the powerful forces that had lost nascent soul cultivators. His Zhou family didn't meet that requirement. Furthermore, the benefits he had already received were already extremely enviable, and he couldn't ask for more, lest he incur resentment. After the reward ceremony ended, Zhou Chun received a telepathic message from Venerable Tai Zheng, instructing him to first refine magic treasures and prepare for the initial relocation of his clan. Because Hung Kingdom had previously been ravaged by alien races, the Zhou family could first relocate their mortal members to Hung Kingdom. Later, after clearing out of various demonic beasts and poisonous insects within the newly established kingdom and creating habitable areas for mortals, they could then relocate these mortals there. This was undoubtedly excellent news for Zhou Chun. Many of the Zhou family's mortals had previously migrated with the Jing Kingdom's mortal migration army to the rear kingdoms of Cheng and Shen. Although these two kingdoms had also suffered from demonic beast ravages, they shouldn't be as devastated as Jing Kingdom. With a total population of millions of mortals, there should be quite a few remaining. Having obtained the treasure and guidance, Zhou Chun happily returned to the 9-yuan sword Sect's mountain gate. His next task, besides refining the newly acquired 9 profound heaven sword gourd, was to personally oversee the relocation of the Zhou family's cultivators and mortals to Hung Kingdom. To relocate the mortals more efficiently, he might need to borrow some large transport magic treasures from major sects like the 9-yuan sword sect. Fellow Taoist Zhou, please wait. Just as Zhou Chun was leaving Xianyun Immortal City, a shout came from behind him. His expression shifted, and he turned around to see that it was none other than true person Zhuanzun who had called him. Seeing this, he immediately asked, "Fellow Taoist Zhuanzun, is there anything else you wish to instruct me on?" True person Zhuanzun looked at him sincerely and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, is it really impossible for you to exchange that last drop of pine sap from the eternal pine? I have some acquaintance with you, and as long as you are willing to lend a hand, I will absolutely not let you suffer any loss." Just as he thought, Zhou Chun thought to himself, and then looked at true person Zhuanzun with a serious expression and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhuanzun, you should know that I currently have neither a lack of magic treasures nor pills, so why would I exchange such a priceless treasure for someone else?" Upon hearing this, true person Zhuanzun's face darkened, and he was somewhat speechless. Just when Zhou Chun thought he would give up, he saw him suddenly grit his teeth and say, "How about a spirit eye item? I'm willing to exchange a spirit eye jade for it." This surprised Zhou Chun greatly. Spirit eye items were treasures that only a very small number of nascent soul cultivators would consider exchanging. These were treasures that could truly be passed down through generations, continuously benefiting future generations. Furthermore, many nascent soul cultivators' spirit eye items were inherited from their sects or families, and weren't truly theirs. If they were to exchange these items, perhaps no one would dare say anything while they were alive. But once they passed away, their descendants would likely scatter their ashes. This was far more serious than losing an inherited spiritual treasure. After all, spiritual treasures were unusable until the nascent soul stage, and even nascent soul cultivators rarely used them. But spirit eye items were spiritual objects that anyone could enjoy, benefiting from them daily. Therefore, Zhou Chun's astonishment was understandable. So, even though he hadn't really considered exchanging pine sap, he now had to ponder it. After a moment of hesitation, he looked at Master Zhuanzun and asked, "May I see the actual item?" "Of course, no problem. However, this item is kept in my cave dwelling. If fellow Taoist Zhou wishes to see it, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip there." Master Zhuanzun readily agreed. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately said, "Then I'll visit fellow Taoist Zhuanzun's residence when I return to Jingguo." "Excellent. In that case, I'll await fellow Taoist Zhou's arrival at my cave dwelling." Master Zhuanzun's face lit up with joy, and he immediately made an agreement with him. Not long after, Zhou Chun returned to his temporary cave dwelling within the 9-yuan sword Sect's mountain gate. Inside the cultivation room, Zhou Chun held a 9 profound heaven sword gourd, a spiritual treasure. He immersed his divine sense into it and quickly obtained the spiritual treasure technique for refining this treasure. After briefly studying the spiritual treasure technique, he began refining the treasure. After 9 days of secluded cultivation to refine the spiritual treasure, he finally achieved a preliminary refinement, making it usable for combat. As a sword-cultivating sect, the 9 Yuan Sword Sect naturally possess numerous testing stones for assessing the power of sword energy. The testing stones on Golden Mist Peak ranged from key refining to nascent soul stages. The testing stone used by nascent soul cultivators was the mysterious Iron Mother stone platform that Zhou Chun had used to test the power of his sword intent. This stone platform was, of course, not as large as the one in the mysterious Iron Hall, but it was still 10 feet long and 7 feet wide. It had been there for countless years, bearing dozens of sword marks of varying depths left by predecessors. Zhou Chun stood a dozen feet away from the testing stone and summoned the 9-9 mysterious heaven sword gourd, with a wave of his hand. With a surge of his magic power, the lid of the golden gourd opened automatically, and an incomparably sharp golden sword energy shot out from the center, accurately landing on a blank spot on the testing stone. A cloud of dust flew, and a sword hole more than a foot deep immediately appeared on the testing stone. Compared to the several foot deep sword hole Yi Qingsun left on the mysterious Iron Mother stone platform with a casual flick of his finger that day, this seemed insignificant. However, it should be noted that Zhou Chun was a mid-nascent soul cultivator, and his actual combat strength had reached the level of a great cultivator, with sword intent surpassing that of ordinary late-nascent soul sword cultivators. In reality, even a nascent soul early-stage sword cultivator like Li Qingxing, when unleashing the full power of his top-grade magic weapon Flying Sword, could only achieve what Zhou Chun was doing now, enhanced by his own sword intent. But Zhou Chun was not a sword cultivator, and this sword energy was not the full power of the 9-9 profound heaven sword gourd. He quickly continued to activate the golden gourd, and one golden sword energy after another surged from the gourd's mouth, instantly unleashing 24 sword energies in succession, which landed on the testing stone. Because the impact points were too dense, a loud explosion immediately resounded from the testing stone. The entire testing stone was blasted into a crater the size of a water vat by the 24 sword energies, reaching a depth of 5 or 6 feet. Zhou Chun then activated his magic power again, and another 24 sword energies surged forth. However, this time he didn't further damage the testing stone. He merely used his divine sense to control them, allowing them to fly in the air for a while before dispelling his supernatural power. He didn't understand sword control techniques, otherwise, these sword energies would have been even more powerful. It seems that when I have time later, I'll have to practice sword control techniques. I don't need to comprehend the sword intent, but at least I should be able to fully unleash the power of this spiritual treasure. Thinking this, Zhou Chun satisfiedly put away the golden gourd and left. Over the next month, Zhou Chun successfully borrowed 7 large transport magic treasures from the 9 Yuan Sword Sect and the Huangfu family through visits and lobbying within the Great Zhou Kingdom. If squeezed in, these large transport magic treasures could transport 100,000 mortals at once. In this way, even transporting 1,000,000 mortals would only require 10 trips. Having solved the transport capacity problem, Zhou Chun didn't linger at the 9 Yuan Sword Sect and quickly left the Great Zhou Kingdom with Zhou Daoyi and other Zhou family cultivators. 2 days later, Zhou Chun returned to Yang Kingdom and joined Zhou Ming. After a brief discussion, Zhou Ming and the others were tasked with gathering manpower in Shen Kingdom and Cheng Kingdom, while Zhou Chun went to the True Profound Sect to visit Master Zuanzhan. This is the spirit jade I mentioned. It's a reward I obtained during my adventures years ago, not a sect heirloom, Master Zuanzhan said in his cave dwelling, quickly showing Zhou Chun the promised treasure he had exchanged. The spirit jade was only about the size of an infant's fist, crystal clear and pure white. Once taken out and placed in a certain location, it would automatically gather the surrounding spiritual energy, generating a misty spiritual fog. Compared to the spirit spring, which couldn't be easily moved, this portable spirit jade was undoubtedly far more precious. After briefly experiencing the treasure's effects, Zhou Chun nodded to Zuanzhan's Henren and said, "Indeed, a rare treasure. I agree to this deal." He then took out a small wooden bottle, about the size of a fingernail, and handed it to Zuanzhan's Henren. It wasn't that he didn't want to package it properly, but the pine sap of the eternal age pine would lose its potency once it left the area of this acquired spiritual root. To ensure its effectiveness, it could only be preserved in a container made from the branches of the eternal age pine. Therefore, When Zhou Chun received it, it was in this small wooden bottle, and he even consumed the bottle along with it. However, Master Zhuan clearly didn't care about that. Upon catching the small wooden bottle, he was overjoyed and repeatedly exclaimed, "Excellent! Excellent! Fellow Taoist Zhou is indeed a trustworthy person." He then swallowed the small wooden bottle in one gulp, immediately ingesting the pine sap inside. Back pain isn't a disease, but it can be excruciating. Lately, I've probably been exercising less, and my resistance has weakened. My back is starting to ache in several places. It's truly agonizing. Chapter 771 Kunwu Mountain of Yu State. Heng Kingdom. On this day, several enormous black shadows suddenly appeared in the skies above the still reconstructing Heng Kingdom. Upon closer inspection, they were clearly large transport magical artifacts flying through the air. The 9 Yuan Sword Sect's large transport magical artifacts were giant ships, each capable of carrying over 15,000 people, totaling 3 ships. The Huangfu family possessed 2 types of large transport magical artifacts. One type was also a giant ship with a similar capacity, totaling 2 ships. The other type was a raft-like magical artifact, hundreds of feet long and tens of feet wide, capable of carrying over 20,000 people at a time, totaling 2 rafts. Indeed, these large transport magical artifacts arriving above Heng Kingdom were the Zhou family's relocation fleet. After nearly half a year of preparation, the first batch of mortals to be relocated, led and escorted by Zhou Chun himself, arrived in Heng Kingdom. The settlement location had been scouted beforehand, near the former capital of the mortal kingdom of Heng Kingdom. Although the area had been ravaged by alien races, the farmland and pastures were well preserved, making it very suitable for mortals to settle down. The fact that the Zhou family mortals could be settled here was due to Zhou Chun's current fame and the permission granted by the Taijiang Divine Venerable. The cultivators rebuilding the Heng Kingdom dare not clash with him. At this moment, after the fleet arrived above the settlement, it slowly descended to height close to the ground. Then, stepping stones were lowered, and the Zhou family mortals on board, each with their own thoughts, stepped off, their gazes varying as they surveyed the unfamiliar land beneath their feet. Once all the mortals had disembarked, Zhou family cultivators led them to familiarize themselves with the place. Zhou Chun nodded slightly to the golden core cultivators from the 9 Yuan Sword Sect and the Huangfu family who were responsible for controlling the magical artifacts, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, fellow Taoists. I will need to trouble you to make a few more trips. I will arrange for spirit pets and clansmen to accompany you on your journeys." Hearing this, the golden core cultivators hurriedly waved their hands, saying, "We dare not accept such praise. It is our honor to serve Senior Zhou." They now knew Zhou Chun's achievements and strength, and since he had already prepaid them before they came, they dared not boast in front of him after helping with such a small matter. Even the nascent soul cultivators from their own forces were now treating Zhou Chun with utmost respect. Zhou Chun was merely being polite and quickly handed over the task of continuing to transport the Zhou family's mortals to Feng Yuanjun and Zhou Zinayan. Feng Yuanjun was responsible for leading the Golden Core cultivators back to Shen Kingdom and Cheng Kingdom as quickly as possible, escorting them along the way, while Zhou Zinayan was responsible for coordinating with the clansmen there. As for Zhou Chun, he had no intention of staying in Heng Kingdom and went directly to Xianmen Plain. The avatar of the Taijiang Divine Lord was already in Xianmen Plain, and the news that the human race intended to expand its territory there had been clearly communicated to the other races. Now, on the designated land, virtually no 5th-tier alien races dared to show themselves. The places where 5th-tier alien races or 5th-tier demon kings had previously resided had all vanished. After entering Xianmen Plain, Zhou Chun could still see some earth barbarians and 5-element spirit races along the way, seemingly seizing the opportunity to plunder and harvest the region's resources. Seeing this, he naturally wouldn't be polite, killing any alien races he encountered on the spot. He even quickly decided that after meeting the avatar of the Taijiang Divine Lord, he would release his spirit pet demon kings to kill those alien races, making sure they were terrified. After flying for more than 2 hours in Xianmen Plain, Zhou Chun arrived at the location of the Taijiang Divine Lord's avatar. It was a spiritual peak that didn't appear particularly tall, but its body was exceptionally broad. Many massive stone halls and houses remained on this peak, likely left by the earth barbarians. The avatar of the Taijiang Divine Venerable was currently seated in a stone hall atop the peak. Zhou Chun entered the hall, bowed to him, and then he slowly spoke, saying, This place was originally the largest settlement of the Earth barbarian tribe besides the Holy City. Besides this spiritual peak, there are 2 other places in the nearby mountains with spiritual energy concentrations comparable to your Azure Lotus Peak. Within 1,000 miles, there are over a dozen mines left by the Earth barbarians, with considerable reserves. Furthermore, there is a hot spring inside this mountain. The spring water has excellent body tempering effects, useful for Earth barbarian warriors of ranks 1 to 3. Even late-stage golden core cultivators of our human race can use this spring to temper their bodies. There are also 3 places in the mountain that can reliably produce Earth elemental spirit milk. In one place, spiritual stone milk is produced, and the spiritual trees in this mountain, although there are no 5th-tier spiritual trees, there are 27 4th-tier spiritual trees, including 8 spiritual fruit trees, and many remnants of medicinal gardens cultivated by the barbarian tribes. At this point, he looked at Zhou Chun and asked, "Such a blessed land of spiritual mountains, is it still pleasing to your eye?" Hearing this, Zhou Chun, who was already deeply moved by his words, nodded repeatedly and said, "Such a blessed land of spiritual mountains is already the foundation that I and my family have dreamed of. Senior Tai Zheng is extremely kind and virtuous, please accept my bow." After speaking, he bowed deeply to the avatar of the Tai Zheng God Venerable to express his gratitude. "I am satisfied. Then, I will hand over the Yu Kingdom to your Zhou family. I hope you can do your best to build this country and add another fertile land for our human race." The avatar of the Tai Zheng God Venerable nodded slightly and also expressed his expectations for Zhou Chun and the Zhou family. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately and solemnly declared, "Please rest assured, Senior Tai Zheng, my family and I will do our utmost to contribute to the construction of the Yu Kingdom and will certainly live up to your high expectations." After a slight hesitation, he asked in a low voice, "May I ask Senior Tai Zheng, besides my Zhou family, which other forces will migrate to the Yu Kingdom?" Hearing this question, the avatar of the Tai Zheng Divine Venerable immediately replied softly, "In this great war with the 4 alien races, all factions of the human race have suffered considerable losses, especially in the border countries where entire families have been wiped out. Therefore, there are quite a few empty spiritual lands, so, the only major force willing to establish a foundation in the Yu Kingdom this time is your Zhou family, and there are also 2 nascent soul-stage cultivators willing to establish sects here. As for whether to accept other small and medium-sized forces to come here later, it is entirely up to the 3 of you." This answer left Zhou Chun unsure whether to be happy or disappointed. The good news was that without the help of other major sects, the newly established Yu Kingdom would truly be entirely under the control of the Zhou family. The bad news was that without their assistance, building a nation from scratch would be far more difficult. He paused for a moment before speaking again. "I understand, but I wonder where those 2 fellow Daoists are now? I also have some ideas I'd like to discuss with them." The avatar of the Tai Zheng Divine Venerable answered promptly, "They are currently traveling through the cultivation worlds of other countries, trying to recruit a group of independent cultivators and cultivation families to work for them. It may take quite some time before they arrive." Hearing this, Zhou Chun's eyelids twitched. He felt he had been somewhat hasty in relocating his family's mortals. He immediately kept this matter in mind, and then solemnly looked at the avatar of the Tai Zheng Divine Venerable again, saying, "This junior has another matter to ask of Senior Tai Zheng, concerning the construction of the protective array for this place. The Zhou family currently lacks an array master capable of setting up such a forbidden array, and the protective array is of paramount importance, so we dare not easily allow outsiders to interfere in its setup. Therefore, I would like to request Senior Tai Zheng to recommend a trustworthy person to help set up the array." Upon hearing his request, the avatar of the Tai Zheng Divine Venerable immediately waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about this matter. I have already made arrangements. As long as the cultivators from your Zhou family arrive, the person who will set up the array will arrive soon. This junior understands." "Then this junior has no other questions." Zhou Chun nodded, and tactfully did not bother the other party any further. Afterwards, he consulted with the avatar of the Tai Zheng Divine Venerable, and after receiving a roughly demarcated map of the Yu Kingdom from him, he began to inspect the entire territory of the Yu Kingdom. The land area of the Yu Kingdom was about 1.5 times the size of the Jing Kingdom, but mountains and plateaus occupied most of the land. From this perspective, it's probably unrealistic for the Yu Kingdom to become a populous nation in the future. On the bright side, however, the area is rich in mineral and spiritual herb resources, with numerous spiritual veins, making it an invaluable treasure for cultivators. If security isn't a major issue, it will undoubtedly attract many small and medium-sized forces and independent cultivators seeking spiritual veins to cultivate here. Therefore, Zhou Chun's most important task now is to explore all the spiritual veins and understand their specific conditions. This will allow him to decide which areas to open to small and medium-sized forces and independent cultivators, and which areas the Zhou family should reserve. At this time, the two Demon King spirit pets, Lu Yuanjun and Fushan Jun, come in very handy. One is skilled at finding spiritual herbs, and the other is an expert in prospecting, surpassing 1,000 troops in this regard. Let them explore and investigate first, and then when Fen Yuanjun has time, let her use her fiery eyes to search again. This will basically eliminate any worries about missing anything. During their search for spirit veins and minerals, Zhou Chun and his spirit pets showed no mercy to any members of the three major alien races they encountered, burying them all, regardless of their strength. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. After 6 months of investigation and exploration, Zhou Chun created a very detailed map of the Yu Kingdom. It not only marked the locations of various spirit veins but also indicated the locations of discovered mineral veins, down to the quantity and quality of the reserves. Places suitable for planting certain special spiritual herbs and raising demonic beasts were also marked on the map. Furthermore, through this 6-month investigation and collection, Zhou Chun, taking advantage of his early access, found 11,000-year-old precious herbs, 7 kinds of magical treasure materials, 167,000-year-old spiritual herbs, 15 4th-tier spiritual trees, 5 3rd-tier spiritual fruit trees, and 2 3rd-tier spiritual tea trees. He had Lu Yuanjun transplant these spiritual trees back to the Zhou family's mountain gate to serve as part of the family's foundation. In addition, during this process, Zhou Chun and his spirit pet also killed 12 4th-tier demonic beasts, 5 4th-tier earth barbarians, 1 4th-tier earth spirit clan member, 2 4th-tier gold spirit clan members, and thousands of members from the other 3 major alien races. After his massacre and cleanup, there were almost no 4th-tier demonic beasts or 4th-tier alien races left in the Yu Kingdom, so there was no need to worry about the safety of the Zhou family cultivators after their migration. As for the demonic beasts with cultivation levels below the 4th tier, Zhou Chun did not deal with them, intending to leave them for the younger generation of the family and other cultivators who would come later to deal with, as a form of training and reward for them. When Zhou Chun returned to the Han Kingdom, all of the more than 900,000 mortals of the Zhou family had been transported here. Seeing this, he went to great lengths to personally make a trip to the Great Zhou Kingdom to send back the golden core cultivators who had been invited to help. It wasn't that he was overly polite, but rather that he knew the large transport magic treasures these people possessed were extremely valuable, and he was afraid they might encounter accidents on their way back. If something really goes wrong, the compensation he has to pay will be a huge sum. Furthermore, when sending these people back to the Great Zhou Kingdom, Zhou Chun also brought Zhou Zinayan along, intending for him to use the Zhou family's name to promote the Yu Kingdom within the Great Zhou Kingdom, recruiting some independent cultivators or cultivation families willing to take a chance to build the Yu Kingdom. After finishing this task, Zhou Chun led the Zhou family and the cultivators who had migrated with the Zhou family to the Yu Kingdom. After all, the Zhou family had been rooted in the Jing Kingdom for hundreds of years, and had even been the ruler of the Jing Kingdom for a period of time. This time, being able to rule a country independently and having secured a nascent soul stage cultivator, they still had some vassal forces willing to follow them. This included the Su family, to which Su Yuzhan belonged. The Su family cultivators had retreated to the Azure Lotus Mountains. Although there were some casualties in the war, their overall health was not fundamentally damaged. However, their previous relationship with the Zhou family meant that if they continued to stay in the Jing Kingdom, their fate would likely not be good. So, upon learning that the Zhou family was relocating to the Yu Kingdom, Su Yunyielding and the other golden core cultivator from the Su family, who were now in charge, decided to follow without much hesitation. With a connection between Su Yuzhan and Zhou Zinayan, the Zhou family would certainly not mistreat the Su family, no matter who else they might mistreat. In fact, tens of thousands of Su family mortals had migrated this time, mostly relatives and descendants of the current Su family cultivators. Zhou Chun naturally wouldn't treat the Su family harshly. Besides the Zhou family's mountain gate, there were 3 other places in the Yu Kingdom with conditions no worse than the Azure Lotus Mountains. After removing the 2 places occupied by nascent soul cultivators, Zhou Chun decided to give the remaining place to the Su family. When Zhou Chun arrived at the Zhou family's mountain gate with his group of cultivators, he realized he had forgotten to name the place when he was about to introduce it to Zhou Ming and the others. He hesitated for a moment, then consulted the Taizheng Divine Venerable Avatar, who was recuperating at the mountain top. However, the Taizheng Divine Venerable Avatar didn't presume to name it for him, leaving the naming authority to him. He then stopped being polite and said directly, "Then let's call it Kunwu Mountain Range. From now on, this place will be called Kunwu Mountain." Zhou Ming and the others obviously didn't understand the meaning of Kunwu, but since Zhou Chun had chosen this name, they naturally had no objections. Thus, the name Kunwu Mountain was decided. Subsequently, the group of cultivators began large-scale construction on Kunwu Mountain, building various buildings and facilities. Of course, this kind of work wasn't up to the 2 grand elders, Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi, so they took the opportunity to introduce the current situation of the Zhou family to Zhou Chun. After the war, the clan now has 1,256 cultivators from its own clan, 634 cultivators from the maternal relatives, and 550 retainers. In addition, there are 893 cultivators from the Su family and others who came with us. The various supplies that the clan originally moved have all been brought along. There should be no problem supporting these people's cultivation needs for the next few decades. After that, we'll have to see how they fare here. Furthermore, the clan's internal reward system hasn't been implemented yet, and many clansmen are quite concerned about this matter. After listening to the 2's account, Zhou Chun pondered for a moment and then quickly said, "Yu Kingdom is rich. And there are countless spiritual creatures in the wilderness. The harvests that the clansmen obtain from their future adventures will certainly not disappoint them. There's no need to worry about a lack of pills, magical artifacts, and talismans. As for the clan's internal reward system, let's note it down for now. We can do it after the mountain protecting formation is completed." Zhou Ming and the other man had no objections to his arrangement and agreed to it. After Zhou Ming and the others saw the map drawn by Zhou Chun, they finally had a clear understanding of the richness of the Yu Kingdom. It truly is a land of abundant resources. If my Zhou family could control even half of these resources, it would be enough to maintain a population of over 5,000, more than enough to support 30 or 40 golden core cultivators. Zhou Ming looked at the map in his hand, his voice filled with joy and excitement. Zhou Daoyi shook his head excitedly, saying, "Uncle, you're being conservative. If we could truly control half of the resources, not only would maintaining a population of 5,000 be no problem, but supporting tens of thousands would be effortless, and we wouldn't need to intentionally control the number of Purple Mansion and Golden Core cultivators." Zhou Chun wasn't surprised by his elder's excitement. Even he himself had been astonished by the abundance of resources depicted on the map after seeing it for the first time. After the 2 had calmed down a bit, he spoke again. "It's not a good thing to monopolize everything, so 50% is just right. For the more important places, the family needs to arrange for people to establish strongholds as soon as possible to declare sovereignty. The less important places also need to be marked so that we can have a legitimate claim when we occupy them in the future." Zheng Chun is absolutely right. "Let me handle this matter, I'll do it perfectly." Zhou Daoyi nodded repeatedly and immediately volunteered for the task. Not long after, the array master mentioned by the avatar of the Taizheng Divine Venerable arrived at Kunwu Mountain. Zhou Chun actually recognized this array master. It was none other than the Grand Elder of the Xian'ai Sect, Xiangxun Hanren, whom he had met before. Fellow Taoist Xiangxun is a master of both talisman and array formations. He is a Grand Master of both, and his array formation skills are expected to reach the Grand Master level in the future. With him setting up the protective array for your Zhou family, fellow Taoist Zhou, you don't need to worry about safety anymore. On Kunwu Peak, after receiving the arriving true person Xiangxun, the avatar of the Taizheng Divine Venerable teased Zhou Chun with a hint of amusement. Seeing the casual tone of the Taizheng Divine Venerable's avatar towards Zhou Chun, and having personally participated in the merit-rewarding ceremony and learned of Zhou Chun's amazing achievements, Zhou Chun's status in true person Xiangxun's heart rose to another level. He immediately said modestly, "I dare not accept such praise from Senior Taizheng. My skills in array formations are only barely passable." Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun quickly said, "Fellow Taoist Yan Zhuan is too modest. Since even Senior Taizheng trusts your array formation skills so much, it is evident that you have profound attainments in array formations. It is truly an honor for the Zhou family to have your help in designing and setting up this grand array. I will remember this favor." Seeing him so readily accept a favor, both Tai Zheng, the incarnation of the divine venerable, and true person Jian Zhuan were extremely satisfied. After all, true person Xiangxun dared not accept a favor from divine venerable Taizhen, but if Zhou Chun was unwilling to reciprocate even this small favor, then his efforts in setting up the array would have been in vain. And if Zhou Chun lacked even this basic understanding, he would certainly hold back when setting up the array. After the three parties had a pleasant conversation, true person Xiangxun quickly began his on-site investigation of Kunwu Mountain. With his cultivation level as a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, surveying the earth's veins and spiritual veins was naturally much easier for him than for an ordinary array master. In less than half a month, he devised 3 sets of forbidden array deployment plans tailored to the actual conditions of Kunwu Mountain. The spiritual veins of Kunwu Mountain, apart from the water element, are relatively evenly distributed, with earth being the strongest and metal the second strongest. Furthermore, the 3 peaks, 1 main and 2 secondary, form a natural 3-talent formation. If the terrain can be modified to strengthen the water element, I believe setting up this 3 phases annihilation formation is most suitable, given Kunwu Mountain's foundation. If a complete version of the 3 phases annihilation formation can be set up, even 100,000 alien troops and a dozen or so 5th-tier aliens can be successfully resisted for a considerable period, as long as there are nascent soul stage cultivators stationed between the 3 peaks, and a sufficient number of cultivators assisting in controlling the formation. Moreover, this 3 phases annihilation formation is a killing formation. Once 3 nascent soul stage cultivators are eliminated, a nascent soul cultivator presiding over a grand formation is enough to make even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator suffer greatly upon entering. As a protective formation for the mountain, it is extremely intimidating. Of course, if fellow Taoist Zhou feels that the killing formation is not good, then setting up a set of the 9 Gates Heavenly Palace formation is also suitable. This is a trapping formation, capable of trapping a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, and its defensive capabilities are also superior to the 3 phases annihilation formation. As for the last set, the 5-key heavenly net formation, I do not recommend it, because this formation mainly relies on illusions and trapping techniques, and its compatibility with Kunwu Mountain is quite poor. On Kunwu Peak, true person Xiangxun spoke eloquently, revealing all his thoughts in front of Zhou Chun and the avatar of the Tai Zheng Divine Venerable. After hearing his explanation, Zhou Chun's gaze shifted to the avatar of the Tai Zheng Divine Venerable, asking, "Senior Tai Zheng, which grand formation do you think is suitable? This is your Zhou family's mountain gate. Of course, you should decide for yourselves. I only need a cave dwelling to reside in." The avatar of the Tai Zheng Divine Venerable shook his head slightly, showing no intention of overstepping his bounds. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun's expression immediately turned thoughtful, and he fell into deep thought. After weighing his options for a considerable time, he looked up at true person Xiangxun and said, "Then I'll listen to fellow Taoist Xiangxun and set up the 3 phases annihilation yuan formation." "Good, since that's the case, I will now give you the list of materials needed for setting up the formation. Please gather the required items as soon as possible." True person Xiangxun nodded and immediately handed the list of materials to Zhou Chun. "No, I need to rest for a few days. I'll maintain an update of 6,000 words per day, my back pain is really bad." Chapter 772 Special Attribute Magic Treasure. 3 years later, Kunwu Mountain. "Father, is this the family's new mountain gate? It certainly looks more imposing than the Qinglian mountain range." Inside the Zhou family's mountain gate, Zhou Zhenitun, who had just been brought back by Zhou Chun, looked down at his family's newly built gate with curiosity and excitement. Before the war broke out, Zhou Chun had arranged for his disciple Zhou Zhigang to take him to the Ziki Sect, where Nanguang Wuking resided, for refuge. He had been cultivating within the Ziki Sect's mountain gate for years. A month ago, after Xiangxun's Henren spent 2 years finally setting up the 3 phases annihilation yuan array, Zhou Chun, feeling safe, personally went to the Ziki Sect to bring his wife, children, and disciples back. Hearing his son's excited words, Zhou Chun smiled gently and said, "Of course, there's no reason why moving would make things worse." He then took his wife and children back to his cave dwelling. Zhou Chun's cave dwelling was naturally located in the best place on Kunwu Peak, and its specifications were much stronger than those on Qinglian Peak. Originally, This should have been the cave dwelling of the Taijiang Divine Venerable's avatar, but the Taijiang Divine Venerable's avatar preferred the scenery of another secondary peak and claimed it as his own cave dwelling. Zhou Chun and the Zhou family naturally dared not have any objections to this, and were even quite grateful to the other party. As for the remaining secondary peak, it was overseen by Luo Qingni. Speaking of which, the Taijiang Divine Venerable's avatar had also contributed a great deal to the rapid setup of the 3 phases annihilation yuan array. Many of the materials needed for setting up the array were quite difficult to find, and Xiangxun's Henren did not have much time to waste here. Therefore, the Taijiang Divine Venerable's avatar specially granted a note, allowing Zhou Chun to freely trade with any cultivator who possessed the relevant materials, as long as the value of the exchanged spiritual items was not less than the required materials. With the face of this nascent soul stage venerable, and Zhou Chun using the pretext of building a separate courtyard cave dwelling for the Taijiang Divine Venerable, those cultivators with materials naturally dared not refuse to trade with him. After all, some materials used for setting up arrays, no matter how precious, were not untradable. Once the 3 phases annihilation formation was successfully set up, true person Xiangxun hurriedly departed. After entering his own cave dwelling, Zhou Chun instructed his Taoist partner, Su Yazan, to take their son, Zhou Zinian, to familiarize themselves with the dwelling. He then turned to his disciple, Zhou Ziyang, and asked, Yinger, when do you plan to form your core and nascent soul? The spiritual energy on Kunwu Peak is much denser than on Qinglian Peak. It will be much easier for you to do so here. Hearing this, Zhou Ziyang immediately replied respectfully, Thank you for your concern, Master. This disciple is already prepared to cultivate the purple flower demon subduing spiritual light's secret technique. Once the technique is mastered, this disciple will go into seclusion to form the nascent soul. This answer greatly relieved Zhou Chun, who nodded repeatedly, saying, Very good. Then you can cultivate the secret technique here on Kunwu Mountain. With Senior Taijang overseeing this place, there's no need to worry about safety. He then let Zhou Ziyang choose a suitable cave dwelling. Kunwu Mountain is rich in spiritual energy. Even outside of Kunwu Peak and its 2 secondary peaks, the spiritual energy concentration of other spiritual peaks rivals that of places like Tu Iron Ridge. Golden Core cultivators who prefer tranquility can claim a peak and create their own cave dwelling. Those seeking an even better environment can establish a cave dwelling below the halfway point of Kunwu Peak, but then they'll only have one cave dwelling, essentially no private territory. Zhou Ziyang's cultivation of the purple flower demon subduing spiritual light's secret technique requires 24 years of uninterrupted practice. Therefore, she chose a scenic spiritual peak to create her own cave dwelling, establishing her own private space for cultivation. In fact, apart from Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoai, none of the other Golden Core cultivators in the Zhou family have established cave dwellings on Kunwu Peak. This is because Kunwu Peak not only houses Zhou Chun but also his 5 Demon King spirit pets. These Demon King spirit pets are not as easy to talk to as Zhou Chun. When they encounter these younger Golden Core cultivators alone, they either tease them or to make them hunt for them. They were dignified Golden Core cultivators. How could they bear to be constantly teased and ordered around like this? So they simply either moved to Luo Qingni's secondary peak or went to cultivate on a separate peak outside. Furthermore, with a protective array rising on Kunwu Mountain, the Zhou family also began investing manpower to develop some surrounding spiritual veins. Many places there had a slightly higher concentration of spiritual energy than Tu Yunling. If developed into separate residences, they could easily house a Golden Core cultivator who could then govern a region. However, after setting the overall direction, Zhou Chun ignored these matters. After resting with his wife and children for a few months, he planned to go into seclusion for intensive cultivation. That day, Zhou Chun was in his cave cultivating the falling treasure golden light, divine ability with his Taoist partner Su Yazian when he suddenly sensed a nascent soul level aura outside the mountain gate. He immediately withdrew his divine ability and escaped directly from the mountain gate. There, in the sky outside the Zhou family's mountain gate, stood a golden-haired youth. The aura Zhou Chun had sensed was actively released by him. Huh, it's you. A flash of golden light, and Zhou Chun's figure appeared in midair. When he saw the blonde youth face clearly, he immediately showed surprise. He had seen this person before, and could even say he had fought with him. This was because the person was none other than the successor of the Jin Yu sect, whom he had fought in the void secret realm of Wu Yang Kingdom, the guy who had almost killed his avatar in Zhou Ming. After a moment of stunned silence, Zhou Chun looked at the blonde youth with a fierce glint in his eyes and sneered, "You actually dare to appear in front of me, Zhou Chun? You really have a lot of guts. Do you think that just because you've successfully formed your nascent soul, I can't do anything to you?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and a spiritual treasure, the 99 profound heaven sword gourd, appeared in his hand. Seeing this, the blonde youth's expression changed drastically. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, please calm down and listen to my explanation." However, he didn't completely place his hopes on Zhou Chun. He also activated his magic weapon, and the golden armor that had impressed Zhou Chun so much instantly appeared on his body. HMPH, there's nothing to explain. Take my move first, Zhou Chun snorted coldly, immediately throwing the 99 profound heaven sword gourd in his hand. The gourd lid opened automatically, and beams of golden sword energy shot towards the blonde youth. Under these circumstances, the blonde youth could only fully activate his golden armor. Golden runes rose up, transforming into golden rune shield to protect him. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a golden light, which transformed into golden battle axe to slash at the incoming sword energy. However, he had reached the core formation in nascent soul stage later than Zhou Chun, and both his treasures were only at the top grade magic weapon level. How could he be a match for Zhou Chun, who is activating a spiritual treasure? 24 streams of mysterious heaven sword ki surged forth in succession, instantly blasting the golden battle axe away and sending the blonde youth crashing down from the clouds to the ground below. Just as Zhou Chun was about to press on and continue his attack, the avatar of the Taijeng Divine Venerable suddenly appeared and called out to him, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, stop." This situation was completely unexpected for Zhou Chun. His expression changed slightly, and he looked at the avatar of the Taijeng Divine Venerable with some embarrassment, cautiously asking, "Senior Taijeng, do you know this guy?" As soon as he finished speaking, a disheveled figure flew out from the ground. The blonde youth figure came to a stop in midair, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, and hurriedly bowed to the avatar of the Taijeng god, saying, "Junior Z Yunjin pays respects to Senior Taijeng. This fellow Taoist Z is one of the two fellow Taoists I mentioned before. Fellow Taoist Zhou, do you perhaps have some deep-seated grudge against him?" The avatar of the Taijeng god did not look at the blonde youth, but frowned and looked at Zhou Chun, asking about the matter. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun's mind raced with thoughts before he slowly said, "Senior Taijeng, you are wise. Back then, this person claimed to be a descendant of the Jin Yu sect. He opened a void realm in Wu Yang Kingdom and plotted to harm many cultivators who entered it to seek treasures. One of my family elders almost died inside. Later, I sent an avatar in to rescue him, but he intercepted and pursued us, and we almost perished together." Before Taijeng's avatar could speak, the golden-haired youth Zi Yunjin immediately protested, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you are wronging me. I only know how to open the void realm. How could I possibly conceal its existence, the commotion? As for the pursuit of you, fellow Taoist Zhou, it was because I was unaware of the details at the time. I was only focused on protecting the wealth within the sect's secret realm for future reconstruction. I had no intention of targeting you." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun sneered, "Is that so? You didn't say that back then. I tried to persuade you with kind words, but you ignored me completely, only thinking of killing and robbing." Seeing this, the avatar of the Taijeng Divine Venerable frowned slightly and said, "All right, you two should say less and come to my cave." After saying that, he turned and returned to his cave. Zhou Chun immediately followed without hesitation. The golden-haired youth Zi Yunjin hesitated for a moment when looking at the Zhou family's mountain gate formation before him, but he could only bite the bullet and follow. Compared to Zhou Chun's cave dwelling, which was overflowing with luxurious amenities, the cave dwelling of the Taijeng Divine Venerable's avatar was rather simple. All the items inside were made from readily available mountain stones. Since this avatar's cultivation was unlikely to improve further, and he wasn't particularly fond of pleasure, he had no need for such things. At this moment, Zhou Chun and Zi Yunjin followed him into the cave dwelling. He waved his hand lightly and said, "Sit down, both of you. Let's talk things out calmly." This attitude clearly indicated a willingness to mediate. Zhou Chun understood immediately and abandoned any thought of revenge against Zi Yunjin, focusing only on how to gain sufficient compensation for himself. Zi Yunjin, after their previous encounter, had a much clearer understanding of Zhou Chun's strength. Even without the legendary assistance of the 5 great demon king spirit pets, Zhou Chun's strength was far beyond his own, not to mention that the Taijang Divine Venerable's avatar now resided permanently within the Zhou family's mountain gate. Therefore, faced with Zhou Chun's domineering nature, he dared not confront him directly. After some mediation by Taijang Divine Venerable, Zi Yunjin reluctantly compensated Zhou Chun with his special attribute magic weapon, settling the past grievances. Having compensated with his special attribute magic weapon, Zi Yunjin then addressed the serious matter of his visit. He cautiously looked at the avatar of Taijang Divine Venerable and said, "Senior Taijang, I have gathered enough manpower. Currently, 3 Golden Core Stage Rogue Cultivators and dozens of Foundation Establishment and Purple Mansion Stage Rogue Cultivators are willing to join my Jin Yu sect. In addition, 3 Golden Core families and 7 Cultivation families are willing to migrate their entire clans to Yu Kingdom for development. However, setting up a protective mountain formation is currently a problem." Hearing this, Zhou Chun's eyes flashed, but he remained silent. Taijang, the Divine Venerable, glanced at him and said, "Do you have a preferred master of array formations? If so, I can bestow upon you a token to invite them to help you set up the array. However, you will need to pay for the materials and the reward yourself." "Thank you very much, Senior Taijang. I have heard that Master Yun of Qi Kingdom is skilled in setting up a trapping array. I would like to ask him to help me set up the array, but unfortunately, I have never had the opportunity to establish a relationship with him." Zi Yunjin bowed slightly and whispered his request. Upon hearing this, the avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable didn't hesitate. He immediately took a piece of mountain stone, casually crafted it into a sword talisman, and tossed it to Zi Yunjin, saying, "Alright, this is my sword talisman. Take it and show it to that true person Yun. He should give me face." Zi Yunjin quickly took the talisman, bowing with a joyful expression, saying, "Thank you for your kindness." Senior Taijang, the avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable then focused his gaze, looking solemnly at Zhou Chun and Zi Yunjin, saying, "From now on, the affairs of the Yu Kingdom will be led by the Zhou family, with your 2 sects assisting. I hope you can both set aside past grievances, cooperate fully, and do your utmost to build the Yu Kingdom well. Do you understand?" "Yes, we will certainly remember Senior Taijang's instructions." Zhou Chun and Zi Yunjin exchanged a glance and immediately agreed in unison. "Then you may leave." The avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable waved his hand, dismissing the two. After leaving Taijang Divine Venerable's cave, Zhou Chun immediately looked at Zi Yunjin, who was deliberately avoiding him, and said, "Fellow Taoist Zi, if you're not in a hurry to leave, why not come to my cave for a while? I'd like to discuss with you the future development and construction of the Yu Kingdom." Hearing this, Zi Yunjin hesitated for a moment, seemingly knowing that he couldn't hide forever, and reluctantly nodded, saying, "In that case, I'll follow your lead and continue to talk to you, fellow Taoist Zhou." He then went to Zhou Chun's cave with him. Inside the cave, Zhou Chun didn't even bother to brew a pot of tea, but directly took out the simple map that Taijang Divine Venerable's incarnation had given him and placed it on the table, asking Zi Yunjin, "This is the map of the Yu Kingdom given to you by Senior Taijang. Fellow Taoist Zi, where do you plan to place your Jin Yu sect's mountain gate?" Hearing this, Zi Yunjin's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood his meaning. After scanning the map for a moment, Zi Yunjin pointed to a spot and said, "Senior Taijang promised that this entire mountain range could belong to our sect, and the spiritual mountains and blessed lands within a 2,000-mile radius could be disposed of at our discretion." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately compared his own detailed map with Zi Yunjin's suggestion and realized that if they followed Zi Yunjin's proposal, the Zhou family would lose 2 important mines and a special spiritual land. He then slowly said, "I have no objection to the Jin Yu sect owning this mountain range, but I'm afraid it won't work for you to dispose of the spiritual mountains and blessed lands within a 2,000-mile radius." Hearing this, Zi Yunjin stared at him in disbelief, emphasizing in a very heavy tone, "This is Senior Taijang's intention." Zhou Chun calmly replied, "Fellow Taoist Zi, there's no need to rush to use Senior Taijang to pressure me. Have you forgotten that Senior Taijang also said that the Yu Kingdom would be under the control of my Zhou family? Since it is under the control of my Zhou, as the head of the family, the ownership of the various spiritual mountains and blessed lands within our territory must be approved by the Zhou family to be valid." He continued, speaking with conviction, "If we proceed as you suggest, traveling from my Zhou family's Kunwu mountain to your Jin Yu sect would only take less than 2,000 miles before entering your Jin Yu sect's territory. Does the Zhou family, as the ruler of the Yu Kingdom, have a territory with a smaller influence than your Jin Yu sect. This, Zi Yunjin looked at the distance between the two places on the map, unsure if the situation was truly as Zhou Chun described. But Zhou Chun quickly added, furthermore, how many people does your Jin Yu sect have now? If such a large territory is really allocated to you, can you manage it? If you don't manage it at all, wouldn't it be easy for alien races to infiltrate? If that delays the development and construction of the Yu Kingdom, I'm afraid you won't be able to explain it to Senior Tai Zheng. Hearing his eloquent words, Zi Yunjin frowned and asked, then how do you intend to divide it, fellow Taoist Zhou? Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately said confidently, it's very simple. You will have full authority to deal with the spiritual mountains and blessed lands within 1,000 miles of your sect. The Zhou family will approve it according to procedures. As for the spiritual mountains and blessed lands in other areas, the Zhou family will decide how to handle them. This is impossible. Sure enough, upon hearing Zhou Chun's plan, Zi Yunjin immediately shouted that it was impossible and became very agitated. Then, Zi Yunjin stood up excitedly and looked at Zhou Chun, saying, if fellow Taoist Zhou insists on this division, we can only go to Senior Tai Zheng to discuss this matter and let him judge. See, you're getting agitated again, Zhou Chun said calmly, then waved his hand gently and said, sit down and talk, sit down and talk. Fellow Taoist Zi, you can speak properly. There's no need to be so agitated, but Zi Yunjin ignored him and continued to look at him excitedly, saying, fellow Taoist Zhou, I admire and respect your strength and achievements from the bottom of my heart, but I have paid a huge price and taken great risks to establish my sect in Yu Kingdom. If we follow fellow Taoist Zhou's division, why would I need to risk my life in Yu Kingdom? Whether it's Han Kingdom or the surrounding countries, there are sects that were wiped out by the alien races in this war. I could have gone there to compete for a spiritual land to establish my sect. This was not a lie. Consider this, even the Kinglian Temple once controlled 4 states, demonstrating the immense need a nascent soul sect has for territory. Without a sufficiently vast territory and its resources, how could a nascent soul sect maintain the welfare and benefits of its disciples? In prosperous places like the Great Zhou Kingdom, large sects might be able to earn resources to support their disciples through commercial operations, such as markets and shops. However, in remote places like the Yu Kingdom, for the foreseeable future, they will have to rely solely on the resources produced on the land. Therefore, Zi Yunjin would definitely not accept the condition of only controlling a 1,000-mile radius around the sect. Zhou Chun actually knew this as well. He only offered unacceptable conditions to facilitate bargaining. Seeing Zi Yunjin's intense reaction, he waved his hand again and said, fellow Taoist Zi, please calm down and sit down. I was just saying that there was no room for negotiation. As he spoke, he glanced at the rough map, pondered for a moment, then drew a line on it and said, then let's do it this way. This ring of land facing my Zhou family will all be under the Zhou family's control. The other directions will remain unchanged according to the condition Senior Tai Zheng promised you, fellow Taoist Zi. Upon hearing this, Zi Yunjin couldn't help but look in the direction he had drawn. He saw that the line had reduced their Jin Yu sect's original territory, facing the Zhou family's Kunwu mountain by at least half, with some areas potentially less than 1,000 miles away. However, if Zhou Chun's plan was implemented, they would gain hundreds or even thousands of miles of territory in the other directions. To say they had lost out was certainly an oversight. But it didn't seem entirely unacceptable. However, Zi Yunjin knew even more clearly that Zhou Chun's drawing of this line was not arbitrary. There must be some deeper meaning behind it. Therefore, he dared not agree easily, and instead slowly said, this matter is of great importance, and I cannot make a decision lightly in a short time. Fellow Taoist Zhou, could you allow me to conduct an on-site measurement before giving a reply? To his surprise, Zhou Chun readily agreed, immediately nodding and replying, then I'll give you 6 months to measure, fellow Taoist Zi. After 6 months, my Zhou family will invest heavily in developing the various spiritual lands. 6 months, alright, then 6 months it is. I will visit fellow Taoist Zhou again after 6 months. Zi Yunjin hesitated for a moment before agreeing. After settling the matter, Zhou Chun did not keep him any longer and let him leave directly. Watching Zi Yunjin leave, Zhou Chun narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, those mines in that spiritual land are not so easy to find. If he really finds them within 6 months, it will be a stroke of luck for him. Then he waved his hand, and a silver compass magic weapon appeared before him. This treasure was the special attribute magic weapon that Zi Yunjin had compensated him with. According to the incarnation of Taizheng Divine Venerable and Zi Yunjin, this treasure is called the Void Compass, and can be considered a high-grade magic weapon. Its main function is to sense and open entrances to some closed void realms. Zi Yunjin used this item to help him open the entrance to the void realm in Wu Yang Kingdom, which he roughly knew. In addition to opening entrances, the attacks released by this treasure, due to their special attributes, can also interfere with some special attribute spells and magic. After learning about the treasure's uses, Zhou Chun's first thought was the void realm above the Xianling Gate ruins used for the Xianling trial. However, he is now at the nascent soul stage, and whether he can enter that void realm is unknown. Moreover, he doesn't know if this treasure can even open the entrance to that void realm. So, after studying the Void Compass, he summoned Lord Yishan and bestowed it upon him. This treasure is for you, Fihu, to study. Don't break it. Thank you for the treasure, Master. Fihu will study it carefully. Lord Yishan's eyes lit up after sensing the special power contained within the silver compass, and he immediately agreed. More than a month later, Zhou Chun bid farewell to his wife and children and entered his cultivation room to cultivate in seclusion. His cultivation room was now incredibly luxurious. The spirit eye spring he obtained from Dragon Abyss had merged with his original one, becoming a spirit eye pool. The spirit eye stone obtained from the heavenly rock demon King's Cave was placed next to the spirit eye pool, and the spirit eye tree stump was placed next to it. Zhou Chun himself sat cross-legged on the stump, clutching the spirit eye jade. With so many spiritual artifacts at his disposal, and benefiting from the rich spiritual energy of Kunwu Peak, Zhou Chun's cultivation speed was at least 60–70% faster than Luo Qingni's, who lacked these aids. His cultivation conditions were now comparable to those of late-stage nascent soul cultivators, and some even surpassed him. After all, while top-tier powers also possess numerous spiritual artifacts, they had far more nascent soul cultivators, and when these were shared, their conditions were actually worse than Zhou Chun's, who had monopolized them. Chapter 773 8 years in the blink of an eye. Kunwu Mountain. 8 years have passed since Zhou Chun entered seclusion in his cultivation chamber. During this time, he has only emerged a few times, each time for a very short period. The matters discussed with Zi Yunjin of the Jin Yu sect have been successfully completed. Even another sect, the Qingyuan sect, was shrewdly taken advantage of by Zhou Chun, losing a significant amount of profits without the sect's knowledge. In these 8 years, the Zhou family has been steadily developing and building its own sect and the cultivation world of the Yu Kingdom according to its planned strategy. The first market, Kunwu Market, has been successfully built on a spiritual peak near Kunwu Mountain, where cultivators from the Jin Yu sect and the Qingyuan sect can buy and sell supplies. Meanwhile, thanks to the promotion by the three sects, many daring independent cultivators and cultivators from smaller forces have entered the Yu Kingdom from the Han Kingdom to adventure and search for treasure. These adventurous cultivators, together with the cultivators of the three major forces of the Yu Kingdom, have been attacking and sweeping away demonic beasts throughout the Yu Kingdom, effectively creating many safe zones. Some cultivation families, after sending representatives to personally investigate the situation in Yu Kingdom, also considered relocating their entire clans there. Currently, the three major powers offer numerous preferential policies to cultivation families willing to relocate and independent cultivators willing to settle in Yu Kingdom. Taking the Zhou family as an example, they not only provide flying boats and demonic beasts to help them relocate low-level cultivators, but also offer them spiritual vein lands free of charge. All they have to do is become a vassal force of the Zhou family, serving the sect leader's power according to the standards of a vassal force. In simple terms, it's just a change of master. However, after changing masters, not only do their spiritual vein lands become of a higher grade, but their territories also become larger, and the surrounding area is rich in resources and undeveloped land. Therefore, for some adventurous cultivation families, this is definitely an opportunity to change their family's fate, an opportunity for their family to soar. Opportunities are always reserved for those who dare to take risks. Years later, some cultivation families that achieve their family's rise through this adventure will feel immense admiration and pride for their ancestors' decision. That day, Zhou Chun emerged from his cultivation chamber. A quick scan with his divine sense revealed that his Taoist partner, Su Yazin, and son, Zhou Zhenyin, were not on Kunwu Peak. Fortunately, he had instructed them before his seclusion that if they left the mountain, they must take either Liu Wanjin or Fushan Jun with them. Following his connection with Liu Wanjin, he quietly left the mountain and searched for them. After flying 1,000 miles, Zhou Chun found his wife and son. In a valley, Zhou Chun, who had successfully established his foundation 2 years prior, along with 2 other foundation establishment cultivators from the Zhou family and 15 key refining cultivators, were clearing out a pack of demonic wolves. The pack included 5 second-tier demonic wolves, with the alpha wolf being a high-grade second-tier demonic beast. However, the combat strength of the Zhou family cultivators could never be measured by their cultivation level. For example, the 3 foundation establishment cultivators all possessed second-tier spirit pets, totaling 4 second-tier demonic beast spirit pets. The foundation establishment cultivator, who possessed 2 second-tier demonic beast spirit pets, was not the Zhou family cultivator with late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, but Zhou Chun, who had only successfully established his foundation establishment 2 years prior. As the only son of Zhou Chun, a nascent soul cultivator, Zhou Chun was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, and his spirit pets were naturally extraordinary. During the previous demon invasion war, Zhou Chun and the Zhou family cultivators obtained many high-quality demonic beast eggs. After bringing Zhou Chun back, considering that his mind was already mature enough, Zhou Chun gave him 2 demonic beast eggs. One egg contained a 3rd-tier demonic beast, the black jade python, with pure black dragon bloodline, and the other contained a 3rd-tier demonic beast, the golden armored dragon turtle, with the golden dragon bloodline. After hatching and growing for more than 8 years, both eggs, nourished with abundant resources, have successfully advanced to the lower 2nd tier. In the valley, the several Zhanglong black jade python, its body shrouded in black light, spewed out a cloud of black demonic mist, instantly poisoning dozens of 1st-tier demonic wolves, causing them to collapse and die. Even the 2nd-tier demonic wolves, after inhaling the poisonous mist, were weakened and their fighting power greatly reduced. The golden armored dragon turtle, under the effect of the beast-taming secret technique Mystic Spirit Beast Armor, transformed into golden tortoise shell that enveloped Zhou Chun, releasing golden spiritual light to protect him. Whether the demonic wolves unleashed spells or pounced to bite him, all were blocked by the golden spiritual light, unable to harm him in the slightest. With no worries about defense and the black jade python weakening the demonic wolves, Zhou Chun only needed to focus on wielding a flying sword to slay them. Interestingly, although Zhou Chun was Zhou Chun's son, he wasn't actually very interested in raising and breeding demonic beasts. Instead, he preferred the art of swordsmanship. Even after reaching the foundation establishment stage, he considered cultivating a specialized sword cultivation technique. However, Zhou Chun and Su Yuzhen jointly stopped him. Zhou Chun had tested his son and found that while he wasn't entirely without talent in swordsmanship, he certainly wasn't very gifted. Sword cultivation, in particular, heavily emphasizes talent and comprehension. Without such talent, even if he could form his core with resources, he would likely fail to overcome the nascent soul stage. This is because a sword cultivator unable to comprehend sword intent will absolutely not be able to overcome the inner demon tribulation. This is an ironclad rule proven by countless sword cultivators throughout history. Therefore, Zhou Chun couldn't allow his son to act recklessly and ultimately only allowed him to cultivate a top-tier technique, the 9 Revolutions Golden Light Technique, which was neither particularly strong nor weak. This top-tier technique wasn't as dangerous as the Golden Cauldron Profound Technique, or rather, it carried virtually no risk of demonic possession, it only particularly tested perseverance and aptitude. To break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage after practicing this method, one must use a secret technique to dissipate most of the mana accumulated to the peak of the early foundation establishment stage, returning to the state of newly established foundation establishment. This process must be repeated 3 times to succeed. Then, from the mid-foundation establishment stage to the late foundation establishment stage, and from the late foundation establishment stage to the purple mansion stage, this process must be repeated 3 times. Afterwards, regardless of whether one reaches the purple mansion stage, golden core stage, or nascent soul stage, this 9 revolutions golden light technique requires dissipating mana 9 times. Therefore, practitioners of this top-tier technique are generally either cultivators with exceptional spiritual roots like Zhou Chun, or second-generation immortals with powerful backgrounds and abundant resources like Zhou Chun. Although Zhou Chun followed her parents' arrangements and practiced the 9 revolutions golden light technique, she did not abandon her interest in sword control techniques. She diligently practiced the family's sword control techniques and frequently sought guidance from Zhou Chun, a golden core sword cultivator. Zhou Chun and Su Yuzhen naturally did not interfere further, lest they incite a rebellious spirit. As long as he didn't neglect his main cultivation technique, he could do whatever he wanted. With the help of demonic beasts and spirit pets, and the advantage of magical artifacts, Zhou Chun was quite adept in the battle, and soon beheaded a second-tier demonic wolf. The wolf pack, already at a disadvantage, collapsed instantly after the fall of this second-tier demonic wolf. But even as the wolf pack began to scatter and flee, Zhou Chun and the others did not stop their pursuit. Finally, with a second-tier high-grade demonic wolf being surrounded and beheaded 100 miles away, this pack of demonic wolves that had plagued hundreds of miles around was completely wiped out. After killing the wolf pack leader, Zhou Chun, alerted by his spirit pet, suddenly noticed that there was another person above him. Upon seeing that familiar figure, he exclaimed with delight, "Father, you've emerged from seclusion." Hearing this, the other two Foundation establishment cultivators from the Zhou family immediately sprang to their senses and bowed respectfully to Zhou Chun, saying, "Junior Zhou Beijian, Zhou Fujian, greets clan chief." No need for formalities, Zhou Chun waved his hand, then led Zhou Chun away. Meanwhile, Lu Yuanjun and Su Yuzhen, who had been secretly protecting him from a distance of several miles, quickly appeared and followed him back to Kunwu Mountain. Back in their cave on Kunwu Peak, Zhou Chun looked at his son, who was slightly taller than him, and patted him on the shoulder with a face full of satisfaction, praising, "Not bad, not bad. It seems that these past few years, Zhou, you haven't forgotten your father's teachings, and you haven't indulged in comfort and pleasure." "Of course, father, how could I dare forget your teachings?" Zhou Chun nodded vigorously with a smile, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Zhou Chun. The older he got, the more he knew, and the more he admired his father. Feeling incredibly proud to have such a great father. Naturally, he easily held himself to his father's standards, wanting to become as great as his father. This natural influence of parents on their children is often more effective than any other educational method. Of course, Zhou Chun wouldn't neglect his children's education. After praising his son, he didn't forget to earnestly instruct him, "However, you must not be arrogant or complacent. You should know that the conditions you possess are matched by most of your peers, so it's only natural that you can achieve results beyond theirs. I don't have many demands on you, I only hope that you can live a peaceful and happy life, and that you won't become a spoiled brat." "That's enough." Hearing this, Su Yuzhen, who was standing beside him, quickly chimed in, "Yes, yes, Zhou, your mother and father are satisfied as long as you live a peaceful and happy life. I understand. I will definitely remember your teachings, father and mother, and I will never become the kind of person who bullies others." Zhou Chun nodded solemnly, firmly keeping these words in mind. After instructing his son in this way, Zhou Chun also took the time to guide his son in various magical techniques and secret arts. This guidance, besides helping his son correct his mistakes, was also a way to strengthen the bond between father and son. After all, they were all cultivators, and Zhou Chun was nearly 800 years old. He couldn't possibly do those childish things like playing games. After Zhou Chun's guidance, Zhou Chun happily went out to find someone to verify what he had learned. Only then did Zhou Chun turn his gaze to his Taoist partner, who had been quietly watching him and his son talk for a long time. He looked at his Taoist partner with gentle eyes and said softly, "Since Zhou's birth, I haven't had much time to care for and teach him. It's all been you who's taken care of him. You've worked so hard." Hearing his heartfelt words, Su Yuzhen quickly shook her head and said, "Husband, you flatter me. Taking care of a child is such a small matter. It would be a waste of your talents to have a nascent soul cultivator like you do it," she added with a touch of emotion. "Besides, this is something I truly want to do. Husband, you will have plenty of time to spend with Zhou in the future, but for me, every day is one less day I have left. How can I not cherish it?" Zhou Chun opened his mouth slightly, speechless for a long time. Su Yuzhen was several decades older than him, and her lifespan was over 800 years. Even after taking the Jiazi longevity pill, to extend her lifespan by 70 years, she only had a little over 200 years left. Therefore, she could only accompany Zhou Chun for a maximum of 200 years. Even with Zhou Chun's abilities, this was not something he could change. Therefore, after a moment of silence, he smiled slightly and said, "Madam, don't say such discouraging things. We have a long time ahead of us. Xin Yuan will grow up, and he will also get married and have children. Even without us by his side, he will take good care of himself." Saying this, he stepped forward, embraced his Taoist partner, and carried her towards the bedroom. After spending several days with his wife and children, Zhou Chun finally went out to inspect the family. More than 10 years had passed, and under the construction of over 2,000 cultivators from the Zhou family, Kunwu Mountain had already taken on the appearance of a blessed immortal mountain. The Zhou family was no longer a poor, impoverished family without any foundation. Furthermore, since the gate to Kunwu Mountain was not expected to be replaced for a long time, the entire Zhou family was extremely attentive to its construction. All the various buildings left behind by the barbarian tribes had long since been demolished, and the damaged areas had been repaired. Furthermore, because the wilderness of Yu Kingdom was rich in resources, when the Zhou family cultivators were exterminating demonic beasts, they also dug up many rare flowers, herbs, and spiritual trees to transplant back to their mountain gate. Combined with the various rare flowers and herbs that the Zhou family themselves cultivated, the mountain gate was a picturesque place, filled with the fragrance of flowers and plants. Moreover, because Kunwu Mountain has numerous spiritual veins, the Zhou family now raises most of their demonic beasts outside the mountain, except for a very few rare species, and some are even allowed to roam freely. Without these demonic beasts causing trouble inside, the mountain gate, which the Zhou family had transformed into a blessed land, looked even more like a celestial paradise. Zhou Chun strolled through the mountains. Because he used magic, even those cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage could hardly detect his presence as they brushed past him. He soon arrived at a cave. Above the cave, the three characters' hot spring cave were prominently displayed. Besides being protected by an array, the entrance to the cave was also guarded by members of the Zhou family, demonstrating the importance the Zhou family placed on this place. Zhou Chun used an illusion to deceive the guards, and with a slight activation of the secret technique Minor 5 Elements Breaking Restriction Mystic Light, he easily entered the cave. He followed a passage deeper and deeper, quickly reaching the deepest part of the cave. There, he found a steaming hot spring pool, its water a yellowish-brown color and extremely hot. Two Zhou family cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage were currently soaking in the hot spring, intently practicing their body refining secret technique to temper their bodies with the power of the spring water. This hot spring was a companion spring of the spiritual vein beneath Kunwu Peak, containing unique spiritual power capable of tempering the physical body. It could be used by human cultivators, barbarian races, and even demonic beasts. However, it had little effect on fourth-tier demonic beasts or nascent soul stage cultivators. Because of the existence of this spiritual spring, many mid to high-level cultivators of the Zhou family now come here to bathe and temper their bodies whenever they have free time. Even their demonic beasts and spirit pets come to bathe together. Zhou Chun lingered in the hot spring cave for a moment before quietly leaving. Not long after, he appeared on a spiritual peak within the mountain gate. This spiritual peak had been specially sealed off by the Zhou family's array masters. On the spiritual peak, a golden-crowned black rock was imprisoned alone. Despite possessing the power to soar through the heavens, it was now a caged bird. On another spiritual peak not far away, another golden-crowned black rock was in a similar situation. These two golden-crowned black rocks had very rich heavenly rock bloodlines. If they could leave offspring, even a hybrid bloodline, it would definitely form a high-level demonic beast bloodline. However, because they were already quite intelligent and had witnessed their mother being killed by Zhou Chun, they were basically impossible to subdue, let alone willingly leave behind their bloodline. Therefore, for now, they can only be imprisoned to wear down their will and pride, waiting for an opportunity to breed them with the demonic birds raised by the Zhou family. The dragon-horned blue lion, which Zhou Chun had captured along with the two golden-crowned black rock, was no longer in his hands. He had given this demonic creature as payment when he borrowed a large transport magic weapon from the Huangfu family. Besides the two golden-crowned black rocks, the Zhou family's mountain gate currently only raises a few other demonic beast species, such as the thunder lizard and the five-colored phoenix-tailed pheasant. Zhou Chun soon appeared again by a large lake. This lake was artificially excavated according to the guidance of the heavenly profound true man. Buried at the bottom of the lake were many water attribute spiritual objects that Zhou Chun had obtained from the dragon abyss, used to compensate for the lack of water attribute spiritual energy in Kunwu Mountain. The lake was called Thunder Dragon Marsh, 20 or 30 miles wide, and even contained two mountain islands, where the Silver Dragon Lord and Zhou Daoi's Blue Dragon resided. As if sensing Zhou Chun's arrival, the Silver Dragon King quickly emerged from beneath the lake and stood before Zhou Chun on the shore. Bye-bye, your aura has strengthened considerably. It seems you're almost finished digesting that lightning water dragon beast's demon core. Zhou Chun patted his beloved pet's head and said with a smile. Master's judgment is indeed sharp. It will definitely be fully digested in about 6 months at most, the Silver Dragon King replied softly in human language, his tone filled with joy. A demon core of the same attribute and rank as a demon king had indeed greatly benefited him, directly placing his cultivation among the top demon king's spirit pets, second only to Lu Yuanjin. That's good. You've suffered a lot following these past years, you've really endured a lot. Zhou Chun nodded slightly, sighing with emotion. Looking back, the Silver Dragon King had indeed suffered the most. Since transforming into dragon, it had endured countless instances of having its blood drawn and scales plucked, and had repeatedly used its potential-enhancing abilities to fight for its life. Even after becoming a demon king, it couldn't avoid these ordeals. Only now, with the Zhou family relying on the Taijiang Divine Venerable and Zhou Chun possessing the combat power of a great cultivator, could this ordeal finally be declared completely over. However, the Silver Dragon Lord didn't seem to care much about the past hardships. It simply shook its head slightly and said, Master, you flatter me. If I hadn't followed you, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have had the chance to hatch, let alone achieve what I have today, it added firmly. For Master, I would gladly give my life. Nonsense. As long as I live, I will never let any of you go first. Zhou Chun gently scolded his beloved pet, then patted its head with a smile, saying, all right, you can cultivate here in peace. I'll go check on the others. With that, he left. A short while later, Zhou Chun appeared thousands of miles outside the Zhou family's mountain gate. There, a dormant volcano lay, and Feng Yuanjin resided within its fiery veins. Several years ago, the early-stage nascent soul cultivator who had received Zhou Chun's promise of 30 drops of fire phoenix essence blood came to him, and Zhou Chun fulfilled his promise. This action would normally have depleted Feng Yuanjin's vital energy. However, due to the presence of the flesh spirit mushroom, Feng Yuanjin not only quickly replenished her lost energy but, now, with the help of the large amount of fire essence she had ingested, successfully recovered to the 7-feathered fire phoenix level. Moreover, with the aid of the flesh spirit mushroom, it was estimated that in another 10 or 20 years at most, she would be able to recover to the 8-feathered fire phoenix level. Therefore, despite the rapid growth of Lu Yuanjin and Yin Longjin's cultivation, the spirit pet most likely to be the first to break through to the 5th tier mid-grade demon king is still Feng Yuanjin. Zhou Chun met with Feng Yuanjin in the volcano, checked the condition of the flesh spirit mushroom she was keeping, and then left. Next, he surveyed the entire Yu kingdom and found that cultivators could be seen in many places. The protective formations of the Jin Yu sect and Qingyun sect had also been set up. However, compared to the Zhou family, these two sects were truly poor and lacked resources. Even with a nascent soul cultivator in charge, they would have no hope of truly developing for at least 400 or 500 years. Therefore, Zhou Chun did not take them seriously at all. After completing this survey, Zhou Chun returned to his cave on Kunwu Peak to cultivate in seclusion. He still had 2 purple flower crimson pearl pills left, and he planned to consume and refine them all in one go during this seclusion. By the time he emerges from seclusion next time, the great pill refined by Venerable Yuanyang should also be ready. At that time, he can use the medicinal power of the great pill to cultivate directly to the peak of the early stage of the nascent soul realm in one go, and then seek out Venerable Taijiang to obtain a spiritual object to break through the barrier of the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. Chapter 774 The Zhou Family's Third Dragon. Time flies, and 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the cave, Zhou Chun, after 3 years of arduous cultivation, has completely refined the 2 purple flower crimson pearl pills. His own magical power, propelled by the pills, is about to reach the barrier of the mid-nascent soul stage. This effect is even better than he had estimated, probably due to the improved cultivation conditions in recent years and his frequent consumption of the flesh and blood of 5th-tier demon kings. However, after refining the pills, Zhou Chun did not rush to leave seclusion. Instead, after a moment's thought, he opened his mouth and summoned his natal magic weapon, the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron. For Zhou Chun now, The power of this natal magic weapon was truly insufficient. Although among top-grade magic weapons, the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron is still among the best, and can still play a significant role when facing early nascent soul cultivators or low-grade 5th-tier demon kings, Zhou Chun, facing opponents of this level, didn't even need to activate it. After obtaining the 9-9 Profound Heaven Sword Guard, cultivators below the mid-nascent soul stage almost never needed to use a second magic weapon. Therefore, he had been pondering how to strengthen his natal magic weapon, the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron. However, this treasure was already a top-grade magic weapon. There was no hope of transforming it into a spiritual treasure in the short term. Natal magic weapons are closely related to the individual, and Zhou Chun could clearly sense that this treasure was still far from becoming a spiritual treasure. Thinking about it, while many precious materials were used in its initial forging, which veteran nascent soul cultivator, or even a mid-nascent soul cultivator, used inferior materials for their natal magic weapons? Even if they couldn't obtain as many precious materials as Zhou Chun when they were at the golden core stage, they could slowly melt and replace the lower-grade materials in their natal magic weapons after forming their nascent soul. Moreover, compared to Zhou Chun, who had only formed his nascent soul 200 or 300 years ago, their natal magic weapons had been nurtured and refined for more than twice as long. In this situation, even their natal magic treasures failed to transform into spiritual treasures, demonstrating just how difficult it is for a top-grade magic treasure to become a spiritual treasure. Actually, the most likely treasure Zhou Chun currently possesses to transform from a top-grade magic treasure into a spiritual treasure is the Heavenly Gang Thunder-Slaying Sword, in the Silver Dragon Lord's possession. This sword is most compatible with him, and through a fortuitous encounter, it has incorporated the treasure, Heavenly Thunder Meteorite Iron. Furthermore, it has absorbed the essence of Heavenly Thunder in its repeated battles against heavenly tribulations, undergoing tempering by Heavenly Thunder. Both the sword body and the demon soul of the Thunder Dragon Demon King within it have undergone significant sublimation. Perhaps, once the Silver Dragon Lord breaks through to a mid-level 5th-tier Demon King, or encounters another fortuitous opportunity, it can smoothly transform into a spiritual treasure. However, even if it cannot transform into a spiritual treasure, the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron, as a top-grade magic treasure, is clearly not yet at its limit and has the potential for further improvement. Zhou Chun, after examining his natal magic treasure for a moment, suddenly raised his hand and patted his storage bag at his waist, taking out the beast bones of the golden horned cow. He selected a small piece of golden beast bone, weighed it in his hand for a moment, and then tossed it into the golden cauldron. A breath of pale golden infant fire then escaped from beneath the cauldron, beginning to temper it. The Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron had been nurtured and refined by Zhou Chun for many years. While not entirely free of impurities, it certainly couldn't be easily extracted using infant fire. Therefore, he was essentially using a weapon refining technique to temper the beast bone. After several days of tempering with infant fire, Zhou Chun extracted most of the impurities from the bone. The remaining impurities couldn't be extracted in just a few days. Therefore, he didn't continue this futile effort and directly began using a secret technique to activate the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron to melt the beast bone. After half a month, the golden beast bone was successfully melted into the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron by Zhou Chun, becoming part of this natal magic weapon. After incorporating the golden beast bone, Zhou Chun, as the owner of the magic weapon, clearly felt a significant increase in its spirituality. It seemed the golden beast bone itself possessed the ability to enhance the magic weapon's spirituality. This was a delightful and unexpected discovery. However, Zhou Chun was more concerned about whether the golden beast bone's ability to condense and purify spiritual energy had been inherited by his natal magic weapon. He quickly conducted an experiment on this matter. It seemed there was indeed a slight effect. Inside the cave, Zhou Chun looked at the golden cauldron before him, a thoughtful expression in his eyes. During the experiment, he could indeed feel a slight difference. But perhaps the amount of beast bone incorporated was too small. The effect was extremely weak, making it hard to believe that he might be mistaken. Let's try again. Zhou Chun gritted his teeth and this time chose a larger beast bone to begin refining. He then repeated the previous steps, spending a month incorporating the beast bone into his natal magic weapon. Zhou Chun felt the magic weapon's spirituality had increased again. And this time, when he conducted the experiment again, the feeling was much more pronounced. Therefore, it can be almost certain that after the bones of the golden horned beast were smelted into the myriad transformations golden cauldron, their ability to condense and purify spiritual energy was indeed preserved. Having confirmed this, Zhou Chun had no more hesitation and began smelting all the golden horned beast bones. 2 years later, all the golden horned beast bones had been smelted into the myriad transformations golden cauldron. After smelting all the golden horned beast bones, the myriad transformations golden cauldron underwent a qualitative change. At this time, the spirituality of the myriad transformations golden cauldron was greatly enhanced, and it could even condense a phantom of a golden horned beast. It seemed that after smelting the bones of the golden horned beast, the spirituality of the magical artifact was also affected by the power within the bones, and the form of its spirit automatically became that of a golden horned beast. Of course, at this point, the spirituality of the magical artifact was only very strong. It was too early to call it a spirit. However, Zhou Chun felt that perhaps after several hundred years of nurturing, and if he broke through to the mid-nascent soul stage, this treasure would definitely have a good chance of forming a true artifact spirit, at which point it would be able to transform into a spiritual treasure on its own. Besides the significant increase in the magical artifact's spirituality, after fusing all the golden horned beast bones, the myriad transformations golden cauldron indeed fully inherited and revealed the characteristics of the beast bones, possessing an extremely strong effect in condensing and purifying spiritual energy. Zhou Chun only needed to place it in his cave, and it would automatically absorb and purify the metallic spiritual energy of heaven and earth, storing it within the cauldron. This purified metallic spiritual energy was very suitable for Zhou Chun to absorb and refine, much more effective than his own meditation and cultivation to absorb and refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Careful estimation showed that the spiritual energy condensed and purified by the myriad transformations golden cauldron, for a month, once fully absorbed and refined, would be roughly equivalent to 6 or 7 days of his cultivation. This meant that the existence of this treasure could increase his cultivation speed by another fifth. Moreover, the refined spiritual energy condensed and purified by the myriad transformations golden cauldron can be refined and used not only by Zhou Chun but also by other cultivators. With such purity, it's practically a panacea for metal attribute cultivators below the golden core stage, perfectly suited to assist in breaking through minor realm barriers. This way, not only can Zhou Chun himself use this treasure to aid his cultivation, but his son Zhou Zhenitun will also benefit from it in the future. This outcome greatly pleased Zhou Chun, who felt extremely fortunate that he hadn't chosen to have Taizhang Divine Venerable refine a spiritual treasure using the golden horned beast bone. If Taizhang Divine Venerable had indeed used it to refine a treasure, while a spiritual treasure to aid cultivation could be created, its upper limit would be fixed. Now, by fusing this material into his natal magic weapon, not only is the effect of aiding cultivation retained, but the spirituality of the natal magic weapon can also be greatly enhanced, potentially transforming it into a spiritual treasure. Crucially, the opportunity to have Taizhang Divine Venerable refine a spiritual treasure wouldn't be wasted. Judging by the time, the spiritual treasure that Taizhang Divine Venerable had tailor-made for him should be almost finished. After he emerges from seclusion, he can visit Taizhang Divine Venerable's avatar to inquire about this matter. Before emerging from seclusion, Zhou Chun also placed his natal magic weapon in the cultivation room, allowing it to condense and purify spiritual energy on its own. After emerging from seclusion, Zhou Chun quickly learned some good news. The Zhou family had gained another dragon. It turned out that he had previously obtained a considerable amount of dragon transformation grass, over 1,000 years old from the 2 Dragon King caves in Dragon Abyss, and stored it in the family treasury. In recent years, Zhou Daowei had specially asked Luo Qingni to help refine 5 dragon transformation pills, to reward those cultivators who had contributed to the family. And just over a year ago, Zhou Yuangxin, a purple mansion stage cultivator of the Zhou family, successfully transformed his 2nd-tier superior grade, Thunder Lizard Beast, into a 3rd-tier Thunder Dragon after consuming a dragon transformation pill, and a drop of Silver Dragon Lord's essence blood. Although this 3rd-tier Thunder Dragon, like Zhou Daowei's Azure Dragon, possessed the lowest grade dragon bloodline and only had 2 dragon claws, a dragon is still a dragon, incomparable to a dragon-blooded demon beast. The appearance of this Thunder Dragon undoubtedly dispelled the doubts of many Zhou family cultivators, proving once again that demon beasts with dragon bloodlines could indeed evolve into dragons through the dragon transformation pill. With this new example, those Zhou family cultivators who had spent considerable effort cultivating dragon-blooded demon beasts, but ultimately failed to cultivate dragons, felt a sense of relief. It wasn't that they had taken the wrong path, they were simply unlucky and hadn't become the lucky ones. And with this example, no one would doubt the Zhou family's long-held claim that dragon-blooded demon beasts could potentially transform into dragons, and the sales of dragon-blooded demon beasts were bound to boom again. Therefore, after learning of this, Zhou Chun specifically summoned the junior named Zhou Yuangsun to meet the Thunder Dragon. This newly formed third-tier Thunder Flood Dragon looked quite similar in size to the Silver Dragon Lord, who had successfully transformed into a Flood Dragon. However, compared to the Silver Dragon Lord, who triggered the fish leaping over the Dragon Gate phenomenon and successfully evolved into a four-clawed, three-toed bloodline, this Thunder Flood Dragon was far less appealing. It evolved from a Thunder Lizard Beast, and although it now possessed a Flood Dragon's body, it still retained some traces of its lizard-like nature, likely due to its impure bloodline. However, this wasn't a major problem. With its newfound Flood Dragon body, and as its cultivation improved, its bloodline would gradually purify, eventually completely shedding its original beastly form. So after examining the Thunder Dragon, Zhou Chun nodded with a smile and said, "Not bad, not bad. With this little guy around, Lord Silver Dragon won't be lonely anymore." He then smiled at the junior in front of him, who was bowing his head and not daring to look him in the eye, and said, "If this junior doesn't mind, you can let it find a place to live in the Thunder Dragon Swamp, so it can keep Lord Silver Dragon and the Azure Dragon company. This will also help it better purify its bloodline." Hearing this, Zhou Yuangsun was flattered and quickly bowed, saying, "This junior thanks the clan leader for his kindness on behalf of the spirit pet. The clan leader's kindness is immense, and this junior is deeply grateful." He then happily withdrew. Zhou Daowei, who had personally brought him here, said softly to Zhou Chun, "This junior is indeed quite good. He's managed to cultivate a third-tier Thunder Flood Dragon, showing he has some good fortune. In terms of future core formation spirit beasts, we should give him priority consideration. Since you say so, uncle, then we'll take care of him a little." Zhou Chun smiled slightly, not objecting. Seeing this, Zhou Daowei sighed with regret. It's a pity this Thunder Flood Dragon, like the Silver Dragon Lord, is a male. Otherwise, our Zhou family might have had a chance to produce a pure-blooded dragon. Hearing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but smile wryly. If you have this in mind, you might try to matchmake the Azure Flood Dragon and this Thunder Flood Dragon later. Their bloodlines are similar in quality, so they might find it easier to get along. In fact, this wasn't the first time Zhou Daowei had mentioned this matter, even Zhou Ming had brought it up several times. But this matter was far more complicated than they thought. The Silver Dragon Lord, already possessing a four-clawed, four-toed bloodline, already faced difficulties in leaving offspring. Its standards were extremely high, and it would be utterly incapable of considering inferior dragons with lower bloodlines. Admittedly, if Zhou Chun were to forcefully command it, the Silver Dragon Lord would most likely not disobey. However, the problem was that, knowing full well that even if the Silver Dragon Lord mated with a Thunder Flood Dragon of the same race, procreation would be difficult, how could Zhou Chun possibly hurt his powerful spirit pet's feelings for something with such a low probability? He was willing to sacrifice some personal interests for the Zhou family, but that depended on the specific circumstances. Forcing the Silver Dragon Lord to mate with a dragon he disdained was clearly not something he considered worthy of sacrifice. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Daowei hesitated, saying, "Let's see first. I'll see if Xiao Qing is interested in this Thunder Flood Dragon." This reaction made Zhou Chun secretly chuckle. To avoid further discussion, Zhou Chun quickly changed the subject, asking, "I previously placed quite a few demon cores into the family treasury. Have no new fourth-tier demon beasts appeared in the family over the years?" Hearing this, Zhou Daowei immediately replied, "Speaking of fourth-tier demon beasts, Brother Daoquan's Blood Flame Dragon Python did successfully advance to the fourth tier thanks to the Blood Flame Flood Dragon King's essence blood bestowed upon it by you, Zheng Chun, but unfortunately, it still failed to transform into a Flood Dragon. As for other demon beasts, although a few more third-tier demon beasts have appeared, they are insignificant." Zhou Chun shook his head, clearly not satisfied with the result. However, he also knew that advancing from third tier to fourth tier was not easy, and failure often led to the beast's death. Therefore, some Zhou family cultivators might not be willing to force their spirit pets to consume demon cores for advancement without certainty. At this point, All he could say was, now that the blood flame dragon python has advanced to the 4th rank, let it use its remaining energy to breed with other python demons. We can't let it just eat and drink for free in the family. Of course, I've already arranged for several 2nd and 3rd rank demon pythons to breed with it, and it's been quite cooperative. Zhou nodded and said with a smile. That's perfect. Zhou Chun nodded slightly, quite satisfied. Next, he learned more about the current situation of the family in detail, and after having a clear understanding, he didn't waste any more of Zhou time. After Zhou left, Zhou Chun seemed to remember something and suddenly came to a certain place at the foot of Kunwu Peak. When he arrived there, a yellow light suddenly surged in the open space in front of him, and a long, hairy, dark brown worm appeared. This dark brown worm was none other than the thunderworm beast that Zhou Chun had previously released into the Qinglian Mountains. After the Zhou family moved to Kunwu Mountain, he naturally hadn't forgotten this worm and had specially brought it with him. Before going into seclusion, he had given the beast a high-grade 4th-tier Earth attribute demon core. Now, after digesting that demon core, the beast's cultivation had risen to a mid-grade 4th-tier demon beast. Zhou Chun glanced at the silver horn on the beast's head, thought for a moment, and then decided not to rush to take it. He was raising this thunderworm beast for future planning. If he had the opportunity to break through to the nascent soul stage in the future, the horn on the beast's head might come in handy. However, to be effective against the nascent soul tribulation, the thunderworm beast's cultivation would need to reach at least a 5th tier. But apart from its horn being able to absorb and neutralize the power of heavenly lightning, the beast's other abilities were quite poor. Its chances of surviving the heavenly tribulation were probably no higher than Liu Wanjin's back then. After all, it was a proper demon beast, and it had to physically withstand the heavenly lightning tempering, while Liu Wanjin didn't have this concern. Therefore, Zhou Chun had absolutely no confidence in its ability to survive the heavenly tribulation. His current plan was to wait until it broke through to a 4th-tier high-grade demon beast before refining its horn into the heavenly gang thunder-slaying sword, to enhance its ability to absorb and neutralize heavenly lightning. After checking on the beast, Zhou Chun fed it a 4th-tier low-grade earth attribute demon core and then let it leave. Next, Zhou Chun visited Luo Qingni's cave. Qingni, you've worked hard these past years. There shouldn't be anything important that requires your attention. If you wish to travel or go into seclusion, just let me know, and I will not stop you. In a quiet bamboo house, after drinking the medicinal tea prepared by Luo Qingni's delicate hands, Zhou Chun spoke his mind to the beautiful woman before him with a gentle expression. During his years of seclusion, Luo Qingni hadn't had much rest. He and the Zhou family cultivators had obtained many demon cores and spiritual herbs during the war, and they also harvested a large amount of spiritual herbs during the relocation. In order to prevent the medicinal effects of these things from being lost, and also to reward the family cultivators for their merits, Zhou Chun entrusted Luo Qingni to lead the family alchemists to help refine various spiritual pills. Therefore, over the past 10 years, Luo Qingni had averaged refining pills a dozen or 20 times a year. Although she was a nascent soul cultivator, she wasn't so exhausted from this. However, such frequent pill refining still took a considerable toll on her mental and physical strength, which Zhou Chun could easily sense from their face-to-face conversation. That's why Zhou Chun said those words. Faced with his considerate concern, Luo Qingni felt a warmth in her heart and did not refuse his kindness. She simply nodded slightly and said, "There are still a few batches of spiritual pills left to refine. After I finish refining these few batches, Qingni will go into seclusion to rest. Yes, I will discuss this with the 2 elders. Before fellow Taoist Luo goes into seclusion, you only need to inform them." Zhou Chun nodded and readily agreed. After leaving Luo Qingni's cave, he went to the mountain where the avatar of the Taizhang Divine Venerable was located to gather information. After hearing his purpose, the avatar of the Taizhang Divine Venerable said directly, "Your spiritual treasure has indeed been refined, but you don't need to go to retrieve it yourself. I will come here to bestow the treasure upon you after I am finished with my work. However, the pills from Yuan Yang's side, you really have to go and retrieve them yourself." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun quickly thanked him, then said with a worried expression, "If I go directly to Senior Yuan Yang to retrieve the pills, will he make things difficult for me?" "Don't worry about that. Yuan Yang is a nascent soul stage venerable after all. Since he has already promised to forgive and forget in front of me, he naturally won't make things difficult for you. The avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable waved his hand, reassuring him with a confident tone. With this assurance, Zhou Chun breathed a sigh of relief and immediately nodded, saying, "Then I am relieved. I won't disturb Senior Taijang's cultivation any longer." Then he took his leave. A few days later, after explaining the relevant details, Zhou Chun left Kunwu Mountain with only his Demon King spirit pet, Yishinjun. He wouldn't be going to any dangerous places on this trip, so there was no need to disturb the other Demon King spirit pet's meditation. Bringing Yishinjun was just a precaution. Leaving Yu Kingdom and heading south, Zhou Chun didn't rush to Yuanyang Temple, where Yuanyang Venerable resided, but instead went to Bingai Kingdom first. When he arrived in Bingai Kingdom, his second nascent soul avatar was already there to greet him. Since the Zhou family moved to Kunwu Mountain, with the Taijang Divine Venerable avatar in charge, Zhou Chun no longer needed to keep his second nascent soul avatar by his side, so he sent it to cultivate near the Zuanming Water Eye in the Icy Plains. Now, more than 10 years later, the second nascent soul and his physical body had finally completely merged, and with the aid of the Zuanming Cold Key, he directly advanced the Heavenly Frost Zuanming technique to the nascent soul stage. With his physical body and nascent soul completely fused, and his cultivation technique reaching the nascent soul stage, Zhou Chun's second nascent soul avatar was truly complete. Upon meeting his second nascent soul avatar, Zhou Chun retrieved the purifying heaven and earth divine jar. He had previously given it and used a secret technique to assimilate its memories, preventing any potential problems with his second nascent soul. He then said to the second nascent soul avatar, "Although Snow Dragon Ridge is somewhat remote, it's barely enough for your cultivation. Go and subdue some rogue cultivators from the Ice Barbarian Kingdom and establish your own cave dwelling and training ground there. If I need your help in the future, I will summon you." Ice Nether obeys. The second nascent soul avatar cupped its hands in response and then separated from Zhou Chun's main body. This was the wonder of the second nascent soul avatar. Even without the main body's deliberate control, it could go out and do things like a normal person. Zhou Chun placed this second nascent soul avatar in the Ice Barbarian Kingdom not only to facilitate its cultivation, but also to have a backup plan. Only after separating from his second nascent soul incarnation did he truly head to his destination, the Yuanyang Temple, a sacred sect in the cultivation world of the Yuan Kingdom. Chapter 775 Who in the world does not know you? Yuan Kingdom was originally a relatively unknown country in the human cultivation world, its territory only 2/3 the size of Jing Kingdom. However, since Venerable Yuanyang successfully achieved the nascent soul stage, this small cultivation country has become the center of the surrounding cultivation world. Venerable Yuanyang is not only a nascent soul venerable, but also known as the #1 alchemist of the human race. Even if he doesn't sell his own refined pills in the market, his disciples and grand disciples, after receiving his guidance, all possess alchemy skills at the master level, even grandmaster level. Under the leadership of this nascent soul venerable and the #1 alchemist of the human race, Yuanyang Temple, which was originally just an ordinary sect, has directly become a holy sect famous for producing outstanding alchemists. For thousands of years, Yuanyang Temple has developed by standing on the shoulders of giants. Through the immense attraction brought by Venerable Yuanyang, a nascent soul venerable, it has almost monopolized the talents of the entire Yuan Kingdom's cultivation world, and many cultivation families have sent their outstanding disciples from afar to Yuanyang Temple. With the protection of Venerable Yuanyang, a nascent soul stage ancestor, and the ability to recruit a large number of exceptionally talented disciples, it would be difficult for Yuanyang sect not to soar. To this day, this holy sect boasts 5 nascent soul stage cultivators, 3 of whom are grandmaster alchemists. The entire Yuanyang sect has as many as 16 master alchemists. Therefore, in the hearts of many alchemists, this is a sacred place for alchemists. Every year, many cultivators travel thousands of miles to this place, requesting Yuanyang sect's alchemists to refine pills for them. Yuanyang sect can support its entire sect solely through the commission it receives from helping these cultivators refine pills. In fact, as a holy sect, Yuanyang sect has very high standards for recruiting disciples. The entire sect has never exceeded 2,000 people. This is very similar to the Xian'ai sect, another holy sect, both following an elite route. After Zhou Chun arrived near the gate of Yuanyang Temple, his lack of attempt to conceal his aura quickly alerted the patrolling disciples. Soon, a purple mansion stage cultivator, piloting a flying boat with several Foundation establishment stage cultivators, flew towards him, shouting from afar, "Senior, please stop. This is the Yuanyang Holy Land. Trespassing without prior notification is forbidden." Interesting. A mere purple mansion stage junior dares to address a nascent soul stage cultivator like this? Is this the confidence bestowed upon him by a major holy sect? Zhou Chun's eyes flickered slightly as he stopped and looked at the Yuanyang temple disciples on the flying boat, his face expressionless. Since he didn't conceal his face, the Yuanyang temple disciples, upon getting closer, were startled by his expression and quickly bowed respectfully, saying, "Senior, please forgive us. We had no intention of offending you. However, the sect has a rule that any outside cultivator entering within 500 li of the sect must slow down and declare the purpose in advance. Does the any cultivator you mentioned include nascent soul stage venerables?" Zhou Chun asked, looking at the Yuanyang temple disciples with a half smile, his tone revealing neither joy nor anger. The leading disciple of Yuanyang temple, upon hearing this, did not lose his composure. He simply lowered his head even further and respectfully replied, "That is naturally not included. If a nascent soul venerable were to arrive, Patriarch Yuanyang would surely sense it beforehand and arrange for the temple elders to greet him." "Hey, is that so?" Zhou Chun chuckled, then said calmly, "Then you should report it. Say that true person Chunjun, Zhou Zhengzhen, has come to pay respects to Senior Yuanyang and collect the pre-ordered pills." Hearing this, the Yuanyang temple disciple, who hadn't been surprised even when Zhou Chun mentioned a nascent soul cultivator, suddenly gasped in shock, exclaiming, "Ah, Senior is actually Master Chunjun." He then bowed repeatedly, sweating profusely, saying, "Senior Chunjun, please forgive us. We were blind and offended you. Please forgive us." If he was like this, the Foundation establishment cultivators behind him were naturally even more embarrassed. This outcome surprised Zhou Chun slightly. He had gone into seclusion after the war and hadn't visited the lower levels of the cultivation world, nor had he interacted with those mid to low level cultivators. Therefore, he was unaware of his current standing among the human cultivators. After all, with the war over, these human cultivators with outstanding achievements became the most dazzling group in the entire human cultivation world, even overshadowing the nascent soul cultivators. After all, even ordinary disciples of a sacred sect like Yuanyang Temple rarely get to see a nascent soul stage venerable, let alone other cultivators. Therefore, these high-ranking nascent soul stage venerables are simply worthy of admiration. There's no need for discussion, and it's best to avoid it altogether. However, nascent soul stage cultivators are something most cultivators from major sects have seen or interacted with. These important figures they can meet naturally have a concrete image of them, enough to ignite their strong desire for discussion. Under such circumstances, it's impossible for Pure Jun's Henren Zhou Zhengzhen's remarkable achievements on the two alien race battlefields not to spark heated debate. On the battlefield against the Xianmen Plain alien race, he single-handedly slew several fifth-tier barbarian corpse kings, then several fifth-tier alien races, and all the fifth-tier powerhouses of the three major alien races perished at his hands. He even trapped a fifth-tier superior barbarian king, ultimately being personally assessed by Taizhang Divine Venerable as having the greatest merit. On the battlefield against the demon race of Longyilans, he single-handedly slew 5 fifth-tier demon kings, including a mid-grade 5th-tier Bloodflame Flood Dragon King and a mid-grade 5th-tier Heavenly Rock Demon King, and repeatedly fought undefeated against high-grade 5th-tier Demon Kings. Later, he even ventured alone into Longyilans, causing havoc in the Flood Dragon clan's lair, provoking the enraged high-grade 5th-tier Flood Dragon King left behind to pursue him onto land. Such illustrious achievements are even more astonishing and admirable than those of the Azure Moon true person who relied on the heaven-reaching treasure, world-destroying Moon Wheel, to slay several fifth-tier demon kings. Some meticulous individuals have carefully calculated that if the Silver Moon true person of the Moon Wheel sect, who had previously fallen at Zhou Chun's hands, is included, the number of fifth-tier experts from the human, demon, and alien races known to have perished at his hands since Zhou Chun successfully formed his nascent soul stage exceeds the number on both hands. Such a illustrious record is a feat unmatched by any other late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Therefore, titles like Nascent Soul Killer, Demon King Hunter, and Alien Nemesis have been coined by those with a penchant for such things, further enhancing Zhou Chun's fame and legend. Now, if anyone in the human cultivation world doesn't recognize the name of true person Chunjun, Zhou Zhengzhen, They are either a newly initiated rogue cultivator or someone who has spent decades in seclusion in a remote place. Who in the world doesn't know him? This is the extent of true person Chunjun's influence in the human cultivation world today. Only out of respect for his reputation does no one dare to circulate his true image widely, otherwise, if he went out without disguise, he would be easily recognized. But even so, it doesn't affect his reputation or the awe he commands from cultivators below the nascent soul stage. Even disciples of a sacred sect like Yuanyang Temple hold this view. At this moment, Zhou Chun still didn't understand why the Yuanyang Temple disciple in front of him had changed so much after hearing his name, but he naturally had no intention of arguing with a junior. He immediately waved his hand and said, "Forget it, you are ignorant, so it's no fault of you. Just convey my purpose to them." Hearing this, the Yuanyang Temple disciple breathed a sigh of relief and nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice, saying, "Yes, yes, thank you for your magnanimity, Senior Chunjun. I will convey your message immediately." Then he hurriedly conveyed Zhou Chun's message as quickly as possible and respectfully pointed out the direction to him. The higher-ups of Yuanyang Temple obviously also attached great importance to someone like Zhou Chun. They were more aware of the inside story and knew that Zhou Chun also had a nascent soul venerable backing him. As for Zhou Chun's feud with the Moon Wheel sect, Venerable Yuanyang might intentionally suppress it to subdue the sect, but the nascent soul cultivators of Yuanyang Temple certainly wouldn't hold a grudge against Zhou Chun over this. After all, Zhou Chun might not dare to disrespect Venerable Yuanyang, but the same could be said for these nascent soul cultivators. Therefore, after receiving the message from his disciples, a Grandmaster of Yuanyang Temple who was not yet in seclusion refining pills quickly came out to greet Zhou Chun. In Yuanyang Temple, Grandmasters of alchemy with nascent soul cultivation clearly hold a higher status than nascent soul cultivators without alchemy Grandmaster status. This also shows how much Yuanyang Temple values Zhou Chun. The elder from Yuanyang Temple who came out to greet them was an old man in blue robes with a mid-nascent soul cultivation level. Upon seeing Zhou Chun, he immediately and very politely cupped his hands, saying, "I am Linking. I have long admired fellow Taoist Chunjun. It is a great honor to finally meet you in person." Zhou Chun, naturally, would not be impolite and immediately returned the greeting with a smile, saying, "So it is fellow Taoist Linking. I have also heard of your great name. It is a great honor to meet you." After exchanging pleasantries, Elder Linking took the initiative to speak, saying, "I already know the purpose of fellow Taoist Zhou's visit, but my ancestor is currently in seclusion refining pills and will not emerge for some time. Please follow me. We'll rest and enjoy tea at the mountain gate, awaiting the patriarch's emergence from seclusion." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun frowned and immediately asked, "But when will Senior Yuanyang emerge from seclusion? If it takes a long time, I can come again next time." Linking Zhenren, thinking he was dissatisfied with her answer, quickly explained again, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, rest assured, the patriarch's alchemy skills are already superb. Even if he temporarily leaves, ordinary pills won't cause any problems. Therefore, he should be back in 3 to 5 days at most. In that case, I'll keep you company." Fellow Taoist Linking, Zhou Chun's brow relaxed, and he nodded, entering the Yuanyang Temple's mountain gate with Linking Zhenren. This was Zhou Chun's second time entering a sacred sect with a nascent soul stage cultivator, and also the second time entering a sacred sect with a different nascent soul stage cultivator. Compared to the ancient SYNOPSIS sect, the Yuanyang Temple's past was more traceable and not so ancient. Therefore, it's easy to see that the Yuanyang Temple's mountain gate, in the past, certainly wasn't much better than the Zhou family's current Kunwu mountain. However, upon entering the Yuanyang Temple's mountain gate, Zhou Chun easily sensed the extremely rich spiritual energy environment. From his perception, while the spiritual energy environment here couldn't compare to the SYNOPSIS sect, it far surpassed the Zhou family's mountain gate on Kunwu mountain. This shows that a nascent soul stage venerable truly has the means to alter the world and directly enhance the strength of a region's spiritual veins. Zhou Chun kept this matter in mind, planning to consult with Taizheng Divine Venerable about it in the future to resolve his doubts. Next, Zhou Chun was led by true person Linking to stay in a secluded courtyard, patiently waiting for Venerable Yuanyang's response. After waiting for 3 days, just as true person Linking had predicted, Venerable Yuanyang took time out from alchemy to receive him. The two met in a reception hall of the Yuanyang Temple. After Zhou Chun, who had arrived by imperial decree, finished his greetings, Venerable Yuan Yang didn't say much. He simply waved his hand dismissively, took out several bottles of spirit pills, and moved them in front of him, saying, "These 4 large pills, and this bottle of primordial profound true pill, are the pills you requested to be refined, fellow Taoist Zhou. Please check the count yourself." His attitude reassured Zhou Chun considerably. He immediately replied respectfully, "Yes, Junior obeys." Then he opened the bottles one by one, glanced at them briefly, and put them away. Venerable Yuan Yang, a dignified nascent soul venerable, wouldn't ruin his reputation in this matter. After accepting the pills, Zhou Chun quickly bowed and said, "The number of pills is correct. Thank you, Senior Yuan Yang, for refining these large pills for me. Alright, since the pills are fine, I won't keep you any longer. You may leave." Venerable Yuan Yang waved his hand, directly dismissing him. However, Zhou Chun was not surprised but delighted upon seeing this, and hurriedly withdrew. He didn't even say much to Linking Xianren, who was accompanying him outside, and hastily left the Yuanyang temple gate. He knew he could never be friends with the Yuanyang temple, so he was already satisfied with his safe departure. After leaving the Yuanyang temple gate and flying over 1,000 miles in one breath, Zhou Chun released Yishan Jun, allowing it to revert to its original form and carry him. Then, recalling his conversation with Yuanyang Venerable, he nodded to himself. It seems Senior Taijang Divine Venerable was right. Now that he personally supports me, even if Yuanyang Venerable dislikes me, he won't deliberately target me anymore. As far as Zhou Chun knew, Taijang Divine Venerable hadn't created any power. His original sect was only a mid-level force, and it had been destroyed thousands of years ago. After attaining enlightenment, Taijang Divine Venerable annihilated the opposing forces that had destroyed his sect years before, but he had no intention of rebuilding it, and from then on, he lived a solitary life. Therefore, now that Zhou Chun had gained Taijang Divine Venerable's favor, in the eyes of other top-tier forces, he could practically be considered Taijang Divine Venerable's representative in the cultivation world, and everyone had to give him face. With this worry removed, Zhou Chun took out the pills and examined them carefully. He had entrusted the alchemy to Venerable Yuan Yang, giving him 4 5th-tier demon cores, the spirit pearl of the 5th-tier Earth Spirit Clan's Spirit King, and many rare spiritual herbs he possessed. According to his wishes, Venerable Yuan Yang refined the 4 5th-tier demon cores into large pills, and then, using the 5th-tier spirit pearl as the main ingredient, added other rare spiritual herbs to refine a batch of Hunyuan Zhuanzhen pills. Zhou Chun had also specifically inquired, and it was confirmed that for a metal attribute cultivator like himself, consuming large pills refined from demon cores of different attributes would indeed prevent him from fully utilizing their medicinal power. However, aside from powerful pills like the Bloodflame Flood Dragon King's demon core, whose attributes clashed sharply with his own, most other powerful pills, once consumed, allowed him to absorb and utilize about 70–80% of their medicinal power, resulting in decent effects. He was also fortunate, during the war between the Great Zhou Kingdom and the Multi-Winged Clan, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator had just killed a 5th-tier demon king spirit pet belonging to a Multi-Winged Clan Saint Mage. The demon core happened to be of the metal element, and the cultivator wanted to use it to refine powerful pills. Therefore, the Taijang Divine Venerable facilitated a deal between the two parties. Zhou Chun exchanged his 5th-tier mid-grade Bloodflame Flood Dragon demon core for the other party. In return, the other party not only provided him with a 5th-tier low-grade metal demon core, but also a piece of top-grade spiritual gold, Taiyuan Copper Mother, sufficient for refining spiritual treasures, which he could use on the spiritual treasures Zhou Chun had commissioned him to refine. Therefore, of the 4 powerful pills Zhou Chun possessed, 2 were metal attribute pills whose attributes perfectly matched his own. The Cancer Demon King possessed metal attributes, and the other pills did not conflict with his own attributes. As for the batch of Hunyuan Zhuanzhen pills, this pill was also a cultivation-enhancing elixir, even more potent than the Zihua Jiangzu pills, though fewer in number, only 5. This wasn't because Venerable Yuan Yang had secretly withheld any pills, it was simply because only 5 pills could be refined per batch. With these large and small pills in hand, Zhou Chun not only had no problem reaching the mid-nascent soul stage, but could even continue to rapidly improve his cultivation after breaking through to that stage. At that point, even if he didn't reach the late nascent soul stage in one go, he could at least reach the peak of the mid-nascent soul stage within 200 or 300 years. After checking all 4 large pills and 5 Hunyuan pills, to ensure there were no problems, Zhou Chun returned to Kunwu Mountain satisfied. Upon returning to his family's mountain gate, he immediately went into seclusion and consumed a large pill refined using the inner core of the giant lizard demon king, silently refining its medicinal power. While Zhou Chun was in seclusion refining the great elixir, his second nascent soul avatar, true person Bingming, began operating in the Bingai kingdom as instructed. Due to its unique environmental advantages, the Bingai kingdom attracted many cultivators practicing ice and wind attribute techniques. Among them were independent cultivators and those from sects and families in other countries. Regardless of their origins, these outsiders were essentially rootless independent cultivators upon arriving in the Bingai kingdom. Therefore, if a powerful cultivator was willing to establish a cultivation base and provide protection for other cultivators, it would easily attract followers. After true person Bingming appeared in several independent cultivator bases in the Bingai kingdom and announced his intention to establish a cultivation base in Snow Dragon Ridge, the news spread rapidly throughout the Bingai kingdom's cultivation world. Within just 1 month, hundreds of cultivators had gathered around him. During this time, some nascent soul cultivators from the Bingai kingdom, upon learning of this, also came specifically to meet this unfamiliar nascent soul cultivator. However, since true immortal Bingming's nascent soul and physical body are now completely integrated, even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator would find it difficult to discern that he is actually a second nascent soul incarnation of another cultivator. Only if Zhou Chun's true body stands beside him, and their souls share the same origin, would such a connection be detected through their shared aura. Therefore, after probing true immortal Bingming's origins and learning that he had no intention of establishing a sect in the Bingai kingdom, the nascent soul cultivators of the Bingai kingdom ceased their interference. After all, as long as no sect is established, the benefits of having another nascent soul cultivator in the Ice Kingdom far outweigh the drawbacks. Even the nascent soul cultivators themselves can benefit, having another cultivator practicing the same attribute to exchange cultivation experiences. During this process, true person Bingming easily hired a formation master from a major sect in the Ice Kingdom to help set up formations on Snow Dragon Ridge. However, Snow Dragon Ridge is located at the border between the Ice Kingdom and the Ice Plains. True person Bingming, a nascent soul cultivator, openly establishing a cultivation base there undoubtedly angered some demon kings on the Ice Plains, who considered it a provocative act of transgression. Therefore, as the protective formation was being set up, a furious roar of a beast came from the direction of the Ice Plains. Upon hearing this roar, the cultivators setting up the protective formation and building their caves on Snow Dragon Ridge immediately stopped, their faces filled with fear as they looked towards the direction from which the roar came. Seeing this, Master Bingming calmly waved his hand and said, "It's alright, you can continue setting up the formation. I'll go and deal with that beast." With that, he transformed into a streak of white ice light and vanished from the spot. The snow demon crystal core from before had already been completely refined by Master Bingming. Because Master Bingming had previously used the snow demon crystal core as a vessel, after refining it, he easily used this treasure to help him cultivate his ice escape technique to a high level, no less than those ice attribute demon kings on the Ice Plains. At this moment, he traveled hundreds of miles in a flash and soon saw the owner of the beast's roar. He saw a giant frost wolf, tens of feet long, standing on the top of an ice mountain, staring fiercely in the direction of Master Bingming, clearly having discovered him. "I seem to have no grudge against you, so why are you provoking me outside my cave?" Master Bingming stared coldly at the giant wolf, questioning it in a very impolite tone. Upon hearing his words, the giant wolf immediately spoke in human language, angrily shouting, "Human cultivator, don't you know this area is my territory? Did you ask for my permission before opening your cave on the edge of my territory? I understand now, it seems you've come here deliberately to cause trouble." A cold glint flashed in Ice Nether True Man's eyes, and he immediately understood the situation, revealing the truth. Seeing that he had seen through the truth, the frost giant wolf stopped pretending and roared, "Roar, so what? If you want to open a cave and build a residence in Snow Dragon Ridge, let me see if you have the strength." Before he finished speaking, white ice spears condensed from his body and shot towards Ice Nether True Man with a whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Facing this attack, Ice Nether True Man immediately opened his mouth and spat out a white, cold aura, which instantly condensed into ice, forming an ice wall to protect himself. The ice spears shattered and exploded upon impact with the ice wall, leaving numerous cracks in the wall. Once all the spears had broken, the cracked ice wall, at the fingertip of the ice nether immortal, dissipated into a cloud of icy energy. An eye for an eye. Take this, the ice nether immortal uttered a low shout, his hands forming a slight hand seal. The cloud of icy energy before him instantly transformed into a frost sword aura, shooting towards the frost giant wolf. Seeing this, the frost giant wolf immediately opened its mouth and spat out a beam of white, icy energy that collided with the frost sword aura midair, both ultimately dissipating after exhausting the power. Seeing that his first attack had failed, the ice nether immortal activated his divine power again. Cold energy surged from his fingertips, and he pointed a finger at the frost giant wolf, a white beam of icy light instantly piercing through the air. Seemingly sensing the extraordinary nature of this strike, the frost giant wolf's eyes immediately turned solemn. Its entire body surged with icy light, donning a white frost armor. The white icy light struck the giant wolf, and a powerful force instantly pierced through its frost armor, tearing a hole and exposing the fifth-tier wolf pelt beneath, causing a bloody bloom. Then, frost power erupted, sealing the wound. Roar. The pain from the wound caused the frost giant wolf to roar in agony. It immediately ended its probing attack, transforming into a phantom and lunging at ice nether immortal, directly engaging him in physical combat. In close combat, a human cultivator was clearly no match for a fifth-tier demon king. Therefore, seeing the frost giant wolf's unsportsmanlike conduct in physically assaulting him, ice nether immortal stopped pretending. He spat out a white pearl, which flew out, casting rays of spiritual light that formed a protective immortal robe around his body. The frost giant wolf lunged closer, its claw striking ice nether immortal. Not only did it fail to tear the protective immortal robe woven from spiritual light, but it also felt a chill surge through its body, even for a fifth-tier ice attribute demon king like ice nether immortal. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically, and he hastily dodged, trying to create distance. But a white icy light erupted from the precious pearl, instantly striking the fleeing frost giant wolf. Instantly, a thick layer of solid ice condensed on the frost giant wolf's icy armor, freezing it into an ice sculpture. Then, ice nether immortal raised his hand, producing a silver-white mirror, the supreme grade magic weapon, the Myriad Law's profound light mirror. He held the mirror up to the frozen frost giant wolf, and a silver beam of light blasted towards its head. The frost giant wolf, which was unleashing the power of its demon core to dispel the cold energy within its body, was struck by this attack. Its head was immediately blasted into a deep, bone-revealing crater by the silver beam of light, shattering much of its skull. Such a severe injury allowed a frost giant wolf to feel the long-lost aura of death. It never expected that this human cultivator, whose cultivation level didn't seem very high, would possess such formidable strength. Especially that precious pearl, if it wasn't mistaken, it should be an ice attribute spiritual treasure. A nascent soul cultivator possessing a spiritual treasure was definitely not someone a demon king like itself, who couldn't even produce a top-grade magic weapon, could afford to provoke. Therefore, despite its anger after being injured, once it was truly free, it silently used its escape technique to flee the battlefield, showing no intention of continuing the fight. Seeing this, true immortal Bingming did not pursue. He could sense that there were other eyes watching him from within the icy plains. Other demon kings were likely lurking in the shadows observing the battle. The icy plains were rather unique. Although many demon kings existed there were no reports of any demon saints emerging. Furthermore, the demon race here doesn't seem interested in invading the human race. As long as the humans of Bingai Kingdom don't continue their eastward expansion, they generally won't launch beast tides to attack them. Of course, considering the scarcity of food on the ice plains, the conditions for launching a beast tide there are also non-existent. In short, the human cultivators of Bingai Kingdom hold the ice plains in awe, and even nascent soul stage cultivators won't easily venture deep into them. Bingming Zhenren himself guessed that his establishment of a cave in Snow Dragon Ridge might have caused some misunderstanding among the demon kings, who thought that the humans might want to continue their eastward expansion. That's why some demon kings came to test him, and there were other demon kings secretly watching. However, he also believed that the demon kings should have ways to obtain information about the cultivation world of Bingai Kingdom. As long as he didn't cause any more trouble and demonstrated formidable strength, taking over Snow Dragon Ridge shouldn't be a problem. Sure enough, after the frost giant wolf was driven away by Bingming Zhenren, The Demon King's test seemed to have come to an end. Everything proceeded smoothly afterward, and the Snow Dragon Ridge stronghold was completed in less than a year. Master Bingming did not intend to use the Snow Dragon Ridge stronghold as an open base. He generally did not easily accept outside cultivators to settle there, nor would he establish a market for trade. However, to ensure that the cultivators who followed him could cultivate peacefully and help him maintain the stronghold's array, Master Bingming claimed that he would give a lecture every few years to guide them on their cultivation questions. That was enough. For those cultivators who followed him, there was no better benefit than guidance from a nascent soul stage cultivator. Moreover, the spiritual veins of Snow Dragon Ridge were not bad. Apart from a few major powers, there were few places in the entire Bingai Kingdom that could compare to this. With the Snow Dragon Ridge stronghold as a base, Master Bingming not only solved his own cultivation problems but also provided a suitable habitat for the demonic insects and beasts he brought with him, such as the six-winged ice silkworm, heavenly frost bee, and ice moon toad. In the time that followed, not only did Zhou Chun's main body devote himself to arduous seclusion and cultivation, but Bingming's Henren's second nascent soul avatar also remained secluded, focusing on cultivating and nurturing his newly crafted natal magic weapon, the Heavenly Frost Profound Nether Sword. 5 more years passed, and Zhou Chun finally finished refining the large pill made from the giant lizard demon king's inner core. Unsurprisingly, his cultivation level reached a mid-nascent soul stage barrier. He tested it and found that this barrier was indeed extremely difficult to break, far surpassing the barrier he encountered during his golden core stage. No wonder so many nascent soul cultivators, even after thousands of years of cultivating and forming their nascent souls, remain stuck at the early nascent soul stage, ultimately dying in despair. 8,000-word chapter. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.